Chapter 161, Holy Dragon Charm. Recalling the memory clues of cultivating immortals, with the system of the heaven-covering secret realm. In the environment of the end of the law and the broken world, one can better tap into the potential of one's own life, transform and rebirth in one life after another, and complete the final 9-life unity. At this point, one can become an immortal in the mortal world of the end of the law. Each transformation in life requires the condensation of different Tao fruits to succeed. Zhao Yuniao recalled and thought about her experience of traveling through the world of the heavens, thinking, if the imprints of the laws of the different worlds and universes are regarded as different Tao fruits of laws, I wonder if I can have part of the essence of the mortal immortal after the secret realm of the Wheel Sea is fully cultivated. In the current secret realm of the Wheel Sea, she has completed 2 life and death nirvana transformations. In the mortal world of immortal cultivation in the same environment of the end of the law, and in the devouring universe with sufficient origin and complete laws, there are still 7 nirvana transformations that come with the realm. The transformation of swallowing the universe was somewhat forced, but I remember that the transformation in the world with sufficient origin and complete avenue will reduce the exploration of one's own life potential and affect the final result of becoming an immortal in the mortal world. Zhao Yuniao pondered in her heart. She has not decided whether to take the path of becoming an immortal in the mortal world. With the life altar, she can continue to improve and enhance her own cultivation qualifications. This means that as long as her qualifications are strong enough, she can directly become an immortal through stable cultivation. There is no need to struggle and suffer with life like becoming an immortal in the mortal world. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for the time being and make a decision later. Zhao Yuniao put aside this matter and turned to think about the linkage effect between his secret realm system and the cultivation system. The Shangqing realm of the cultivation level has begun to greatly strengthen the soul. Let the soul gradually move towards passively absorbing external energy and always maintain the peak state. And this advantage is exactly the disadvantage of the Shutian secret realm system. Even if it is the cultivation of the Xiantai secret realm, it is only the initial involvement of the soul level. It is far from being able to keep the soul at its peak. However, the development and cultivation of this internal secret realm can strengthen the consciousness and soul, and further amplify my current soul source advantage. But the Xiantai secret realm is very different from the other 4 internal secret realms. It needs the support of the Hualong secret realm to manifest. After some consideration, Zhao Yuniao decided to practice the Hualong secret realm. As for the previous Daogong secret realm, when I have time in the future, I will go back to develop and practice. Anyway, the secret realm system does not need to be developed and cultivated step by step, and can be split and cultivated at will. In addition to the close connection between the Hualong secret realm and the Xiantai secret realm, now, I have an independent clone of the Holy Spirit True Dragon. In terms of understanding and mastering dragons, no cultivator in the entire Zhantian universe can compare to me. Even the cultivators of the 10,000 Dragons' Nest cannot do it. Having made a decision, Zhao Yuniao found an uninhabited place. She first set up a simple band around her to hide her existence. Then she sat cross-legged on a red rock, her emerald green eyes slightly closed. Review the contents of the Dragon Transformation Scroll in the immortal scripture Taishang Tianshu. After repeatedly pondering and confirming that she had a thorough understanding, Zhao Yuniao did not hesitate to activate the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm seed in her spine. On, as if the world was created, a mysterious wave exploded from her mind. The dead silence and darkness seemed to be torn apart by a ray of newborn light. The dragon roar that shocked her mind suddenly came from the entire spine and echoed in her body. Zhao Yuniao sat still, and her coccyx began to glow. She used her mind to visualize the charm of the Holy Spirit True Dragon Avenue, and in conjunction with the contents of the Dragon Transformation Scroll in Taishang Tianshu, she began to actively open up the potential power in the secret realm of cultivation. Kacha Kacha. The endless potential portal was opened, releasing the internal life force. Under the influence of the charm of the Holy Spirit True Dragon Avenue, the life potential really soared out like one real dragon after another. Like a latent dragon out of the abyss. A dragon leaping into the sky. It hovered and danced inside the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, shaking its head and tail. The vivid posture is so lifelike that it is hard to tell that it is a pure energy condensation. Even these potential portals are affected by the charm of the Holy Spirit True Dragon Avenue. In the process of practicing and strengthening the order, vague dragon-shaped patterns gradually emerge on the surface. It seems to be a transformation dragon gate that will truly become a fish leaping into the dragon gate. Just when Zhao Yuniao was practicing alone, Song Darren and others, who had built the tent manually, finally had a place to rest. Thanks to the storage bag, we can easily carry tents, food, water and other things when we go out. Zhang Shushu looked at the simple tent he had built and sighed in his heart. He turned around to look at Song Darren and others, and took the initiative to discuss things. To prevent people from Tianyin Temple and Fenxiang Valley from coming over. We will miss them. Also to prevent the demons from finding us and sneaking over. I suggest that we assign one person to keep watch outside every once in a while. The four of us will take turns to rest. What do senior brother Song, junior brother Zhang, and junior sister Lu think? Okay. You can arrange it. Lu Sueki finally spoke. But the expression on her face was still cold and arrogant. But the look in her beautiful eyes glanced at Zhang Xiaofan beside her. But Zhang Xiaofan nodded silently. Just like Lu Sueki before. Keeping silent. With a slightly lonely and missing look. Seeing this, Song Darren showed a simple and honest smile. Since everyone agrees, let's do it this way. Each person will keep watch outside for 3 hours every day. And they will take turns. The other 3 will stay inside the tent to conserve their energy in case of an emergency. I'm the oldest among us, so I'll go first, Song Darren said with a smile. Then he stood up and sat at the door of the tent he had set up, motioning to Zhang Xiaofan, Zhang Shushu and others. Lu Sueki said nothing, and went straight into the tent with a cold face. Zhang Shushu, Zhang Xiaofan and Song Darren looked at each other with a cold and arrogant look, and finally smiled helplessly. I'll go and rest first. And call me when it's my turn. Zhang Shushu waved his hand, and also went into a tent. Only Zhang Xiaofan and Song Darren were left outside. Xifan, go in and rest. Don't let your mind wander. Be careful not to get carried away. Song Darren kindly reminded him, and looked at Zhang Xiaofan with a caring look. Big brother, I'll let you take over first. Zhang Xiaofan muttered, turned around and went back to the inside of the tent to lie down, staring at the top. Lost in thought for a while. Master Puji had done him a favor by teaching him the unique skills of Tianyin Temple. But Master Puji also had a grudge against him, killing his entire family and destroying his entire village. The blood feud was hard to forget. This made him a little unsure of how to face the people of Tianyin Temple. Chapter 162 Changes. When the setting sun gradually shifted and descended, the dim sunlight shone down, making this Kongsang mountain look more evil, weird, dark and strange. The jagged rocks were accompanied by various shadows, like twisted ghost claws dancing. The desolate and dead natural environment around them amplified the instinctive fear in their hearts. So much so that Song Darren and others felt a little scared after seeing this change in the environment. And they couldn't help but mutter to themselves, a long time ago. This was the place of the demon cult's blood refining hall. The black-hearted old man was even called the demon cult's #1 master. This place looks so weird. At night, won't some scary ghosts and monsters appear? This place is not a good place at first glance. In addition to the reputation of the demon cult monster, Song Darren had a bad premonition in his heart. We have to be careful tonight. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan came out from another tent, sat near the door, and called out to Song Darren, Big brother, go in and rest. I'll watch over here for you. Xifan, be careful. This is not a good place. Song Darren reminded him, then turned back to the tent. He took out some cooked meat and biscuits from the storage bag and had a simple dinner. He drank some water he brought with him. Those profound inheritances brought back by junior sister Zhao really need to be carefully studied. After finishing dinner, Song Darren sat on the soft couch and carefully studied the part about refining. If he could thoroughly understand this part of the inheritance, he would understand it. After refining his own immortal sword 10 Tigers and refining it into his own life magic weapon, his 10 Tigers immortal sword will be able to improve and strengthen along with him. No longer need to pursue other exquisite magic weapons. Although this method of refining is powerful, it is also difficult to learn. Since Sister Zhao taught me, I have not yet fully understood this method of refining. If I rashly start to refine it, I may damage myself and my 10 Tigers immortal sword. After thinking about it for a while, Song Darren gathered his thoughts. He began to seriously comprehend those methods of refining. Looking at himself with his spiritual consciousness, he could clearly see all kinds of changes. Countless energy-transformed miniature Holy Spirit true dragons were flying and hovering in his own dragon transformation secret realm, vivid and lifelike, making the divine power here seem a little unusual. Zhao Yanyao opened his right hand and the majestic divine power surged in his body. Soon a Holy Spirit true dragon seal appeared in the palm of his hand. A foot-long miniature Holy Spirit dragon was flying in the palm of the white and delicate hand, like a dragon soaring into the sky, crisscrossing the four seas. But it was difficult to fly out of the palm. Under the influence of the great charm of the Holy Spirit dragon, the power of the dragon control technique I created has been greatly enhanced. Even the dragon transformation secret realm itself has some characteristics of the Holy Spirit dragon. I noticed the subtle changes in my own practice. Zhao Yunyan thought of his Holy Spirit dragon clone, and a bold idea came to his mind. If I completely sacrifice and fuse the Holy Spirit dragon that was born and raised into the dragon transformation secret realm, I wonder what kind of changes will occur. Is it like the 4 extreme secret realms, where corresponding secret realm spirits are born? Or is there a completely unknown change? After thinking secretly for a while, Zhao Yunyan temporarily suppressed this matter in her heart. After all, the current Holy Spirit true dragon clone is not in this world at all, and she has not yet considered how to integrate and absorb it to form a result without hidden dangers. There is more than one cultivation system in the body. Naturally, it is necessary to pay attention to the subsequent changes in this aspect. Those little bat monsters are out hunting. The divine sense detected the movement underground. Zhao Yunyan's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and waved her hand to disperse the magic attack in her hand. Turn around and look at the entrance and exit of the 10,000 bats ancient cave on the surface. Not long after, bursts of deafening and dense flapping sounds came from underground. In the blink of an eye, a large black cloud suddenly rose from the distance. The number of them was so large that it could cover the sky and the sun. I don't know if there are millions or tens of millions of them. Boom boom. The dull and loud sound was like thunder. It immediately attracted Zhang Xiaofan's attention. Before Zhang Xiaofan could shout, Song Darren, Lu Sueki and Xing Shushu, who were inside the tent, also heard the noise and hurried out of the tent. The 4 of them looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a dark and vast cloud rising up at a high speed and approaching them quickly. Since it was night and there was no light, they could only see something with the help of the weak moonlight. But they didn't know what it was. Everyone be careful. I don't know what this is. Zhang Shushu's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but shout. He took out his immortal sword Xianyuan very skillfully to defend himself. However, Song Darren beside him saw this, and hurriedly took out the Liuha mirror from the storage bag, and hurriedly chanted the spell in his mouth, coordinating with the casting movements of his hands. Soon, he controlled the Liuha mirror to rise up, and a soft light burst out. He skillfully included Zhang Xiaofan, Lu Sueki, and Zhang Shushu beside him into the protection range. How come the Liuha mirror is in your hands? Xing Shushu looked at Song Darren in surprise. Then heaved a sigh of relief. Great. With the Liuha mirror, we have a means of protection and defense. This thing was given to me by junior sister Zhao, so I could use it just in case. Song Darren explained briefly, then said, Brothers and sisters, I have to control the Liuha mirror and cannot attack with my hands. I'll leave the counterattack to you. Without waiting for Zhang Shushu, Zhang Xiaofan, and Lu Sueki to respond, a large black cloud in the distance had already come to the few people. After approaching, they discovered that the essence of this cloud was actually countless huge bats. In an instant, the surroundings were pitch black, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. The endless darkness, accompanied by the terrifying dense flapping of wings, immediately surrounded Song Darren, Zhang Xiaofan and others, as if isolated from the world. Don't step out of the defense range of the Liuha mirror, Song Darren shouted anxiously, but his voice seemed very weak and almost inaudible amid the dull and loud flapping of wings around him. He had no time to do anything but carefully control the Liuha mirror and defend the others. Lu Sueki, Zhang Xiaofan, and Zhang Shushu took the opportunity to control their own magic weapons. They began to launch a fierce attack in all directions around the Liuha mirror, taking the area where the Liuha mirror was located as a safe place. Boom boom boom. The ferocious-looking bats rushed towards the others frantically, but they were blocked by the pale yellow light of the Liuha mirror. No matter how they charged or bit, they could not succeed. Chapter 163 Conspiracy. Just when these bad demons surrounded and killed Zhang Xiaofan, Lu Sueki, and the other 4 people, Zhao Yunyan, who was sitting on the side watching the show, also quietly took out the life altar, threw it on the ground, and controlled the life altar to move underground, close to Zhang Xiaofan and the others. It's a pity to throw away so many little bad demons in vain. Just be my food offering. Prepare to collect the offerings. Zhao Yunao stood up from the ground, distracted. On the one hand, paying attention to the fierce fighting between Song Darren and Zhang Xiaofan from a distance. On the other hand, secretly searching for the traces of Taoist Sangsong, according to the hatred that old man Sangsong has for Dao Xian, and the fact that I exposed him, plus the grudge between him and his master Tian Bai. The disciples of Daju Peak who are out for training this time are likely to be attacked by Sangsong. I'd better be careful and guard against it. Daju Peak is the starting point for her to promote the nourishment of civilization in the righteous way. For Zhao Yunao, it plays a significant role. And naturally, she will not easily allow the disciples of Daju Peak, who are already sparse in number, to die unexpectedly. However, as she said to Song Darren and others before, unless it is a real life and death crisis, she will never take action. In a warm and comfortable environment, you can't cultivate a tenacious flower that can withstand wind and rain. The battle of blood and fire is also helpful to the improvement of cultivation civilization. Zhao Yunao will not let the grudges between the righteous and the evil ways disappear, but decides to add more fire in the future to make their fights more tragic. Use the death of life to promote the progress of civilization. The cave of the senior master, the inheritance of exquisite skills, and the powerful magic weapon. In just a short while, a lot of conspiracies and tricks emerged in Zhao Yunao's mind. Any one of them is a strategy to provoke the fight between the righteous and the evil. However, no matter which one it is not something that can be arranged in a short time. And the current environment is not suitable for arrangement. Just the other volume of Heavenly Book I brought back. And many basic inheritances in mortal cultivation. It takes a lot of time to learn and comprehend. The progress and development of civilization is not so fast and simple. It will take at least hundreds or thousands of years. Thinking about things in his heart, Zhao Yunao continued to watch the show and be vigilant. There was no intention to take the initiative to help. Boom! The dense vibration of bat wings was like the sound of dull thunder. In this dark and empty area, it was transmitted to a very far place. Combined with the dark and desolate environment of Kongsang Mountain, these small bat monsters look even more terrifying and ferocious. The blood-red eyes and mouth, as well as the sharp teeth. Zhang Xiaofan, Lu Sueki and others were terrified. But at this moment, the four of them did not dare to stop at all, for fear that any bloodthirsty bats would be accidentally released and disrupt the current defensive counterattack. In the desperate counterattack defense, coupled with the dark environment, the four of them had no mind and no chance to observe the bodies of the bats they killed. Without their noticing, all the bloodthirsty bats that fell on the ground, whether dead, injured or alive, their bodies became shriveled and withered silently, as if they had been dead for many years. The life essence inside was deprived and extracted by the life altar, and continuously gathered inside the life altar. Not long after, a large number of shriveled bat corpses quickly piled up around Song Darren, Zhang Xiaofan, Lu Sueki and Zheng Shushu. There were so many of them that they could be called 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. But the number of bloodthirsty bats in the sky around them seemed to show no signs of reduction. There were still so many, covering the sky and the sun. And it was dark. They kept fighting desperately. And I don't know how long it had passed. The surrounding attacks finally slowed down a little, and the light emitted by the Lioha mirror also became obviously dim. Zheng Shushu panted and looked back, and saw that Song Darren's face was pale, and it was obvious that his mana and mind were too much. I don't know how long he can hold on. Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki looked at each other, and both saw each other's pale and bloodless faces. At this moment, no one spoke. Instead, they took the opportunity to take a few more breaths of spiritual energy. Outside the pale yellow light circle, a group of huge bats circled and danced, suddenly soared into the air, and then fell like hail, swooping down towards the 4 people fearlessly. They still looked like they would never give up, wanting to hunt and eat the 4 people as prey. Boom, boom, boom. A series of continuous collisions came from around the light circle. Even if they were smashed to pieces, they didn't care at all, and continued to dive and hit frantically. This was the first time they had seen such vicious bats, so it didn't take long. The bat corpses around them were piled higher than their heights, and they could hardly see the surrounding environment. All they could see were countless shriveled and hideous corpses. Just like that, they kept insisting and fighting hard. No one dared to relax their vigilance and defense. until the sunrise of a new day rose from the end of the earth. The bright light broke through the clouds at dawn. Like the dawn, dispelling the dark night on the vast earth. These bats hovering in the air felt the sunshine. One by one, they suddenly turned around and left here, like a dark cloud floating at high speed, and soon disappeared from the place where they rose last night. Finally, it's over, Song Darren murmured, and suddenly relaxed. He only felt dizzy, weak, sore, and staggered, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, Zheng Shushu, who was beside him, was quick to reach out and support him. This prevented Song Darren from falling down because of his sudden slackness. But as soon as the aperture of the Lyoha mirror was retracted, a large number of shriveled bat corpses accumulated around, as well as the dirty blood and feces mixed in them, suddenly surged from the surroundings. It seemed to bury Lu Sueki, Zhang Xiaofan, and others inside. Ah! Instantly, Lu Sueki couldn't help but scream. She had mysophobia, and when she saw the corpses, dirty blood and feces surging around, her face turned pale, and her eyes were full of panic and fear. There was no trace of cold and arrogant attitude anymore. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaofan took the initiative to stand in front of Lu Sueki, and used his thin body to block the surging corpses and filth for Lu Sueki. In this way, he did not see the complicated look of Lu Sueki behind him. Something's wrong. Look at these bat corpses. At this moment, Zheng Shushu noticed the condition of the corpses around him, and saw that all the bats were shriveled and dead. It was as if all vitality had been taken away, leaving only the remains. This situation is actually so similar to the effect of the bloodthirsty bead. Zhang Xiaofan was shocked when he saw this. Chapter 164. The clones appear. Although the situation of these bat corpses seems very abnormal, but at this moment, Zhang Xiaofan, Lu Sueki, and others obviously don't care about these. The large number of corpses, blood and feces that collapse from the surroundings are smelly and disgusting. The four people's faces changed, and they hurriedly struggled to escape from the pile of corpses. When Song Darren and others left here, their clothes, hair, and skin were stained with blood, feces, and urine, which made them sick. Especially Lu Sueki, who is known for her mysophobia. Her whole face was pale. Her jade face was frosty and extremely cold. A pair of white hands with blood stains were rubbing all over the body, and the force was so great that it seemed to tear the clothes to pieces. The strong stench of blood came from the four people. Even a man like Zhang Xiaofan, who was born in a farming family, couldn't stand it. However, no matter how they treated it, the smell and dirt on their bodies were still firmly stained on it. Seeing this, the three male disciples had no choice but to give up. Only Lu Sueki still had a cold face, rubbing and treating herself desperately. That cold look made Zhang Xiaofan, Zheng Shushu, and Song Darren look at each other in bewilderment. They didn't dare to say anything at this moment. Seeing this, the oldest Song Darren immediately pretended that he didn't see anything. He squatted down and picked up a bat corpse from the ground and looked at it carefully. The dry and withered state was like a dried corpse that had died many years ago. He pinched it with a little force with his fingers. The dried bat corpse in his hand suddenly broke and cracked like rotten wood. And it didn't look like a fresh corpse that had died not long ago. There is something wrong here. You can't stay here for long. Maybe it has something to do with the demons of the demon cult. Song Darren threw away the broken bat corpse in his hand with a serious expression. This situation reminded him of the famous treasure of the demon cult, the bloodthirsty pearl. But he had never seen the bloodthirsty pearl. At most, he had heard some news from his elders. He didn't know whether his guess was right or not. And Zhang Xiaofan, who actually carried the bloodthirsty pearl with him, pursed his lips, but didn't know what to say. He knew it was not the work of the bloodthirsty pearl, because he himself didn't notice anything unusual, seeing that the tent was so dirty that it couldn't be cleaned up. Song Darren raised his hand and threw several small fireballs, burning the tent directly. Then he took a few people to temporarily retreat from this place. How did this happen? Zheng Shushu was holding a shriveled and broken bat corpse halfway through the journey, wondering, from last night to early morning, the bats were the ones attacking and besieging, and there was no sign of the demons from the demon cult. But if they were hiding in the dark, it wouldn't look like it. Could it be that the demons from the demon cult are also afraid of so many vicious bats? Thinking over it, Zheng Shushu felt that this matter was strange. Although he didn't know the specific reason, He thought that this matter must be related to the demons from the demon cult. After all, their mission this time was to explore the abnormal situation here. Brother Song, we still have to be more careful next time. Xing Shushu threw away the shriveled back corpse in his hand, turned his head to look at the people around him, and seriously suggested, in my opinion, we should not easily approach Konsang Mountain in the next few days. Wait for the people who gather in Fenxiang Valley and Tianyin Temple to explore this place in depth. That's what I mean. After all, the death of those bats is too strange. Song Daring glanced at Lu Sueki, who looked as cold as frost, and suddenly said, when I came here before, I remember that there were some mountain springs and streams dozens of miles away in the west. Go there to wash up first, and then find a more secluded place to wait for people. The other three people agreed happily after hearing this, especially Lu Sueki, who couldn't wait to get rid of the filth on her body, was the first to fly on a sword and headed straight for the place where there was water. Watching Song Darin and the other four being forced to retreat and leave here, Zhao Yunyao, who remained invisible, reappeared and glanced at the pile of bat corpses from a distance. She raised her hand and took the life altar hidden underground, put it back into her body, feeling the essence of life contained in it. She smiled slightly. These vampire bats are really good. The essence of life that can be squeezed out of a single one is more than that of a healthy adult man. Last night, I harvested at least tens of thousands of them for free. Zhao Yun now controlled the life altar with her mind, mobilized the essence of life stored inside, and put all of it into strengthening her physique. The warm and comfortable heat flow spread rapidly inside and outside her body, strengthening her own physical essence in all directions. In her mind, the volume of her own blue sea of suffering expanded again. Even the life spring, which was as thick as a crater, became deeper and more vast. It is like a mysterious sea with no bottom. The divine bridge built on it is like a ladder to heaven, disappearing in the vast fog, with no top visible, as if it can reach the clouds directly. As the four extreme secret realms and the dragon secret realm that were also developed and activated, they also grew in different situations. The four extreme secret realms are like being connected to the heaven and earth, and are in harmony with the universe. Different laws of perception will spontaneously surge into the mind at all times, passively enhancing the understanding of the laws. Mysterious and mysterious. The first change of the dragon secret realm in the coccyx, surrounded by dragons, roaring, and the potential gate that seems real and illusory, quietly adds a touch of ancient and natural charm, like a mysterious portal connecting to different worlds. Looking inward to explore the subtle changes in herself, Zhao Yunyao thought about it and took the initiative to start splitting the clones outward. Not long after, the clone of the Zerg Queen, which had grown to more than 7 meters tall, emerged from her body. Standing next to her, she looked like a dwarf in comparison. They were not even as high as the queen's calf. The clone looked down at Zhao Yunyao, and the translucent membrane wings that were gathered behind him suddenly opened, driving the Zerg Queen to fly up and head straight for the interior of the Wanfu ancient cave. The powerful and terrifying spiritual power spread to the depths of the ground, under Zhao Yunyao's conscious control. These terrifying forces did not affect the group of vampire bats hanging upside down on the cliff above the cave. But even so, the group of bats still had an instinctive sense of fear and uneasiness, as if they had encountered a top predator. They pretended to be dead on the spot and did not move. They were afraid that the Zerg Queen's clone flying by quickly would pay attention to them. The strong soul power that was tens of thousands of times higher than that of the same realm spread silently and expanded, and soon spread to the vicinity of the huge stone tablet Heaven's Way is in me. 2 different forks appeared in this dark cave. Chapter 165 Across the East China Sea. Near the Dark Fork Passage, the Zerg Queen's clone stood there, but did not move closer. Instead, she used her terrifying spiritual power to spread along the 2 fork passages and spread deeper. The remnants of the blood refining hall hidden in the dark, as well as the helpers they found. They were clearly reflected in the Queen's clone's mind. But after searching for a long time, she could not find any trace of Taoist Songsong. Even when she spread to the vicinity of the Dead Abyss, she could not find the other party's existence. Outside Konsang Mountain, the original body Zhao Yunyao simultaneously sensed the Queen's clone's various things. She directly perceived the details of the interior of the 10,000 bats ancient cave. The old man Songsong is not here. Zhao Yunyao saw this, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Is it because the building ship is too fast, and it is too early now? Then wait a few days, and wait for the old man to show up on his own initiative. Zhao Yuniao had a great guess that Taoist Song Song would come here. Long before the Caomu village massacre, the disciples of Tontian Peak and Qingyun sect had already gone undercover in the demon sect and secretly investigated the things about the blood-refining hall in the Wanfu ancient cave. Song Song, as Daoxuan's most trusted junior brother, must know the secrets in this regard. He would not miss any opportunity to retaliate against Daoxian and Tianbai. Song Song rebelled and no longer hid beside Daoxian, waiting for an opportunity to act. I don't know whether Xiao Yicai and other Qingyun undercovers are alive or dead now. Perhaps the head Daoxian has already sent them a secret message. Zhao Yuniao thought about it secretly for a while. Then, she controlled the Zerg Queen's clone to hide and hid inside the Wanfu ancient cave. Be prepared to respond randomly and wait and see. Make sure Zhang Xiaofan and Wan Biu enter the dripping blood cave. Hiding the clone. Zhao Yuniu's own body did not practice, but continued to comprehend the real immortal method of Taishang Tianshu. A few days passed quickly. Just when Zhang Xiaofan and Song Darren and others were not getting along with the Dharma image and fashion of Tianyin Temple, and Li Sun and Yin Hong of Fenxiang Valley, and had a small conflict dozens of miles away, Zhao Yuniao, who was sitting cross-legged on the surface of a large brown rock, slowly opened her eyes. She stood up and soared into the air, standing in the air and looking at a certain direction dozens of miles away. A very familiar male figure was flying towards Kongsang Mountain. You are here after all? And you want to take advantage of leaving Qingyun Mountain to do something bad. Zhao Yuniao held her right hand in the air, and a bright red mandarin duck knife appeared in her palm. Since you are here, there is no need to leave. She did not have the habit of waiting for Taoist Song Song to attack and kill him, and then jump out to slap him in the face. From the beginning, she planned to take action in advance and kill the other party within her sight, and would not give him the opportunity to get close and kill Zhang Xiaofan and others. Shua. In an instant, a dazzling knife light suddenly appeared. It was like the surging of boundless waves, overlapping and changing, and like the pouring of stars, majestic and magnificent. When the sharp knife light passed across the sky, it made the sky brighter, with dozens of times of power superposition, tens of thousands of times of Yuanshan mind power strengthening, and the comprehensive mobilization of 3 series of extraordinary powers. In just a moment, Taoist Song Song, who was flying on the sword, did not even have a chance to resist, and only felt a dazzling light suddenly flashing in front of his eyes. Then he knew nothing. His magic weapon, his body, and his inner soul were cut in half in midair. He was killed by Zhao Yuniao with a single blow from a distance of dozens of miles. The incomplete corpse, accompanied by blood and internal organs, fell from hundreds of feet in the air and broke into several blurred balls of bright red meat paste on the spot. After the fight, the rest of the matter will be handled by the Queen's clone. Zhao Yuniao put away the mandarin duck knife and waited to summon the time and space hourglass. He began to actively set the coordinates of this time and space shuttle. The time is equal to the present, and the space is set to the coastline opposite the East China Sea. After setting the time and space coordinates, when Zhao Yuniao actively activated the time and space hourglass, he saw the sand inside it spinning, as if countless prototypes of the universe were colliding and stirring. A mysterious force of the law of time and space burst out and spread. It disappeared in an unknown distance in an instant. And then, a dark and deep vortex-shaped passage opened not far in front of Zhao Yuniao. It can be opened normally. It seems that there is really a coastline on the opposite side of the East China Sea. After a little exploration, Zhao Yuniao found out some information. She did not hesitate and immediately entered the space-time passage, and disappeared in Kongsang Mountain in a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, the Qingyun sect, Tianyin Temple and Fenxiang Valley, which were originally on the verge of a fight, were suddenly startled by the flash of a knife in the sky. The atmosphere suddenly eased a lot, but instead, they were cautious about the surrounding environment. They were afraid that a demon from the demon sect would suddenly attack them. After a while of guarding, seeing that there was no abnormal situation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone. We are all gathered here at the order of our respective sections. Ba Xiang put his hands together. First looked at Li Sun and Yin Hong, and nodded slightly. Then he turned his head to look at the people of Qingyun sect, especially Zhang Xiaofan, who had a ferocious and hesitant expression on his face, was the focus of Fa Xiang's observation. It seems that Zhang Xiaofan seems to know something. Fa Xiang thought for a while, and kept this in mind, after returning from this trip? I must tell this to the monks in the temple. All kinds of thoughts quickly flashed through Fa Xiong's mind. He continued to maintain that kind and sincere benevolent expression on his face, performing Buddhist rituals to Zhang Xiaofan and others, and speaking slowly and calmly. No matter what, the demons hiding here are our primary enemy. In my opinion, the disciples of the three major sects should join forces to explore this place, and first investigate and deal with the matter in the ancient cave of 10,000 bats in Kongsang Mountain. If something goes wrong because of our fighting, and the demons are let go, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain to all the masters after I go back. Listening to the voice that contained the power to calm the mind, the anger in everyone's hearts was immediately suppressed. Song Darren took the initiative to stand in front of Zhang Xiaofan, blocking him, and took the initiative to say, "There is no time to lose. It is better to explore this place as soon as possible, so as not to make the demons alert. I will come to experience the skills of the disciples of Qingyun's sect in the future." Li Sun snorted lightly, with a proud expression on his face, like a genius disciple of a big sect. Just looking at Lu Suiqi's eyes, a trace of obsession flashed unconsciously. But Lu Suiqi hated this elite disciple of Fenxiang Valley even more. After a brief discussion, they kept their distance and flew to the ancient cave of Wanfu on the top of the mountain. Soon, they disappeared into the cave one after another. Hua la la la. The sound of waves surging came from outside the space-time channel. Soon, a beautiful figure flew through it. Chapter 166. What I saw and heard. The setting sun was dim, and the evening mist was heavy. The endless waves of the sea surged all the time, one after another, rising and falling on the pale white beach. Silently, in the air, a mysterious vortex-shaped passage emerged out of thin air. Zhao Yunyao, wearing the Taoist heavenly clothes, flew out of it and landed near this completely unfamiliar coastline. However, when she noticed the dim setting sun, the expression on her delicate face was slightly startled, as if she was a little surprised to see such a time of day. The sun has just risen over there. But at the same time, how come the sun has already set at the other end of the East China Sea? Are they not sharing the same extraordinary sun? Out of curiosity, Zhao Yunao looked up at the sky. But she saw the vast galaxy, the boundless deep space, and the huge galaxies and star clusters across the sky, which were clearly seen in her extraordinary vision. Although the angles and positions were different, there were obvious differences. But through the combination of powerful divine consciousness and the Tao transforming heavenly clothes, he captured the laws contained in the resonant light and confirmed that this was the extraordinary sun he had seen before. It was like an eternal sun, hanging high above the sky. It sprinkled light and warmth on the world below. The same sun, the same time node, but because of my different location, it showed different time and hour conditions. How far is this end of the East China Sea from the Xinzhou continent? Why would there be such a huge time difference at the same time? There was the rising sun, but here it was the setting sun. This huge time difference made Zhao Yunyao realize that the actual size of the East China Sea in the eyes of the people of Qingyun sect was probably so huge and vast that it was beyond imagination. Even this distance difference, whether it is the farthest distance of the sea, is still an unknown number. There are 5 kinds of oceans in the vast seas that are spread over the Xinzhou continent. The East China Sea and the Merciless Sea are just 2 of them. If each ocean is connected to other distant unknown places, then how big is the internal area of this Yuxian world? Thinking carefully, this is only the part related to the 5 seas. The vast starry sky is also full of unknowns. In addition, there are the mysterious place where the Zuanhuojian summons the fire dragon, the Pangu Hall, the Fulong Ding that the Ghost King sect has obtained, the Demon sect's Wild Hall, and the mysterious Mingyuan guarded by the super pure-blooded beast Zhulong. There are many real worlds that are directly connected to this world, and that Shura also does not belong to this world, including the 9 heavens mysterious woman who taught the 8 heavenly books. She does not belong to this world either. Juxian world is a truly multidimensional super world, connected to an unknown number of multiple worlds. It is impossible to estimate the true size of the world at present. After thinking and guessing, Zhao Yunyao looked a little serious. The world is the world. Civilization is civilization. She knew the clear distinction between the two. If someone really thinks that the fighting power of Qingyun sect cultivators is low, and thinks that this world is weak, then they are really brainless and ignorant. If the world is really weak, how can it afford to raise pure-blooded beasts such as the Blackwater Mystic Snake? water qilin, shulong, tao tai, taowu, kuenyo, nine-tailed sky fox and yellow bird, and other species of heaven and earth. You must know that shallow water cannot raise a dragon. The level of creatures that can survive normally means that the environment in which these creatures live must also match their level. Otherwise, they cannot survive and reproduce normally. This is the law of survival in nature. What kind of environment will nurture what level of creatures? It can breed so many pure-blooded beasts, alien species, and connect to countless powerful unknown worlds. For example, the 8 desolate fire dragon, Shura, Jiao Tianxian Nu, and other special visitors. The true level of the Zhuxian world is at least the multi-level world of gods and demons. And it may even be more powerful. After all, the status of Jiao Tianxian Nu is equally terrifying. As a practitioner who can travel to different worlds and universes, Zhao Yunyan knows in his heart that Jiao Tianxian Nu is not much worse than the Jade Emperor. Even Nua, Fuxi, Di Jun, Laozi and Pengdu have special relationships with her. Those who think that Jiao Tianxian Nu is just a little maid in the heaven can only be said to be ignorant. He couldn't tell the difference between the 9 heavens mysterious lady, the 9 heavens goddess, the 9 heavens jade lady, the 9 heavens fairy, etc., and confused the real big guys with ordinary little fairies. He thought and recalled for a while. Zhao Yunyan seemed to have realized something and turned his head to look at the sea. But he saw that a huge and terrifying giant turtle, as big as a vast mountain range, was swimming leisurely on the water, looking very comfortable. Is this the god Ao? No. Suddenly, Zhao Yunyan saw that the water surface rolled violently at a distance behind the giant turtle, and then a huge head like a dragon or a snake was revealed. As the head rose, more of the neck was exposed. Just now, I saw that its body was connected to the tail of the mysterious giant turtle. This is not the divine turtle. This is the black tortoise? Zhao Yunyan was surprised to see a new pure-blooded beast, and she just watched from afar for a moment. Then she focused her attention on the environment near the coastline in front of her. Looking around, the pale white beach stretched to the end of the vision, and I didn't know how far it was. The sand was fine and crystal, and under the light of the dim sunset, it faintly reflected the orange light. From the beach to the inside, it spread for more than 10 feet and turned into soil and rocks. Many unknown flowers, plants, trees and vines that had never been seen or heard of before took root and grew on the beach, as well as in the rocks and soil not far away, and spread to the end of the vision. The vast mountains and rivers were endless. Zhao Yunyan took off and looked into the distance. Still couldn't see the edge of any mountain range. In the distance, the mist was hazy, drifting with the wind, spreading in the unknown mountains, rendering it even more mysterious. I don't know if there are intelligent life species on this side of the sea. If so, what type? What kind of civilization? With curiosity and doubt, Zhao Yunyan flew to the depths of the continent. Mountains, rivers, lakes, hills and basins, etc., were like fleeting light and shadows, rapidly retreating backwards, crossing hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. Along the way, she saw the existence of many ferocious birds and beasts. There were unknown strange birds with purple 4 wings and double pupils in their eyes, as well as land beasts that looked like Dang Kong, and unknown poisonous insects with bodies like spiders and heads like centipedes. The strange species made Zhao Yunyan dazzled. Ha Goyulilijiwa. Suddenly, a series of strange shouts came with the wind, like some strange unknown language. But it still sounded far away. Hiss, 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 roar. There were other sounds mixed in with the mountain wind. Upon hearing the noise, Zhao Yunyan decisively turned around and headed straight to the left side. Chapter 167 New Intelligent Species. While Zhao Yunyan was exploring and witnessing the situation at the other end of the East China Sea, at the same time, on the other side, Fa Hang, Li Sun, Zhang Xiufan, Lu Sueki and others were also walking carefully into the depths of the passage inside the Wanfu ancient cave. Above the cave, countless vampire bats were hanging upside down, with their scarlet eyes open. They stared at the people below with extremely greedy and hungry eyes. But since it was daytime at this moment, the sun was shining brightly outside. Therefore, these vampire bats did not really swoop down. But Li Sun, Song Darren and others did not know the details, and they dared not relax their carelessness, fearing that a negligence would bring themselves a fatal disaster. They had to take out their own magic weapons, hold them in their hands, and be careful and alert to the bats above, so that they could not control the treasure to fly and hurry on. A group of 8 people, both men and women, all had tense faces and walked on the dirt of feces and urine on the ground of the passage. The foot was slippery and soft. The shoes and calves were directly sunk into the feces, and the long accumulated stench almost made several people vomit, especially the 2 beautiful women Lu Sueki and Yin Hong. Among the 8 people, the face was the ugliest, pale and cold, and they wanted to kill all the bats here. There are countless bats that have been breeding here for thousands of years. How much urine and feces have they accumulated is completely unknown. So the deeper the 8 people walked into the cave passage, the more they sank into the ground. The clearer and stronger the lingering strong stench became. It has been stored for thousands of years, and it is mellow and long-lasting. Even if you hold your breath, you can still smell the stench. Just like this, they endured the nausea and vomiting all the way, and carefully guarded against the bats above, and finally came to the real hard rock ground. Not far from the front passage, there stood the huge stone tablet with Heaven's Way is in me. But they couldn't see that far at the moment. Ugh! It's disgusting. Zhang Shushu's face was pale, and he couldn't help but dry heave while lying on the side. The sticky and slippery feces were poured into his shoes. Even stepping on the ground at this moment made him feel slippery and sticky. Zhang Shushu resisted the nausea, took off his shoes, and directly poured out the feces. The soft and sticky feeling, and the stench. It made him feel so hot that he felt his eyes stung. For the first time, he felt that walking on a flat road was a kind of enjoyment. Even several male disciples were like this. The 2 female disciples, Lu Sueki and Yin Hong, looked even uglier. Their cold temperaments were like ice, and their beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, wishing to chop the people of the demon sect into pieces. The few people present simply dealt with the feces and filth in their shoes. The group continued to go deeper. The cave passage was winding, and the light around it became darker and darker, almost pitch black. It was not until they came to the vicinity of the huge stone tablet that they saw 2 forks in the road. The group separated, and the 4 people from Qingyun's sect went to the left fork. As for the 2 people from Tianyin Temple and the 2 people from Fenxiang Valley, they went to the right fork together. They soon disappeared into the dark passage, in a place where the 8 people in the group could not notice. The clone of the Zerg Queen belonging to Zhao Yunao appeared from the dark corner and quietly followed Zhang Xiaofan and his group. Not long after they went forward separately. Both sides encountered different enemies. They fought each other in the 2 passages. The Queen's clone hid in the dark, watching the show quietly, and at the same time, relying on her powerful and terrifying Yuanshan power. She penetrated the thick rock passage wall. She directly observed the situation of Faz Hang, Fashion, Li Sun, and Yin Hong on the other side. The next generation of key core figures of Tianyin Temple should stay here. The Queen's clone smiled slightly and thought to herself, in this way, Tianyin Temple will not be able to take care of Qingyun's sect and will fight to the death with the demon sect. At the same time, it can further deepen the hatred between the 2 sides and make the fight more fierce and cruel. While Faz Hang and Fashion were fighting with the monks of the blood refining hall, the Queen's clone only used her Yuanshan power to quietly interfere in the air, so that the 2 people from Tianyin Temple were killed by the monks of the blood refining hall. And at the same time, the counterattack of the monks of Tianyin Temple severely damaged the monks of the blood refining hall, and was eventually killed by Li Sun and Yin Hong of Fenxiang Valley. These 2 people were alive, and witnessed the killing of Fa Xiang and Fashion by the demon monks. Finished this good thing. The Zerg Queen's clone smiled faintly, hiding her merits and fame, and continued to follow Zhang Xiaofan and his party, gradually rushing towards the dead abyss, flying for hundreds of miles in a row. Finally, Zhao Yunao saw with her own eyes who the target of those voices came from. One of them was a strange snake with a single snake head, 2 snake bodies, 6 claws under the belly, and 4 wings on the body. It was Fei, one of the pure-blooded beasts. As for the other party, it was a humanoid intelligent life individual, but the body was too strong and muscular, with bulging muscles, as if cast from divine gold, and a tiger-like head, with bright yellow snake patterns on the arms. When a pair of fists were swung, the snake patterns on the arms would spontaneously condense into 2 thick yellow snakes. It opened its mouth and bit the huge fat relic. The 2 sides fought in this vast valley, breaking the valley and cracking the ground. Soon, even the surrounding towering mountains collapsed and destroyed. It only took a moment. The surrounding river stopped flowing. The river water was diverted. The mountains collapsed. And the rocks rained down. However, what surprised Zhao Yuniao was that this burly man, with a tiger head and a human body, did not use any magic power when fighting with the fat relic cub. He purely relied on his own strong physique to fight with the fat relic with brute force. This figure and appearance, why is it a little familiar? Zhao Yuniao concealed her own tracks, hid in the dark, and carefully observed the image of the tiger-headed strongman. Suddenly, a bold guess came to her mind. At this moment, she thought of the Zhulong on the Xinzhou continent. Could it be related to that intelligent race? Zhao Yuniao suppressed her thoughts and observed quietly. After the tiger-headed strongman killed the fat cub, he carried it on his shoulders, took a step, and strode between the mountains and rivers. He rushed quickly to the unknown place in the distance. Zhao Yuniao used magic to hide her figure, combined with the powerful effect of the Huadao Tianyi, and followed the other party silently. After half an hour, she stopped near a huge mountain. Looking up, she saw that the mountain was towering into the clouds, and her top was not visible. The majestic atmosphere, with an inexplicable power, was surrounded by wisps of mist. Seeing it, Zhao Yuniao felt like he was looking at the mountain atmosphere of the 99 Dragons Mountain Immortal Land. It was even more magnificent, too big and huge. At the foot of the mountain, there was a primitive tribe gathering place that was closer to a village. Chapter 168 Which? The mountain is majestic and towering into the clouds. The majestic mountain is like the backbone of the world, tall and straight. But the strange thing is that as long as you are not close to the surrounding area of 100 miles, you can't see the trace of this mountain in the distance, as if it does not exist in this world. Zhao Yuniao looked at it for a moment, and saw that this inexplicable Taoism was born naturally. This is a strange mountain with a special terrain. After looking for a while, she looked at the primitive tribal village at the foot of the mountain. Tens of thousands of unknown intelligent life individuals, with tiger heads, and human bodies, and yellow snake patterns on their arms live here together. Looking around, you can see those large strips of stone piled up into tall stone houses. Everywhere is full of a primitive and rough natural beauty. And in the conspicuous positions of all the stone houses, there are some hideous bones, sharp teeth, and decorations made of dazzling feathers. Although the buildings and decorations here are full of primitive and wild charm, but it can be seen that there is civilization here. It's just that the level of civilization is not that high. After a careful observation, Zhao Yuniao looked deeper into the tribe, and saw a huge statue carved from gray-black stone, standing quietly near the cliff. The appearance of the statue is similar to these unknown intelligent species, with tiger heads and human bodies. But its body shape is unusually sturdy and strong, with high bulging muscles. There are a lot of hairs hanging down on the top of the head and neck, like the mane of a lion. The huge tiger head is fierce, with an inexplicable majesty in its ferocity. The slightly open mouth revealed narrow, sharp, curved fangs, which were more terrifying than the teeth of a real tiger. And in its left and right claws, each of them was holding an equally thick snake-shaped twisted stone sculpture. Not far in front of the huge statue, there was a primitive and rough platform. On it were placed some corpses of prey that had just been hunted. One of them was the corpse of the fat cub that Zhao Yuniao had seen before. This thing looks like an altar? She remained invisible, looking at the situation in the primitive tribal village from a distance, observing carefully. Then she saw those creatures with tiger heads and human bodies placing the prey they hunted outside one by one. Then all the males of the tribe gathered nearby, led by an old male leader. They jumped around near the altar together, dancing some strange sacrificial dances. And in their mouths, they were still mumbling something. Not far behind him, many females and cubs were gathered around. Although they did not participate in the dance, their expressions looked very solemn and serious. It's troublesome because we don't speak the same language. I don't even know what these guys are saying. Zhao Yuniao looked at it for a moment, and saw that the stone sculpture did not have any abnormal reaction. She then released her soul consciousness that she had actively restrained and spread it over there carefully, intending to understand the local language and characters here by capturing spiritual thoughts. However, when Zhao Yuniao's consciousness came into contact with those cubs and females, she was shocked to find that there was no soul fluctuation on these guys. And there was no sign of soul consciousness at all. No soul, no spirit, no God, but a strong and terrifying body. And the appearance of the stone sculpture looks quite similar to the Qiangliang in my memory. Are these intelligent species really the terrible race in my memory? Since there is a Zhulong on the Xinzhou continent, it means there must be a connection. Zhulong, also known as Zhu Jiuyin and Zhulong, although it has the name of a dragon, in essence, it is not a dragon at all, and has nothing to do with dragons. For Zhulong, dragons are at most delicious food. This thing is a snake. A witch snake related to witches. It is also a member of the witch clan. In ancient legends, one of the 12 ancestor witches, who opened his eyes for day and closed his eyes for night, is an innate Zhulong at the ancestor level. Panga held the Zhuxian sword, created the world, and evolved all living things. Later, Nua created humans. The Zhuxian sword used up its divine power and shattered its origins when it created the world, leaving only a trace of debris that fell into the world. After so many tens of thousands of years, the Zhuxian sword became the most precious treasure of the Qingyun sect, and Pangu's heart was transformed into the Panga Palace and was not visible to the outside world. Looking at this scene, Zhao Yunyao recalled the birth and creation of the Zhuxian world. Since there is indeed a candle dragon on the Xinzhou continent, it also proves that there is a witch clan in this world. And it is not a false legend. That is an intelligent race with extremely terrifying and powerful physical potential. Perhaps, my second clone can consider the witch clan. Thinking back to this, Zhao Yu now looked thoughtful. The Zerg Queen clone greatly strengthens and enhances my own god. If I get a witch clan clone, I can greatly strengthen and enhance my own body. After pondering for a while, Zhao Yu now continued to observe the situation there from a distance. She kept her troops still and hid here for the time being. Not long after completing this sacrificial dance, she saw the male members of this primitive tribe, in order according to their respective strength, step forward to divide the prey obtained from hunting. The females and cubs watching not far away were looking forward to it. They were like wives and children waiting for their men to come back. After the prey was divided, a grand bonfire party was held in the spacious open space near the huge stone sculpture, which was lively and joyful. The females made celebratory food together, and the males wrestled not far away. There were also many cubs running around. In this way, it lasted until late at night, and the celebratory bonfire party ended. Then they returned to different stone houses and prepared to sleep and rest. When it was late at night, Zhao Yunyao floated from afar and approached invisibly. Before she knew how strong the strongest creatures here were, she did not approach the core area, and specifically chose to approach the weak ones she had chosen before. With the powerful effect of the heavenly clothes of transformation, she was confident that these guys could not find her. Not long after, Zhao Yunao quietly came to the window of a rough stone house, and with the power of her spiritual sense, she scanned the interior to explore the specific situation of these guys. The cubs sleeping sweetly did not seem to have any vigilance. The spiritual sense tried to probe into its body, but felt a blockage, not lubricated and moist, as if it was affected by some kind of power barrier. Even the sleeping little guy frowned unconsciously. Then he turned over subconsciously. This instinctive perception ability is so powerful and sharp. Seeing this, Zhao Yunao was slightly surprised and shocked, which made her entry action become more gentle and careful. She was afraid of hurting this sleeping little guy. But soon, when her spiritual sense entered the other party's body, she was sure that there was really no such thing as soul and primordial spirit in the other party's body. Chapter 169 Teasing. On Zhao Yunyu's side, the night was falling. The area of Xinzhou continent, where the Zerg Queen's clone was located, was in the early morning due to the time difference in the world. The sun was shining brightly, and it was extremely beautiful. However, at this moment, the Queen's clone was below the Dead Soul Abyss, staying near the Merciless Sea, one of the 5 seas. Hiding his body, he secretly watched Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Suiki staying together, and carefully guarded against the Ghost King sect cultivators Wan Biao and Yu Ji, who were gradually approaching. The battle between the two sides made the Yin spirits that had existed in the Dead Soul Abyss for a long time dare not approach, just wandering around, trying to find some weak living people to devour, instinctively strengthening himself. Hua la la. Suddenly, huge waves came from the Merciless Sea, and the momentum was extremely obvious. Immediately, Wan Biao, Zhang Xiaofan, and others turned their heads to look. Then I saw a pair of huge bright green lights, with a narrow black slit in the middle, which looked very strange, a bit like vertical pupils. but the size was a bit too big. Bia, come back quickly. Seeing this, Yuji's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted to Wanbio. Although Wanbio was puzzled, she still left the place where the sea tide was surging, came to Yuji's side, and looked at the inside of the merciless sea. "Aunt you, what is this?" Wanbia asked in a low voice. "This is the black water mystic snake." Yuji looked at the pair of huge vertical pupils approaching quickly, and was terrified in her heart. She murmured in shock, "It is said that 1,000 years ago, this thing was killed by the natural enemy, the yellow bird, in the great swamp of the west? How could it hide inside the merciless sea?" When the people present heard this, they were all shocked and terrified. They retreated unconsciously, except for the silly boy Zhang Xiaofan, who had never heard of the black water mystic snake and had no idea how powerful it was. He was still supporting Lu Sueki and standing by the water. Not long after, the black water mystic snake appeared near the shore of the merciless sea. The part of its body that was exposed above the water was dozens of feet high, and its body was as thick as a small mountain standing in the water. Hiss! 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 The thick and slender snake tongue swallowed and spit out rapidly, bringing waves of terrifying fishy wind. Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki, who were blown by the wind, retreated involuntarily. But the sudden movement immediately triggered the black water mystic snake to attack actively. It suddenly swung its tail, raising a tsunami that was higher than more than 10 floors, sweeping towards Zhang Xiaofan and others. Boom! In an instant, the air exploded, and the water wall filled the air. The thick black snake tail contained in it was really like a pillar of heaven sweeping across. Before it really got close, Zhang Xiaofan and others felt a strong threat of death. At the critical moment, everyone desperately urged the magic weapon and tried their best to dodge, in order to protect themselves and survive. In the dark, the Zerg Queen's clone watched Zhang Xiaofan, Lu Sueki and others being swept by the strong wind of the black water snake's tail, and their bones were broken and their mouths were bleeding. Just looking at the position of several people, her eyes were glowing. The angle is a bit off, and it may not reach the dripping blood cave. I don't know how strong this black water snake is. With her eyesight, she could naturally see it. In the last tail-swinging attack, the snake's tail did not touch Zhang Xiaofan and others. Otherwise, even with the protection of the magic weapon, they would definitely not survive. Moreover, this tail-swinging attack was just an instinctive reaction. It was not the strongest attack of the black water mystic snake at all. Intent on testing the true ability of the black water mystic snake, and seeing that Zhang Xiaofan and others were still here, the Queen's clone temporarily endured and watched the show quietly. In the process of seeing the seawater washing, there were signs that Wanbiao and Zhang Xiaofan were separated again, and the Queen's clone took the initiative to secretly intervene. With the powerful and terrifying power of the divine consciousness, she guided the water flow of the seawater and forced Zhang Xiaofan and Wanbiao into the dripping blood cave, and used huge stones to block the entrance and exit of the dripping blood cave. Then the Queen's clone showed up, spread her wings on her back, and swooped into the heartless sea at a high speed, and picked up Lu Sueki, who had been knocked unconscious. Hiss! 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 The black water mystic snake flickered its tongue and suddenly turned its head to look at the Queen's clone. Then it suddenly opened its mouth and bit forward. Heaven and earth alien. Let me test your quality. The Queen's clone held Lu Sueki in one hand and dodged and retreated at a high speed. The Zerg Queen was not good at physical brute force. Her strength lies in her terrifying soul essence. Buzz! In an instant, a nearly materialized spiritual consciousness suddenly burst out from the Queen's clone. In the midst of the near-materialized spiritual consciousness, it turned into a series of soul sword lights, with a fierce and terrifying killing power, and continuously sank into the huge snake head of the black water mystic snake. Suddenly, the thick and huge body of the black water mystic snake stiffened suddenly. Then it opened its fangs and roared in pain. Ah! Roar! The sound waves rolled like thunder. The horrible sound shocked Lu Sueki's ears, and made Yuji and others not far away spurt blood from their mouths. With trance and dark eyes, even the Queen's clone felt a buzzing in her head. What a hard soul essence. And it's not the soul and the spirit. The spirit attack just now hardly caused much actual injury. This guy is not something I can deal with at the moment. After just one attempt, the Queen's clone knew the inner details of the black water mystic snake. Without hesitation, she took Lu Sueki to escape in the direction of the dead abyss. seeing that the little bug that dared to hurt itself was about to escape. The Blackwater mystic snake was immediately angry, and its huge body suddenly ejected from the heartless sea and chased the queen's clone. This guy is too fast. You may not be able to fly over it simply by flying. The queen's clone quickly glanced back, and a mysterious spiritual charm quietly emerged in her blue eyes. It silently affected the soul of the Blackwater mystic snake. Seeing this, the Blackwater mystic snake that was chasing paused, and its speed unconsciously slowed down, and its mental consciousness seemed to sink into a certain illusion. Taking this opportunity, the queen's clone took Lusweki and quickly fled from here. From a distance, the clone's consciousness detected the figures of Li Sun, Yin Hong and Song Darren above the dead abyss, and immediately sent a group voice across the air. If you don't want to die, run away. Almost at the time when the queen's clone just sent the voice, the Blackwater mystic snake that was chasing from behind had already forcibly broken free from the mental illusion, and immediately rushed over again frantically. From a distance, it looked like a black mountain range smashing over. That kind of violent and terrifying momentum was like a landslide. Just as the queen's clone rushed in with Lusweki, Song Darren and others, inside the narrow mountain passage, suddenly, a huge black snake head suddenly pounced from behind. The rock wall of the dead abyss was suddenly cracked and exploded. On the surface of the outside world, it was as if a terrible earthquake had occurred, and the ground shook violently. Chapter 170 Accident. While using the power of spiritual consciousness to carefully explore the body structure of this Jianglian witch's cub, Zhao Yunyao simultaneously noticed the situation of the Zerg Queen's clone. Her originally calm expression suddenly revealed a trace of emotion, and she was extremely surprised. The essence of the soul of this Blackwater snake is so strong and powerful. It is born in harmony with the order of the water system's laws, and contains the mysterious truth of the water system. It is more powerful than the water Qilin spirit venerable in Qingyan sect. It is really worthy of being a species of heaven and earth. She was slightly distracted, and since for a while, confirmed that the queen's clone took Lusweki, Song Darren and others to escape from the narrow cave passage inside the Wanfu ancient cave, so that the angry Blackwater snake did not catch up, because its body was too thick. It could not enter the relatively narrow and tortuous passage. As for Zhang Xiaofan and Wan Biao, it depends on their luck. With the blessing of destiny, they can turn danger into fortune. Putting her main attention back, Zhao Yunao continued to remain invisible and carefully investigated the situation of the Wu clan cub. She had confirmed that it had no soul, no spirit, and no spirit. In addition, she found that the microscopic structure inside its body was also very different from that of ordinary creatures. Blood is blood. Flesh is flesh. And there is no such thing as cells. If we want to understand it in terms of cells, the body structure of the Wu clan is like a single-cell life form, which is integrated and flawless. And the strange thing in the chest, after a careful and in-depth investigation, Zhao Yunyao felt a strange crystal between the 5 internal organs of the cub's chest. The dense life veins are connected to it like a spider web, making this crystal look like a sea urchin. Weak waves of dormant consciousness emanate from it. They spread to all parts of the body along the complex life veins. There is no soul or spirit, but there is a strange crystal with consciousness. Zhao Yunao carefully looked at this thing, and secretly compared it with the Zerg Queen's spirit in his body. He felt that there was a certain degree of similarity between the two. There is no independent soul structure in the Zerg Queen's body. 10,000 different soul origins, plus the special vein network that connects them, together constitute the soul core of the Zerg Queen. If it becomes a realm master level origin bead, then this similarity will be even closer. Just as Zhao Yunao was about to catch a cub, go out and leave here, and deeply dissect and explore the mystery, he suddenly thought of something in his mind. The internal structure of a cub and an adult may not be the same. Taking ordinary mortals as an example, infants have a total of 305 bones. Children have 218 bones, and adults have 206 bones. If they reach old age, they will only have more than 100 bones. Taking ordinary insects as an example, silkworms are a life structure when they are young, but if they complete their metamorphosis and enter the adult stage, they will transform into moths and become another new life structure. Even ordinary life has the situation of life structure development transformation. In theory, extraordinary life should be more complicated. Thinking back and considering this kind of thing, Zhao Yunyao looked at the adult strong witches in another stone house next door. One male and one female, who were staying together. She continued to maintain a cautious attitude, using invisible and intangible spiritual consciousness. She quietly approached the two. At first, the two did not react at all, and everything was very normal. However, when Zhao Yunya's spiritual power tried to penetrate into their bodies, I suddenly felt a strong isolation resistance far beyond that of the cub. Roar. Suddenly, the witch who was in a deep sleep was suddenly awakened. The cold vertical pupils looked at the window position suddenly. Although he didn't see anything, he still followed his instinctive crisis intuition and rushed to the window quickly. Opening his eyes wide, he quickly scanned and observed the situation outside. And that loud and majestic roar was extremely obvious in the night, and immediately startled all the sleeping witches. One by one, holding weapons, rushed out of different stone houses. She looked around with a vigilant look, and asked the witch who spoke first. Both sides talked in a gibberish, and Zhao Yun now couldn't understand a word, and had no idea what these guys were talking about. But she could probably guess that it was related to the roar. What a terrifying body instinct perception. I just tried to go deeper, and I was immediately noticed. Zhao Yun now took the initiative to restrain all her breath and used the Hua Dao Tianyi to hide herself. She stood carefully in the corner of the wall of a stone house. She recalled the inexplicable and terrible resistance just now, which made her feel surprised and shocked. Although it was only a brief contact, I also felt that strong resistance, which came from the guy's own vitality and consciousness. Like a planet with life, it generates a protective magnetic field. Could it be a kind of consciousness life field? It was discovered immediately after just the initial contact, which shows that this strange life force field has extremely keen perception, and the strong isolation resistance proves that it also has the effect of protecting life. As for whether it has other functions, Zhao Yuniao does not know at present, but she guesses that it should not be that simple, and there is a high probability that there are other unknown effects. The witch clan does not practice any magic, and they are also soulless and godless. Just relying on a strong body, they can have such a terrible reputation, which undoubtedly proves in disguise that this mysterious life force field has very complex functions. It is probably related to the fact that the witch clan can dominate with just their bodies. Although the witch tribe does not practice any magic, when they are strong enough, they will naturally develop physical magic, and they also have the effect of the laws of the Great Way. Then this kind of life force field should also have the function of sensing and controlling the laws, secretly analyzing the various possible situations. Zhao Yunyao also observed the movements around him. Seeing these strong witches searching nearby for a while, and not finding anything unusual, the leading few shouted and scolded the guy who roared before. Although I can't understand what these guys are saying, but judging from the look in their eyes and facial expressions, it is likely that they think this guy is sleeping and dreaming. And then roared and woke up all the members of the tribe. Not long after, many strong witches gradually dispersed and returned to different stone houses. Soon there were many sounds of sleeping. Zhao Yunyao remained invisible and walked out from the corner. When she was about to continue to attack, she suddenly noticed a series of peeping eyes, scanning the surrounding area. Although she didn't see her, it was obvious that not all witches were sleeping peacefully. They are quite alert, and they don't seem to be weak. Chapter 171, Avatar Selection. Dead Soul Abyss. Inside the bleeding cave, Zhang Xiaofan and Wan Biu were trapped here. No matter what method they used, they could not return from the original route. They were forced to join forces temporarily. They carefully explored this famous demon cult cave together. Soon, the two of them found many famous magic weapons of the demon cult, but most of them were damaged and could no longer be used. Only the magic weapon Hahuan Bell was intact and could still be used. Finally, when the two searched and wandered around, they came to the deepest part of the cave. At a glance, they saw the huge words engraved on the stone wall. Its name was Heavenly Book. This place actually has Heavenly Book? Wanbio took a quick look and originally thought that the content of the Heavenly Book was the same as that of the Heavenly Book in the Ghost King sect. But when she saw part of the beginning of the content, she immediately realized that the content of this Heavenly Book was different from the Heavenly Book in the Ghost King sect. She was quick-witted and guessed that the Heavenly Book contained more than one volume. Subconsciously, Wanbio was immersed in the study and understanding of this Heavenly Book. But for Zhang Xiaofan, who was not far away, when he saw the complete content of this Heavenly Book, his face suddenly showed a look of shock, and he couldn't believe what he saw. How could the Heavenly Book that senior sister Zhao brought back be exactly the same as the Heavenly Book here? His eyes condensed, and he quickly noticed that there were many small words below. He immediately observed and read carefully. In the beginning of ancient times, who preached the Tao. After thousands of years of hard work, he finally achieved immortality in his later years. However, sadly, my lifespan is almost over, and I am not old enough to continue practicing. I am really unwilling to give up. Alas, I have no choice but to leave behind the method of becoming an immortal and gaining longevity before I die, to pass on to future generations of Taoists. Refine essence into Qi, refine Qi into spirit, refine spirit into emptiness, refine emptiness into Tao, refine Tao into immortality. When Zhang Xiaofan saw the phrase refined essence into Qi, he was very confused. Because the Qingyun sect's Taiji Xianqing Dao does not start with refining essence into Qi, but refining Qi into essence. It is completely opposite to the records here. How can it be different? Is there something wrong with one of them? Shocked and confused, Zhang Xiaofan still patiently continued to read on. However, when he saw the carvings and writings on the stone wall about spells, beast control, talismans, formations, spiritual food, alchemy, refining tools, brewing and other immortal skills, the shock and horror in his heart became more and more intense and obvious. These things, Senior Sister Zhao also brought back, and I have practiced the basic spells in them. Zhang Xiaofan stood up in disbelief and took a few steps forward, as if he wanted to see it clearly to prevent himself from being dazzled. But no matter how he looked at it, many of the contents above were the same as what Senior Sister Zhao brought back. Could it be that Senior Sister Zhao had been to this place before? Zhang Xiaofan was a little confused. He stood there, frowning and thinking hard, and recalled what Zhao Yunao had said before, and unconsciously had a new guess in his heart. Senior Sister Zhao said before that she accidentally got those inheritances in an underwater ruin. Then is it possible that the person who left the immortality method here has left his legacy in more than one place? So this situation has occurred? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaofan felt that this possibility best explained the current result. At this moment, he calmed down again. He began to reflect on the opposite differences between refining essence into Qi and the entry stage of Taiji Xianqing Dao. In his mind, he vaguely thought of the supreme and unique Great Brahma Prajna of Tianyin Temple. The entry practice of Great Brahma Prajna is also opposite to Taiji Xianqing Dao. However, these two different cultivation methods, when they reach a certain level, will also absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world to refine and enhance their own cultivation. Perhaps this refining essence into Qi is similar to the entry practice of Great Brahma Prajna. Of course, it is also possible to be similar to the high-level cultivation method of Yuqing realm in Taiji Xianqing Dao. There are certain similarities between the two. I thought about it and analyzed it for a while. Zhang Xiaofan began to memorize the immortality method here. He felt that this matter was of great importance and he had to tell his master, his mistress and his sister Zhao. At the other end of the East China Sea, on the edge of an unknown continent, Zhao Yunao concealed her figure and breath and wandered around this rather primitive tribal village. In the end, she gave up forcing a war here, because she instinctively sensed the danger. There was a witch who was more powerful than her in this place. It seems that the witch here makes a living by hunting, and there must be a time when they go out hunting. Zhao Yunao thought for a while and quietly left this primitive tribe. When I am alone, it will be more suitable for me to do something dirty, since there is such an extremely obvious difference in the life force field between the cub and the adult. Maybe there are other internal differences that I don't know about. Take this opportunity to explore this place and see if there are other types of witches. Different types of witches have different tendencies in their physical magical powers. They need to be carefully selected as materials for the breeding of clones. After coming outside, Zhao Yunao pondered for a while, recalling the news related to the world of Zhu Xian. Many pure-blooded beasts and alien species here can be found in the classic of mountains and seas and the great wilderness classic. Perhaps I can consider the contents of these strange books. Thinking of this, Zhao Yunao recalled and thought seriously, especially those contents related to witches. If I choose a witch as my second clone, I need a type that is more suitable for the universal world of the heavens and can provide strong assistance to my own system capabilities. Zhulong belongs to the time system, but I am no match for the Zhulong in the wilderness palace. Dijiang belongs to the space system. I don't know if there is a witch in this world. In addition to these two, there are also witches of the Zhumang system, which are related to plant life and can also complement and strengthen me. Another type is witches related to heavenly tribulation and lightning. the Yuezhi system, and the Qianliang system. As for the last type that can complement my own practice system, it is the Shebisher system, which controls weather and celestial phenomena and involves the operation cycle of the world. There is a Qianliang system nearby, which can be regarded as an alternative. After selecting the selection range, Zhao Yunyao began to recall the memory content related to these types of witches in a targeted manner. The Classic of Mountains and Seas Western Mountains records. 350 miles to the west is Tianshan Mountain, which is rich in gold, jade, indigo and realgar. The Ying River flows out of it and flows southwest into Tonggu. There is a god there, whose shape is like a yellow bag, red like cinnabar fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, and no face. He knows how to sing and dance, and is actually Emperor Jiang. The Classic of Mountains and Seas Great Wilderness North records. In the Great Wilderness, there is a mountain called Beiji Tiangue, where the sea water flows north. There is also a god who holds a snake in his mouth and holds a snake, whose shape is a tiger head and a human body, with 4 hooves and long elbows, and his name is Qiangliang. Chapter 172 The Strongest Race in the Primitive Universe. Carefully recall the contents of strange books such as Classic of Mountains and Seas and Great Wilderness Classic related to different types of witches. On this completely strange and unknown continent, without any clues and guidance, Zhao Yunyao decided to conduct a preliminary exploration according to the contents of strange books such as Classic of Mountains and Seas and Great Wilderness Classic. See if you can find some suitable raw materials for the second clone. After all, the sooner the clone is bred, the better, mainly because it takes too long in the breeding stage. The longer it delays, the lower the ability to effectively help yourself. In order to make it easier to explore and avoid unexpected situations in the process, Zhao Yunyao immediately decided to split her attention. She used the microstellar magnetic field in the genetic energy system as her own flying power source. With the cultivation magic power in the Dantian, she performed the invisibility technique to make herself invisible. With the special features of the Huadao Tian itself, she soared silently in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in this wilderness area, flying and exploring for many days, flying more than 1,000,000 miles. Zhao Yunyao looked down and explored this strange land, and got a better understanding of this place. Since I set foot on this strange continent, I have never seen anyone. On the contrary, I have seen many different types of witches. It seems that the intelligent creatures on this continent are mainly witches. Unlike the Shinzhou continent, the intelligent races are mainly human races. Suddenly, Zhao Yunyao came to a high mountain and stopped. She stood alone near the cliff, looking at the vast ocean, wondering which continent the coastline of this ocean was connected to, and where were the other oceans connected to. When I am strong enough, the world will have no secrets. Zhao Yunyao temporarily lifted the invisibility technique, then raised her right hand and observed carefully. With the powerful supervision ability and the microscopic sensing state of the divine consciousness, she clearly saw the various structures inside her cells. The witch of the witch clan has no concept of cells, and is a complete whole. If I use the witch as my second clone, when the time comes, it will merge with my own body, and it is likely to change my own life structure and eliminate the concept of cells. Then will the Dantian and Meridians still exist at that time? Thinking of this, Zhao Yunyao carefully sorted out what she had learned. In terms of the divine power system, the core foundation is the secret realm seed. This also means that no matter how the body structure changes, as long as there is a secret seed in the body, the divine power system will not have any unexpected changes. The core of the genetic energy system is the concept of gene multiples. This thing relies on the existence of life genes. And this concept of life genes is not the double helix gene structure known by humans on Earth. It is the life information that constitutes the life individual itself. This thing is the gene in the genetic energy system, no matter what form it exists in or how it exists. As long as it meets the life information, it can be regarded as a life gene. There is no distinction between carbon-based, silicon-based, lead-based, etc. In this case, it means that no matter how she changes herself, as long as she has the concept of life, she must have the concept of genes. The system of genetic energy is also not affected much. Only the cultivation magic power system that relies on the Dantian and Meridians has the possibility of being changed, whether it is cultivation or immortality. In essence, the core is the soul, and even the magic power is just a byproduct. For the physical body, the degree of attention is very limited. Sometimes it is even close to nothing. According to this core concept, Zhao Yunyan secretly pondered the substitutability of the dantian and meridians. The first thing that came to mind was the tens of thousands of soul origins in her body. There are also very complex three-dimensional network pipeline connections between so many soul origins. Its mysterious and profound degree is far beyond the so-called dantian and meridians. Because the essence of the existence of this life structure is that the Zerg Queen naturally imitates the rules of the original universe, representing the true mystery of the supreme law of life. It is precisely because of this the Zerg Queen was able to remain intact despite the huge disparity between the strength of her soul and her body, without her body bursting and being destroyed. Even Luo Feng, who practiced the Nine Tribulations secret book, was shocked by the soul structure of the Zerg Queen. He believed that it was not much worse than the Nine Tribulations secret book in essence. It's just that the Nine Tribulations secret book is based on the physical body to imitate the operation of the universe rules, thereby improving its own gene multiples. The soul structure of the Zerg Queen itself, however, uses the soul to imitate the operation of the universe rules. It is equivalent to the Nine Tribulations secret book that each person is born with a soul. This is the most terrifying intelligent life species, with the most terrifying talent potential in the original universe. With only a few individuals of the Queen race, they rule a large area of the Starry Sea in the original universe, and stand as one of the top races at the cosmic overlord level. If I can really use the Yuanshan network to replace the existence of dantian and meridians, it may be easier for me to achieve the immortal state of Yuanshan. Even the red dust immortal in the secret realm of covering the sky cannot achieve Yuanshan immortality. The result of having no upper limit on lifespan is just to rely on the self-production and self-sale of immortal substances in the body to nourish it all the time, so that the Yuanshan will not decay and age. In essence, it is not possible to survive immortality by relying on Yuanshan alone. The red dust immortal covering the sky is just a false immortality. It also needs immortal substances to nourish it all the time, whether it is self-production and self-sale, or external absorption. It is the cultivator who relies on immortal substances to survive. Zhao Yunyao believes that true eternal life and immortality should be that one is the original source of everything, and everything depends on oneself, rather than relying on other things to exist. The reversal of the primary and secondary relationships means that the essence of the situation is actually very different. If you want to let the Yuanshan origin network replace dantian and meridians, you need many trial and error deductions, and it will not be achieved in a short time. But the time required to breed the second clone will not be short. In his mind, he sorted out the general ideas of his own practice. Zhao Yunao stood on the cliff and looked down at the village below. Although it is a village, it already has a hint of the civilized style of the Wu clan town. It is more intelligent and civilized than the tribal village he first saw before. Since I set foot on this unknown continent, I have seen Qiangliang Wu, Zhirong Wu, Gongdong Wu, Jiumong Wu, Shebishir Wu, Tianwu Wu, and now I have seen Xianming Wu. In addition, there are the Zhulong Wu of the time system in the Wild Palace area of Xinzhou continent. There are already quite a few types to choose from. Chapter 173. Let me see your limits. Recalling the results of the secret investigation during this period, Zhao Yunyao discovered that no matter what type of witch, as long as they grow to a certain stage, they will naturally have that powerful and terrifying mysterious life force field. Only in the young cubs, or because of the problem of immaturity, the mysterious force field is not fully formed. In addition, all cubs have a strange crystal containing consciousness. It's just that the growth position and external shape, as well as the law attributes attached to each are different. As for whether the adult witch still has this thing, at present, Zhao Yunyao has no idea, because her own powerful consciousness can't break through that mysterious life force field and detect the specific situation in her body. Any spell targeting the flesh, as long as it can't break through that mysterious life force field, it will also be automatically exempted and completely invalidated, and it can't hurt the body at all. As for Zhao Yunyi's own soul power, that is tens of thousands of times higher than the same realm, it's useless here, because they don't have the soul at all. No matter how powerful her soul magic is, it's useless. It can be said that she is born immune to the soul taking over the body, since that kind of mysterious life force field is naturally immune to the witch's own magic, and the soul attack is completely invalid. Then let's try it with strength first. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yunyao suddenly took off. flying towards the wilderness and forest near the small town dozens of miles away. She wanted to find a lone Xianming witch to try it out, and wanted to see what kind of internal structure the body of an adult witch has. Halfway through, she entered the invisible state again, approaching the area silently. From a distance, Zhao Yuniao saw some Xianming witches hunting in the wilderness and forests, or playing around the gathering place. The appearance of Xianming witches was even more bizarre than that of Qiangliang witches. It was a terrifying beast with an extremely ferocious figure and appearance, and its body surface was covered with sharp-boned spurs. It was born with the law of rain. Not long after, Zhao Yuniao came to a lake. A rather young Xianming witch was playing in the water inside the lake at this moment, diving into the water from time to time, picking up a big fish and eating it. In midair, Zhao Yuniao directly summoned the double-winged sword. With the help of the momentum of falling at a high speed, he mobilized the divine power, magic power and genetic energy in his body at the same time to bless his physical body in all aspects. When approaching, he decisively displayed his own dying gene. He superimposed and expanded the power layer by layer, combined with different power techniques, and took the opportunity to sneak attack the young Xianming Wu. Shua! The terrifying knife force suddenly fell from the sky. Swift and powerful, he chopped directly and quickly at the opponent's neck. The young Xianming Wu was not defensive enough, and was suddenly attacked. He did not react at once, but instinctively raised his forelimbs to block the Mandarin duck double knives falling from the sky. Dang dang. Boom. Instantly, a violent metal collision sound exploded. The Xianming Wu was attacked by a huge force, and his body suddenly fell into the depths of the lake. Because of its too fast speed, the surrounding clear lake water could not help but set off huge waves, and the water splashed into the sky, forming a water curtain dozens of feet high. What a terrible physical strength. It's incredible. Zhao Yuniao's face became extremely solemn after just one sudden attack. This knife still did not break the powerful life force field on his body. Instead, due to the recoil force, fine cracks appeared on his arm bones. When her divine sense detected the injuries on her bones, she was surprised and shocked. Now her physical strength is strengthened by the power of the divine power secret realm, the genetic energy system, and the baptism and tempering of mana. There are also overall source bonuses in special physique. Such a strong body. Just a collision with Xianming Wu has injured herself. Wu's body is so strong. I like it. Zhao Yuniao had a fiery expression on her face, and the divine power in her body circulated, quickly healing her injuries, without waiting for her to take the initiative to kill into the lake. The water in the lake suddenly surged up and turned into a sea of water arrows, sweeping around frantically, forcing Zhao Yuniao, who was in stealth mode, out. Hua la la la. At the same time, heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky. The rain was continuous and torrential like a waterfall. Under the influence of the heavy rain environment, the various abilities of Xianming Wu were instantly enhanced. Each drop of rain was as heavy as Mount Tai. Heavy and terrifying. Like the legendary 1 yuan heavy water. Densely packed, Zhao Yunia's body was hit by a large piece of white fairy mist. The white mist was hazy and drifting, isolating the rain from outside. Ayo ho ho ho. The Xianming Wu roared and screamed. The raindrops not only became heavier, but also extremely cold and piercing, like ice crystals that never melt. It covered the sky and the ground, turning the surrounding terrain into a world of ice and snow. Zhao Yuniao swung the two swords in his hands wantonly, opening and closing them. He skillfully converted various forces such as overlapping force, gravity and transformation force, or used them in combination, and rushed through countless blue ice rain. He attacked the Xianming Wu again. The Xianming Wu was not afraid. While controlling the changes in the rain, he took the initiative to fight Zhao Yuniao in close combat, completely like a fighting madman who was fighting for his life. The extremely strong body gave the Xianming Wu the confidence to do so. The sharp-boned spurs covering the body surface were like a full body armor with thorns on it, which further boosted its ferocity. Dang dang dang. The two sides fought back and forth, and soon the surrounding ground cracked and the lake sank. The dense cracks exploded and spread like a spider web. Not long after the fight, Zhao Yuniao found herself at a disadvantage, and could not fight against this guy's strong physique. The heavy rain made her feel more and more depressed. This was the opponent's physical law and magical power, not a simple change of celestial phenomena, so it could not be broken by any conventional means. And she could only fight against the opponent. We must fight quickly. Otherwise, If we delay too long and attract other Xianming witches, it will be bad. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yuniao decided to use the second set of backup plans. He immediately unfolded his own life creation field without hesitation. In an instant, under the nourishment of the creation life, this Xianming witch not only recovered his physical energy, but also became more energetic, as if he had taken stimulants. Zhao Yuniao was beaten to a miserable state. Zhao Yuniao dodged and slashed, and turned to maneuvering, no longer fighting head-on like before. At the same time, she distracted herself from controlling her own life creation field, specifically targeting the internal organs in her body, causing them to begin to grow abnormally and madly. Life can nourish everything, but it can also destroy and distort everything. Let me see where your limits are. Chapter 174. Initial Analysis of the Force Field. It was normal weather, but suddenly it started to rain. From a distance, other Xianming witches could still clearly sense the source of the heavy rain. It was not normal natural rainfall, but was related to the laws and magical powers of the Xianming witches. However, at the beginning, these Xianming witches did not make any unusual movements. Even if there was a sound of fighting, they just thought they were out hunting, until a painful scream suddenly sounded, and the sound spread in all directions. The Xianming witches, who were quite close, were curious and rushed to the place where the sound came from. They were no longer as indifferent as before. Boom! The ferocious beast with sharp bone spurs on its body suddenly fell to the ground, and the ground was cracked into many large cracks. Waves of painful wails resounded throughout the mountainous area. This Xianming witch only felt that the internal organs in his body were growing wildly and abnormally, and soon shifted from the original normal structure position, squeezing other organ structures in the body. The pain of the growth and squeezing from the inside out made him roll around on the ground. He no longer had the ability to fight against Zhao Yuniao. Seeing this, Zhao Yuniao did not rush to take the initiative to attack, but instead further strengthened the use of the life field of creation, forcibly stimulating and pushing the internal organs of the opponent's body to grow abnormally and twisted. At the same time, she also keenly noticed, under the stimulation of her own field, the more vigorous the vitality of the opponent, the more terrifying and condensed the strength of the mysterious force field, making it even more impossible for her to break through the force field protection. What a terrible and powerful physical talent function. I wonder how strong this physical ability can be when combined with my own life domain. This second witch clone makes me look forward to it more and more. Zhao Yuniao believes that the breeding quota of 3 clones is the best way to supplement and strengthen himself. It can allow himself to sublimate and transform from the origin of life. And this change has no hidden dangers and has a high degree of autonomous selectivity. Use the 3 clones to form different degrees of combination with the main body. In just a short moment, the body of this young Xianming, which has expanded abnormally for more than one circle. It looks like a balloon with thorns. Crack, bursts of bone, and flesh-tearing sounds came from his body. The outer membrane and tendons were suddenly ruptured by his internal organs, and blue blood flowed everywhere. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Yuniao suddenly took up the life domain, not giving the other party a chance to recover. Shua! Zhao Yuniao attacked again with her sword. The red, crystal-clear sharp blades slashed into the opponent's flesh wounds along the surface of his body, and combined with the abnormalities of his internal organs, it forcibly cut his body apart. Aohuhu! Instantly, a strong and extremely painful dying roar suddenly sounded. At the same time, Zhao Yunia's own powerful spiritual sense had already detected nearly 10 adult Xianming wus rushing here from not far away. We can't stay here for long. We need to evacuate as soon as possible. She waved her hand and swept up the broken body of the young Xianming on the ground with her divine power. Then he soared into the sky without hesitation. Shwa shwa shwa. Instantly, dense and sharp ice spears shot from afar at high speed. The gloomy and cold rainstorm became extremely terrifying, and its power was much stronger than the young Xianming that he had fought before. Seeing the cold and sharp ice spears attacking at high speed, Zhao Yuniao waved her hand to take out the life altar, controlling the size of this device to enlarge it and resist those terrible attacks for herself. Taking this opportunity, she decisively fled, always thousands of miles away. Finally, Zhao Yuniao stopped near a hilly terrain. This place is close to the coastline. Standing on the top of the hill and looking to the west, you can even see the blue waves surging 100 miles away. She waved her hand to release the life altar, and used it to imprison the body of the Xianming Wu. Then she began to carefully explore and dissect the inside of its body. After a careful search, she did not find the strange crystal containing consciousness in the body of the Xianming Wu this time, but every inch of its flesh, blood, tendons, and bones contained consciousness. Looking at the broken body parts of the Xianming Wu, every part was still alive and struggling. Zhao Yunyan felt deeply the tenacity and terrifying vitality of this race. It seems that the Wu should naturally dissolve the consciousness crystal after reaching a certain growth and development state, and the consciousness contained in it will spread and merge into all the flesh, blood, skin, membranes, tendons, and marrow, thus forming a life structure similar to an immortal body. She carefully checked the senses with her spiritual sense and explored the life secrets of the witch. She found that even in this state of fragmentation, the mysterious life force field still existed on each piece of flesh and blood, and it did not disappear or be destroyed. And no matter how big or small the flesh and blood pieces were, it did not affect the strength of the mysterious force field. Instead, it was positively correlated with the vigor of the remaining vitality. In addition to vitality, there is also consciousness, which affects the strength of this mysterious force field. In addition, it also contains the Tao pattern of the law of rain. The more Tao patterns there are, and the more mysterious the combination is, the more power of the law it has comprehended and controlled. And it can also affect the stability and toughness of the mysterious force field. It took some time and energy. Through the exploration of the body of this Xianming witch, Zhao Yunyao had a preliminary understanding of the situation of this mysterious force field. Vitality determines the original strength of the mysterious force field. Consciousness determines the sensitivity of the mysterious force field and the control of the power of the law. The existence of the law pattern determines the dynamic stability and strong recovery of the mysterious force field, as well as the affinity, perception, and application of the relevant law power and other complex functions. Even the field properties of the force field itself are related to the law pattern. If it is allowed to die completely, I wonder what kind of changes will occur. Looking at the Xianming Wu on the life altar, Zhao Yunyao had such a curious thought in her mind. She controlled the life altar and performed sacrifices and absorption on two of its sturdy limbs. One plundered its vitality, and the other plundered its consciousness. In an instant, the two limbs used as experimental subjects showed different changes. The mysterious force field on the living limb that was deprived of vitality continued to passively reduce and weaken, and on the limb that was deprived of consciousness, that mysterious life force field did not weaken much, but became full of inertia and no longer active and agile. This witch who has grown to a certain stage is indeed significantly different from a cub. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the witch's life secrets, Zhao Yu now began to think about the real choices he had to make. Chapter 175, The Second Clone. Recalling the previous exploration of the clone of the Zerg Queen, Zhao Yunyao knew in her heart that the three clones mutated from the Tao Palace secret realm were essentially different from the orthodox clones in the Devouring Universe. For example, in the Devouring Universe, normal clones can practice and improve on their own. They can be regarded as separate life individuals. But her own Tao Palace 3 self-clones cannot practice on their own. But their cultivation realm is passively synchronized with their own body to the same level. As for whether there are other differences, for now, Zhao Yunyao herself does not know much. Considering this difference, in order to prevent unknown changes in clone differences, it is best to choose an adult witch when selecting the raw materials for the witch clone. So far, I have seen more than one type of witch. It's time to make a choice of clone type. Zhao Yunyao breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand to use the life altar. First completely refined the Xianming witch, transformed it into the essence of the origin of life, and strengthened it all to his own physique. Crack. Instantly, there were waves of changes in the bones, blood and flesh in his body. He was already close to the new boundary of his physique. After such a strengthening, he suddenly crossed that invisible boundary and transformed his own physique to a new height. Silently, the laws of heaven and earth suddenly became much clearer. It was like looking at things through frosted glass before. But now, he looks at things through transparent glass. Is this the affinity of the laws at the Tao level? Zhao Yunyao carefully experienced the changes in himself, and a faint joy rose in his heart. My cultivation qualifications have become stronger again. Take some time to go back to the Zhaoyan universe and compete with the Saint Zixia of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. See whether her innate Tao fetus physique is stronger or my own life Tao body physique is stronger. And there is a part of the cultivation plan that must be explored in the Zhaoyan universe. The 10,000 kinds of Yuan origins should be better developed and used for cultivation. Think about and review your own ideas and plans for the future. Zhao Yuniao quickly made a decision in his heart, and immediately took off into the air and headed straight for the witch-type gathering place he had seen before. That type of witch may be more suitable for the future system in my plan. Inside the dark dripping blood cave, Zhang Xiaofan and Wan Biyu depended on each other for survival. Even though the two of them were frugal, the little food they brought with them had already been divided up after so many days of continuous consumption. Hunger made the two of them weak. Their cultivation was not strong enough, and they could not achieve permanent fasting and survive by eating qi. Even because of the attack of the black water mystic snake, they both had many injuries on their bodies. Now they could only bear it, and they fell ill many times. Without food, we will die in a few days at most. Wan Biyu leaned against the stone wall, staring at the old items not far away, a little absent-minded. In her mind, she unconsciously recalled her childhood experience. At that time, she was only 6 years old, and her mother took her back to the Six Fox Cave in Huqi Mountain to visit her grandmother. As a result, they were attacked by Pu Fang of Tianyin Temple. In the end, the Six Fox Cave in Huqi Mountain was destroyed. The injured were buried alive underground. Grandma died, leaving only the mother and daughter struggling to survive in the dark underground. The environment at that time was very similar to today, but the result at that time made Wan Biyu feel painful, sad, and extremely upset. Her mother secretly used her own flesh and blood as food to feed the 6-year-old herself in order to keep her young self alive. She just held on day after day, until her mother Shaoqi died and her body rotted and stank beside her. The 6-year-old Wan Biyu finally waited for her father Warnwing to come to rescue her. But at that time, her father wanted to kill him with his own hands. If one day, you can't hold on anymore, then kill me. Wan Biyu turned her head to look at Zhang Xiaofan, and her expression suddenly calmed down a lot. And she whispered, when the time comes, you will eat my flesh, and you will definitely be able to hold on for a while. Maybe there is a chance to wait for your senior sister Zhao to rescue you. Listening to the words of this demon cult witch, Zhang Xiaofan was frightened and trembled. He couldn't imagine what kind of painful and terrible experience it was to survive by eating his mother. At this moment, the look in his eyes towards Wan Biyu was filled with a trace of panic. But seeing Wan Biyu's sad and painful expression, her pale and bloodless face, and her body shaky, Zhang Xiaofan still stepped forward and took the initiative to support her. Don't give up. Hold on. I believe Sister Zhao will come back to save us. But in the eyes of you righteous cultivators, I am just a treacherous and cunning demon cult witch. If your sister finds you, she might kill me. Wan Biyu leaned on Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder, tears faintly falling from the corners of her eyes. She missed her mother more and more. She hated herself and felt that she had killed her mother. If she hadn't cried and said she was hungry, how could her mother cut meat to feed her? Senior Sister Zhao, it's not what you think. Zhang Xiaofan pursed his pale lips, resisted the hunger and injuries on his body, and still defended himself. Senior Sister Zhao is a very good person. She is not that stubborn. She entered the sect with me at the beginning, and now she is already a great master in the Shanqing realm. The Blackwater Mystic Snake is much more powerful than the Shanqing realm. Wan Biyu pulled the corners of her mouth and said weakly, we are lucky to survive the attack of the beast Blackwater Mystic Snake. Your senior sister Zhao, who knows where she is now? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan also fell silent. There was worry and longing in his eyes unconsciously. Tiredness, sleepiness, longing, hunger and pain soon made the two of them fall asleep again. After a period of flying, Zhao Yuniao soon arrived at the destination, which was a basin. In it, there lived another type of witch, but he had a body like a tiger or leopard, ears like dog ears, and a green snake entwined in the earlobes. Let the snake tail and earlobes be connected to each other. But the most conspicuous part was his facial features, which were very human-like. This was the Chevy corpse who controlled the laws of the weather. Zhao Yuniao hid in the dark, observed and looked, and soon spotted an adult Chevy corpse who was traveling alone. She used the method she had used to deal with the Xianming witch before. Using the field of life creation, she quickly induced the abnormal twisted growth of his organs from the inside, allowing her own life force to tear apart the terrifying mysterious life force field. Then she decisively took out the life altar and smashed it directly. She forcibly extracted some raw blood and flesh from the other party, before more Chevy corpse wizards surrounded and killed her. Zhao Yunao took the selected clone breeding materials, hid her body, and quickly escaped. Chapter 176: The Demon Clan. After successfully obtaining the appropriate raw materials for the second clone, Zhao Yunao flew invisibly all the way and finally stopped near the coastline. Then she lifted the invisibility spell, stood quietly on the beach, and looked at the bright morning sun rising gradually. The warm and comfortable sunshine sprinkled down from the sky, reflecting the sparkling sea surface. Fish swam in the shallows, and birds flew. All kinds of creatures were free in the frosty sky. This picturesque and magnificent natural scene made Zhao Yunao's mentality more and more calm, as if she was in harmony with the world. After a long time, she focused on her own body. She used the life altar without hesitation to plunder and wipe out the remaining consciousness inside the flesh and blood of Shebi Sherwu, and then put it into the secret realm of the Taoist Palace to let it resonate with the remaining two clones, looking for the category with the highest degree of perception and fit. Soon, Zhao Yunao felt something in her heart, and without hesitation, she put the flesh and blood of Shebi Sherwu into the inside of the Tao Seed of Death, and took the initiative to stimulate the ability to breed a clone. Silently, a large group of mist appeared from the inside of the Tao Seed of Death. The entire Tao Seed was covered in haziness, and the Tao Seed itself began to shrink and expand regularly, as if breathing. A mysterious throbbing feeling of life breathing came with it, making Zhao Yunao feel as if she was pregnant. She calmed her mind and carefully experienced and comprehended. She soon understood something in her heart. The raw materials for breeding the clone this time are not of low level, in addition to the different time effects of breeding the clones themselves. If the second clone Shebi Sherwu is to be successfully bred, it will take at least more than 20 years. Preliminary exploration of the situation at the other end of the East China Sea. Zhao Yunao had no intention of continuing to explore and take risks for the time being. She planned to take advantage of the time when the second clone was gestating to travel through different worlds and universes, and thoroughly cultivate her own secret realm of the Wheel Sea to the stage of great success. But before that, she had to arrange the monsters in this world first, to make a move for the harvest of the evolution of her own civilization. Standing in place, Zhao Yunao remotely contacted the clone of the Zerg Queen with the help of the Tao Palace True Self, and transmitted some of her ideas to her through the air, so that she could arrange and deal with them directly there. Before leaving, have a delicious spiritual meal first. She rubbed her fingers, then dived into the vast ocean and began to hunt in the sea. Xinzhou continent, near Kongsang Mountain. The clone of the Zerg Queen was completely relieved after noticing that Wanbio had discovered the secret passage mechanism. Since it's coming out soon, it's just right to save me from secretly interfering. Suddenly, the clone of the Queen was slightly stunned and received the news from the main body. Then she turned around and left the Kongsang Mountain area without hesitation. With her wings spread out, the Queen's clone, which was more than 7 meters tall, suddenly soared into the sky. After a period of flying, she finally arrived near a mortal town called Shaoqi Town. However, she did not choose to go in, but identified the direction in the air, and then headed straight for the Black Stone Cave 10 miles away. In a short moment, the Queen's clone quickly arrived at the destination. There was no need to ask anyone. The Black Stone Cave was extremely conspicuous in the woods, and it was obvious at a glance. Due to the time difference, it was still daytime over there, but it was already late at night here. The hazy and bright moonlight shone down, illuminating the forest with a cold and gloomy atmosphere. The Queen's clone descended from the sky and walked on the forest floor. Soon, she saw an ancient well near the bushes. On the outside of the well wall, traces of old age and damage were clearly visible, and some green moss grew on it. I remember this special ancient well, which can reflect the most beloved person or thing in the heart of a living being on a full moon night. I wonder what I love most in my heart. She was still a little curious about this matter. She looked up. The sky tonight was not yet a full moon night, but it was close to a full moon. At most, it would become a full moon season in a few days. The Queen's clone took a few steps forward. When she came to the ancient well, she looked inside curiously, but she didn't see anything unusual or mysterious. Could it be that the time has not come yet, so there is no special feature? Suddenly, the clone's consciousness sensed a little fox demon approaching from afar, and immediately put down the ancient well. Looking back, not long after, a charming woman in a white dress flew out from the inside of the Black Stone Cave. The Queen's clone looked at it intently, but seeing her graceful eyebrows, straight nose, pink lips, and watery eyes. She lived up to the legend of the charming and moving fox demon. The long, straight and smooth hair was casually scattered on her back. On the contrary, her temperament seemed a little sad and desolate, just as the queen's clone was observing. The little fox demon also noticed the queen's clone standing in the woods, seeing the figure more than 2 meters tall, and the dreamlike membrane wings on the back. She could tell at a glance that this strange visitor was not a human practitioner. "Are you here to kill me too?" the little fox demon said in a cold and sad tone. That soft and charming voice was like a warm breeze blowing through the ears, with a kind of charm that aroused the soul, making people feel pity and love. She couldn't bear to attack it, but wanted to protect it well. "It's an interesting fox charm, but compared to me, it's too bad." The queen's clone looked at the three-tailed little fox demon and suddenly released the mental charm that had been restrained and suppressed. In an instant, tens of thousands of soul origins in the body, as well as the dense and mysterious three-dimensional network. At the same time, it released an unparalleled terrifying charm to the outside world. Like an eternal sun, it bloomed and rose at the level of spiritual consciousness. With just one glance, this three-tailed little fox demon, who was good at fox charm, completely fell into the extreme beauty and charm of the queen's clone, and completely lost his self-mental cognition. "Lead the way ahead. Take me to see another little fox demon," the queen's clone ordered lightly. The three-tailed little fox demon bowed and said in a gentle voice, "Yes, master." Then, the little fox demon turned around and walked into the black stone cave. The queen's clone followed closely behind. The dark passage went down diagonally into the ground. The surrounding rocks were as hard as fine iron, and the whole body was pitch black. A cold and faint wind blew towards us from the depths of the passage. It brought many smells different from those on the ground outside. "I remember there are quite a few monsters here, which can just serve as members of the formation of the monster clan." The queen's clone's eyes moved, thinking, in this world where mythical beasts and alien species are rampant, ordinary monsters are really not worthy of attention. If you want to start and develop, you need to find a place where humans, mythical beasts, and alien species are rare. Otherwise it will be difficult to grow and develop. Soon, there was no road in front of the cave passage. Instead, a cliff appeared. Chapter 177 Second Life. The dark underground cliff seemed to lead to the netherworld. The Zerg Queen's clone stood here, and her majestic and terrifying spiritual sense spread to the bottom of the cliff, clearly aware that there were many monsters hiding in different caves on the cliff. That unconcealed attitude immediately alarmed all the monsters here. But no monster tried to escape, but instead tried to hide themselves and restrain all their breath, fearing that the queen's clone would detect their existence. The strength of the queen's clone's spiritual sense was too terrifying and vast for them. It was like a tiny mortal facing the vast and majestic starry sky. Swish! The translucent membrane wings on the back suddenly spread out and flapped gently, driving the queen's clone to fly deeper from the cliff. Soon, many caves of different sizes appeared on the dark cliff. Inside each cave, there lived a monster. There were crabs with 4 claws, tigers with horns, or other strange-looking fish, shrimp, turtles, birds and beasts. They looked strange and varied. But when each monster noticed the queen's clone's eyes, they froze in fear and did not move. "Stay here first. Anyone who dares to run around will be killed," the queen's clone's charming and calm voice rang out. The many monsters living on this underground cliff had to stop thinking about escaping and stayed in their own caves, keeping quiet and silent. As they descended, the temperature in the air was getting higher and higher, and there was a faint smell of blood coming from below. Not long after, the queen's clone came to the bottom of the cliff. She looked forward and saw a deep black hole about 10 feet high and 8 feet wide appearing in front of her. The three-tailed little fox demon looked at her and led the way into the cave. In this dark and silent environment, the footsteps seemed very clear. The queen's clone walked casually as if she was taking a picnic, without any fear in her eyes, and the powerful and terrifying spiritual sense had already made her aware of the huge monster hidden deeper. It was a leech-like beast with many tentacles, a real alien species in the world, but it was weaker than the black water snake. The three-tailed little fox demon opened its mouth and screamed a few times, communicating with the powerful beast, calming it down, and then took the queen's clone to go deeper, walking all the way, circling around, and continuing to go deeper. Then, the three-tailed fox demon turned a secret corner and entered an area full of boiling red magma. The queen's clone followed closely behind and also came to this secret place. She looked down diagonally and saw the red magma surging like a tide. From time to time, it splashed out and released many bubbles. It looked like boiling soup. At the end of the downward passage, there was a hard platform above the magma lake. There was a stone nest on it, and a white fox with 6 long snow-white tails was lying quietly in the nest. Even though it looked listless after being injured, the 6-tailed white fox still had a strange charm. It seemed to calm the restless and fluctuating mind. The 6-tailed white fox seemed to have sensed something, and opened his eyes a little tiredly. His eyes quickly glanced at the 3-tailed white fox, and looked at the mysterious visitor following behind. The majestic figure, which was more than 2 meters tall, was so perfectly coordinated and naturally round. There was no deviation in proportion from head to toe. The translucent membrane wings floating behind him were like butterfly wings, soft and beautiful, like the mist floating in the mountains, setting off his figure hazy. When the 6-tailed white fox and the pair of blue crystal eyes looked at each other, in an instant, he only felt that his mind and consciousness, like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, lost his original self-reason in the blink of an eye. Deep in his mind, he was full of the perfect figure of the Zerg Queen. "Greetings, Master. May the Master live forever." The 6-tailed white fox bowed his head, showing a very gentle and respectful performance. The Queen's clone walked and came to the side of the 6-tailed white fox. She squatted down and reached out to touch the warm fur that was as white as snow. The powerful and terrifying divine consciousness had already penetrated into the body of the 6-tailed white fox. Soon, he clearly understood his specific situation. The cold poison has penetrated into the internal organs and bone marrow, and even the magic power has changed. The Queen's clone thought for a while, and quickly made a decision in her heart. In this case, it is better to go with the flow. With a thought, a thin and long spike suddenly emerged from the fingertips of her right hand. With a slight movement of her fingers, she pierced the hollow spike into the body of the 6-tailed white fox. She began to use another terrible talent of the Zerg Queen, the information editor of the origin of life. It only took a short moment. The life source information of the 6-tailed white fox was analyzed by the Queen's clone, and then filled and loaded into its own life information database. Since the white fox's body is affected by the cold poison, it is constantly tortured and has damaged its original foundation for cultivation. Then transform it into an ice fox today. At that time, the cold poison will not only not harm you, but will become your own helper, so that the magic power you cultivate will have the effect of the cold poison. Hearing the words of the Queen's clone, whether it is the 3-tailed white fox standing quietly on the side, or the 6-tailed white fox lying in pain in the stone nest, they are all overjoyed and sincerely thanked. "Thank you for your mercy, Master. I have no way to repay you for your great kindness. I am willing to follow you to the death and be your slave in this life." The Queen's clone's eyes moved, but she did not respond in words. At this moment, she is still concentrating on modifying and adjusting the life source information data of the 6-tailed white fox. Although these two little monsters were completely charmed and controlled by her powerful soul, they became soul slaves. But apart from the absolute change in his attitude towards himself, in other aspects, there is still no change. He is still the same as before. His mental consciousness is normal. Seeing that there is hope of survival, the two little fox demons stayed where they were. After several hours, the Queen's clone quickly adjusted and matched the new ice fox live source information, and then injected it into the 6-tailed white fox. At the same time, he grabbed the 6-tailed white fox with one hand. He quickly left this hot environment. The overly hot environment is not suitable for the transformation process of the second life ice fox. Halfway through, the body of the 6-tailed white fox held in the hands of the Queen's clone has begun to undergo drastic changes from the inside out. Under the effect of the new life source information seed, his life structure has been changed and reorganized at the microscopic level. It is like being reborn and living a second life. The original 6-tailed white fox body is used as a placenta to nurture the new life. The deadly cold poison is transformed into a nourishing and strengthening thing. Soon, the Queen's clone came to the dark passage, threw down the 6-tailed white fox, and waited patiently for his survival. Chapter 178 Inheritance. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the 6-tailed white fox to modify its life information and regenerate, Zhao Yunya's Queen clone spread her own consciousness directly to the entire underground space. The basic demon cultivation techniques in the cultivation system such as Qi training, foundation building, Dan formation and nascent soul stage, as well as many cultivation techniques, were injected into the souls of these demon beasts. Each of them was taught basic knowledge according to the 4 major categories of birds, beasts, fish and insects, in order to facilitate the development of the innate advantages that are more suitable for their own race. With these 4 basic cultivation inheritances, the demon race also has the foundation for the initial civilization. As for what will develop in the future, it is completely unknown at present. The sky is high, and the land is far away. The resources are abundant, and the development of civilization has great potential prospects. He looked down at the 6-tailed white fox at his feet. I saw that the soft hair with snow-white color without any mixed colors was now falling off and disappearing rapidly. The new hair that replaced it was a kind of ice-blue slender hair, as crystal clear as ice silk, with a faint cold mist quietly lingering on it. The scorching temperature of this underground cave quickly dropped, but the rapid changes in the body also caused the original huge body of the 6-tailed white fox to shrink. Many nutrients were extracted and became nutrients for transforming and modifying its own life structure. In addition, the life fluctuations like candlelight in the wind are beginning to grow, gradually becoming stable. The 3-tailed white fox, who had been watching the changes of the 6-tailed white fox, saw this scene and sensed the changes in the breath of life. On his face full of worry and longing, he suddenly revealed an unconcealable joy. She wanted to hug each other impatiently, but she was afraid of disturbing her lover's rebirth. She was so excited that she was at a loss. The queen's clone stood in place, and her powerful spiritual sense had already penetrated the clothes on the chest of the 3-tailed white fox and saw the Zunhuojian hidden in her chest. The spiritual sense scanned repeatedly and directly erased the remaining spiritual mark of Finxiang Valley on it. It would not affect the new demon clan. In addition, the queen's clone also sensed a very strange law of breath in the central structure area of the Zunhuojian, which seemed not to belong to this world. But there was a certain degree of connection with it, so it was not completely assimilated and eliminated. Sure enough, the fire dragon that can be summoned by the Zunhuojian is simply an extraordinary fire-attributed life from the inside of an unknown alien world. The existence of this thing is more like a summoning contract, a teleportation key. I can only wait until my cultivation is strong in the future, and then go over to see the specific situation. The fact that it can be summoned means that it is a real thing. It is not a fake thing that was temporarily made up, since the Zunhuojian that can summon the fire dragon is in this case. Then the Fulongming that can also summon Shura is probably a similar thing, and is also connected to another strange and unknown world. A preliminary understanding of the specific situation of the Zunhuojian. The queen's clone did not mean to take it away. This thing, if left in the new demon clan forces, can also serve as a powerful trump card to protect them. If you want to explore the origin of the fire dragon in the future, you can use it at that time. After he recovers, immediately take the monsters on the cliff outside and leave here, and go to a place where there are no major human cultivation forces to develop well. See you next time. I want to see you develop a certain civilization. After saying this, the queen's clone used her spiritual power again to teach the cultivation methods of the demon race, who had practiced Qi to the first 4 stages of the nascent soul, including the basic knowledge of cultivation techniques such as refining tools, refining pills, talismans, and spiritual food. It also penetrated into the sea of consciousness of the 3-tailed fox demon and the 6-tailed fox demon. In 2 days at most, the cultivators of Finxiang Valley will track them here. The queen's clone looked down at the 2 little fox demons and ordered, "You are not their opponents now. Stay here and you will die." As for whether Li Sun and Yin Hong will really come here, she didn't know. But this didn't stop her from scaring the 2 little fox demons. After dealing with the Blackwater Mystic Snake in the Dead Abyss, and secretly killing Fashion and Foz Hang, the original fate had been completely changed by her. Everything in the future is full of unknowns. She didn't really care about the so-called foresight, whether it was good or not. In fact, she preferred everything to be in chaos. Everything was full of unknowns. Such a life was interesting, and she didn't have to see the end at a glance and see through everything. After arranging the layout of the demon clan, the queen's clone left here alone, soon disappeared in the dark underground. Meanwhile, on the other side, after eating and resting, Zhang Xiaofan and Wan Biyu finally separated again, looking at Zhang Xiaofan's back without turning back. Wan Biyu's eyes were dim, full of complexity, and there was a hint of emotion that she herself did not notice. After a moment of silence, he looked back. He saw his father, Wanrenwang, appearing behind him with a group of elders. Dad, I miss you so much. Wanbiao threw herself into Wanrenwang's arms, and couldn't help crying. The fear and despair she had felt during this period were all released with her crying. Wanrenwang felt the posture of his daughter in his arms, and was slightly startled. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of joyful smile unconsciously appeared on that elegant and handsome face. His daughter was finally willing to pay attention to him, and the painful knot in his heart seemed to be relieved. This result was really an unexpected surprise for Wanrenwang. His strong arms gently embraced his only daughter. He comforted her with a slightly awkward voice. It's okay. Everything is over. Wanbiao cried for a while, and soon returned to her usual little witch posture. She and her father walked aside and talked in secret. She began to tell her father Wanrenwang all her experiences inside the dripping blood cave, including another volume of heavenly book and many inheritances of cultivation skills. The most important thing is the record of the immortal method obtained from the inside of the dripping blood cave. But after hearing these words, my father Wanrenwang stood still. His face was full of thoughtfulness, sometimes puzzled, sometimes suddenly enlightened. The expression on his face looked very complex and changeable. Refine essence into chi, refine chi into spirit, refine spirit into emptiness, refine emptiness into Tao, refine Tao into immortal. It seems that there are only a few dozen words, but it points directly to the core of the essence of cultivation. It turns out that there is really an immortal method in this world. But until now, many people have forgotten their original intentions. At this moment, Wanrenwang recalled the past. In order to prolong their lifespan and live longer, many ordinary people have come forward one after another to pursue and explore the secrets of cultivation and refine Taoism, and explore the way to immortality bit by bit. And the lifespan of practitioners is also extended in this process. Chapter 179 Mysterious Girl. Qingyan Mountains. Near Xiaomu village, the invisible and intangible laws of time and space suddenly produced a trace of abnormal fluctuations. Then, the void was like water waves rippling, causing subtle ripples around. And then poof! A beautiful girl figure struggled out of it. Then she fell to the ground all of a sudden, splashing a lot of dust. Cough, cough, cough. The mysterious girl looked at the strange scene here, and couldn't help coughing a few times. She hurriedly adjusted her breathing and controlled her own situation, so that her beautiful face, which was a little too rosy, gradually returned to her normal posture of white and rosy. I don't know if I have come to the right time and space this time. After resting for a while, the mysterious girl stood up from the ground, looking up at the Qingyan Mountains not far away. Her fair and lovely face showed a trace of determination and seriousness. I must find Daozu Zhao Yunyao. If we can contact the young Daozu and find the Daozu who has gone far away, we will definitely be able to resolve the crisis. Having hastily arranged her posture, the mysterious girl took off. She began to fly quickly towards the interior of the Qingyan Mountains, hearing the immortal method mentioned by his daughter Wanbiao. As the current leader of the Ghost King sect, Wanrenwang was stunned on the spot, with a very complicated expression on his face. The memories of the past were reawakened. He clearly remembered how difficult it was to explore from a cultivator who only had a lifespan of a few decades at the beginning to a cultivator who can now live for nearly 1,000 years. I don't know how many geniuses and evildoers died in the exploration of the future of cultivation. But now, with the long-term opposition and mutual killing of different cultivation concepts, the righteous and evil ways have become as hostile as fire and water. If I could understand the immortal method of longevity and become an immortal, wouldn't I need to rely on the Fulong Ding and the Four Spirits blood formation, as well as the legendary Shura's power? Even the rare Tai Chi master in the Qingyan sect is still at the level of cultivating the primordial spirit. If you count carefully, you should be at the stage of refining Qi into spirit. But above that, there are three major realms: refining spirit to return to emptiness, refining emptiness to merge with the Tao, and refining the Tao to become immortal. Thinking about it, Warren couldn't help but feel excited. His eyes were full of enthusiasm and expectation. I don't need to become an immortal. Even if I just comprehend the secret of refining the spirit and reversing the void, I can still make great progress in my cultivation and have the hope of revenge. Xiaoqi, don't worry. I will destroy Tianyin Temple and the righteous path in this life. Let all those bald donkeys be buried with you. He naturally knew that Mr. Gui had a mysterious origin and had his own plans in mind. He didn't really help him wholeheartedly. He tried his best to help him analyze the divine text on the Fulong Ding, and taught him how to arrange the four spirits' blood formation, searching for alien species and pure-blooded beasts everywhere, trying to summon Shura. But as long as he can avenge Shaoqi and strike at the righteous path, and enhance the majesty and power of the Holy Church, Wanren doesn't mind cooperating with Mr. Gui. After a while, Wanren quickly calmed down and regained his usual calmness. If you want to comprehend the secrets of the immortal method of longevity, it will not be successful in a short time. The Kuei-Nyo that is about to be born in Liubo Mountain in the East China Sea should be captured first, just in case. However, how can the people of the righteous path know about this method of becoming an immortal? Thinking of this, Wanren couldn't help but flash a cold light of murderous intent in his eyes. Since Zhang Xiufan has been with his daughter during this period, he must have seen the immortal method of longevity inside the dripping blood cave. For the future of the Holy Church, and for his own future, Zhang Xiufan must be killed. Otherwise, if the people of the righteous path also get the immortal method of longevity, it will definitely become a huge variable. Maybe at some point, it may be possible to succeed before him. The righteous forces have been able to suppress the demon cult for so many years, and he has never underestimated those people in his heart. Dad, do you want to kill him? Wan Biao keenly noticed the change in her father's expression. She was quick-witted and immediately guessed what she realized. Immediately took the initiative to block Wanren in front of him. Since Dad is worried about the news leaking out, why don't you think about pulling him into our holy church? As long as he becomes one of us, there will be no need to worry about the news leaking out. And the boy also helped my daughter a lot to get out alive this time. He can be regarded as a lifesaver. If you get rid of him, won't it make my daughter have a new knot in her heart? Listening to the words of her precious daughter, Warren looked down at the pretty face that was obviously thinner. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled. Okay, then Dad won't get rid of that boy. However, how to get that boy to join our Ghost King sect still requires some tricks. Before that, let Dad see the boy's magic weapon in person. Turning his head to look at the huge dragon-breaking stone not far away, Wanren's mind was in a state of rapid thinking. According to his daughter, the inside had been collapsed by the mechanism. If he wanted to open this place again, he would have to spend a lot of manpower to dig it. And at the same time, he had to pay attention to the confidentiality of the information. It would not be completed in a short time. Then let the secret inside the dripping blood cave continue to be buried here for the time being. We will make other plans later. After thinking about it, Wanren took Wan Biao and others and set off. Go to the front to arrange the meeting between the two sides. On a small island at the other end of the East China Sea, Zhao Yunao ate the last bite of barbecued dragon meat, threw away the bones in his hand, and patted his still flat belly with satisfaction. Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. This taste is really good. It is indeed a top-notch delicacy. No wonder those legendary immortals like to eat dragon meat. This dragon life is indeed a good and excellent ingredient. Delicious and nutritious. After eating and drinking, he picked up a coconut, peeling and opening the shell. The pure white coconut treasure inside was exposed. The fragrant smell made Zhao Yunyao's mouth salivate before she even ate it. She opened her rosy and tender cherry mouth and gently took a bite of the coconut treasure. In an instant, the delicious taste spread in her mouth, making the barbecue taste in her mouth fade away, and a hint of fresh and natural fragrance appeared. It is worthy of being a coconut tree that lives in a world full of spiritual energy. The coconut treasure produced here tastes far better than the ordinary world without spirits. The difference between the two sides is as great as the difference between heaven and earth. Zhao Yunao ate happily, and soon ate all the coconut treasure, and drank the coconut juice. She thought about it carefully, and decided to go back to Qinyan sect before leaving a message about her travels, so as to avoid worrying these two extremely protective masters and mistresses. Although her cultivation level has now surpassed Tian Bai and Su Ru, but the feeling of being protected is still very comfortable, and it is worth leaving a trace of care in her heart. She waved her hand to take out the time and space hourglass, and open the time and space channel leading to Daju Peak. Zhao Yunao walked in it skillfully. Chapter 180. The future interweaves with the past. The Green Mountains are endless and vast. Many different kinds of flowers, plants, trees and vines take root and grow randomly in this mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles, which breeds countless numbers and species of birds, beasts, fish and insects. In the core area of this mountain range, 7 peaks are arranged in an inexplicable formation. It naturally becomes a powerful an amazing formation. The rich and abundant spiritual energy fills the mountains and plains, giving this place an extraordinary and mysterious scenery. Natural and ethereal. Is this the location of the Qinyan sect, where the Taoist ancestor practiced in his childhood in the ancient and ignorant era in historical records? The mysterious woman came to the depths of the Qinyan mountains and carefully observed and looked at the 7 peaks. The distant future era in which she lived was too different from the present. Even if there were vicissitudes of life, it would not be even a fraction of the present. It looks like this scene is not much different from what I saw in the time travel. I hope there won't be too much time and space difference this time. After looking at it carefully for a while, Duanmu Yusin muttered to herself. A faint light quietly emerged in her clear and bright eyes. At this moment, the invisible Juxian formation was completely revealed in her eyes. Where are the flaws and where are the nodes? She can see it clearly. What a simple and low-level attack formation. Almost full of flaws. Duanmu Yusin looked at it for a few times, and was sure that she could break this low-level formation at will with a wave of her hand. Compared with the era she was in, this level of formation is probably only worth the attention of low-level casual cultivators from poor families, who can take it back and give it to their children as a toy to practice formations. Even the introductory books on basic formations are more sophisticated and complex than this. I didn't expect that the civilization of this era in history would be so backward and primitive. It's really a waste of so many precious natural resources, and they don't know how to use them. Duanmu Yusin looked at it for a while. With a slight shake of her tall figure, she quietly penetrated the gate formation of Qinyan sect without being noticed by any cultivator. That relaxed posture was simpler than going back home. According to the historical records mentioned by Master, Daozu was a disciple of Daju Peak in Qinyan sect when he was young. This branch has the fewest disciples, and there are many black iron bamboos growing on the mountain. Well, the black iron bamboo at this time seems to be called black bamboo. Also, in history, after Daozu taught the 5 immortal ways of heaven, earth, man, God, and ghost, the first immortal Zhang Xiaofan who achieved the status of heavenly immortal was also from Daju Peak, and was Daozu's junior brother. Based on these memories, Duanmu Yusin quickly determined which mountain was Daju Peak. Then he turned and flew towards the steep mountain that towered into the clouds in his field of vision. Silently, a space-time channel quietly took shape. Zhao Yunyao, wearing the Dao transforming heavenly clothes, walked out of it leisurely and landed safely outside the Shoujing Hall. From a distance, the big yellow dog saw her coming back and ran over excitedly. Then it circled around Zhao Yunyi's body, its tail almost leaving a shadow behind. Woof woof woof. A happy and joyful smile appeared on the yellow dog's face. De Huang, I'll leave you here to watch the house. Zhao Yunyao squatted down, reached out and touched the dog's head, and passed some immortality materials to the dog to cleanse and temper the dog's qualifications. Then he stood up and walked towards the courtyard where he lived. The big yellow dog squinted his eyes, smiled, and followed Zhao Yunyao happily. That look was more friendly and happy than seeing Tian Bai. Back in the room, Zhao Yunyao grinded ink and picked up a pen, started to write a letter about his travels. At the same time, a beautiful girl in a pink dress came to the top of Daju Peak quietly. When Duanmu Yusin saw the beautiful figure sitting by the window of the room writing furiously, and the big yellow dog squatting quietly beside her, a look of relief and relaxation suddenly appeared on her face. Finally found the childhood of Daozu. This time I didn't run to the wrong time and space node. I hoped to contact Daozu, who has traveled far away without a trace. With her current magical skills, Daozu at this time can't see through her hidden traces. After all, she is only one step away from becoming an immortal. But Duanmu Yusin looked at Zhao Yunyao in the room and couldn't see through her true details. That ordinary dress that looked gorgeous and beautiful blocked all her means of investigation. She couldn't even get close to her, let alone see through her. I don't know where the immortal weapon on Daozu came from. It's so mysterious, Duanmu Yusin muttered to herself, then turned her head to look at the big yellow dog squatting beside her. In a pair of big watery eyes, there was a bit of curiosity and cunning. So this is the legendary famous demon ancestor. It is said that his blood is extraordinary. He is extremely long-lived, and quite spiritual. He also heard the Taoist preaching and teaching. And since then, he has embarked on the path of becoming an immortal, and a great demon clan master. Soon, Duanmu Yusin saw the young Taoist writing a letter, and putting it away in the room. Then he bent down, and handed the letter to the big yellow dog squatting on the side. Big Yellow, I'm going out for a while. Traveling and practicing. As for when I'll be back, I don't know myself. When the master or the mistress comes back, you pass the letter to them for me. Woof woof woof. The big yellow dog barked a few times. Then he opened his mouth to hold the letter, ran out of the courtyard quickly, and hid the letter in his doghouse. After a while, he came to Zhao Yunao again. He shook his tail unconsciously, wanting to see Zhao Yunao off. Seeing Zhao Yunao close the door and prepare to leave here, Duan Miyusen didn't bother to continue hiding herself, and suddenly revealed her figure in the courtyard, with a sly smile on her beautiful and pretty face. Her black eyes turned around, and she put her hands behind her back. Suddenly she looked like a master. Zhao Yunao just closed the door and turned around, and saw a completely unfamiliar beautiful girl under the walnut tree in her courtyard. Huh? Who is she? Zhao Yunao's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she raised a little vigilance in her heart. I didn't even notice how she got here, and there was no breath sense at all. Either this girl is like me, with a mysterious treasure on her body, or her cultivation level is far beyond mine. Woof woof woof. The big yellow dog roared a few times, and his voice was full of threats and vigilance. A pair of eyes stared at the strange woman. The black nose sniffed, but could not smell the slightest smell on the other person. This made the big yellow dog understand that the other party was not as simple as he seemed. Girl, do you want to become an immortal? Duan Miyusen turned around and looked at the young Taoist with a smile. Although she might get beaten if she went back, she was happy. She couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 181. I am Li Feiyu. The mountain breeze is gentle, and the shadows of the trees are dancing. The sturdy walnut tree with lush branches and leaves is quietly rooted in the soil of the courtyard, and is constantly nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing it to slowly transform into a real spiritual plant bit by bit. Under the tree, a pretty and beautiful girl in a pink slim dress is standing with her hands behind her back. Her beautiful face is full of a sense of leisure that has seen through the troubles of the world. She is standing there, but gives Zhao Yunao and the big yellow dog an inexplicable feeling of being far away and untouchable. It seems that there is an unimaginable huge gap between her existence and them. After hearing the words of this strange woman, Zhao Yunao was silent for a moment, and was a little unsure of what this guy meant. Cautiously, she did not respond directly, but mentioned other things instead. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the heart of Qingyun's sect? Aren't you afraid that the headmaster will come to question you? Oh, Daozu was so cute when she was young. I really want to pinch her smooth little face. Duan Miyusen was eager to do something, but she thought that if she went too far, she would be beaten even harder by her master. She still resisted the urge to pinch Daozu's face. A pair of big eyes full of spirit turned around, and when she recalled the rumors about Daozu, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on her pretty face, and she said in a deep voice, "This seat, Li Feiyu." Li Feiyu? Zhao Yunao was stunned when she heard it. Isn't this the name she usually uses when she is preparing to do something? With a pair of emerald green and crystal eyes, she couldn't help but look up and down at this strange and beautiful girl, and she was suspicious and guessing. She instinctively felt that this name must be a fake name. Who would use this name? Only honest people would believe it. Suddenly, Zhao Yunao smiled like a flower, like 100 flowers in full bloom, making all the flowers pale in comparison. She smiled naturally and surprisedly. What a coincidence. My name is also Li Feiyu. Hearing this, Duan Miyusen couldn't help but twitch her face. She really lied without blinking. In later history, who doesn't know the name of Li Feiyu who did all the bad things? Zhao Yunao, who was tall and upright, with such a Taoist ancestor leading the charge. Those practitioners who wanted to make trouble had countless vests on their bodies. Take off one layer, and there is another layer. It is difficult to know who the other party's true identity is. Hold it for a while. The big things are important. Duan Miyusen secretly took a few deep breaths, forced herself to resist the urge to continue to lie, and then put on a serious expression. She looked at Zhao Yunao, who was smiling sweetly not far away. She opened her mouth and secretly transmitted, Daozu, help me. Xiaohong. Xiao Kacha Kacha. Before Duan Miyusen finished her words, she saw the dazzling lightning flashing from the sky, forcibly interrupting what she wanted to say. With a trance of self-consciousness, she was forced to leave this ancient time and space node. The scene she saw was a long river of time, in the future time and space where she came from. A terrifying scarlet figure was standing above time, across an extremely long time. He stared at her. This guy actually wants to interrupt and interfere with me. Guanmeyusen was shocked and angry when she saw this. Just then, she saw the terrifying scarlet blood mist covering the sky and earth, penetrating the vast space and time and spreading to this distant ancient time. The long river of time was dyed a scarlet color. Boom! The law of time was surging, setting off waves of one era after another. In the distant future, the terrifying and fierce battle that shook the world was still continuing, spanning time and space and stretching to different eras. In the roaring waves of time, different worlds were vaguely involved. This was a war of the heavens from multiple powerful worlds. Without Guanmeyusen noticing, a tiny scarlet light suddenly went against the current from the distant future and quietly sank into the ancient ignorance era. Then it penetrated the space-time node and sank into it. Halfway through, it was divided into two, one of which used the power of Ghost Fairy to reincarnate autonomously and let itself live normally in ancient times. The other one quietly disappeared into a four-legged, two-eared divine cauldron. Where is the person? Where did he go? Zhao Yunao looked at the empty courtyard with a puzzled look in her eyes. She didn't even see how the other party disappeared, as if she didn't exist in this world. What did she say to me just now? What do you mean by ancestor and little one? She was puzzled and repeatedly scanned every inch of her courtyard with her spiritual sense. But she still couldn't find any trace of the other party. What kind of method is this? Even my powerful spiritual sense can't sense it. I don't know if it's because of the treasure or because of cultivation. Recalling the meeting just now, Zhao Yunao frowned beautifully, always feeling that something was a bit strange. After thinking for a while, she didn't come up with any clues. She temporarily put the matter aside. Forget it. Don't worry about it. When your cultivation is strong enough in the future, you will know it by going back in time and space. Zhao Yunao casually touched the big yellow dog's head and reminded him, Big Yellow, take good care of the house. If there is anything wrong, remember to hide smartly and run faster. I'm going out to travel. Goodbye. Waving her hand, Zhao Yunao took off. She ran straight to the outside of Daju Peak. The big yellow dog squatted on the ground, watching the beautiful figure drifting away from afar, until it could no longer be seen, and then got up and left here. He was very dedicated to patrolling and having fun on Daju Peak. After being far enough away from the 7 main peaks of Qingyun sect, Zhao Yunao then took out the time and space hourglass, set the time and space coordinate information for traveling to another world, and decisively left this world again. Next, she spent 18 years repeatedly charging and restoring the time and space hourglass, continuously traveled through the worlds of Yanshan, Panlong, Xingqianbian, Wizard, and Eternal Life, using the order of the laws of the Tao in different worlds as the nourishment of Daoyun, with the innate Tao of creation possessed by the palm of heaven bottle itself as the core. It absorbed the secrets of creation of Juxian Noah, pushed itself to complete several nirvana transformations in the secret realm of Lunhai. So far, 9 original nirvanas have been completed under normal circumstances. Inside the Changsheng realm, on the edge of Dragon Island, Zhao Yunao sat quietly on the white and delicate beach. Her mind explored into her body, and carefully felt the changes in the origin of her physique. On the originally white jade-like bones, there are now many law patterns and Tao patterns, which look like a dark green vine wrapped around the bones, lifelike and vivid. Its overall situation is quite similar to the trace Tao pattern of the palm heaven bottle itself. It's just that on the surface of the vine, there are some small scales similar to snake scales, making the dark green vine look like both a plant and an animal. Chapter 182 Dragon Island. Zhao Yunao was thinking about the changes in his body. There was a strange intuition that something was still incomplete. I always feel that something is missing, and it is not completely in line with the innate creation path. If I really want to be compatible with Noah's creation path and the innate creation path of the palm of heaven bottle itself, my own life essence will definitely be elevated to a new height. How can it be like this now? Although there is an overall improvement, it has not reached the theoretical state. If you can really turn the innate creation law into a part of the mystery of your own physical origin, theoretically, you should enter the state of reversing the innate and become a special life. At least in terms of cultivation qualifications, it is much stronger than the Tao body. Reversing the innate, creating nature. Zhao Yunao was thinking about it. The birth process of the Holy Spirit is quite similar. Do you need to imitate the birth of the Holy Spirit to complete this step? Thinking seriously for a while, Zhao Yunao considered the cultivation system of the immortal realm itself. Transformation. knowledge hiding, flying in the sky, nirvana, immortality, fish leap, supreme man, earth penetrating, heaven reaching, ancestral god, king, stone man / supreme ancestral god, emperor. The stone man path is a cultivation method that transforms one's own flesh into a stone fetus similar to the Holy Spirit. If you can study the transformation method of the stone man and combine it with the process of the Holy Spirit's birth, you may be able to complete that step and achieve the transformation and sublimation result of the reversal of the innate. But whether it is the transformation of the stone man or the birth of the Holy Spirit, it takes an extremely long time, and they are fixed in one place for a long time and cannot move freely. Considering this drawback, Zhao Yuniao hesitated. Should she try to do this? With the existence of the Breaking Realm Pearl, she does not need to worry about failure, and the result of the transformation must be success. The premise is whether it is worth such a long time. Maybe I should study the practice system of this world to see if I can comprehend new methods from it. After all, my current understanding is not low. But if you want to try this idea, at least you must have the practice method in this world for reference, so that you can have specific ideas and directions. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yuniao probed into the Breaking Realm Pearl again. Countless symbols of the order and rules of the avenue are combined with each other, presenting a very complex dynamic change method. But as a whole, it is combined into a figure. That figure is exactly the same as himself. It is extremely sacred and mysterious. Around it, there are large pieces of 9-colored clouds and mists floating around. When the divine consciousness probed into the microscopic level, it could be seen that the essence of these 9-colored clouds and mists were all various traces of laws, and they did not come from one world avenue. I wonder if these traces of laws accumulated now can forcibly reverse the origin of innate life? It only takes a little calculation to know that the cost of transforming acquired life into innate life is very huge, far exceeding the nirvana transformation in the ordinary sense. But if there is a specific direction, and the Breaking Realm Pearl is not allowed to deduce the unknown future by itself, then this consumption will inevitably be significantly reduced. This answer is the experience summary gained by Zhao Yuniao after using the Breaking Realm Pearl many times. It is indeed possible to use the Breaking Realm Pearl to force a transformation, but the current Tao mark consumption cannot keep up. After all, it is the innate creation Tao, which is the fundamental method for giving birth to the palm of heaven bottle. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for the time being. Anyway, there is no rush at the moment. Let's think carefully about the next practice in the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. For more than 10 years, Zhao Yuniao has put all her thoughts on the comprehension of different Tao laws and other worlds to enhance her own foundation. She did not actively practice the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. So after more than 10 years, she is still at the level of the first transformation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. She only practiced the Wheelsea Secret Realm to the state of great success. However, there is still a big gap from the true perfection of the Wheelsea Secret Realm. After all, if the Wheelsea Secret Realm is truly perfect, it is the real heaven-shaking saint. There are quite a lot of dragons on this dragon island. It just so happens that these guys are used as resources and nutrients for practicing the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. They are not bad. You can try to practice the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm to the 9th level here. Zhao Yuniao, who was thinking about something, suddenly noticed that there was an obvious void fluctuation around the dragon island. She raised her head and looked at the place where the void fluctuation was the strongest. Not long after, she saw a cross-boundary void crack there, connecting to another weaker interface. In the not-too-strong void storm, 3 human figures, 1 man and 2 women, were approaching. Is this a cultivator from the lower realm ascending to the upper realm? With just one glance, Zhao Yuniao saw the inner reason. She casually glanced at the 2 beautiful women, one older and one younger, each with different charms and postures. But she just looked at them and focused all her attention on the young man. She saw a very strong luck on the other person. The luck of the 2 women added together was far less than 1/1000th of that man's luck. That gap was like the gap between the protagonist and cannon fodder. This humanoid creature should be the human in this world. I don't know what microscopic structural differences exist between it and the human in other worlds. Curious, Zhao Yuniao twisted the curved surface structure of the void with her powerful spiritual sense. Let the 3 lower world ascenders fly to her. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after, the man and 2 women appeared beside her out of thin air. Then, affected by the special restrictions of the island itself, the three were forced to fall down as soon as they appeared, and fell on the slightly hot beach. Among them, the two weak chicken pendants, the man and the woman, were knocked unconscious on the spot. Only the older woman, who looked about 20 years old, did not faint on the spot because of her strong cultivation. But looking at her expression, it was obvious that she was not feeling well. Is this place the immortal world of the upper world? How come my cultivation is suppressed to the realm of transcendence? Lan Noa looked at the completely unfamiliar environment around her, and she was thinking for a while. She turned her head and was about to take a closer look at the surrounding environment, when she suddenly saw a completely unfamiliar stunning woman sitting not far behind her. Her beauty and graceful figure were rare in the world. Even she, who is called a goddess in the lower world, felt a sense of inferiority when she saw her appearance. Just like an ordinary mortal facing a real immortal god, Lan Noa greets the senior. I wonder where this place is. Lan Noa stood up from the beach and bowed hurriedly to greet her. But what surprised her was that the other party did not respond with any words, but stared at her with a pair of emerald green eyes without blinking. Chapter 183: The 9 Transformations of the Fish and Dragon. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, she was speaking to her while bowing. However, Zhao Yunyao could not understand what she said at all. This was a strange language system that she had never come into contact with. She could not even find a similar language type. Fortunately, her powerful spiritual power could capture and sense the other party's mental fluctuations, so she could directly know what this strange woman was saying. She said her name is Lan Noa? This name is a little familiar, Zhao Yunyao recalled and thought in her heart, and soon remembered who the other party was. So, this young man is really the protagonist of this world. Xiao Chen. I thought he was just a person with good luck, belonging to the level of an important supporting role. Ascendant. I remember that there are Shi Zhishuan, Li Xuanhuan, Zhang Sanfeng, Shi Feishuan, Wan Wan, Davuchio Bai, Pang Ban, Qin Mengyao, Li Bai, and others in this world, and many of them have left their family or Taoist heritage in the Changsheng world, still alive and well. Just when Zhao Yunyao was thinking alone, Lan Noa saw that his greetings did not receive any response, and he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. In this completely unknown place, her powerful cultivation was inexplicably sealed to a very low level, which made her feel a little uneasy, not knowing what she would encounter. Fortunately, her state of mind was not weak, and she was still calm on the surface. For safety reasons, Lan Noa stood where she was, quietly observing the unfamiliar environment around her with her beautiful eyes. Seeing the endless vigorous ancient trees, each of them was thick and tall, with lush branches and leaves, like a canopy, and from time to time, there were bursts of terrifying roars, and roars from the inside of the forest. Although I didn't see the source of the sound with my own eyes, but just by the momentum, I can judge that the owner of the sound is definitely very powerful. More powerful and terrifying than her own heyday. At this time, the location is a beach. The fine sand on it was scorched by the scorching sun. Just standing on it, you can feel a wave of heat. Not far away, endless waves are surging. There is also a unique salty smell of seawater in the air. At present, this place seems to be an island. After a brief look, Lan Noa thought in his heart, of course, it may also be the coastal area of the mainland. But what is this kind of cultivation seal suppression? To say that it is completely sealed. But it is not the case. After all, there is still a little cultivation that can be used. I think it is not the work of this strange woman. But if it's not the other party, then there must be something wrong with this place. And there are inexplicable restrictions or formations, which have led to such a suppression and sealing result. Just as Lan Noa was thinking and guessing in her heart, suddenly, a strange girl's voice, like the sound of heavenly music, appeared in her mind out of thin air, which shocked Lan Noa. Teach me to learn the language and writing here, and let me see your cultivation method by the way. She is here, and she can use the sound transmission method? Lan Noa looked at this strange woman with a shocked face, and couldn't help but doubt the other party's cultivation level. Either the other party has some authority, and is not affected by all kinds of negative effects, or the other party's true cultivation is so strong that it invalidates the most likely prohibitions or formations. After some speculation and association, Lan Noa's face changed slightly, and then she was forced to agree. The cultivation of the transcendent realm is really too low. Just the pure entry stage of cultivation. When facing the other party, She instinctively felt that she was not an opponent at all. Although she didn't know why the other party did this. She wisely didn't ask. Junior Lan Nua Bays. The situation was stronger than the person. And Lan Nua agreed. Then she began to teach the language and character she mastered. In less than a cup of tea, this strange woman had mastered it completely. Then, Lan Nua completely narrated the martial arts skills she'd practiced. There was no concealment or modification. She didn't know how strong the other party was. And rashly doing small tricks might bring bad accidents to herself. Anyway, now that she has successfully ascended, there is no need to keep the previous cultivation methods absolutely confidential. After hearing the content of his technique, he saw that the other party fell into a state of contemplation again, sitting there quietly without making any movement. Time passed silently. Not long after, Xiao Chun and Zhao Linner, who were unconscious, woke up one after another. As soon as the two sides saw each other's existence, they subconsciously attacked and decisively killed each other. However, before they could fight, they were stopped by Lan Nua. Be quiet. Don't disturb the senior. For his own safety, Lan Nua had to do this. Seeing Lan Nua blocking them, Xiao Chun and Zhao Linner knew they couldn't kill each other. After hearing Lan Nua's words, the two turned their heads and looked around. Only then did they discover a strange figure sitting under a coconut tree not far away. However, the other party seemed indifferent to their actions and still sat there quietly, looking like a lifelike real sculpture. Sister Lan Nua, who is this senior master? Zhao Linner asked in a low voice to get the news. A pair of bright eyes turned around unconsciously, looking at this strange senior for a while, and then turning to glance at Xiao Chun not far away. In the depths of the eyes, a cold murderous intent flashed. Xiao Chun, who was on the side, was also careful to guard against Zhao Linner, the royal goddess. If she hadn't led people to hunt him down, how could he fight to the death? Use the risky way of breaking into Lan Nua's ascension to avoid being hunted down. I don't know either. There seems to be something wrong here. My cultivation has been suppressed by the seal. Lan Nua kindly reminded him in a low voice. And then he stopped talking. Not long after, the three people were sweating on their foreheads under the scorching sun. They felt dry and wanted to drink something. Looking at the fully mature coconuts not far away, the three people were eager and thirsty. Unconsciously, another few hours passed quickly. Zhao Yunyao, who was like a real statue, finally made a move. She looked at Lan Nua, Xiao Chun and Zhao Linner not far away, and spoke calmly. Since we met, it is fate. I will give you an opportunity. As for whether you can grasp it, it depends on your own ability and luck. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Yunyao used her own spiritual power to teach Lan Nua, Xiao Chun and Zhao Linner the 9 changes of fish and dragon that she had just deduced and created. The core of this technique is nirvana transformation. She not only absorbed the secrets of the 9 times of life and death nirvana in the Wheel Sea secret realm, but also absorbed the mysteries of the fish leap realm in this world system, and successfully simulated it to a certain extent with the breaking realm pearl. In the end, she deduced such a new technique. However, in this completely different world of the great Tao Law environment, she herself did not know what actual effect this technique could achieve. Chapter 184 Thinking of the Dharma. After understanding and recognizing the skills of this world, Zhao Yunyao discovered that the core of the cultivation system here involves nirvana transformation in many realms. Even to a certain extent, it can directly change the essence of the life source of a living being. For example, in the realm of mortal transformation, the mortal body is shed, and oneself becomes an extraordinary life. Then to the life and death nirvana of the nirvana realm. In the half-life and half-death, the secret of longevity is understood. The concept of the fish leaping realm simulates the carp leaping over the dragon gate, allowing oneself to complete further sublimation and transformation, and become another new existence, including the stone man realm road behind. It even allows the flesh and blood body to transform into a pure stone body. The cultivation system of this world has so many influences on the transformation of the origin of life that it is comparable to the genetic system in the devouring universe in the current shuttle worlds. The cultivation concept of the dragon transformation secret realm also involves the secret of transformation. One transformation, one level, transform into a real dragon. This is the core of the dragon transformation secret realm. Even the 5th secret realm, the Xiantai secret realm, is essentially the evolution of a secret dragon ball of the dragon transformation secret realm itself. The Xiantai secret realm seed is not directly present in the body, like the other 4 Secret Realm seeds. It is contained and hidden inside the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Therefore, if the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm can be cultivated to a level of transcendence, then the Xiantai Secret Realm seed closely related to it will inevitably be passively transformed to an extremely powerful level. In view of this, Zhao Yunyao intends to make a fuss about the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. See if we can use the cultivation system in this world to develop the cultivation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm to be more powerful, so as to strengthen the Xiantai Secret Realm as a whole. Under normal theoretical circumstances, 9 changes of fish and dragon can continue to be improved and optimized. Zhao Yunyao sat there quietly, thinking in his heart, after all, the martial arts inheritance in the lower world is not as exquisite and profound as the upper world of Changsheng. What is missing now is some relevant materials for reference. I don't know if I can forcibly break the protective restrictions in other people's sea of consciousness with the strength of my soul and the knowledge of so many different cultivation systems. If I can break it, I can get the cultivation method in the upper world. After thinking secretly, Zhao Yunyao suddenly stood up. He had some ideas to deal with it. A pair of beautiful green eyes swept toward Xiaochen. Thinking secretly, as the protagonist of this world, he is influenced by the fate of the world. And there is no shortage of people around him who will come to him to offer their heads. It's just right to use this as bait, and wait patiently for the little white mouse to come over by itself, so that I don't have to look for it everywhere. At the same time, Xiaochen, who was not far away, noticed the strange look in the eyes of this strange senior, and felt a little hairy in his heart, with an inexplicable feeling that he was completely seen through by the other party. That kind of uncomfortable feeling was like running around naked in public. This beautiful senior. Don't you have any special hobbies? What does she mean by looking at me like this? Xiaochen stood there, neither standing nor sitting, feeling a little uneasy. Before he could think clearly about how to deal with it, he saw that the mysterious and strange female senior spoke again. But the tone of her words was awkward, as if someone from another country was speaking his native language. Lan Nu and the little girl can go, and the boy will stay. Zhao Yu now looked at Xiaochen, whose face changed slightly, and said slowly, "You will be responsible for cooking for me for the next period of time. If your cooking skills are good and I eat well, I don't mind taking the time to teach you how to practice occasionally." Hearing these words, Xiaochen, who was originally thinking about how to escape, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and even felt a little happy. At this moment, he was taken to the immortal world. Due to his own insufficient cultivation, he suffered serious injuries during the ascension process, which was extremely inconvenient for him to fight. What's more, there was Zhao Linner, the royal goddess, alive. She wanted to kill him. In terms of cultivation, he was not as good as Zhao Linner, not to mention in this state of being seriously injured. Instead, he would have a greater chance of survival by temporarily clinging to her thighs. After thinking about the favorable side in his mind, Xiaochen immediately bowed his hands and thanked her. "Thank you, senior, for your attention, my boy Xiaochen. It is my blessing to be able to cook for a peerless master like you and serve you." Not far away, Zhao Linner glanced at Xiaochen from the corner of her eye. On the surface, she did not show any emotion. She was calm and composed, with a calm look in her eyes. In her heart, she wanted to kill him immediately and cut him into pieces. But she knew that she could not kill this guy now. "I will let you live for a while longer. You can't follow you all your life." Zhao Linner secretly envied and hated him, but she thought with hatred and curse, "It would be best if the food I make is very unpalatable and annoys the senior master. At that time, even if I don't die, I won't allow you to continue to follow me." On the surface, Zhao Linner pretended to be gentle and obedient. She followed Lan Nua, and after the two of them bowed and said goodbye, they left the beach area and moved to other places along the coastline. While walking, Lan Nua distractedly browsed the 9 changes of fish and dragon technique in his sea of consciousness. Just the first time she read and thought about it, she realized the exquisite and profound martial arts secrets contained in it, and its intention was far more powerful and terrifying than any technique she had seen in the human world. If I can really practice this method, it will definitely make my own foundation deeper, my potential and understanding far beyond the past, and have a better future. But at present, it is also very difficult to grow taller. After walking for a while, Lan Nua turned his head and looked at Zhao Linner beside him. After a while of secretly observing, she suddenly said, "In this place, Your own cultivation is not much weaker than mine. And you have a certain ability to protect yourself. Let's separate here. I still need to find a way to recuperate and recover myself. Okay. Sister Lan Nua. Zhao Lin'er behaved well-educated and gentle, without any trace of the arrogance and cruelty of a former royal goddess. But Lan Nua nodded slightly to her, then turned and entered the primitive dense forest. After a while, she completely disappeared from Zhao Lin'er's perception range. Goddess Lan Nua. Humph! Zhao Lin'er put away the gentleness and respect she pretended to be, with a cold look in her eyes, and turned her head to look back in the direction she came from before. Xiao Chen, this lowly mudleg, dared to disobey the words of this princess. It is really difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart without killing him with my own hands. But before that, I still have to heal my injuries first. Although this princess has a secret treasure to protect herself, it is not through the normal way to ascend to the immortal world. After a hateful look from a distance, Zhao Lin'er chose another direction to leave here. It didn't take a moment for him to disappear without a trace. Chapter 185 Inheritance. After making a preliminary decision on his plan, Zhao Yuniao held Xiao Chen by his side, using him as bait, and patiently waited for those outsiders. Every young man and woman who could cross the Forbidden Sea and come to Dragon Island were elite members of their respective forces, and many of them were even core members. The memories of these people must contain the unique skills of their respective sects. I hope those outsiders can come faster, and don't let me wait here for too long. Zhao Yuniao looked towards the Forbidden Sea for a while, but did not sense the existence of the two ships. He had no choice but to give up for the time being and look in another direction. In the vast ocean, a 50-meter-long dragon was chasing and hunting. But its body shape and appearance were very different from the conventional long dragon. Overall, it looked more like a huge crocodile with silver scales on its body. On both sides of the body, there are 4 sturdy limbs, and at the back spine, there are huge white and sharp bone spikes that pierce the body, like spears standing on the back. In the center of the head, similar to the crocodile head, there is a sharp horn that is 7 or 8 meters long. In the pale green eyes, there is a cold and bloodthirsty look, and the size looks bigger than an ordinary millstone. In the slightly open and narrow flat mouth, there are white sharp teeth like broadswords. This dragon is the 8-armed evil dragon that can fight with gods in the legend of this world. At this moment, Zhao Yuniao's own spiritual sense sensed. From a distance, he noticed that the 8-armed evil dragon's eyes changed, and suddenly it swam faster and bit a round turtle hidden in the sand on the seabed. The more than 10-meter-long body was easily picked up by the 8-armed evil dragon. Only a crack sound was heard. The seemingly thick and solid tortoise shell was instantly shattered into pieces, and the blue blood was swallowed whole by the 8-armed evil dragon before it could spread in the seawater. I wonder how the dragon marrow of these dragons compares to the dragon marrow in the earth veins. With a hint of curiosity, Zhao Yuniao made a move in the air. The vast divine power in the body surged out and quickly condensed into a huge energy hand. Just like that, it forced its way into the Forbidden Sea from a distance of hundreds of miles. The 5 fingers opened and closed, grasping the 8-armed evil dragon whose magical powers were sealed. Drag it out of the Forbidden Sea with force. Ah! Roar! Roar! In the air, the 8-armed evil dragon struggled desperately, and its big mouth kept opening and closing, trying to bite the energy hand that captured its body into pieces. But when Zhao Yuniao used the soul attack method, the soul of the 8-armed evil dragon was instantly torn apart and destroyed, leaving only the intact dragon body, which was grabbed by Zhao Yuniao on the beach. Boom! The dozens of meters long body fell from the sky and slammed down on the soft and delicate beach. It smashed a large pit of more than 100 meters in radius. Zhao Yuniao ignored Xiao Chen's shocked expression and took a step forward, appearing at the back and neck of the 8-armed evil dragon as if teleporting. The 5 fingers of his right hand were clenched, and the bright red mandarin duck knife appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. He chopped down with a knife and cut along the spine. Whether it was the silver hard dragon scales or the strong muscles and tendons inside, they were quickly split in 2 by the mandarin duck knife, revealing the silver spine deeper inside. At each section of the vertebrae, there are thick and sharp bone spurs on the surface of the body. Zhao Yuniao looked at it casually for a few times, and suddenly swung the knife horizontally, cutting off the sharp bone spurs on the top, cutting off the outer shell of the spine, and digging out the silver dragon marrow inside alive. With a light flick of the red knife tip, a piece of silver dragon marrow, as big as a seed bowl, was thrown out. It landed steadily in the palm of the other hand. Looking down, it can be seen that the dragon marrow is as bright as the scorching sun. Holding it in the hand, it is like holding a huge silver light ball. The figure of the 8-armed evil dragon can be vaguely seen roaring around. That ferocious and terrifying posture, even though there is no reason in consciousness. Still grinning at Zhao Yunyao. Boy, it's your turn to cook. This thing is the ingredient. Zhao Yunyao turned her head to look at Xiaochen, took out the mandala knife casually, and threw it in the air not far in front of Xiaochen. Then she ignored Xiaochen, opening her cherry mouth. She swallowed the silver dragon marrow in her right palm, completely ignoring the instinctive resistance of the 8-armed evil dragon. Zhao Yunyao casually put the mandarin duck knife aside. She sat down cross-legged and began to use the dragon marrow of the 8-armed evil dragon as a cultivation resource to continue to cultivate the secret realm of dragon transformation. On. In an instant, the dragon roared, shocking the mind. The large amount of essence contained in the dragon marrow was guided and controlled by the skills of the Taishang Tianshu, refined and absorbed in an orderly manner, and sank into Zhao Yunyao's own coccyx. Make that area become crystal clear and sacred. Indistinctly, it seems that a young dragon is bred and evolved in it, unlike the fragments of laws contained in the earth vein dragon marrow. This real dragon marrow is full of vitality and blood roots. In the process of refining and absorbing, Zhao Yunyao unexpectedly saw the blood inheritance of the dragon race itself. It was just intermittent and incomplete. After noticing this change, she began to consciously make changes in this regard, using her own dragon transformation secret realm as an environment to simulate the embryonic breeding. She tried to dig out more inheritance from the dragon marrow. It can even hunt down the 8-armed evil dragon that can fight against the gods. How strong is this? Xiaochen looked around in surprise for a moment, then bent down to pick up the red short knife stuck on the beach not far in front of him. The exquisite and gorgeous shape, graceful, but also fierce and murderous, especially the bright red thin blade. Just looking at it, Xiaochen felt a tingling sensation as if it was about to cut his eyebrows. This situation made him secretly frightened. It was the first time he had seen such a weapon. Is this a divine weapon? It feels very scary. He took the dagger and came near the huge body of the 8-armed evil dragon. He raised the knife and slashed at the hard dragon scales, and easily cut it open, revealing the fresh dragon meat inside that still had vitality. No wonder the senior asked me to use this knife to handle the ingredients. Xiaochen pinched the silver dragon scales with his hand, but he couldn't shake it at all. He couldn't help but think in his heart, if I really have to handle it with my bare hands, I'm afraid I can't even pull off any dragon scales even if I die of exhaustion. With this magical weapon, Xiaochen handled the ingredients very quickly and skillfully. Not long after, he dug some shells, lobsters and other things from the seaside, used the clean shells as a pot, and used fresh and mature coconut milk as soup. Put the dragon meat of the 8-armed evil dragon into the pot and stewed it, even without any seasoning. The high quality and fresh ingredients alone are enough to give this coconut milk stew a unique flavor. Just smelling the smell made Xiaochen feel comfortable and warm. Even the injuries in his body recovered a little. Chapter 186 Fish Leaps and Dragon Transforms. After Zhao Yunyao had refined and absorbed the dragon marrow of the 8-armed evil dragon, Xiaochen had also prepared the food. She looked down and saw that the food included coconut milk stew, seafood soup, stone-grilled fish fillets, etc. There were quite a lot of varieties. Zhao Yunyao took a step forward and jumped off the back of the 8-armed evil dragon. Senior, please. Xiaochen smiled and took the initiative to hand over the simple bowl and chopsticks made of bamboo. Inside the bamboo bowl, there was already fresh food. Zhao Yunyao reached out to take the bowl and chopsticks and took a simple bite. Suddenly, she felt an unusual and delicious taste bursting in her mouth. The meat was soft and tender, and the fragrance lingered on her lips and teeth. It was due to the excellent texture of the raw material of the 8-armed evil dragon meat itself, and also to Xiao Chen's extraordinary cooking skills. The combination of both factors created this rare spiritual food in the world. Your cooking skills are good. Almost as good as my cooking master junior brother, Zhao Yunyao praised. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was still seriously injured, flicked her fingers and shot out a stream of immortality. Before Xiao Chen could react, it quickly sank into his body. It was just a moment. Xiao Chen felt that all the injuries and hidden dangers in his body disappeared instantly. Instead, he became full of energy and vitality, and felt incredibly energetic. even stronger than when he was intact before. My injuries have healed so quickly. Xiao Chen was delighted after carefully feeling the changes in his body. He hurriedly bowed to Zhao Yunyao, who was eating coconut milk stew, to thank her. Little boy Xiao Chen, thank you for your help. If there is anything you don't understand about the 9 changes of fish and dragon that I passed on to you before, you can ask me for advice, Zhao Yunyao said without raising her head, and then continued to enjoy the delicious spiritual food in her hand. She didn't care at all when Xiao Chen would practice this technique and when he would start. With Lan Nua and Zhao Linner, she had no shortage of material targets to observe the actual effect of this technique, and any one of them would be enough. 9 changes of fish and dragon must have a transformation effect. She just wanted to know to what extent the specific transformation effect could actually reach. Although the realm-breaking bead has only one core function, it can be used to judge the correctness of the magic power itself based on the effect of forcibly breaking through the realm. 9 changes of fish and dragon was deduced from this. And more mysterious techniques may be deduced from this method in the future. All kinds of thoughts flashed quickly in Zhao Yunyu's mind. In reality, Xiao Chen was still surprised and happy that his injuries had recovered. After hearing the words of this strange senior, he bowed again to thank him. Then, while the senior was enjoying the food, he was distracted, ready to add food to the senior at any time, while carefully thinking back to the 9 changes of fish and dragon technique in his mind, carefully pondering the secrets. With his amazing comprehension, Xiao Chen quickly saw some of the mysteries of the technique. He couldn't help but be a little surprised and shocked. What a profound martial arts truth! It contains the meaning of Phoenix Nirvana, and also contains some martial arts mysteries of rebirth. It seems that there are more than just the true meanings of the realm of transformation and knowledge. It seems that there are higher levels of martial arts that I don't know about yet. It didn't take long for Xiao Chen to fall into a deep enlightenment of 9 changes of fish and dragon. Sitting quietly in the same place, he gradually became motionless. This kid has such amazing comprehension. Zhao Yunyao noticed the changes in Xiao Chen and was a little amazed, as expected of the protagonist of Luck. He can always find conditions that can make him grow rapidly in various situations intentionally or unintentionally, according to common sense. Once a normal practice method falls into the hands of the protagonist, the actual power it actually shows will basically be higher than the normal level. Then the result of Xiao Chen's successful practice is, at the most weak, the normal actual level. Recalling the special features shared by these people with deep luck, Zhao Yunyao understood for a while. She ate the coconut milk stewed meat in the bamboo bowl in a few bites, and then got herself some prepared seafood soup and drank it happily. Ignore Xiao Chen's own unexpected enlightenment for the time being. After finishing the seafood soup and eating a few large pieces of roasted dragon meat, Zhao Yunyao did not stay here any longer because she saw that Xiao Chen still showed no signs of waking up. Putting down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, she stood up and came to the back of the 8-armed evil dragon again. Picking up the mandarin duck knife, she followed the wound on the back that had been split open before, and dug out a ball of fresh dragon marrow from the inside of a section of the spine, swallowed it into her mouth, and continued to practice the dragon transformation secret realm. The loud and clear dragon roars resounded in the dragon transformation secret realm. Zhao Yunyao used her mind to visualize the charm of the Holy Spirit True Dragon Avenue, and used this to sacrifice the potential gate inside the secret realm, so that the true dragon Dao pattern on the surface of the gate gradually became more solid and perfect. It was slowly transforming into a real dragon gate. In this way, Xiao Chen did not come back to his senses until more than half an hour later. He turned his head and looked around, and found that the beautiful female senior in a slim dress was already on the back of the 8-armed evil dragon, entering a state of meditation. After hesitating for a while, he still did not choose to ask for advice now. Instead, he tried to keep his movements small. He ate some food first to fill his hungry stomach, and then Xiao Chen sat down on the ground and decided to practice the first change of 9 changes of fish and dragon in the current safe environment. He did not forget that his enemy Zhao Linner was still alive in this place, and she also received the 9 changes of fish and dragon from this senior. Zhao Linner, since you want to kill me, let's try it and see who gets stronger faster. Secretly controlling the emotions in his heart, Xiao Chen quickly let himself enter a state of emptiness. He visualized himself with his mind, and regarded himself as an ordinary small fish, and his body as the water and river where the small fish lived. The outside world was regarded as a river environment with various dangers and opportunities. After the visualization practice state stabilized, Xiaochen followed the situation of the exercises in 9 transformations of fish and dragon, and roamed in the river of his body with his mind and consciousness, looking for and absorbing the nourishing things in the external river environment that were beneficial to him. And he went upstream little by little, trying to fly over the dragon gate and transform from a fish into a dragon. Inside the 9 transformations of fish and dragon, each transformation secretly matches the true form of the 9 dragon sons, namely Qianyo, Yazi, Chaofeng, Paleo, Swanee, Bishi, Bian, Gongfu and Qiwen. When the true forms of the 9 dragon sons merge into one, it is the time when the 9 transformations are sublimated and transformed into dragons. According to the description of the content of the practice, every time a transformation is completed, not only will the self complete a nirvana transformation, but also the dragon son's innate magical power can be obtained and transformed into one's own innate talent. In the state of deep cultivation, Xiaoqin's heart is as clear as a mirror, without any waves. But the internal changes are continuing. Chapter 187 New Knowledge. Day after day passed quietly. One day, when Zhao Yunyao cultivated to the second transformation of the dragon transformation secret realm through the dragon marrow of the 8-armed evil dragon, she suddenly noticed that Xiaoqin, who was under the coconut tree on the beach, was also undergoing a drastic transformation. She temporarily stopped practicing and looked back. At the same time, she carefully explored the senses with her spiritual sense. On the surface, although Xiaoqin had a painful expression on his face, he did not scream in pain at all. His face was still firm and calm. It was as if he did not feel any pain. And inside his body, a reborn change was taking place at this moment. His blood, flesh, skin, tendons, bone marrow, etc., all the microscopic structures that make up his body, are undergoing essential subtle changes. Like a butterfly shedding its cocoon and breaking out of its shell to be born, the old hair, skin, etc., naturally fell off and dried up, becoming dead silent. It was as if all the inner essence had been lost, and the blood, muscles, tendons, bones and veins inside, under the baptism of the vitality of heaven and earth, allowed themselves to undergo an essential self-transformation, especially at the tail vertebrae of Xiaoqin. The fluctuation was the strongest and most conspicuous. In the midst of the vagueness, a Qiwen divine pattern was becoming clearer and more vivid, like a living thing, along with the successful condensation of the first dragon son's true form. In an instant, an inexplicable power emanated from Xiaoqin, and with the tail vertebrae as the source point, it continuously generated stronger and more advanced life energy, which flowed rapidly to all parts of the body, allowing him to cross the most dangerous and critical step in the transformation process. Crack, accompanied by bursts of muscle and bone explosions. From afar, it was like a Qiwen roaring. Xiaoqin, who was gradually becoming dry, suddenly tore his old body from the inside, revealing a strong and sturdy body. The muscles on his body bulged high, as if they were cast from steel, but such a muscle structure is not too exaggerated and twisted, but full of streamlined muscle violence, with a harmonious proportion and strong power. Just looking at it gives people a pleasing sense of déjà vu. There is a bright light ball at the tail vertebrae of this kid that is invisible to the naked eye. It seems that he has a new consciousness. Zhao Yunyao explored from afar with his spiritual sense, and his heart was thoughtful. The practice system of this world, after the mortal transformation, is consciousness. The core concept of its practice is to use the method of martial arts practice to gradually develop various life treasures that the body itself possesses. For example, the sea of consciousness is one of the life treasures. Therefore, this practice realm is defined as consciousness. I didn't expect that after the 9 transformations of fish and dragon is cultivated, it can actually give the practitioners of this world a new and powerful life treasure, further broadening and deepening the foundation of the knowledge and storage realm. This point is somewhat unexpected, resulting in a difference between actual and theoretical cultivation. Watching from afar, Zhao Yunyao pondered in her heart. She was seriously considering whether this method could be used in the dragon transformation secret realm. The true meaning of the dragon transformation secret realm is to cultivate the dragon-shaped true meaning in the spine, and then condense and breed a dragon ball, and finally spit out the dragon ball, and transform itself into the seed of the Xian-I secret realm. Strengthening and expanding the dragon transformation secret realm is equivalent to strengthening the Xian-I secret realm as well. Perhaps, I can also consider the life secrets of the 9-change divine silkworm itself. The nirvana transformation of that species is more profound and mysterious than the 9 changes of fish and dragon technique I created. And it is extremely terrifying. Even the potential of the Holy Spirit is far less than that of the 9-change divine silkworm. Looking at the entire universe of the heaven-covering world, there are also different eras before and after. In terms of the most intelligent species, with the strongest talent potential, the 9-change divine silkworm is the strongest. What kind of ancient holy body? Innate Taoist fetus. Blue sky tyrant body. Innate holy body Taoist fetus. Supreme immortal body. Chaotic body. 10 evil bloodlines. Immortal gold Holy Spirit. Immortal king bloodline returnee. Immortal emperor's own son. Etc. The upper limit of their potential growth is far less than that of the 9-change divine silkworm. All of them can be compared to weak chicken scum. The most terrifying thing about the 9-change divine silkworm is that even if you don't need to actively practice, as long as you complete the transformation, you can achieve the sublimation of your own life source. Whether it becomes an immortal king or an immortal emperor, it is entirely a matter of time. It can be said that even if you lie down and sleep in a quarter of the Dharma ending age, you can still upgrade and become stronger. It is precisely because the 9-transformation divine silkworm is too terrifying that there are only a few real pure-blooded 9-transformation divine silkworms since the eternal era. Emperor Go is one of them. He became an immortal emperor by lying down and sleeping all the way. And no matter whether the external environment is bad or not, it cannot affect the transformation and sublimation inside the cocoon. But for now, I have never seen a real pure-blooded 9-transformation divine silkworm. Even if I want to create a method with it, I lack a reference target. This matter can only be considered when I have time in the future. Maybe I will change my mind by then. Although the 9-change divine silkworm has extremely terrifying potential, it still has a fatal flaw in the early stage. Every nirvana transformation in the early stage will make itself completely forget all past memories, as if it is completely reborn. If it is targeted by the enemy, the mortality rate is very high. This is also one of the important key factors that make it difficult for the 9-change divine silkworm to grow in the early stage. After a while of pondering, Zhao Yuniao suddenly realized something and turned his head to look at the depths of the Forbidden Sea. A huge dragon ship full of sacred charm is approaching this place at a high speed. The hull is as tall as a hill. The shape is dragon-shaped, and the whole body is filled with colorful clouds. It is swam on the surface of the Forbidden Sea, like an ancestral dragon riding the wind and waves. Zhao Yuniao recalled for a moment and remembered that the material of this divine ship was made of the bones of the ancestral dragon combined with the core of the sacred tree, which has the special effect of ignoring the power of the conferred god. Therefore, this divine ship can sail freely and safely on the Forbidden Sea. From a distance, Zhao Yuniao's consciousness detected many men and women standing or sitting on the deck of the divine ship, all of whom came from different major forces. In addition, Zhao Yuniao also noticed that a small number of male and female cultivators did not take the divine ship. Instead, they rode on other special treasures. From different directions and distances, they all approached Dragon Island. The elite cultivators in these forces all came for the Dragon King cubs and ancestral dragon cubs that were about to be born on Dragon Island. In order to come to this isolated sealed place, it took a huge effort and cost. According to this distance and speed, it will take some time to come here. After a little observation and perception, Zhao Yuniao turned his attention to Xiaochen again, continued to explore the details of the actual practice results of 9 changes of fish and dragon and the theoretical situation. One day and one night passed quickly. Towards the direction where Zhao Yuniao and Xiaochen were, 2 young people finally successfully landed. 1 man and 1 woman. From the same force, Zhao Yuniao and Xiaochen did not conceal their presence and remained near the 8-armed evil dragon. Chapter 188 Shizhuan. When the first transformation of 9 transformations of fish and dragon was truly cultivated, Xiaochen only felt that his whole body, inside and outside, became warm, vigorous, full of vitality, and vigorous and majestic, especially at the coccyx. It was more like a warm and comfortable heat source. It was constantly transforming and releasing some mysterious power. Through this passive tempering and strengthening of his own body and soul, as well as the mysterious inner source, Xiaochen felt that he was much stronger than before. Reborn, like a new life. Could this be the awakening of consciousness? Xiaochen carefully felt the changes in his own inner self, and decisively denied his instinctive reaction. No, There is no life treasure at the coccyx for humans. But this mysterious power feeling is indeed somewhat close to the opening of the life treasure in martial arts theory. After careful perception and thinking, Xiaochen suddenly had a bold and absurd guess in his mind. He couldn't help but feel dry in the mouth. Could it be that, after practicing this mysterious technique, the practitioner can generate a new life treasure and open it naturally? Thus, he has the power of knowing the treasure and releases the inner life potential. The more carefully he sensed the changes in himself, the more Xiaochen believed in his bold judgment. This is equivalent to him being in the transcendent realm, but already possessing some of the powerful power of the knowing the treasure realm in advance. But this is not forcing things to happen. The life treasure he has is still not opened. Not only that, but it further consolidated and strengthened his own practice results at the level of transcendence. Let him transform more thoroughly in this process. And relying on the instinctive intuition in the dark, Xiaochen also felt the existence of a kind of innate magical power from his coccyx. Devour everything and feed yourself. Heal the wounds if you are injured, and increase your vitality if you are not injured. Although it cannot directly improve any actual combat ability, this powerful auxiliary nourishing effect is more powerful than any healing technique I know. He suddenly opened his eyes, full of surprise and surprise. I didn't expect this technique to be so mysterious. I didn't expect that as a human being I could possess and master the innate magical power of the dragons. This made him more confident to face the unknowns in the immortal world. However, Zhao Linner also got this terrible technique. With her talent, she should be able to cultivate it. If I want to kill her, I must cultivate faster than her. After gaining more powerful strength, Xiaochen's perception became more acute, and it also greatly expanded the range of perception. From a distance, he saw two strange young men with a group of sailors on a large ship approaching here on the sea in the distance. Not long after, the ship successfully docked. The distance between them was shortened, and Xiaochen could clearly see the details of the two leading men's appearance and temperament. The man who was walking in front had a tall and slender figure. His appearance could be called handsome, but he looked very special, especially his eyes, which were extremely deep and exuded a chill. In short, that feeling is evil. The young woman who was traveling with him had a different dressing style. This was a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful curves, and her clothes were extremely revealing. Her slender and white legs were faintly visible under the almost transparent skirt, and her two jade arms and flat belly were all exposed, and her tall and full breasts were wrapped in a veil. This made this woman look very tempting. Her black and smooth long hair was casually draped over her back, and her smooth skin was as smooth and white as condensed fat, and looked warmer than the white of a peeled egg. But the most eye-catching thing was her appearance. It was an unusually charming look. When a pair of peach blossom eyes blinked gently, it was like emitting electricity, unconsciously attracting people. It seemed to be able to speak, and the teasing people felt a little restless in their hearts, just as Xiaochen and Zhao Yunao were observing the two of them. At this moment, the young man and woman who had just successfully landed alive from this beach area were also quickly observing Zhao Yunao and Xiaochen, who were standing not far from the shore. Xiaochen, who looked a little ordinary, was ignored by the two of them after a glance. All their attention was almost focused on the strange woman in a gorgeous and slim dress. That kind of transcendent temperament, as well as the flawless exquisite appearance and hot and graceful figure, all deeply attracted the two of them. They always felt that the other person had a strange charm that bewitched people's minds. It was just a simple eye-to-eye observation. Lu Yu and Wang Zifeng were unconsciously immersed in Zhao Yunyao's own mental charm, and unknowingly lost their self-awareness. The concept of self-personality was distorted. After completing the mind-enchanting control of the two outsiders, Zhao Yunya's emerald green eyes quietly dispersed some imperceptible light. Her pink cherry lips slightly opened, revealing an ethereal and charming voice like the sound of heaven. Tell me about your specific origins, and why you came here. Reporting to the words of the senior, we are from the undead sect, and the founder of the sect is the evil King Shizhuan, who once ascended from the human world to the immortal world. Wang Zifeng bowed and saluted with an extremely respectful expression. He took the initiative to tell the origins and purpose of himself and his junior sister Lu Yu. My junior sister and I came here because we were ordered by our master to learn that a new dragon king is about to be born on Dragon Island, the land of conferred gods. The fighting between different dragon kings will give birth to the ancestral dragon. If we can subdue it while it is young and keep it by our side, it will definitely be a great and powerful helper when it grows up. In fact, the people who came to Dragon Island are not only from our immortal sect. There are also the Duga family, the great Xia dynasty, ancient Rome. Not far away, Xiaochen, who was secretly on guard, was shocked and stunned when he heard the words of the man who called himself Prince Feng. This place, in the other person's mouth, was actually called the Land of Conferred Gods. Just by the name, it is known that it is not a good place. And the Dragon King, Ancestral Dragon, etc., made him understand that the people who came here are definitely not just the people in front of him. There are more unknown people who landed on this Dragon Island from other places. However, will these two really be so honest and tell us everything about their origins? Xiaochen looked at Wang Zifeng, and then at Lu Yu standing on the side. The temperament of these two people is that they are not good people at first glance. According to his experience and cognition, such people will never speak and act honestly, especially when facing completely unknown strangers. Chapter 189 Immortal Magic. When Wang Zifeng honestly explained his and Lu Yu's origins and purpose, the sailors who were responsible for driving the big ship, the accompanying guards, and the people who cooked daily all noticed something was wrong, because they knew Wang Zifeng and Lu Yu's personalities too well. They were not such honest and well-behaved people at all. Without waiting for these people to take any countermeasures, Zhao Yuniao flicked her fingers and smashed the bottom of the treasure ship in the air, causing it to quickly sink into the Forbidden Sea, and push the ship into the sea for a distance, making it unable to dock. No, the ship is broken. Run away. Some sailors saw this, and couldn't help but scream in fear. There were also people who knew some inside stories, who saw the scene, with despair and fear on their faces, muttering to themselves, "It's over. I'm going to die here completely. I don't want to die. I must grab something that can float." Some people were so anxious that they couldn't help but step on the side of the ship and jump towards the gradually opening beach shore. But when the person was in midair, he was affected by the terrible seal on the Forbidden Sea. He couldn't make any floating movements at all, and just fell straight into the Forbidden Sea. Then he exploded into a pile of broken meat and blood mist. That terrible death scene made everyone who saw it terrified. But Wang Zifeng and Lu Yu turned a blind eye to it, as if they didn't see anything. Still standing on the beach, he honestly explained some of the intelligence he knew. "Help! Save us! Senior, spare my life. I am willing to be your slave. Just begging you to spare my life. I don't want to die. Bitch." It was just a short while. The treasure ship, which was obviously valuable, and all the people on board were buried in the Forbidden Sea, without even a complete body left. As a weak person, he was not qualified to leave a body in the Forbidden Sea. This Forbidden Sea is so terrible. Xiaochen saw the scene with his own eyes, and his pupils suddenly shrank, and his mind immediately extinguished the idea of exploring the Forbidden Sea. He was still young and had a bright future. He didn't want to be buried in this mysterious Forbidden Sea, with nothing to do. He simply stood there and listened carefully to the news from Wang Zifeng. He also had a general understanding of the immortal world and the land of gods. It was not like before, when he didn't even know where he was. Wait until Wang Zifeng had said almost everything. Zhao Yuniao's eyes moved slightly, and she asked tentatively, "Can you two tell me the content of the supreme skill of the Undying Sect? The immortal magic skill?" To answer the senior, "I cannot tell you." Beside her, Lu Yu put away her seductive attitude and explained seriously and respectfully, "The masters of the sect have left relevant restrictions in my mind and my brother's mind. Once we say it or write it down in any way, it will passively trigger the restriction. My brother and I will be wiped out by the restriction. Then can you safely tell the details and process of the arrangement of this restriction?" Zhao Yuniao asked again. This time, Lu Yu nodded first, then shook her head. She took the initiative to explain. These protective restrictions were set up by the elders of the sect. Senior brother Wang and I have never seen the secrets of the relevant restrictions, but we have seen the elders use the restrictions, and we can also perceive the arrangement of these restrictions in our minds. These things will not be affected by the triggering of the restrictions, and can be said normally. Hearing this, Zhao Yuniao became slightly interested, while carefully exploring the restrictions inside Wang Zifeng's body with her powerful spiritual power. She ordered, "Tell me all the details of the process of using the restrictions, as well as the exquisite arrangement results you feel yourself. All without any error." "Yes, Senior." Wang Zifeng and Lu Yu saluted at the same time in response. Then he told the relevant information he knew without hiding anything. This obedient look made Xiaochen feel creepy. He obviously saw that the two strangers had been controlled by the beautiful female senior at some point. Then, they became obedient and respectful, answering every question. When did she perform this? I didn't even notice anything unusual. Xiaochen carefully examined himself, fearing that he was also secretly controlled. After a self-examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't feel anything unusual, so it should be fine. To be on the safe side, he even secretly used a mysterious Qi training method he learned from the mysterious ancient monument when he was a child, silently operating it to greatly amplify his perception ability. But still no abnormality was found. It was not until this time that Xiaochen was truly relieved. He turned his attention to the two elite disciples of the immortal sect in front of him. I didn't expect that the evil King Shizhuan is still alive, and has already cultivated an immortal body. Maybe in the future, when I am strong enough, I will have the opportunity to witness the evil king and deal with him. In addition to the evil king, there are Shifeishuan, Qianqian, Li Xuanhuan, Li Bai and others. Just when Xiaochen was thinking about it, Wang Zifeng and Lu Yu also told all about the prohibition. After listening, Zhao Yun now combined the details he had discovered and understood why the immortal sect did not prohibit the leakage of this information. It's a very sophisticated arrangement of the restriction, and it also combines the secrets of the formation. Even if ordinary cultivators know something about it, they can't crack it at all. As long as there is any mistake, the restriction will be triggered, and the opponent's head and soul will be blown up and destroyed. But it won't be difficult for me. It just takes some time to study and try. After having a clear idea in mind, Zhao Yunyao told Wang Zifeng and Lu Yu to stay here for the time being. As for herself, she used the mystery of the Breaking Realm Pearl to silently deduce and try to break the restriction, repeatedly simulate trial and error, and use the Breaking Realm Pearl to simulate whether it is correct or not. It took less than a quarter of an hour. The correct way to unlock these restrictions was deduced by Zhao Yunyao. Almost. It can be unlocked in theory, but in the actual implementation process, you need to be careful enough not to touch anything extra. Soon, Zhao Yunyao opened her eyes again and looked at Lu Yu not far away. No need for any verbal instructions. Lu Yu, who was dressed in a particularly seductive and hot way, came to stand next to Zhao Yunyao. No resistance. Zhao Yunyao gave a light scolding, and then used her own terrifying spiritual sense to probe into his body and remove the restrictions, like peeling off silk threads from a cocoon. Chapter 192-1. After using the power of the Breaking Realm Pearl flexibly, and deducing the method to break the restriction, Zhao Yunyao began to try to remove it on Lu Yu, like peeling off a cocoon, layer by layer, with the joint support of tens of thousands of Yuanshan origins in the body. Zhao Yunyao's control over the use of consciousness became extremely precise and delicate. That was derived from the Zerg Queen's own racial innate soul control. After just a dozen breaths, Lu Yu, who stood quietly beside Zhao Yunyao, suddenly felt the restriction in her mind suddenly loosen, like a burglar-proof lock opened by a key. Okay, now tell me the supreme secret of the immortal sect, the immortal magic art, and don't hide any details. Junior, obey your command. Lu Yu bowed and explained, but due to my status in the sect, I have not been taught the full version of the immortal magic art. Only a part of it. The content of the art is incomplete. I hope you won't blame me. Then, Lu Yu began to talk about the content of the immortal magic art in the immortal sect. He told me what he knew, covering the 4 initial stages of the transcendent realm, the knowledge hidden realm, the sky control realm, and the nirvana realm. Zhao Yunyao listened and pondered secretly. He found that there were indeed some things worth learning from the immortal magic art. For example, in terms of transformation, it really lived up to its name of immortality, and had a unique understanding and cognition of the transformation of yin and yang, life and death. The skill of 9 transformations of fish and dragon can be further improved by this. Zhao Yunyao thought in his heart, and recalled the other face of the little Zulong on this dragon island. If we can study Kuku's body, we will definitely be able to explore some mysteries. However, I remember that Kuku is still unable to transform into an ancestor dragon, and has been living in the form of the anti-sky tribe for a long time. In this case, it must be very different from the ancestor dragon form. Considering this, Zhao Yunyao kept Kuku as a backup. The main target is the 7-colored divine ship, and the sacred tree seedling that Kuku carries with her. She is confident that with her understanding, she will definitely gain something. The seven-colored divine ship wanders in the forbidden sea, and multiple dragon kings can summon it. On the contrary, if you want to meet Cuckoo, you have to rely on Xiaochen, the protagonist of luck. After all, there are too many secrets inside this dragon island, and many places can isolate and shield the divine sense. If I rely solely on myself to find it, no one knows when I can find it. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yu now quickly came up with an idea. He waved his hand and took out the life altar, and took the remaining 8-armed dragon body, as well as Lu Yu and Wang Zifeng, into it, and absorbed and refined them as sacrifices. He also put all the essence of the origin of life he had extracted into his own god, further strengthen and improve his own understanding. Seeing this, Xiaochen beside him was suddenly shocked, knowing that this beautiful female senior killed without blinking an eye, and her cultivation was not weak. So he needed to be careful and cautious. Let's go into the interior of Dragon Island. Zhao Yu now looked back at Xiaochen, opened her cherry lips, and said, "You are lucky, and you will lead the way and decide where to go next. If you encounter a crisis that you are unable to resist, I can help you once. It's a reward for the delicious meals you've made recently." Hearing these words, Xiaochen was surprised and delighted. At present, it seems that there are more than just a few of them in this land of conferred gods, and many native cultivators from the immortal world have come. There must be a crisis, and it is naturally a good thing to have an extra layer of insurance. Thank you for your help, Senior. Xiaochen held back his joy and took the initiative to thank him. Then he looked at the weapons and other sundries left by Wang Zifeng and Lu Yu, and asked tentatively, "I wonder what you plan to do with these things, Senior? Why? You want them?" Zhao Yu now glanced at Xiaochen and said casually, "If you want, you can pick them up. This kind of low-quality goods is not worth my attention." "Thank you, Senior." Xiaochen thanked him, and then took the initiative to pick up the things left by Wang Zifeng and Lu Yu, and put all the useful ones on his body. These two people are not weaker than him, and even he can feel a sense of instinctive death threat, and they come from famous sects and have extraordinary status. Things that can be carried by such a person must not be useless and mundane things. He had just been forced to ascend to the immortal realm, and he was penniless and had nothing. It would be very helpful for him to put away these things. He did not stay in the coastal beach area for long. Xiaochen and Zhao Yuniao turned and entered the dense forest of the island one after another, and soon disappeared. Inside Dragon Island, two other different places, Zhao Linner and Lan Nua were also studying and thinking about the 9 changes of fish and dragon. According to their different perspectives and knowledge, they saw different personal understandings and different martial arts cognitions in the same technique. Zhao Linner realized the mystery of the rebirth of the immortal phoenix, although the name of the technique is 9 transformations of fish and dragon. In her personal understanding, it is a young immortal phoenix that transforms itself in life and death crises again and again and completes the sublimation of the essence of life. Just like her survival experience in the royal family of the human world. From childhood to adulthood, she has encountered many conspiracy contests, and sometimes even crises at every step, which are related to life and death. And it is this kind of bloody struggle in the royal family that is different from ordinary people that made Zhao Linner realize that it is not the natural free and easy rise against the current of the fish leaping into a dragon, but the art of rebirth and nirvana in the desperate situation of life and death. But the same technique for Lan Nua. It made her realize and see different true concepts of martial arts. Into the water as a fish, and soar into the sky as a rock. In the smooth switching between fish and rock, she realized the mystery of the transformation of yin and yang. Based on this, combined with the martial arts practice concept of nirvana, Lan Nua realized a new method of life and death transformation. Let her listen to the essential fluctuations of life in the alternation of life and death. During this period of time, the two of them began to practice the 9 changes of fish and dragon with their own different martial arts comprehension, so that all aspects of themselves were comprehensively improved and enhanced. In the lush and tall primitive dense forest, Xiaochen ran in front, and Zhao Yu now followed behind. The tall and perfect slender figure, like a weak willow in the wind, floated and stepped on the branches and leaves without any effort, and followed Xiaochen silently. Suddenly, Zhao Yuniao seemed to sense something and noticed the cultivation of Lan Nua and Zhao Linner from afar. He was slightly surprised. Xiaochen was born in an ordinary family, so he understood the true meaning of martial arts of a fish swimming against the current and rising to become a dragon. Zhao Linner was born in the royal family and had a complicated experience, just like a fairy phoenix reborn from the ashes. As for Lan Nu, he was arrogant and could ascend several times but stopped. He honed his heart many times and succeeded in entering the realm of immortality. Like Kuanping dominating the world, different people have different experiences and different perceptions. Let them comprehend the different true meanings of martial arts contained in the 9 changes of fish and dragon. And the various details and changes in it really made Zhao Yunyan gain something. The birth of the Wheel Sea secret realm itself has integrated many immortal magic techniques. Kuanping method, Thunder Emperor method, Immortal Phoenix method, Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit method, etc. A few years ago, when I was completing and perfecting the law of the origin of life in the Zhuxian world, I witnessed some of the mysteries of the evolution and birth of the Wheel Sea secret realm. Now that it has been incorporated into the 9 changes of fish and dragon, it does have a different effect. Considering this, Zhao Yunyan distractedly thought about how to modify and improve the 9 changes of fish and dragon, make it more suitable for her own practice. She deduced the creation method, not for the convenience of others, to help strangers who had nothing to do with it, but to enhance her own foundation. The Qianquan boots and my own internal innate laws of creation are derived from the Palm of Heaven bottle, and the birth of the Palm of Heaven bottle came from a Xiantian immortal vine. According to the birth characteristics of the Xiantian immortal vine, and its essence that is consistent with the laws of the world's avenues, its life form is similar to the world tree or the innate Jianmu. The method of ancestral sacrifice also belongs to the plant system, and also contains extremely strong mysteries such as vitality, nirvana, and recovery. Compared with the innate creation path, both belong to the aspect of life. If this is used as the foundation to adjust the 9 changes of fish and dragon, it is quite consistent with the special physical life body I have now. All kinds of thoughts quickly flashed through Zhao Yunyan's mind. This gave her a general idea in her mind. But before that, I still need to find Kuku and take the mysterious holy tree seedling for a look. With the specific details of this thing, I believe I can create a more perfect method. While following Xiaochen on the road, Zhao Yunyan always used his huge spiritual sense to capture and search for Kuku and the 3 skeletons in a large area, trying to find them out. It's a pity that there are too many interferences in this place, making many areas completely blind in Zhao Yunyan's own spiritual sense perception. Like an information black hole, nothing exists. In the next few days, although Xiaochen experienced many crises, Zhao Yunyan had no intention of helping him. And Xiaochen himself did not think of asking Zhao Yunyan to help him now. Instead, he took advantage of this opportunity to hone himself on this dangerous dragon island, let himself grow up at a very fast speed. Then, he went deep into the island again, and Xiaochen and Zhao Yunyan came to a new place. It was a dark and humid swamp area. The inside of this swamp was not as lively as other places, but seemed unusually dead. Apart from the many tall and vigorous ancient trees, Xiaochen and Zhao Yunyan did not see any wild animals here. Not even a flying bird. The pond, the swamp, were silent, as quiet as a dead place. In the distance, the beasts roared continuously, showing the primitive and wild atmosphere. But here, it was so dead and peaceful. The contrast between the two made this place more mysterious and evil. Where is this place? How could there be such a strange place? Seeing this, Xiaochen secretly raised his vigilance and precautions. He did not forget that this place was called the Land of Conferred Gods by the 2 people from the Undead Gate. Places that can be called like this are not good places. Now, I have Senior Zhao by my side, so I don't have to worry too much about safety for the time being. Xiaochen looked around and thought to himself, maybe I can find some dragon crystals to practice directly like I did a few days ago. Although this place is dangerous, it also has a lot of opportunities. Otherwise, the elite disciples and core figures of the big forces outside would not risk their lives and come here from thousands of miles away. With this thought, Xiaochen decided to explore in depth. He must become stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise Zhao Linner will kill him. The 2 of them have already fought to the death. This place is familiar. Beside him, Zhao Yunyan paced, blinking her beautiful green eyes gently. Observing the traces around, the yin energy is abundant. And there are many corpses. And there are some inexplicable things left, which prevent my consciousness from accurately sensing a large range. Could it be that this is where the 3 skeletons are? Guessing this possibility, Zhao Yunyan immediately became quite interested. If this place is really related to the 3 skeletons, Then Cuckoo's strange little beast, and the mysterious holy tree seedling will definitely appear here. That little guy is very fast. I have to be careful to observe and pay attention to the surroundings. When Xiao Chun and Zhao Yuniao walked into the swamp one after another, the air smell between the nose wings became more and more human. In addition, the unique strong smell of corruption in the swamp came into the mouth and nose, making the two people frown slightly unconsciously. The main reason is that it is too smelly. And there is also a faint smell of corpses. The yin energy here is particularly strong. And I don't know how many living things have died. I vaguely feel that there is still a chilling atmosphere here. It seems that there is something strange. Not long after, Xiao Chun and Zhao Yuniao continued to move forward for more than a mile. What they saw was nothing but tall, thick and vigorous ancient trees. And no living creatures were found. In the mud and puddles, there were piles of bones almost everywhere. Some corpses were half sunk in the mud. Some broken bones were directly exposed on the surface, which looked a bit scary in the dim forest, as if they had come to a demonic hell. There were many kinds of skeletons. Among them, there were many skeletons of powerful beasts, ranging from 1 or 2 meters long to more than 10 meters long. Lying here, dead silent. Not long after, Xiao Chun and Zhao Yuniao also saw a lot of human corpses among them. Judging from the color and texture of the human bones, they are probably hundreds of years old at least. But to have existed for such a long time, it is obvious that these human bones are not from ordinary people. Unconsciously, time passed quietly. When the last sunset glow disappeared, the sky and the earth became completely dark, especially in this swamp. It seemed even more eerie and dead. The huge trees, like tall tombstones, stood silently in this dead swamp. Crack. Suddenly, there was a sound of bone cracking in the silence. This death swamp seemed extremely eerie and weird. Chapter 191 Holy Tree. In the death swamp, there was a dead silence and coldness. It was like coming to a world of the dead. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the swamp, which was very clear and obvious in this area. Hearing the sound, Xiao Chun looked back suddenly, but found nothing. This place full of corpses was still dead and cold. Not far away, Zhao Yuniao had already realized the source of the sound, which was the sound made by the 3 skeletons. Let me think about it carefully. Where exactly is the holy tree seedling? When it first appeared, it seemed to be related to these 3 skeletons, and the hybrid ancestor dragon Cuckoo was gradually implicated in it, and thus developed a close relationship with Xiao Chun. According to this idea, it means that the rooting place of the holy tree seedling must not be too far from here. After some recollection and thinking, Zhao Yuniao suddenly took action. She took this death swamp area as the origin and searched around, focusing on the places with strong dragon energy. Because the holy tree contained 7 ancestral dragon energy, this was one of the clues she was looking for. Xiao Chun, who was walking carefully in the death swamp, lost sight of Zhao Yuniao in just a blink of an eye, and was shocked. He thought there was a terrible danger in this death swamp. Even the mysterious and powerful female senior felt the danger and left without hesitation. Cautiously, Xiao Chun also decisively evacuated the death swamp and stood nearby to observe carefully. Not long after, when the sun disappeared, a large piece of black fog suddenly rose from the death swamp. The black mist and bands gave him a strong sense of threat of death and coldness. Is this corpse miasma? After some identification, Xiao Chun figured out what it was. He felt a little relieved. Based on the number of powerful corpses here, the poison of the corpse miasma must have a more terrible killing power. I just don't know if the mysterious skills I practice can protect me here. When Xiao Chun saw this place, his first reaction was how to use it to kill Zhao Linner. With the shrewdness of that woman, she might have been mixed up with those outsiders now. If they really wanted to join forces to deal with him, he would not be sure. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there were bursts of fierce fighting sounds from the death swamp. Hearing the noise, Xiao Chun jumped up and came to the branches of a tall and strong ancient tree. He changed several directions and then looked down. He saw 3 skeletons fighting with 5 zombies. As the 2 sides fought each other, they showed extraordinary powerful fighting power, which surprised Xiao Chun and made him feel more serious. These undead monsters are not inferior to me before. After staring and observing for a while, Xiao Chun decided to enter the death swamp to test it out, to see the actual effect of the ancient monument skills he had cultivated. If he could really resist the poisonous corpse miasma here, he would have to consider killing Zhao Linner as soon as possible. And he must not give that woman a chance to grow up. Not long after, Xiao came down and prepared himself. Then, he decisively entered the death swamp. The mysterious profound skill in his body was running, driving a mysterious energy to spread out, forming a layer of hazy light as thin as a veil on the surface of his body. All kinds of toxic substances in the outside world could not enter Xiao Chen's body at all. It really works. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. It is worthy of the Qi training diagram recorded on the mysterious ancient monument of Yongjin Huanghe, which is no worse than any profound skill I have seen. With confidence in his heart, he decisively decided to investigate the specific situation of this place first, so as to make the first move to trap and kill Zhao Liner and others. At the same time, on the other side, Zhao Yunyao, wearing the heavenly clothes of Huayao and Qianquan boots, walked in the primitive mountains and forests, as if walking on the pulse of time. The lotus steps moved lightly, seemingly slow but actually fast, as if singing and dancing in the clouds. It was just a short while. Zhao Yunyao searched the large area around the death swamp and finally found the target location. It was a valley of considerable size. Outside the valley, the grass is deep and the forest is dense. The vegetation is lush and full of vitality. It is a completely wild and primitive mountain area. However, not many wild beasts can be seen here. It seems that they are afraid of this area. But inside this valley, it is another scene. Looking around, there are stone forests everywhere. Some are thick, some are steep, and some are sharp. At a glance, there is no natural vegetation. The area around the valley is even more steep and tall cliffs. They are filled with strong and terrifying dragon energy. If I remember correctly, the place where the holy tree seedling first appeared was a stone forest valley area. It's just that this place is a little weird and mysterious. Zhao Yunyao stood outside the valley and observed carefully. She also used her spiritual sense to explore and search deeply. With her extraordinary strength of the soul, she captured many hidden forces around this valley. Some are dragon energy. Some are formations. There are also mysterious and strange special breaths of sacred trees. It is these various powerful forces that seriously interfere with Zhao Yunya's spiritual sense of this place, making it impossible for her to detect the specialness of this place with her spiritual sense. If she hadn't seen it with her eyes at this moment, she couldn't even be sure whether this place existed. After observing for a while, Zhao Yunyao leisurely entered the interior of this mysterious valley. With the protection of the Huadao Tianyi, she was not afraid of the various powerful forces here. After going deep into the valley, she walked a distance, turned around some stone pillars in succession, and her eyes suddenly brightened. The interior of the valley full of stones finally had a touch of the natural color of plants. A magical little tree, only as tall as a human palm, took root and grew inside the stone forest. And it carried an obvious fluctuation of vitality. The trunk, only as thick as a thumb, was winding like a dragon, vigorous and ancient, as if it was full of the baptism and polish of time. There were only 2 leaves on the tree crown now. There was a pure black leaf on the bent half of the trunk. The dark and pure crystal color was like extraordinary obsidian, with a faint black light. As for the other milky white leaf, it grew at the top of the stem. The divine light was lingering, and the atmosphere was extraordinary. It carried a holy taurime, and on the whole plant, there were 7 rainbow lights surrounding and jumping, as if the colorful flames were burning on the surface of this tree. Gorgeous and mysterious. Turning his head to look around, he found that he did not see the young mixed-blood ancestor dragon. Zhao Yunyao sat sideways on the stone near the seedling of the holy tree with his knees together. She raised her right hand, extended a slender jade finger, and pointed at the gnarled trunk of the young holy tree. Then she mobilized the immortal substances in her body and actively infused them into the holy tree. In an instant, the holy tree burst into an even stronger and more blazing 7-color divine light. Chapter 192, Vision. Inside the death swamp, Xiao Chen, who was just beginning to establish a good relationship with the 3 skeletons, suddenly sensed something and hurriedly looked to the area several miles to the east. Shua. In the dark night, a colorful beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. It was like a bright spear of light that tore through the darkness. In this environment, it was so eye-catching and bright, and extremely bright. Not far away, the 3 skeletons that Xiao Chen had just named Qin Guangwang, Yan Luowang, and Lun Huowang were also extremely sensitive. Almost at the same time as Xiao Chen, they turned their heads to look at the source of the colorful beam of light. In the dark eye sockets of the skeletons, the soul light of the 3 skeletons fluctuated, and all showed a complex expression of surprise, doubt, caution and joy. Obviously, they had known for a long time that there was such a mysterious holy tree seedling. There was almost no hesitation. The three skeletons moved suddenly, like three brilliant white lights passing through this dead forest at a high speed. Seeing this, Xiaochen reacted and hurriedly followed. With such a mysterious phenomenon, there must be incredible treasures there. There are a lot of outsiders on this dragon island now. I must get there before others arrive. Otherwise I may miss an unknown opportunity. Especially Zhao Lin. I must not let that woman succeed. After thinking in his mind, Xiaochen ran faster. The long distance of several miles was almost quickly crossed by three skeletons and a person, and came to the place where the colorful beam of light appeared. He followed the three skeletons and broke into the valley directly. As a result, he saw an extremely familiar figure sitting there at a glance. On her beautiful and cold face, she was calm and composed, and her slender and hot figure, with her knees together and sitting sideways, looked particularly attractive and charming. Her curves were exposed, and she was enchanting. Senior Zhao, you are here too. Xiaochen was quite surprised when he saw this. Then he quickly calmed down. He turned his head to look at the source of the colorful vision, and found that it was a small tree with twisted branches. At first glance, it seemed as if a real dragon was winding there, with its old bark cracking, like dragon scales opening and closing. The crystal leaves of different colors were growing, and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It also made the fluctuation of the vitality in that area more and more intense and obvious. Hearing Xiaochen's surprised words, the three skeletons of King Qingguang, King Yanluo, and King Luan who had looked at each other, and the bones of their mouths moved click click click, as if they were exchanging information. After hesitating for a while, the three skeletons finally decided to wait and see for the time being. Let's see what will happen next. Such an obvious seven-color vision will surely attract the owner of the sacred tree back. The young beast that looks weak but is actually powerful is not a match for the three of them even if they join forces. Therefore, even though they knew the existence of the seven-color sacred tree seedling, they did not dare to steal it directly. Xiaochen, you came at the right time. I have something to tell you. Zhao Yunyao tilted her head slightly, looking at Xiaochen calmly. Next, I will teach you a set of swordsmanship. You need to guard the entrance of the valley. Don't let other irrelevant people and the wild beasts here disturb me. I need some time to comprehend the mystery of this sacred tree of the dragon clan. After that, Zhao Yunyao used her spiritual consciousness to imprint her self-created Daling gene directly into Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. Then, she shook her hand and took out the Mandarin duck sword and swung it. Two red swords of different sizes but similar appearance suddenly flew out and pierced into the rock ground in front of Xiaochen. The seemingly thin blades easily sank into the rock. No piercing or cutting sounds were made. Only the blue handle that looked like a mandarin duck remained outside the rock. It looked crystal clear like flawless jade, but with a distinct metallic texture. Please rest assured, Senior Zhao, I will do my best. Xiaochen bowed his hands and quickly read the sword secrets in his mind. He suddenly realized that this was not just a sword technique. This was also a superposition of power. A terrifying power control secret of explosive power. If you can understand it, you can use various weapons to superimpose power, without being limited to sword techniques. Even without any external weapons, it can exert an amazing superposition effect. It's not a loss to have this opportunity. Xiaochen was delighted and bent down to pull out the two mandarin duck knives from the rock. As soon as he got them, he felt the extraordinariness of these two knives. This mysterious material made him feel very powerful and terrifying. And there was a special power flowing inside. Good knife. I wonder if it is the legendary artifact. Xiaochen thought for a while. And suddenly, he looked forward to Zhao Lin coming here, if she dares to come. With these two knives in hand, I will definitely kill her. I hope all my enemies will appear here tonight, and I will take the opportunity to deal with them all. With joy in his heart, Xiaochen turned around and faced the only entrance to the valley. His eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed to be dozing. But in his heart, he was thinking about the Daling gene he had just obtained, studying the secret of the superposition of power. On the other side, in a wilderness area, a cute little beast with snow-white soft fur all over its body, and only about half a foot long was blinking its black and shiny big eyes, and looking curiously into the distance. The dazzling rainbow-like colorful beams of light seemed more magnificent. It was like a colorful giant pillar standing tall and upright. Ah! The snow-white little beast tilted its little head, looked at the place in a daze, blinked a few times, and then reacted belatedly. That place seemed to be where it planted the seedlings of the holy tree. Swoosh! In an instant, the little thing disappeared in this area, quickly rushed to the location of the colorful light column, the edge of Dragon Island, near the beach, around a lake with clear water. Zhao Linner had just completed the first transformation of 9 transformations of fish and dragon, which made her feel extremely powerful, like a fairy phoenix reborn from the nirvana. With her palms open, a colorful flame emerged from thin air, causing a large amount of water mist to rise from the nearby lake in an instant, as if it could not withstand the temperature of such a flame. After looking for a while, Zhao Linner waved her hand to disperse the 5-colored divine flame innate magical power, and then looked up at the earth-shaking and obvious 7-colored vision. With the boy's temper, he will definitely rush there. Maybe there is a chance to get rid of him in the chaos. After thinking about it, Zhao Linner called a little Pegasus, rode on it, and stepped on the treetops to quickly approach the depths of the island. A certain mountain area. The goddess Lan Nua sat cross-legged inside the cave on the cliff, carefully experiencing the various changes after her transformation, and was shocked and happy in her heart. There was a hint of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Actually, a new treasure of life has really been born, and it is still in an open state, so the suppression effect is not too strong. Doesn't that mean that I can use some of the power of the knowledge and storage realm? Lan Nua stood up, walked out of the cliff cave, and looked at the colorful light column in the distance. Behind him, a yin-yang Dao diagram appeared out of thin air. Chapter 193: The Source of the Ancestral Dragon. As time went by, the colorful light column that seemed to penetrate the sky and the earth was becoming more and more conspicuous and bright, attracting more and more attention from foreign monks. They all approached the source of the colorful light column. In addition, many dragons on the island, when they noticed the thick and bright colorful light column, felt the breath of the ancestral dragon contained in it, and roared and screamed continuously. One after another, they walked out of their own territories and gathered towards the source of the phenomenon. In an instant, the dragons on Dragon Island roared and danced. The giant pythons, centipedes, Pegasus, black apes and other wild beasts that were attracted burst into a tide of beasts to escape, causing chaos on the entire Dragon Island. It triggered a turbulent fight. At this moment, inside the valley, as the guide of these things, Zhao Yunyao was looking at the holy tree seedlings beside him wholeheartedly. With her actively infusing the immortal substance of longevity, the seedling of the holy tree began to grow and develop at an incredible speed. One after another, pure-colored leaves were born from the top of the tree stem. This situation also made the colorful vision even more magnificent and intense. From a distance, it was like a colorful aurora galaxy falling from the vast starry sky. Even though there was no sound, the magnificent atmosphere was enough to shock the minds of many creatures. Shwa! Suddenly, a snow-white soft and cute little beast jumped down from the side cliff, completely ignoring Xiao Chen and the 3 skeletons guarding the entrance of the valley. Seeing this, Xiao Chen was shocked. How did this little thing get in? On the side cliff, the dragon energy was pervasive, extremely dense, and faintly flowing with a strange luster, which was obviously not a good place. But this unknown cub, who looked soft and cute, completely ignored this. No, we can't let this little thing disturb Senior Zhao's work. Xiao Chen's face was serious, and he was about to enter the valley with the double-edged sword. But he felt something pulling him. Turning his head, he found that it was the 3 strange skeletons named by him: King Qing Guang, King Lun Hui, and King Yin Luo. Ka ba ka ba. The 3 skeletons opened their white skeleton mouths and made a gesture of talking. At the same time, the arms and bone claws pointed and gestured, pointing at the colorful sacred tree that was growing rapidly, and then pointing at the cute snow-white little beast that had just slipped in. The action and expression were faintly filled with fear and terror. You mean, this snow-white little beast is the owner of the mysterious sacred tree? Xiao Chen pondered and looked at it for a while, and soon realized what the 3 skeletons were saying. But looking at the harmless appearance of the snow-white little beast, he didn't quite believe the judgment of the 3 skeletons. He thought he must be stronger than the 3 skeletons. This mysterious snow-white little beast might be stronger than the 3 skeletons, but it might not be as strong as himself. Xiao Chen, who can use part of the power of knowledge and storage, is very confident that he is now powerful. I don't believe it. with that cute and tender appearance. How strong can it be? Xiao Chen shook the mandarin duck knife in his hand. With a confident face, if I punch it, it will probably cry for a long time. Look how I catch that little thing. Afterwards, Xiao Chen ignored the obstruction of the 3 skeletons and strode into the valley. Before he could take the initiative to drive away the snow-white little beast, he saw the soft and cute little thing turned its head and looked at him, its big black eyes full of confusion and doubt. "Ah!" The little paw suddenly waved, and a colorful glow bloomed, instantly contained Xiao Chen inside. Then, like kicking a ball, it played with Xiao Chen and swung him around in the air. No matter how Xiao Chen struggled and resisted inside, he was trapped in the beam. He couldn't even lift the knife in his hand. How can this little thing be so powerful and terrifying? Xiao Chen was shocked. I originally thought that after becoming stronger, I could punch this cute little thing into a meat pie. But I didn't expect that the other party just waved his furry little paw lightly, leaving him powerless to resist. Fortunately, this little thing was not very interested in Xiao Chen. After playing with it for a few times, he threw it aside and took the initiative to untie the restraints. Looking back, a pair of black and watery eyes stared at the rapidly growing colorful sacred tree without blinking. The rich breath of life made it feel very comfortable and at ease. It rolled happily on the spot for a few times, and then came to the vicinity of the colorful sacred tree. Finally, it stared at Zhao Yunyu's slender jade fingers curiously. The endless immortal substances of longevity and creation gushed out from the white and slender fingers at this moment, and were injected into the interior of the colorful sacred tree, allowing the colorful sacred tree to grow and sprout rapidly. "Yaya?" The snow-white little beast called softly. Suddenly, it jumped forward, opened its little mouth, held Zhao Yunyu's finger in its mouth, and sucked hard, sucking a full mouthful of it. Burp! It burped unconsciously, and shook its head again. Its big black eyes were full of comfort and satisfaction. "Little thing, don't bother me." Zhao Yunyao flicked the snow-white little beast's forehead gently, then ignored its existence and continued to focus on the colorful sacred tree. In just a moment, 7 crystal leaves of different colors have fully stretched out. In each of those leaves, there is a source of the ancestral dragon's qi, which can be transformed into the ancestral dragon's qi by absorbing the external yuan qi, the earth qi, and the vitality of plants. This thing is related to the previous ancestral dragon, that is, Kuka's biological mother. Zhao Yunyao sat quietly near the colorful sacred tree, carefully sensing the various mysteries contained in the sacred tree itself. Although they are completely different cultivation systems, the concept of dragon has many similarities with the dragon transformation secret realm. The source of the ancestor dragon is combined with the young body of the Tontian divine tree, thus turning into a colorful sacred tree. This is a life that integrates plants and animals. Looking at the sapling of the sacred tree, Zhao Yunyao thought of herself. I feel that there is a great similarity between the two. The essence of the dragon transformation secret realm is connected to the origin of my own life. It is born with the secret of living things, and the innate creation avenue obtained from the palm of the sky bottle comes from the original Xintian fairy vine, which is naturally in harmony with the laws of the avenue of a world, and is nourished by all kinds of order and rules. If you want to completely integrate the innate creation avenue into the secret realm in your body, then this colorful sacred tree is a very suitable reference target. After observing and thinking for a while, suddenly, Zhao Yunyao opened her red lips and gently inhaled at the colorful sacred tree. Lines of monochrome mist emanated from each leaf and gathered into 7 colors, like a rainbow sinking into the pink lips. Chapter 194. The holy tree enters the body. In the vast and lush primeval forest, various terrible beasts are rampant, and many wild beasts are fleeing away from their nests. Among them, the dragon-like beasts are the most powerful and ferocious. They gathered here from all directions, and they had conflicts with countless beasts, wild beasts and outsiders along the way. They fought and fought almost everywhere they went. Those outsiders suffered heavy losses. Swish! Above the treetops, a white light flew by at high speed, like lightning. The speed was a little unbelievable. In fact, it was just a little Pegasus carrying Zhao Liner, running happily on the treetops. Even many dragons that are good at flying could not match the speed of the little Pegasus. Not long after, the little Pegasus brought Zhao Liner to the vicinity of the valley. However, when the little Pegasus saw Xiao Chen's figure, he tilted his head and did not approach rashly. But at the same time, he also developed some curiosity and affection for Xiao Chen. Pegasus can sense whether a person's body is pure or not. Xiaochen, who has been practicing Tianbei Xian Gong for many years, has a cleaner body than many pure girls, which makes Pegasus instinctively close to her and has a very good impression of her. But he was used to being cautious. So the little Pegasus stood on the treetop and stopped moving. Seeing this, Xiao Linner turned over and got off the horse, holding the sword in her left hand, jumped down the treetop, and then quickly approached Xiaochen at the entrance of the valley. The already graceful and proud figure was nourished and strengthened by the 9 changes of fish and dragon technique. Now Xiao Linner has become more holy and beautiful, walking gracefully, like a fairy under the moon. Xiao Linner, you are here. Xiaochen's face was a little solemn when he saw this. He found that Xiao Linner's aura had changed. Compared with the past, Xiao Linner who appeared in front of him now was more powerful and terrifying, more beautiful and enchanting, and faintly gave him a very strange sense of dignity, like a fairy phoenix descending to the world, accompanied by destiny. You can come here. Why can't I come? Xiao Linner responded with a smile. The real thoughts in her heart were also a little serious, because she felt a mysterious dragon power from Xiaochen, faintly, as if she was facing a human-shaped dragon cub, and she also became much stronger. This kid's comprehension is really not weak, and he has cultivated the first change of 9 changes of fish and dragon so quickly. Then he can't let him live any longer. Xiao Linner's eyes were flowing, and her eyes were as charming as silk, the seemingly beautiful and enchanting beauty. In fact, her murderous intention toward Xiaochen in her heart has been raised to several levels again. Similarly, Xiaochen's killing intent towards Xiao Linner also increased significantly. He also saw that Xiao Linner had cultivated the first transformation. The special transformation technique of 9 transformations of fish and dragon requires extremely high comprehension. Even if ordinary people get it, it is very difficult to understand it, let alone truly practice it. But Xiao Linner was able to cultivate the first transformation so quickly. Her comprehension should not be underestimated. I am not as strong as her. If I give her time and let her continue to grow, it will definitely cause disaster in the future. The two sides only observed and sized each other up for a short while. Xiaochen decisively took the initiative to attack, like a fierce dragon out of the sea, slashing with the 2 swords in his hands, waving out sharp and violent terrifying sword energy. Xiao Linner was fearless, and her graceful figure was as graceful as a startled wild goose. She saw the extraordinary double swords in Xiaochen's hand, and did not use her own sword to fight against them. She always pulled the side of the sword blade to change the direction of the double swords. The 2 sides fought back and forth at a very fast speed, causing the surrounding rocks to fly and trees to break. The 3 skeletons looked at each other, and rushed up at the same time, actively cooperating with Xiaochen to surround and kill Xiao Linner. In a short while, Xiao Linner was beaten to a disadvantage and in danger. With a click, the sword in Xiao Linner's hand was chopped off by Xiaochen. If she had not dodged quickly enough, even her head would have been chopped off by Xiaochen. Seeing the 3 skeletons surrounding and killing again, Xiao Linner's pretty face turned cold, and she decisively threw away the broken sword in her hand, opened her hands, and the colorful divine flame suddenly emerged out of thin air. This time, let's see how you can resist. Accompanied by a delicate cry, the 5-colored divine flames rose in the wind. It rushed toward Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons head-on. Before they got close, the 3 skeletons felt the pain of being burned by the flames, and the surrounding ground quickly softened and melted, becoming a dark red magma zone. Shwa shwa shwa. The 3 skeletons reacted quickly and narrowly avoided the flames. Xiaochen even swung the Mandarin duck swords in his hands into a ball. The sword lights were shining, dense and dense, like a wall blocking in front of him, blocked the terrible 5-colored flames. Just when Xiao Linner and Xiaochen were fighting again, suddenly, a bright black and white light flew from the distance at a high speed, rushing straight to the position of the 2, forcing them to separate from each other. They turned their heads at the same time, and saw Lan Nua flying quickly from afar. Behind her, there was a pair of black and white wings, like the wings of Kunping, which made Lan Nua show an extremely terrifying flying speed. You 2 should stop fighting. A large number of fierce beasts and dragon beasts are coming. This place will become a place of trouble. Only by uniting together can we better deal with unexpected crises. In just a blink of an eye, Lan Nua descended on this area. Seeing this, Xiao Linner and Xiaochen knew that they could not kill each other because they were not opponents with the intervention of the stronger Lan Nua. Roar! Roar! Roar. A wha. From afar. All kinds of roars came. When many huge beasts ran, they brought extremely strong impacts, causing the ground to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. Inside the valley, Xiao Yunyao was unmoved. As if she didn't feel it. She didn't care about what was happening outside at all. At this moment, all her energy and mind were focused on the 7 ancestral dragon auras that she had just swallowed. Affected by the holy tree of the young body of the Tontian divine tree, the 7 ancestral dragon auras, which were different in nature, had already undergone a change in their existence attributes, becoming a completely new existence that seemed to be real, but was not. Xiao Yunyao sat still, like a real sculpture. A series of high-pitched dragon roars came from her spine, resonating with the 7-color holy tree. In an instant, more colorful rays of light emanated from the holy tree, like thick fog lingering outside Xiao Yunyao's body, faintly in harmony with the Tao transforming heavenly clothes. Inside the Tao transforming heavenly clothes, the young and ignorant spirit of the weapon felt that the 7-color holy tree was good for Xiao Yunyao. He immediately took the initiative to release a part of the isolation defense. Shua. In an instant, the 7-color holy tree that was originally rooted in the pile of rocks appeared on its own inside the dragon transformation secret realm in Xiao Yunyao's body. The roots, which were also surrounded by colorful rays of light, spread to the surroundings. The root structure penetrates the numerous barriers between the Hualong secret realm and the Luanhai secret realm, and takes root in the thick life spring in the center of the bitter sea in the Luanhai secret realm. Chapter 195 Resonance in the Secret Realm. The colorful light pillars that penetrated the sky and the earth were like a beacon in the dark night, attracting countless dragon beasts, wild beasts, and powerful outsiders. But just as they were rushing to gather, suddenly, the unusually conspicuous and bright colorful light pillars disappeared without any signs, which stunned the dragon beasts that were gathering. Roar, roar, roar. A woo, woo, woo. Between the vast primitive mountains, forests, rivers, and lakes, roars and hisses suddenly sounded again. The voices were full of irritability and anger. Under the terrible seal of the conferred god land, these dragon members, who should have been full of spiritual wisdom, along with their own wisdom and divinity, were greatly affected and suppressed. They became more beastly than divine, and almost like ordinary beasts that were cruel and brutal. So at this moment, without the guidance of the breath of the ancestral dragon contained in the 7-color sacred tree, these dragon clan members attacked and fought each other again. And the fighting continued. The main factor was the familiar habitat territory issue. The fight between the strongest race members on these islands also made the forced fight between the wild beasts and outsiders more tragic. And it can be said that there was chaos everywhere. Without the general direction of the 7-color sacred tree, the chaos became more and more massive. Outside the valley, Xiao Linner stood on Lan Dua's side. Xiao Chen and the 3 skeletons stood on the other side. On the surface, both sides agreed to temporarily agree not to fight each other for Lan Dua's sake. But secretly, both of them wished that the other would die here immediately. If it's not a big hatred, then there is nothing that can't be resolved. Lan Nua looked like a good old man, and said earnestly, "The 3 of us are from the same place. Now in this immortal world, we can live better by sticking together. Especially on this problematic dragon island. We should pay more attention to this." Sister Lan Nua's words. "I will listen carefully." Xiao Linner stood there with a smiling and well-behaved expression, like a fairy under the moon. Her temperament was quiet and cold, which was completely different from her previous murderous appearance. In response, Xiao Chen did not respond, but took the initiative to bring up another topic, saying, "Remember the female senior we met before?" "Oh." Xiao Chen. "What do you want to say?" Lan Nua's expression also became much more serious. "I am standing here now because of the order of that female senior." Xiao Chen decisively pulled the tiger skin and pulled the big flag, using it to get a strong helper for himself. "The senior has ordered me to guard the entrance of this valley, and not let anyone or beast enter it. I guess you two don't want to disobey the senior's order and make things difficult for me, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Linner looked at Xiao Chen's face with a dim gaze, especially his eyes. After a moment, Xiao Linner suddenly chuckled, her tone full of obedience. "It is a favor to be taught by the senior. Now that I have the opportunity to do things for the senior, I, Xiao Linner, will obey. If I have the opportunity to serve the senior, I will definitely not let the senior down at any of his orders." Beside him, Lan Nuo stared at the Mandarin duck double swords in Xiao Qin's hand. She looked inside the valley again. But unfortunately, there were many stone pillars in the valley, some of which were very thick, blocking all the scenes in the valley. She could not see anything when standing at the entrance of the valley. But an inexplicable strong life pressure was real. That kind of pressure was very familiar. So Lan Nuo naturally believed Xiao Qin's words. Since it is the order of that senior, Lan Nuo should take it seriously. Lan Nuo first bowed to the valley. Then he turned around and looked at Xiao Liner and Xiao Qin, saying seriously, I think the senior must have important things to deal with in the valley when he issued such an order. Since we meet this time, and I have received the grace of the senior's teachings before, I will stay here to help you. The movement just now was very loud, and there must be many wild beasts and dragon beasts, as well as those outsiders who were attracted here. You alone may not be able to defend this place. Thank you. Xiao Qin took the initiative to thank him. Then he glanced at Xiao Liner, without saying anything, with a threatening attitude. But Xiao Liner smiled, as if she didn't notice. She just looked at the peerless goddess Lan Nuo with a well-behaved attitude and said, I will listen to Sister Lan Nuo. Then let's go together. Lan Nuo agreed to this matter and suggested, after this matter is over, we can get together to discuss and comprehend the practice of 9 changes of fish and dragon. At present, the 3 of us have cultivated the first change, but with different results. Discussing with each other, perhaps there will be new experiences and insights. Just when Xiao Qin and Xiao Liner were talking, suddenly, there were bursts of sharp whistling sounds in the sky. The 3 people and the 3 skeletons looked up and saw that it was the flying dragons that came here first and swooped down to this area. Inside the valley, Zhao Yuniao sat quietly on a big rock with her knees together, her emerald green eyes gently closed. A series of loud and high-pitched dragon roars came from her tailbone, echoing in the valley, and the surrounding dragon energy resonated. The invisible dragon power became more powerful and terrifying. Ah! The snow-white little beast circled around Zhao Yuniao, jumping and jumping, and then lay behind Zhao Yuniao's slender waist. Listening curiously, unconsciously, he showed a cute little look of confusion. Oh what? The little guy opened his little mouth and let out a dragon roar in a baby voice. It didn't sound like there was any threat. That voice was more like a little kitten that had not been weaned. Soft and cute, without the terrible power of the son of the ancestor dragon. After listening for a while, the snow-white little beast lost interest again. Instead, it used Zhao Yuniao's body as a cat climbing frame, climbing up and down on it, very lively and active. Not long after, the little thing took the initiative to get into Zhao Yuniao's arms and curled up into a ball. It looked like a fluffy pure white ball, soft and warm. At this moment, Zhao Yuniao seemed to be unaware of the little thing's liveliness and put his main mind on the different secret realms in his body. The roots of the colorful holy tree spread, showing extraordinary power. It actually connected the dragon transformation secret realm and the Wheelsea secret realm with the root system, allowing them to produce a mysterious resonance. In addition, 5 of the leaves naturally resonated with the Dao Palace secret realm that had never been cultivated, secretly matching the 5 elements of the Dao rhyme, making the Dao Palace 3 shine brightly. The remaining 2 leaves each combined with the yin and yang qi, watering between the body and the spirit. This deepened Zhao Yuniao's understanding of the essence of the Zerg Queen's spirit. It made all the previous thoughts clearer. Chapter 196. The Transformation of Dragon. The 7-colored sacred tree enters the body, and its roots, stems, branches, and leaves are connected to different secret realms in the body, even those secret realm seeds in the body that have not been cultivated yet. At this moment, due to the existence of the 7-colored sacred tree, a special rhythm of mutual linkage and resonance is generated. Zhao Yuniao carefully comprehended and experienced it seriously. She tasted the mysterious feeling of the resonance of the 4 secret realms. I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected benefit, which can comprehend the biggest difficulty of the quasi-emperor breaking into the great emperor level in advance, and comprehend the method of resonance that is interconnected. It's a pity that there are only 4 secret realms, not 5 secret realms. The direct understanding of the great emperor is still incomplete. Zhao Yuniao was a little surprised, but not dissatisfied. When the dragon transformation secret realm has not been cultivated to the perfect stage, the Xiantai secret realm does not exist in the body at all. Only when the dragon transformation secret realm is completely transformed into a dragon, the inner secret realm dragon ball can be condensed. When the Secret Realm Dragon Ball is spit out, the real Sentai Secret Realm seed will be born. It is precisely because of this point. For the first few internal secret realms, you don't need to care about the order. You can choose which internal secret realm to practice first. But when it comes to the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm and the Immortal Terra Secret Realm, it is not possible. You must cultivate the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm before you can contact and practice the Immortal Terra Secret Realm. Just when Zhao Yunyao was practicing in the valley. Outside the valley, Xiao Chun, Lan Nua, Zhao Linner and the three skeletons also fought with the dragon beasts. Wild beasts and outsiders who were attracted and gathered. The sound of fighting, roaring, and roaring continued, and the momentum was loud. The nearby celestial phenomena have undergone significant changes. The Mandarin duck double swords held tightly in Xiao Chen's hands also showed unparalleled sharpness and terrible killing intent at this moment. The double swords were spiritual, as if they were alive. Almost drove Xiao Chen to actively chop and fight, showing different extraordinary swordsmanship, especially those outsiders. Almost one knife killed a kid. Whether it was spells, scrolls, or magic, they could not resist the power of the double swords. Many outsiders killed were extremely hostile and afraid of Xiao Chen. On the contrary, those members of the Dragon Clan looked at Xiao Chen intentionally or unintentionally, and they were vaguely puzzled, thinking about why this guy has extremely powerful dragon power, but he doesn't have any dragon-like appearance. Could it be that an old dragon had an affair with a human and gave birth to a human-dragon hybrid illegitimate child? Otherwise, why would it be so strange? Such obvious movements soon attracted the attention of the snow-white little beast inside the valley. It was attracted to leave Zhao Yunya's body and run outside. Many adult dragons saw the snow-white beast and had a strong desire to kill it. They had the urge to kill it in advance. But in the end, they didn't really do anything because of the identity of the son of the ancestor dragon. For the dragon race, the ancestor dragon is both a glory and a powerful thing, but also an extremely terrible curse. Looking back, this little thing was still inside the colorful egg. It was just born by the previous generation of the ancestor dragon, and it caused the 10 most powerful dragon branches in the dragon race to be completely extinct. The frightened dragons decisively sealed the colorful egg. Until now, more than 1,000 years later, the seal on the egg has weakened to a certain extent, allowing the snow-white beast to successfully break out of the shell. I noticed the movement of the snow-white beast leaving. Zhao Yunyao still sat there, motionless, like a realistic statue. Now the colorful sacred tree is not in the outside world, but in her body. Those guys attracted by the appearance will disperse and leave on their own in a short time. She doesn't need to care too much about these, as long as they can't hurt herself. It turns out that the source of the ancestral dragon can be used and combined with plants in this way. Zhao Yunyao carefully comprehended and concentrated her mind to look inward. And she had a vague understanding in her heart, inside the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. All the potential gates are not just one source of dragon energy after another. If these potential gates are regarded as the source of the ancestral dragon, and the innate creation road is regarded as the Xiantian immortal vine, wouldn't it be possible to integrate the two and form a structure similar to the sacred tree of the Dragon Clan? Thinking of this, Zhao Yunyao already had a clear direction and idea in her heart. This sacred tree of the Dragon Clan is the best reference template for her, and an example of a living and normal existence. Under the blessing of terrible comprehension, Zhao Yunyao's new modification and adjustment of 9 changes of fish and dragon entered the fast lane. Every minute and every second, many inspirations were born to promote the modification and adjustment of the skills. And with the help of the deduction of the realm-breaking effect of the realm-breaking bead, real-time testing was carried out to determine whether it was correct or not. This made Zhao Yunyao's efficiency in deducing new skills extremely fast. Outside the valley, the fighting became more and more intense. Among them, Xiao Chen's performance was the most eye-catching. He wielded his 2 swords, opening and closing them, and chopped a group of wild beasts and outsiders to the ground. Lan Nua, as a normal ascender, also performed extremely powerfully. Even if he was still in a suppressed and sealed state, Lan Nua was the strongest among all the people. Not to mention Lan Nua, who had undergone the Nirvana transformation. A yin-yang Dao diagram was opened, like a huge curtain covering the sky and the sun. All incoming attacks were absorbed and resolved. Just standing there, it gave people a sense of invincibility, combined with her peerless beauty and graceful figure, as well as the noble temperament that was extremely fascinating. Lan Nuo looked more and more like a real goddess. Not just a goddess in the past. Everyone. Don't continue to fight and kill. There is a senior master in the valley who is practicing in seclusion, while blocking and resolving the attack. Lan Nuo comforted, if you disturb the senior, it will not do you any good. You said there is? Who knows if you want to use this excuse to embezzle treasures? A voice came from the dark crowd. It is as hard to find as a ghost. As soon as these words came out, many people who heard them were eager to move, and looked at Xiao Chen with unfriendly eyes. Something that can cause such a huge phenomenon is definitely not a treasure in the general sense. It must be a rare treasure, rarely seen in the world. Greed is at work. No one is willing to leave easily, risking their lives to cross the forbidden sea and come to this land of conferred gods. Everyone came here for the opportunity here. Now that the opportunity is at hand, how can they let go? Words are not enough. Why not make way, and let us go in and take a look? On the treetops, a beautiful girl in a purple dress smiled and bewitched. If there is really any senior master, we will apologize. Although the words said so, Yan Qingcheng didn't care in her heart. What about senior masters? In this land of conferred gods, even great masters, who are really close to the level of ancestors, will be sealed and suppressed at a very low level. They will not show their true cultivation at all. So naturally there is no need to be too afraid of them. Carrying a protective item with you. In this land of the gods, even if there are true senior masters, they may be able to counterattack and kill them. Chapter 197, Rivaling the Immortal Emperor. While Yan Qingcheng, Devu Jianma, Gouliu and others were arguing with Xiao Chen, Lan Nuo and Zhao Lin'er, the fighting in secret had not stopped. At the same time, deep in the valley, Zhao Yunao sat quietly in the same place, motionless. Inside the breaking realm pearl embedded in the navel by him, countless symbols of the origin of the great Tao flickered and flickered, changing and reorganizing. But as a whole, it maintained the same shape as Zhao Yunao herself. It faintly carried a mysterious Tao rhyme that was infinitely large, yet infinitely small. The seven-colored sacred tree that was temporarily rooted in the secret realm of the body. The life information contained in it was also copied by the breaking realm pearl in this process. It became one of the nutrients for deducing the breaking realm. With the help of the breaking realm pearl, Zhao Yunao felt that every moment, every instant, became particularly long, making the moment seem like eternity. The new version of 9 transformations of fish and dragon has finally been successfully deduced and modified. Suddenly, Zhao Yunao opened her eyes abruptly, and a hint of surprise flashed across her lips. She quickly went through the contents in her mind. Then she decisively used the breakthrough bead to allow herself to directly break through the realm of this technique. When her mind stimulated the breakthrough bead at the position of her navel, dense law symbols surged out from it like a torrent, and quickly sank into the interior of the dragon transformation secret realm. On. In the first transformation dragon secret realm located at the coccyx, bursts of high-pitched dragon roars suddenly came. In the secret realm, the dense potential gates, driven by the power of the breakthrough bead, seemed to be awakening a large number of ancestral dragon sources. The potential of life turned into the shape of the ancestral dragon, soaring out from the potential gate. It hovered and danced inside the secret area of the first transformation. At the same time, the mysteries of the innate creation contained in the Qianquan boots were also attracted by the power of the breaking realm pearl, and they gathered and flowed into the dragon's secret realm. In the intermittent state, these innate creation laws first turned into the shape of the palm of heaven bottle. Then they naturally evolved in reverse and condensed into a Xiantian immortal vine. The great chaotic air lingered and gathered on the tender and slender vine, which looked like a mysterious plant from before the beginning of the world. Hualala. As time passed, the torrent of symbols of the laws of the Great Way emanating from the breaking realm pearl became more and more magnificent and profound. It was like a vast ocean of laws rising and falling and roaring. In just a blink of an eye, it merged into the Xiantian immortal vine, which was purely constructed by the laws of the innate creation, and pushed it to further evolve in reverse, gradually turning into an immortal vine Tao seed. The chaotic energy lingering on its surface also became rich and thick. It seemed to have turned into a source of chaos. On. The dragons roared, shook their heads, and flicked their tails. It seemed to regard this immortal vine Tao seed as the dragon ball of the ancestral dragon, flying around it and turning continuously, and then continuously investing in it, becoming the nutrients of the immortal vine Tao seed. As time went by, more and more dragon-shaped potentials flew out of the potential gate. It continuously provided nutrients for the growth of the immortal vine Dao seed. Used sufficient quantitative changes to promote its fusion and qualitative changes, forming a mysterious law symbol spiritual plant seed similar to the seven-color sacred tree. At the moment when this original Tao seed condensed into shape, an extremely powerful and mysterious force suddenly emerged from the original Tao seed, making the long river of time in the entire Changsheng realm emerge and manifest. It was hazy and circling around Zhao Yunya's body. The seemingly vague and fuzzy scene actually connected the past, present and future. It was not the manifestation of the avenue of time in the cognition of a simple cultivator, but a higher dimensional cognition and existence view, which turned the invisible time into a tangible existence. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar came from the original Tao seed inside the Hualong's secret realm. It was as if a real ancestor dragon was gestating and evolving inside. At the same time, all the potential gates in the first transformation area of the Hualong secret realm had the most essential connection with this original Tao seed. On the surface of the Tao seed, one dragon-shaped imprint after another condensed and emerged. Each dragon-shaped imprint was connected and corresponded to a potential gate. It was like the source of all dragons, and it was like the ancestor of all dragons in the heavens, with a mysterious and grand Tao rhythm. Crack, crack. After a while, some fine cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the original Tao seed. A stream of chaotic air gushed out from it, making the entire area of the first transformation of the dragon transformation secret realm suddenly become hazy and looming. Then, a touch of emerald green, like jade, penetrated from the chaos. It was like an innate spiritual plant born before the creation of heaven and earth. Zhao Yunyao always observed carefully with his mind, and knew clearly that this innate spiritual plant was condensed by the innate Tao of creation and the original power of the potential gate of the dragon transformation secret realm. And it was not a plant in the simple sense. It is something that is formed by countless symbols of the rules of the innate avenue. It looks like a plant, but it is not a plant. But it has some characteristics of plants. Use the dragon transformation secret realm as the prototype of the original world, and use this innate spiritual plant as the Xiantian immortal vine that matches the realm. When the realm is formed, the immortal vine grows. When the immortal vine grows, the realm is transformed. If it is cultivated to the stage of great success, it may allow me to truly transform into an innate life. In Zhao Yunya's state of introspection, she saw that the innate spiritual plant slowly spit out a delicate leaf, the pure black color, as if it came from the most extreme darkness. It was like the original zero-dimensional point before the Big Bang. The black seemed endless, as if it was going to swallow everything, and as if it was going to contain everything. Boom! In the faintness, she heard many mysterious sounds. With the evolution of the first transformation area of the dragon transformation secret realm, it was like the prototype of a primitive world was shaking, and the gray and heavy chaotic energy was like the sky gushing and flowing inside. When Zhao Yunyao opened her eyes, she saw the sound of the long river of time rushing and flowing. Is this the initial contact with the concept of a four-dimensional life form? She carefully felt it, and had a faint instinctive understanding in her heart. For normal cultivators, taking this world as an example, if they are not the strongest emperor level, no matter what their cultivation level is, they are just three-dimensional life, sinking in the long river of time. They are affected and imprisoned by time, so that their cognitive concepts are only the three-dimensional structure of length, width and height. Even the immortal king and quasi-immortal emperor in the perfection of covering the sky are also just three-dimensional life, unable to break free from the shackles of time, and will be backfired by the cause and effect of time, unable to control and use time as one wishes. This is three-dimensional life. But now, Zhao Yunyao feels that his life level is transforming and sublimating to a four-dimensional life, making time a normal cognitive concept for himself. Let the time axis be like the length, width, and height in 3 dimensions. It can be rewritten and used at will. Chapter 198 Timeline. Zhao Linner, Yin Qingcheng and others who were fighting and arguing were suddenly frozen at this moment, like little bugs in amber. The wind stopped, the rain condensed, and the clouds settled. Even the beautiful leaves flying in the air were still in midair, motionless, like the scene described in the scroll. Among all the people and beasts, only Xiao Chun and Zhao Yunyao could still move. What happened? Looking at the strange changes in front of him, Xiao Chun was extremely shocked, but instinctively felt that it was natural. Looking down at his feet, he saw a long river of time that was flowing endlessly, Every splash of waves was the beginning and end of an era. That was the eternity of time passing. And the endless time rippling. All of that, to him, seemed like a reflection on the water. When Xiaochen raised his head again, his eyes changed, his temperament changed, and he had a calm and unhurried composure. It looks like a completely different person. I didn't expect that after entering the Emperor level. There are still mysterious existences that can interfere with and change my past. I can see through the time and space of eternity, but it is difficult to find its trace. It's just that this past is more powerful and terrifying than the past in my memory, and it affects the future with the past. The past Xiaochen, who was possessed by a trace of the Emperor-level future consciousness, looked back to the other side. The familiar figure of Zhao Yunniao in the memory has become hazy and mysterious at this moment, and even the specific figure and appearance cannot be seen clearly. It's like an extremely ancient and transcendent existence, splashing ink on time. Even the Emperor's vision can't see through it. It's really mysterious and terrifying. Is this a mysterious existence beyond the Emperor level? Xiaochen looked at the figure, his eyes full of solemnity and fear. Ever since Nua and other beings set up the eternal shocking situation, looking at the entire Changsheng realm and its affiliated worlds, only he is an Emperor-level existence. It can be said that the entire Changsheng realm is just his back garden. But now, there is a mysterious existence inside the back garden, allowing him, who will become an emperor in the future, to send a trace of consciousness to meet the other party. You can observe from a higher level, but you can't understand the other party more. I don't know who you are? Why do you come here? At the same time, Zhao Yunniao, who was feeling and experiencing the mystery of the four-dimensional life form, faintly heard some voices coming from the other end of the timeline. It's just that the voice is a bit hazy and vague, and it's hard to hear clearly. Is it me who has just begun to touch the essence of the four-dimensional life form? Or is the owner of the voice too weak? Under the cognitive concept of the four-dimensional life form, Zhao Yunniao saw that in addition to the three-dimensional concepts of length, width, and height, there is also the fourth-dimensional concept of time. Looking back is the past below the four-dimensional level. Looking forward is the future below the four-dimensional level. And the place where one is located should be the eternal present. The ages are fleeting, and the time and space of the heavens are nothing but a beautiful painting. If I truly transform into an innate life and sublimate into a four-dimensional life, I will be able to modify and control everything related to time at will. There is no need to consider the so-called time backlash cause and effect. How can all the time and space in the three-dimensional scroll affect the high-dimensional structure outside the scroll? Just like a three-dimensional mortal painting, overlooking the two-dimensional scroll world under his pen. Just with a preliminary feeling, Zhao Yunniao realized the essence of her current situation. This also made her more determined to transform the essence of life and upgrade the dimension. After feeling it quietly for a moment, Zhao Yunniao stood up, stepped on the Qingquan boots, and tried to walk on the four-dimensional time axis, shuttling between the past and the future. However, she had just taken a step forward, and her footsteps had not yet landed. A huge and terrifying feeling of weakness suddenly came. Boom! In an instant, everything on the four-dimensional time axis disappeared out of thin air. Let Zhao Yunniao return to the three-dimensional level again. The consumption was too great, so she staggered and almost fell on the stone ground. Just because of the experience just now, she understood what was going on in her heart. After all, it is just the initial condensation of the innate spiritual plant, and the initial contact with the four-dimensional level. If you want to walk on the four-dimensional timeline, in the current situation, you still need a lot of dimensional growth. Just like a newborn mortal baby, you can't move freely as you want, without the help of the realm-breaking beads. The entry difficulty of the new version of 9 Changes of Fish and Dragon is too huge and terrifying. I have personally experienced all kinds of things. It makes Zhao Yunniao more and more obsessed with the feeling of freedom overlooking the timeline. That is absolute freedom that is completely unaffected by time. Huh? Disappeared again? The future Emperor level Xiaochen opened his eyes wide, observed carefully, and saw through the past and the future at a glance, overlooking the time and space of eternity. But he didn't find the mysterious female figure. It was as if everything he had just seen was just an illusion, and the other party no longer existed here. He concentrated and thought for a moment. Finally, a trace of Xiao Chen's consciousness at the future Emperor level took the initiative to leave this past time and space, and no longer interfered with his past existence. Silently, Xiao Chen's figure sank into the long river of time under his feet. accurately landed at the time and space node he left before. Hoo-hoo. The wind was blowing. The clouds were moving. And there were leaves flying all over the sky. Pterosaurs were flying in the sky. Stegosaurus and Tyrannosaurus were roaring on the ground. And there were also those fighting and killing humans. Everything was so vivid. However, for Lan Nua, Zhao Linner, Yan Qingcheng, Devu Jianma and others, from beginning to end, they didn't know that their thoughts and consciousness had stopped time. Let the eternal time and space become part of the beautiful painting. This is the sadness of the weak, who don't even have the qualifications to know the truth, even if it is openly unfolded in front of you without any concealment. The weak will not be aware of the various changes in it. Took a short breath and rested for a while. Zhao Yunniao was distracted and multitasking. On the one hand, he used the power of the seven-colored sacred tree to continuously absorb the ancestral dragon chi from it, and use it as a nutrient for cultivation in the dragon transformation secret realm. On the other hand, he used the immortal substances of the longevity creation in the Wheelsea secret realm as a source of nourishment. Helped the seven-colored sacred tree to recover on its own and synthesize the ancestral dragon chi at all times. Taking advantage of this situation, Zhao Yunniao felt that his regular cultivation progress in the dragon transformation secret realm was improving at an incredible and terrifying speed. I'd better first complete the content of the Great Book of Heaven, Dragon Transformation, and then consider the practice transformation of the new version of 9 changes of fish and dragon. The realm-breaking beads are only effective for realm levels. I can only rely on myself to practice and comprehend slowly in the same realm at ordinary times. While thinking in her heart, Zhao Yunniao took the initiative to walk out of the valley. On the surface, she regained her elegance and coldness. Chapter 199 Time Obliteration. When you first come into contact with the level of a four-dimensional life form, even if Zhao Yunniao himself does not actively use that dimensional instinct talent, the four-dimensional time axis control talent, he still has a strange perception ability between 3 and 4 dimensions. It seems that time can be stepped on by himself at any time, turning into a bridge to communicate the past and the future. Every step he takes, combined with the time avenue law contained in the Qingquan boots, gives Zhao Yunniao a strange feeling of stepping on a time node. As if he is everywhere and exists everywhere. I am everywhere. And I am not everywhere. Free from time, but exists at every time node. Is this the power and terror of innate life? Zhao Yunniao walked casually, and a trace of shock and amazement emerged in his heart unconsciously. At present, it is only half a step into this level, and it can bring so many changes. If it really transforms and sublimates into a truly complete innate life form in the future, I am afraid that it can really use the concept of four-dimensional time axis scale at will. In the three-dimensional concept, length, width, and height can be recognized and changed. Similarly, in the four-dimensional concept, time can also be recognized and changed. There is no mystery or wonder. It is no different from ordinary length, width, and height. Zhao Yunniao felt that her control over the time and space hourglass had been improved. It gave her a more relaxed sense of control. I wonder if I can freely travel through different time and space stages in the same world with the time and space hourglass at my current level of entering the half-step four-dimensional world. I'll try it some other day. But the time and space hourglass has not yet been automatically charged. While thinking, Zhao Yunniao came to the entrance of the valley. At a glance, the life of all people, animals, plants, etc., were automatically displayed in her four-dimensional vision, forming a mirror scene existing on the time axis. Curious, she first looked at the beautiful girl in a purple dress. The four-dimensional time axis automatically unfolded in her vision. Whether it was the mother's gestation process before the other party was born, or the young and tender newborn babbling when she was a child, including the other party's future experience and so on. All kinds of scenes seem to be a three-dimensional real slideshow. Every frame, every scene, is so clear and pure. It's like being there, overlooking everything from God's omniscient perspective. It's as clear as watching a three-dimensional coordinate mathematical model, overlooking the overall situation, looking through the past and the future. All kinds of changes have been presented on the time axis, like the changes in positive and negative data on the coordinates. This effect is not Zhao Yunniao's active promotion to show the four-dimensional life talent, but has become her own instinctive cognition. As simple and natural as breathing and eating. The sounds heard, the images seen, the smells smelled. All kinds of organ sensations have initially escaped from the conceptual shackles of three-dimensional life forms and entered a new level, with all aspects linked to the four-dimensional time axis. Then, Zhao Yuniao turned her head and looked at Xiaochen. She saw that he was carrying a sacred glow that transcended the three-dimensional life level, which was connected and influenced by the past and the future. And it was the existence of such a sacred glow. Zhao Yuniao was unable to see through Xiaochen's past and future, and was blocked and shielded from seeing the details of his true situation. The higher the essence of life, the more life characteristics will spontaneously conceal a lot of information related to itself. I just don't know if this is active or passive. Thinking for a while, Zhao Yuniao ignored Xiaochen's curious eyes. She turned to look at the weakest outsider present. She heard the voices from different time nodes on the time scale, and saw the other party's past and future. For her, the other party did not have any secrets. Suddenly, Zhao Yuniao had a curious idea in her mind. If I use the four-dimensional life characteristics to pry and change this person's weakest primitive embryonic stage, what will be the collateral effect on the present? And if I target one person alone, how much difference will the consumption be compared to my own travel to the past and future? Thinking of all these situations, Zhao Yuniao couldn't help but want to give it a try. Choose the weakest target present. She mobilized part of the innate power inside the dragon transformation secret realm. In an instant, a mysterious and transcendent sense of power filled her body again, making Zhao Yuniao feel that she now has the ability to change the information on the four-dimensional time axis. All the past experiences of the male monk named Gong Chengren unfolded in Zhao Yuniao's eyes. No matter what he knew or didn't know, as long as the past related to him, all were presented as information data on the timeline. Zhao Yuniao raised her right hand, and the power of the law of time permeated her fingertips. It was as if the long river of time turned into softness around her fingertips. When she put her finger down, she clicked on a certain time node in the past when Gong Chengren was still a primitive embryo, and tried to wipe it off gently. Boom! Instantly, Zhao Yuniao heard the roar and rage of the long river of time. It was like a surging river. The incomplete innate power contained in the Hualong secret realm suddenly consumed a part, making the crystal clear black leaves dim. But at the same time, a certain time node in Gong Chengren's personal past was erased by the power of time. It was like using an eraser to erase a certain coordinate data written on a white paper. Zhao Yuniao clearly saw that on the four-dimensional time axis, Gong Chengren's personal past time stage had a time interruption, which then turned into a time black hole. It was like pushing down the first domino at the beginning stage. Instantly, tiny variables began to superimpose and fuse according to the natural direction of the time axis. From the weakest single time node variable, it has been skyrocketing and superimposed, consistent with the direction of the main long river of time. Wherever the time variable flows, everything related to Gong Chengren at that time node will be wiped out by the power of time. But in the eyes of Zhao Linner, Yan Qingcheng and others, it was another scene. A handsome man in a gray gown disappeared out of thin air, along with everything related to the other party in their memories. They faded out of thin air, including the other party's sect, the books recording the names of Gong Chengren's disciples, the memories of the members of the sect, etc. All disappeared out of thin air. It was as if there had never been a person named Gong Chengren from the beginning to the end. Even in Zhao Yuniao's own huge range of spiritual perception, she also noticed that all the vegetation and landforms caused by Gong Chengren along the way, and the casualties of fighting wild beasts, etc. Similarly, under the correction of the power of the long river of time, they were changed out of thin air into various natural results that should appear when there is no Gong Chengren. This is erasing all the existence information of the other party from the concept of time? Zhao Yuniao was shocked and surprised when she saw this. Chapter 200. The operation was successful. And you are already a cute girl. On Dragon Island, at the entrance of a valley, Xiaochen, who was fighting with his mandarin duck swords, suddenly felt a blur in his memory, as if a figure was about to disappear completely from his memory. What happened? Xiaochen immediately became alert, subconsciously looked around, and suddenly found that something was wrong. I always feel like someone is missing. But who is missing? Why is my memory so vague, and I can't remember it? It's like I remembered it wrong and had mental hallucinations. Subjectively, Xiaochen believed that he would not have mental hallucinations now. He would not easily forget anything. But the original instinctive intuition made him feel that he remembered it wrong. There are so many people here, and there is no mysterious person who suddenly disappeared out of thin air. He observed carefully again and again. silently using the Tianbei Xian Gong to amplify his perception. In the end, he soon confirmed one thing. It turns out that I really remembered it wrong. Damn it. I'm not old yet. How come I have Alzheimer's disease? Such a situation made Xiaochen feel a little worried and confused about his condition. And he couldn't figure out what was going on. At the same time, in his personal memory cognition, the part of the memory related to Gong Chunren has completely become transparent and fuzzy, as if it could disappear completely at any time and anywhere. But because of its own special nature, it did not really disappear out of thin air. There is always a trace of imperceptible information left. Is this the terrible power of time backlash? How amazing! Zhao Yu now opened her beautiful eyes and observed the long river of time at her fingertips. She was sure that the timeline related to Gong Chunren had completely disappeared. As for the part of the timeline information related to him in the past, it always stopped there, presenting an absolute time black hole result of personal time interruption. From the beginning, his parents did not conceive such a person. The emergence of this situation made Zhao Yu now deeply realize the horror of innate life and the horror of time backlash. No wonder. Even the immortal kings in the perfect world of shattering the sky are afraid of interfering with time. They are afraid of the great cause and effect of time backlash. Being in the three-dimensional life level, it is indeed powerless to stop the superposition and explosion of power from the torrent of time. That is not in existence at the same level at all. But for me now, the power of time is just a decoration on the three-dimensional scroll. No matter how strong the internal power in the scroll is, it cannot shake me outside the scroll. This is a completely different concept cognition, not a simple comparison of the strength of power. Zhao Yunao was thoughtful about this. This situation is very easy to understand. The four-dimensional life form that controls the observation and rewriting of the four-dimensional time axis information data, that is, the real innate life, is like the group owner of the authority dog who controls the management authority, and all life individuals at the non-innate level. It's like those ordinary group members without management authority. No matter how awesome a group member is at speaking in the group, or how many titles and account levels he or she possesses, the privileged group owner only needs to simply ban the member from making any sound, completely ignoring the level of the group members themselves, because the concepts of existence of both parties are naturally different, which leads to the actual authority difference that can ignore the power difference. This is the essential difference between innate life and non-innate life. Ah! The snow-white little beast called softly and cutely. Then it was confused for a while, suddenly jumped up on the spot, spread its furry snow-white limbs, and rushed into Zhao Yunya's arms. You little thing. You are still addicted. Right? Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao suddenly raised her hand and grabbed the back of the snow-white little beast's neck in the air. It made him feel like his fate was being strangled. The limbs curled up instinctively, and the small and flexible tail swung behind him. That look is just like a little kitten held in the mouth of an old cat. Ah! The snow-white little beast blinked his eyes, with a look of ignorant curiosity, naturally with a cute and adorable demeanor. Come here, little guy. Sister will do a little time surgery for you. Zhao Yu now rubbed the little thing's snow-white soft fur, and suddenly used the incomplete innate power again to pry the little thing's past time information, directly locked on the time node when he was born. Then a finger fell, using the tiny variables of the time node, directly extracted and changed the male life gene information group of the snow-white little beast itself, borrowing the power of time itself. Let it evolve and develop naturally under this change. Boom! The vast river of time has changed again. From the distant past thousands of years ago, it has been coming in a mighty way, automatically superimposing the initial tiny time variables to an extremely terrifying height. Silently, the snow-white little beast in Zhao Yunyo's hand turned from male to female out of thin air, and the torrent of time variables continued to flow into the future, changed many things in the future. The time operation was successful. Congratulations. You are already a lovely girl. Zhao Yunao picked up the snow-white little beast with a happy smile on her face. The little thing blinked, although I don't know why she was laughing, but she also laughed foolishly. The young and innocent voice was full of simplicity and ignorance, with a kind of innocence that did not fight with the world. Senior, you're out. Xiaochen suddenly came to Zhao Yunyao and offered the two swords in his hand. This is your sword, and now it has returned to its original owner. Well done. Zhao Yunyao waved her hand to put away the Mandarin duck sword, blinked at Xiaochen, and said with a smile, in view of your hard work tonight, I will give you a very special gift. Gift? Xiao Chen was confused and didn't quite understand what was going on. Then he saw Zhao Yuniao waved his hand, and the sword energy suddenly bloomed, killing many people with bad intentions directly here. This is impossible. You are not suppressed and weakened in the land of the gods? Yan Qingcheng, Dugu Jianma and others were shocked when they saw this. They couldn't believe the scene they saw. After reacting, they had almost no hesitation and decisively used the life-saving items they had prepared before coming in, and quickly left this place. In response, Zhao Yuniao had no intention of chasing and killing them. Instead, he focused on the snow-white little beast in his arms. I'll use the things first, and I'll return them to you after a while. The variable torrent of time has changed many futures, but it is also subtle and silent, without any brilliance. When Xiao Chen, who has already achieved the emperor level in the future, noticed this natural change, his expression suddenly changed, and he was a little entangled and complicated. Fuck. I have a wife out of thin air. Her name is Kuku. Chapter 201 Shocking Change. Since Zhao Yuniao killed hundreds of people with a palm strike, those outsiders almost disappeared in front of him, fearing that they would be killed by the only cultivator on the entire island who was not affected by the seal. But the wind and waves in the dark became more violent because of this, not being affected in the land of conferred gods. This huge advantage is a real invincible existence here, and no one is not tempted by it. They all want to know why this mysterious woman is not affected by the seal of the land of conferred gods. However, due to the difference in combat power between the two sides, no one is willing to take the initiative to show up and become a vanguard of testing and dying before they are sure enough. Looking at the far-reaching dissipation of this storm, Zhao Yuniao, holding the snow-white little beast in his arms, stood quietly at the entrance and exit of the valley, peaceful and indifferent. He didn't care about the wind and waves in the dark at all. His mind and consciousness sank into his body, observing the area of the first change of the dragon transformation secret realm. Seeing that the young bud of the innate fairy vine with black leaves had obviously become much weaker, it was obvious that using the power of four-dimensional time was not without any effort. However, as time went by, this weakness and dullness would naturally recover. It was just that the speed was not fast at the moment, and it was a bit slow. Zhao Yuniao thought that this was also related to her entry into this level. At present, this innate fairy vine itself is still too immature. If you can avoid using the means related to four-dimensional time, don't use it. Don't hurt the foundation because it is too immature, which will affect the subsequent growth and development. It looks like a spiritual plant, but in fact, it is the innate life fruit that Zhao Yuniao condensed by himself with the power of the realm-breaking bead to assist her practice. Because it is related to the law of creation and life, it has turned into a fairy vine. It is not a real spiritual plant. But for now, this innate life fruit can only be regarded as a primitive prototype at most, without even a small success stage. And it is far from the great success and perfection stage. Only when it is truly condensed and fully formed and completely stabilized, Zhao Yuniao himself can be regarded as a truly complete innate life. The old version of 9 changes of fish and dragon created before can only be regarded as a method of life nirvana transformation. The core concept of the new version of 9 changes of fish and dragon has been further sublimated from the foundation of transformation, focusing on the origin of dimension upgrade, and transforming to a real innate life. In essence, these are already 2 completely different cultivation methods. The essence of the method has undergone extremely obvious changes and differences. In Zhao Yuniao's opinion, it is no longer suitable to continue to be named 9 changes of fish and dragon, and a suitable name of the method needs to be replaced to distinguish it from the old version of the method. Since this new version of the method of transformation of the origin of life is based on the laws of Xietian Immortal Vine and Palm of Heaven Bottle, and is supplemented by the essence of all potential gates of the dragon transformation secret realm, and combined with the mystery of the 7-colored holy tree, it was born. The new name of the method is defined as the secret book of the innate creation holy dragon. After handling these things, Zhao Yuniao waved her hand to disperse Zhao Liner, Lan Nua and others. Then she turned around and entered the valley. She pointed her fingers like swords and used her hands as a pen to start carving formation runes in the void, setting up a killing formation around the valley. Then she entered the valley and officially closed her doors to practice. For the time being, I will not pay any attention to the things in the outside world. Unconsciously, more than 20 days passed quickly. On Dragon Island, a shocking change suddenly occurred. The divine light rushed into the sky, so bright and blazing that all the people and beasts who were illuminated could not open their eyes. Then it turned into flames and rushed into the sky. The whole Dragon Island was illuminated as if it was a bright dragon ball. Bright and conspicuous. At the same time, all the dragons on Dragon Island raised their heads and roared, roaring continuously, with anger and murderous intent in their voices. It was as if they were extremely unwilling to see something appear. The entire huge Dragon Island was shaking violently, shaking Zhao Yuniao, who was in seclusion, and awakening her, forcing her to open her eyes. In the depths of the beautiful eyes as green as jade, a bright and faint light suddenly lit up. It was like a work of art carefully carved from fairy tears and green gold. What happened again? Disturbing my meditation. Zhao Yuniao looked into the distance and saw clearly that under the shining divine light, the sea in the distance was glowing as a whole. Countless forbidden patterns appeared one after another, reactivating the forbidden sea around Dragon Island. She even saw a foreign ship sailing on the sea, approaching Dragon Island. But under the influence of the golden waves, the whole ship was torn into pieces. All the people and things on the ship were turned into fine powder. They were swept away by the waves and disappeared completely. They died without any resistance. It turned out that the seal of the Forbidden Sea was activated by itself. Zhao Yuniao watched for a moment and soon figured out what was going on. The seal was activated, and ordinary treasure ships can no longer sail within the Forbidden Sea. Only the King's ship and the seven-color divine ship can remain unaffected in the Forbidden Sea. These thousands of outsiders are collectively trapped inside Dragon Island, which will inevitably cause new unrest. But what does this have to do with me? The Seal Dragon Island is an excellent place for me to practice. After figuring out what was going on, Zhao Yuniao closed her watery eyes again, continued to use the seven-colored sacred tree to accelerate the normal practice of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Not long after, the life breath on her body increased again. The potential door inside the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm has been opened to practice to the 4th level. With the sudden activation of the seal of the Forbidden Sea outside Dragon Island, there was a huge deviation from the theoretical time. The hundreds of outsiders who are still left can't help but feel a little desperate. It will take at least hundreds of years for the next normal voyage to start. But deep inside this land of conferred gods, not only will the cultivation be suppressed, but even the speed of cultivation will be greatly affected. If they want to survive here for hundreds of years, they need to improve their cultivation level to the realm of longevity to have a chance to survive. But in this place, they can't see any hope of being promoted to the realm of longevity. This result means that everyone will be trapped to death on this island. In the face of a bleak future, the remaining hundreds of outsiders who are still alive are almost crazy, becoming unscrupulous, starting to form gangs, occupy territories, and establish forces. Prepare for a long time of suffering here. Among them, the Tianbei area, which is closely related to the seal, is the key area of contention. Forever guarding the Yellow River, forever guarding Dragon Island. I don't know what the connection is between the two. Xiaochen walked in the snowy mountain area, looking at the dead area ahead, his heart full of confusion. In order to get the subsequent part of the mysterious Qi training map, he can only go to the location of the Tianbei. At the same time, he also intends to use this to find a new way out. Chapter 202 Bone Sea and Sky Monument. The vast snow-capped mountains are majestic and magnificent. The cold ice and snow on them have a hard feeling that never melts. At this moment, Xiaochen is walking here first, going deeper into the island. Behind him, there are 3 skeletons, namely King Qingguang, King Samsara, and King Yama. The snow-white little beast Kuku also followed curiously. Sometimes he jumped on Xiaochen's shoulders, and sometimes he played on the heads of the 3 skeletons, looking lively and cute with innocence. After this period of hard training, the second transformation of 9 transformations of fish and dragon has also been cultivated. Xiaochen distracted himself to comprehend himself. Looking ahead, becoming more confident and calm, this time, I cultivated the Dragon Sun Gongfu Dao form. The innate talent it possesses makes my own body stronger and stronger. It is close to the legendary Vidra immortality, and the body becomes holy. I just don't know whether Zhao Linner and Lan Nua have cultivated the second transformation now. No matter what, I can't relax. Recalling that Lan Nua and Zhao Linner, the 2 beautiful women, respectively comprehended the Kuimping method and the Xian Huang method in 9 transformations of fish and dragon, and produced different degrees of nirvana transformation. And the true meaning of martial arts that he comprehended from it is the real dragon method. Such a situation makes Xiaochen pay more attention to this 9 transformations of fish and dragon. He believes that there are still many secrets in it, and he can continue to explore it in depth. The mysterious Qi training diagram I got from the back of the heavenly steel made the acupoints in my body become divine, making me very different from ordinary practitioners. If the divine acupoints are nurtured inside, the dragon sun-Dao form cultivated by 9 transformations of fish and dragon will be conceived. I wonder what kind of mysterious changes will happen during this period of time. Xiaochen has been thinking about this problem. It's just that the number of divine acupoints in his body is too small, and the mysterious Qigong he practiced is incomplete, which makes him feel that something is missing, and he can't do it. In any case, let's see the heavenly monument on Dragon Island first. Slightly restraining his thoughts, Xiaochen consciously speeded up his journey. A few hours later, they finally walked out of the Snow Mountain range and entered the area where the heavenly monument was located. Looking around, there was a dead and cold atmosphere everywhere. The bones were all over the ground, withered and turned into powder. The scale was much more terrifying than the undead swamps he had seen before. Skeletons that were tens of meters or hundreds of meters long were just crawling on the ground casually. The number was so large that it was almost countless. Human skeletons, bird skeletons, dragon skeletons, animal skeletons, etc., piled up on the ground in pieces. The bones that had been turned into powder were as conspicuous as the white snow. The scale was even more vast than the continuous snow-capped mountains that they had walked through before. A cold and evil spirit lingered in this mysterious battlefield area all year round. Even though the sun was shining brightly at this time, staying here still gave people a chilling and frightening feeling, as if their souls were trembling. This was a real sea of dead bones. Xiaochen couldn't tell how big its range was. It was too big. He looked back and saw the 3 skeletons of King Samsara, King Qin Guang and King Yama. Since they came to this area, they seemed a little uneasy and cautious. On their forehead bones, the lotus-shaped pattern was shining and extremely conspicuous. It looked like a brilliant divine fire was leaping and burning. Ah! The snow-white little beast stood on King Qin Guang's forehead, stretched out a snow-white little claw, pointed to the depths of the sea of dead bones, and turned to look at Xiaochen, indicated that the heavenly tablet was at the deepest part of this area. Let's go. Be careful. Xiaochen greeted the 1 beast and 3 skeletons. Then he walked in front and led the team to continue to go deeper into this dead and cold land. Not long after, he saw a huge and terrifying stone tablet from a distance, which was standing in a sea of dead bones. Just a glance from a distance gave Xiaochen an uneasy soul trembling. It seemed to be instinctively afraid of the existence of the mysterious stone tablet. I hope there is something on the back of this heavenly tablet, Xiaochen whispered to himself and continued to move forward. The footsteps stepped on the dense bones, and there were bursts of crackling sounds. I don't know how much time has passed. These powerful bones that were once full of divine power have now become like rotten wood and dead branches. With a slight touch, they will break and scatter all over the ground. All the essence and power in them have been completely lost. The accumulation of bone powder on the ground has become thicker and thicker. Walking on it is like walking in a vast snowfield, and the surrounding environment is particularly cold and fierce. Since entering this sea of bones, Xiaochen walked forward for several miles before he was initially close to the heavenly monument. He stopped temporarily and looked forward. He could see that the evil spirit, death and resentment mixed together and condensed into a black belt-shaped mist, one after another, filling the area. Xiaochen looked deeper. He found that the black fog was getting thicker and thicker, and had formed a huge vortex-like cyclone, which was rotating all the time and stirring everything around. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaochen bent down and picked up a piece of white bone several feet long. Then he shook his hand and threw it into the black fog vortex area. Crack, crack. In an instant, the white bones were ground into bone powder by the black fog and floated up with the wind. There were also bursts of shrill and frightening howling sounds from gods and ghosts in the black fog area, as if something was hidden in it and was startled by the noise. Suddenly, Xiaochen saw a dragon roaring in it, with its scales torn. It struggled violently in the black fog for a while, and then suddenly broke and exploded. With a casual sweep, there were other types of dragon beasts, roaring, and then breaking. In addition to dragons, there are also divine birds with electric light all over their bodies. Big monsters with human bodies and snake tails, etc. All of them are screaming and struggling, covered in blood. In the end, they are blown to pieces. Is this an illusion of the remaining scenes in the past? Xiaochen was shocked when he saw this. He first closed his eyes and quickly adjusted his mental state. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the scenes just now disappeared out of thin air. Such changes made him sure of his guesses. I think these things really happened before. And many strong people are resisting and struggling. It seems that they want to destroy the core heavenly monument inside. As of now, those strong people failed and did not destroy the heavenly monument. So the seal of the land of the gods still exists. Xiaochen was in a heavy mood. He took Cuckoo and the 3 skeletons and began to walk around the black fog area, trying to find a place to get closer. But after walking around for most of the circle, he did not find any gaps. Instead, in this dead place, he saw many outsiders that he had never seen before, and each one was more powerful and terrifying than the other. Chapter 203 Hope and Despair. When Xiaochen unexpectedly saw a large number of other outsiders, he was still a little surprised. He didn't expect there would be so many people in this dangerous place. Just as he was about to approach and ask these people about the news of this place, suddenly, with his perception far beyond that of ordinary people, he keenly perceived the words spoken by those people. And it was also closely related to himself. Have you heard? The news from the central part of Dragon Island before said that someone here was not affected by the terrible seal of the conferred god land. I heard about it too. It is said that it is a strange woman with extremely beautiful appearance, figure and temperament. No one knows which force she comes from, and even her specific name is unknown. She is very mysterious. Others are affected by the seal, but she is not affected. This advantage is really too great. The divine light sealed the island, and everyone was trapped here, and even their cultivation could not be improved. If you can master the method of not being suppressed by the seal, maybe there will be. I hope to escape from here. I heard that there is a secret message from the Undead Alliance. A man named Xiaochen has a close relationship with that woman and probably knows what is going on. Now that you can't deal with that mysterious woman, you can't deal with Xiaochen? Is the news accurate? Who told you? It was said by a woman named Zhao Liner. She had seen it more than once before. The man named Xiaochen has been following the mysterious woman. Listening to the voice coming from not far away, Xiaochen's face instantly became extremely cold. He was already acutely aware of the potential crisis. If the terrible seal on the Forbidden Sea is suddenly activated, everyone will die in the future, and they will not be able to survive the hundreds of years of waiting. But now, there is a person who can ignore the seal power of the sealed land. This is equivalent to an extra hope of survival in a desperate environment. In order to survive, everyone will definitely join forces to target Senior Zhao. But due to Senior Zhao's own strength, no one dares to act rashly. In this case, Zhao Liner only needs to stir up discord a little and throw some dirty water on me, which will definitely attract the special attention of those outsiders. Hundreds of elite outsiders may not be able to do anything to Senior Zhao, but they will definitely kill me. After just a little thought, Xiaochen realized Zhao Liner's sinister intentions against him. He wanted to kill this woman with his own hands right now. But this is not the time to act on impulse. It is the best way to lurk in the dark and be a hunter. Since you want to deal with me, then kill a group of people first. The right way is to strike first. After making a decision in his mind, Xiaochen restrained his own breath and quietly moved towards the group of people. When he got close to a certain distance, he picked up a pale and sharp broken bone and threw it out like a javelin. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the edge of the murderous black fog. Almost the next moment, a shrill scream came from there. When the remaining people looked back, immediately, they saw dense bones, which were constantly shooting from a distance, so fast and fierce that they didn't even have time to react. In just a few breaths, everyone in this area was nailed to death in the vast sea of bones. After assassinating a group of people here, Xiaochen did not hesitate at all. Before others gathered, he decisively left this place, and never let himself fall into the danger of being besieged. After being awakened by the seal of the Forbidden Sea, this time, Zhao Yuniao did not rush to practice again, but came to the place where the formation was set up before. After observing and looking, she noticed that many formation patterns had lost their due effects. Even some of the patterns were quietly erased. This land of conferred gods is really strange. It's not okay after just a short time. If I hadn't worn the Tao transforming heavenly clothes, I would not be able to remain normal here. My cultivation would definitely be sealed. And the potential danger would definitely increase greatly at that time. Zhao Yu now jumped up and stood on the cliff on the side. She completely ignored the glowing remaining restrictions under her feet, turned around and gazed deeper into Dragon Island, recalling and thinking in her heart. According to the time, the ancient city on Dragon Island will soon appear. I just don't know if there are suitable materials inside to serve as the third clone? After thinking about it, Zhao Yu now decided to go in and take a look. Xiao Chen's field of view was only a very small part of the city. But looking at the entire city, there are still many unknown mysterious species corpses. Or there may be useful clone raw materials for her. Even if she didn't find a suitable target in the end, there was still that piece of heavenly monument as an opportunity. The 9 heavenly tablets are all related to the Emperor-level cultivators, and contain the relevant avenue marks. Zhao Yu now believes that they will be helpful to her if she simply observes them. It can make her own cultivation foundation stronger. Perhaps I can try to do this. Zhao Yunio's eyes moved slightly, and some new ideas came to her mind. Let's go to the depths of the Deathbone Sea and try it first. If it really works, it will definitely save me a lot of time. If it doesn't work, I also have a backup plan. After thinking about it, the power of the life spring suddenly released, turning into a blue flying rainbow light surrounding her body. In an instant, Zhao Yunio's figure disappeared near this valley, flying recklessly all the way. It can be said to be unscrupulous. Whether it is those dangerous places, the terrible dragons, or the restrictions of some places of conferring gods, they can't hurt Zhao Yu now in the slightest. And she has no intention of hiding her own tracks. However, in just a short moment, she came to the deepest part of the Deathbone Sea in front of hundreds of people. Zhao Yu now kept going, and plunged into the evil black fog without hesitation. The eerie black fog spread over, but was blocked by the light white fairy fog outside. No one could really get close to her. In just a moment, she disappeared in front of everyone, crossing the thick evil black fog. The huge sky monument hundreds of meters high, with a strange and devilish attraction and suppression force, seemed to be connected to the soul and consciousness to be taken away and erased. Hoo-hoo. The hazy fairy fog, as white as clouds, became more and more obvious and dense. It just surrounded and floated around Zhao Yun's body. The extremely sacred fairy symbols, like the brilliant stars in the deep sky, flickered on the surface of the Huadao Tianyi, with a transcendent and mysterious rhyme. It completely protected Zhao Yuniao herself inside, and was not harmed by all kinds of negative influences from the outside world. There is another secret space in this place. Zhao Yuniao sensed it carefully, and guessed that it was the dead city suppressed and sealed by the heavenly steel. Chapter 204, Forever Guarding the Deserted Island. Some people in the Deathbone Sea were getting nervous. Gu Luo, Alado, Wang Tong, Lu Rian and others were at a murder scene, observing the fresh bodies that had died not long ago on the ground. Each body had a pale bone piercing its vital parts. It was a death by one blow. The murderer who killed these people was so strong that the broken bones were thrown out so fast that they didn't even have time to react or resist. Wang Tong observed carefully, and his expression didn't change much. As the successor of Xiao Li Feidao, he had a very high vision and rich experience in killing people by throwing objects. And he could see the key at a glance. That ordinary appearance was not very conspicuous in the crowd, but his temperament seemed very sharp, like a flying knife out of its sheath, full of a condensed and sharp murderous intent. I guess the murderer who killed these people is Xiao Chen. Zhao Linner's eyes were very tempting, and she said seductively, "This person is the best at doing this kind of thing, and I know him very well. It seems that he is not willing to take the initiative to tell how to avoid the seal. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not have taken action to kill these people. This guy really deserves to die." Gu Luo's face was gloomy and looked very ugly. He felt a little embarrassed that he did not show his brilliance in front of beauties like Xiao Linner and Lu Rian, because several of the people who were killed were his lackeys. "Xiao Chen, if I don't kill you, it will be difficult to relieve my hatred." Hearing the hateful words from Gu Luo's mouth, Xiao Linner's lips curved slightly, and a hidden smile flashed across her face. She only used a little trick to make these people hate Xiao Chen, and she was too skilled in using the power to surround and kill Xiao Chen. But Xiao Chen was lucky to counterattack successfully every time, which made her feel a little unhappy. There is a new situation, and the mysterious woman took the initiative to appear. At this time, there were bursts of rapid running breathing sounds behind him. Everyone here heard the sound and turned around to look. They saw a young man in a black robe and holding a sword running fast on the vast sea of bones. Every step he took splashed a lot of pale ashes and raised a large piece of white mist behind him. "Where is that mysterious woman?" Wang Tong asked in a low voice with a blank expression. But he saw this person coming to everyone and didn't care about resting. Turning back and pointing his finger in another direction across the black fog, he reported loudly, "Just now, the mysterious woman, who was not affected by the seal, flew from the sky and entered the black fog. It is estimated that she went straight to the ancient monument deep in the black fog. Many people saw it. There are many people gathered there at the moment. But no one dared to go deep into the black fog area. She can actually enter the black fog." Wang Tong couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. He tried to explore the murderous black fog, so he naturally knew how terrifying it was. Even if a great master of Nirvana came, he might not be able to survive through the black fog vortex area. Could it be that the mysterious woman's true cultivation is above Nirvana? Thinking of this possibility, Wang Tong and others were shocked. If this is the case, they don't need to consider joining forces anymore. Whether everyone present can survive is an unknown. Wait, did you see how the other party entered the black fog? Yan Qingqing's heart suddenly moved, guessing a possibility, and ordered, "Tell me all the details of the news you saw, and don't hide anything." Seeing that it was Yan Qingqing, the peerless beauty of the undead gate, who spoke, the visitor swallowed his saliva subconsciously and explained in a hurry. Many people saw that the long skirt of the mysterious woman was glowing, and there was a lot of white mist surrounding her, making it impossible for the black mist to get close at all. The other party flew directly from the air, and part of the black mist vortex was smashed and destroyed. White mist blocking. Yan Qingqing suddenly chuckled, and a big stone was put down in her heart. It turns out that the other party has a mysterious treasure to protect her body, so she could ignore the influence of these harsh environments. In this case, the other party's ability to ignore the seal effect must be related to the long skirt on her body. It's not that the other party's cultivation is so profound that it is incredible. Let's go and see the situation. Wang Tong, the heir of the flying knife, shouted and left this place first. Seeing this, the others kept silent and also used their body skills one after another, circling the outer area of the black fog and rushing to the other side in an arc. They didn't have the ability to ignore the black fog. Enter the depths of the Deathbone Sea. Zhao Yunao looked at it for a while and found some complicated pictures engraved on the surface of the heavenly steel. There is a wild dragon galloping in the sky. Looking at its posture and charm, it seems to be roaring and wailing and screaming to the sky. It is quite similar to the situation here on Dragon Island. In addition, there are many people and gods struggling in the picture, trying their best to resist. Above them is an endless sea of blood. There are thousands of layers of waves and blood waves. A huge and majestic mountain of bone stands in the center of the surging sea of blood. No matter how the surging blood waves roar and crash, the towering and gloomy mountain of bone still stands still, like a reef in the sea. Zhao Yu now looked down and observed carefully. She saw that below those wild dragons and gods, there was an ancient, mottled and gloomy dead city. It was just a picture, but it gave her a sense of eerie ghostliness. It was like looking directly at the legendary Hell Dead City. The inky black gate of hell was half open, and the interior was dead and dark. So dark that it was difficult to see the specific situation inside. Only the strong smell of death was particularly clear. However, the most surprising thing was that under the dead city, there was a peaceful and sacred fairyland outlined. Zhao Yunao looked at it and saw palaces and towers on it. The building complex was very gorgeous. Near the many pavilions and towers, the sacred trees took root, shining brightly, and the yao grass was everywhere, colorful and red. It looked like the legendary paradise. However, the content of this part of the picture was rarely outlined. Its location was close to the bottom of this heavenly monument, making it difficult for Zhao Yunyao to clearly observe other vast and unknown mysterious areas. After a brief observation, Zhao Yunyao looked at the words on the surface of the heavenly monument again, even though he had learned the local language with Lan Nua before. But at this moment, when she saw these strange characters, she still couldn't recognize a few of them, and could only barely see the 4 big characters. As for the other characters, she didn't recognize them at all. After a while, Zhao Yunao took the initiative to go around to the back of the heavenly tablet and saw an extremely complex and mysterious pattern. That was the follow-up content of Xiao Chen's main cultivation of the mysterious art. Chapter 205 Overlooking the Eternal Years. The tall and majestic heavenly monument stood quietly in the deepest part of the Sea of Death Bones. The surroundings were filled with bands of black fog, which made the area look gloomy and dark, hazy and blurred, as if it was in a dark and ghostly place. But in this area full of death, there is an absolute pure land. The faint white fairy mist seemed soft and ethereal, without any effort. But the surrounding gloomy black fog could not get close to it at all. It always lingered outside Zhao Yunyao, forming a pure cavity area of about 10 feet in radius. She looked like a sacred fairy who was isolated from the world. Zhao Yunyao raised her head slightly, and her emerald green eyes carefully stared at the back of the heavenly monument, looking at the mysterious and complex patterns that seemed to be deep in the sea of stars, overlapping and very complicated. In addition to some methods of practicing qi, there are also 4 general outline freehand attack moves. Each move is of the emperor level. After looking at the outline of these attack moves for a while, Zhao Yunyao finally focused her attention on the pattern of the Xian Gong Qigong. She recalled and thought in her heart, absorbing useful nutrients from it. I remember that the divine acupoints cultivated by the Tianbei Xian Gong can eventually breed acupoint spirits, which can be used to control the 49 swords and formations that exist in the past, present and future. And the energy cultivated by this method is dozens of times more than that of the same realm. This method is indeed very useful to me. While distractedly comprehending the memory, Zhao Yunyao distractedly thought about things. The devouring gene system she cultivated herself already had the existence of the law field. Although the light attribute field is powerful, the consumption is also very terrifying. It cannot be used as a conventional means like other genetic warriors. If you really want to continue to play this point, you must first have energy reserves far beyond that of normal cultivators. Otherwise, no matter how strong the field of light law is, it can only be used as a means to clear small characters. If I merge the Shebi Corpse Witch's clone, then my own body will most likely not have acupoints. This method can only be used as a special reference target. If I regard the tens of thousands of soul origins in my body as a special acupoint, and the three-dimensional network used to connect different soul origins as a special meridian, or it can be regarded as another new plan to develop soul origins. After a short and quick thought, Zhao Yunyao focused all her attention on the heavenly steel in front of her. She knew clearly that if she wanted to understand the secret of the heavenly steel's heavenly gift, she must start from the first heavenly steel and watch and practice in order. Only in this way can there be no death crisis. The mysterious skills that Xiao Chen is practicing now come from the first eternal Yellow River heavenly tablet. And that heavenly tablet is currently outside Xiao Chen's hometown village. It is immersed in the mud at the bottom of the Yellow River, and has almost never seen the sun for years. Xiao Chen was also lucky when he was a child. In the rare opportunity when the Yellow River was temporarily cut off, he saw the first heavenly tablet immersed in the riverbed, and memorized the mysterious Qi training diagram on the back. Then he embarked on the path of becoming a warrior. Let's try the previous ideas first. If it works, there is no need to attack Xiao Chen. According to her inner thoughts, Zhao Yun now communicated with the incomplete power of the innate fruit of the Tao in the Dragon Transformation secret realm. She once again used the time authority possessed by the four-dimensional life form. She stared at the heavenly monument not far in front of her, using it as a tracking target, unfolding the timeline related to the heavenly monument, and then looking at the past and future of the heavenly monument, looking for the traces of the other 8 heavenly monuments. The invisible time was almost completely still and stagnant at this moment. The vast river of time appeared out of thin air in Zhao Yunyo's eyes, making her look like a transcendent existence overlooking the years and time. And what she saw with her eyes was the eternity. Shwa shwa shwa. In an instant, the images of the heavenly monuments one after another appeared on the timeline. In the past of the heavenly monument of Yongzhen Juedao, there was only one heavenly monument, which was the Yongzhen Yellow River. She saw the heavenly monument falling from the sky, suppressing an ancestor dragon below and sealing it in the depths of the Yellow River. On the front of the heavenly monument, there was another completely different pattern. In the distant sky, there were thunder and lightning, dark clouds, heavy rain, and howling wind and thunder. The huge and dazzling lightning tore through the void of heaven and earth, as if the supreme God had sent down divine punishment. And on the earth below, patches of mountains were collapsing. The surface of the earth was cracking and sinking, and the rolling magma was surging. The whole earth seemed to be shaking violently. It gave people a sense of déjà vu of the end of the world. In addition, in the picture ocean, Tsunamis reached the sky. Waves crashed against the shore. And waves rushed into the sky, as if they were about to sweep across the entire vast world. Zhao Yun now took the initiative to adjust the time observation angle to observe the back of the heavenly monument that would forever suppress the Yellow River. He witnessed another complicated Qi training picture similar to the general outline of martial arts, directly observing the timeline of the heavenly steel itself. This method is indeed feasible. Seeing this, Zhao Yun now was delighted. In this way, I don't need to run to other different places. I can directly see the 9 heavenly steel diagrams. The complete heavenly gifted mysterious art will definitely be obtained in a short time. After seeing the Qi training diagram of the first heavenly steel, Zhao Yun now began to recite and memorize it wholeheartedly. As for the matter of understanding, she can consider it later. And there is no need to waste the special and important time of observing the timeline on it. Not long after, she memorized it with her memory far beyond that of ordinary people. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yun now turned the direction of observation again, looking at the future of the second heavenly steel, and looking at the remaining 7 heavenly steels. Observe the Qi training diagram on the back of the memory heavenly steel in the order in which it appears. The third heavenly steel is located under the devil's prison of the Brahma kingdom in the Changsheng realm, suppressing the lost paradise. The suppression pattern on it is another form. It is composed of several different subpictures. They are a farmer driving an old cow to plow the field. A shepherd is driving a group of cattle and horses on the prairie. A fisherman is standing on a boat casting a fishing net into the river. A vendor is standing in a shop and selling. The 4 different pictures seem to have nothing to do with each other on the surface. However, when they are combined together, they give Zhao Yunyao a natural and simple flavor of mundane life. It is as if a part of the mundane world is condensed and displayed in it. After quickly reciting and memorizing the third part of the Xian Gong Qi training diagram, Zhao Yun now continued to observe the future timeline, tracing its traces, and observed the heavenly tablet that suppressed and sealed the Tianzong Valley in the cultivation world. This heavenly tablet is responsible for suppressing and sealing the deep hell abyss. Even the pattern on the surface of the heavenly tablet has turned into a hazy and sacred atmosphere of the immortal family. The brilliant rays of light are looming. And in the misty clouds, there are many jade buildings standing in the clouds, which together form a vast and magnificent architectural palace complex. Chapter 206. The Great Change of Heaven and Earth. In a certain area in the Sea of Death Bones, Xiao Chen, who was waiting for an opportunity to ambush and kill members of the Undead Alliance, also learned the news that Zhao Yunyao had come to this dangerous area. He was moved and thought about it secretly for a while. Finally, he decided not to continue to kill others for the time being. I don't know what Senior Zhao is going to do when he suddenly came here. Xiao Chen took the initiative to restrain his own breath, changed the direction, and continued to approach. Not long after, because there were too many people gathered here, Xiao Chen's whereabouts were quickly discovered. It's Xiao Chen. He actually dared to appear in front of us. Someone saw Xiao Chen and was full of surprise. Suddenly, he sneered. It's really that there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to hell, but you break in. Do you think you can fight against hundreds of people here by yourself? Really arrogant. Seeing that he was discovered, Xiao Chen no longer concealed it, and showed up openly and walked forward. When he approached the man, he suddenly kicked him. The man's chest collapsed. His tendons and bones were broken. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he flew backwards involuntarily. When he fell to the ground, a large area of cold and pale bone powder was splashed. How dare you? The man tried his best to raise his head, as if he wanted to say something. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. And then he opened his eyes full of fear and unwillingness, and just tilted his head and lay on the ground motionless. Soon, the movement here attracted the attention of many people. Xiao Chen walked in front, and not far behind him, 3 skeletons and a snow-white little beast followed, like a shadow, walking together. Swish! Suddenly, a crystal-thin flying knife shot out from the crowd. Before it even got close to his body, Xiao Chen felt a creepy feeling that made his scalp explode. His eyes suddenly shrank, and he reacted very quickly, suddenly raising his hand to grab the crystal flying knife that shot him. As his left hand grasped it, a large area of gorgeous starlight appeared simultaneously. It looked like the Big Dipper, and together it turned into a spoon-shaped star map. 7 stars to confer gods, Xiao Chen shouted in a low voice, and the starlight on his fingertips suddenly increased in brightness. It seemed that there were really several stars being held at his fingertips. As Xiaochen grabbed the crystal flying knife with his 5 fingers in the air, he grabbed it very accurately, and then squeezed it hard, breaking it into several pieces on the spot. Throwing it casually, the broken flying knife fell on the ground under his feet. What? Seeing this, the others were shocked and surprised, and exclaimed in disbelief, Wang Tong, the successor of Xiao Li's flying knife, who is known for his never-missing shots, actually missed here with Xiaochen. How is this possible? Is he so strong? For a moment, everyone was stunned, and some did not dare to act rashly. Looking at Xiaochen, who was walking with big strides, some timid monks in their hearts could not help but retreat synchronously, with fear in their eyes. With just one glance, Xiaochen saw Zhao Linner in the crowd. A sneer suddenly appeared on his face. Zhao Linner, you dared to sow discord in secret, slander Senior Zhao, and me with nonsense. Aren't you afraid of angering Senior Zhao and dying without a burial place? My gratitude and admiration for Senior Zhao are as strong as the Yellow River. How can you slander me? Zhao Linner looked at Xiaochen and smiled faintly. I just mentioned the fact that Senior Zhao had kept you by his side. As for what others think, I can't control it. I don't know who you are? Xiaochen sneered, and had no intention of saying anything more. Instead, he showed a posture of fighting at all times. Zhao Linner and others saw this, and also secretly became alert and prepared. The two sides seemed to be on the verge of a fight again, just when the battle was about to break out at any time. Suddenly, the core area of the deepest part of the Death Bone Sea suddenly erupted with a majestic and terrifying momentum. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. They saw that around the huge sky monument, 8 new sky monuments appeared one after another, with the sky monument in the Bone Sea as the center. They surrounded it together. When they turned with a rumble, they erupted with extremely terrible momentum and fluctuations, causing the surrounding celestial phenomena to change dramatically. There are many words engraved on the surface of all the heavenly tablets. Among them, the 2 words Yongzhen are the most conspicuous and clear. This is a heavenly tablet? How can there be so many? Xiaochen opened his eyes unconsciously. He saw that the pattern on one of the heavenly tablets was exactly the same as the one at the entrance of his hometown village. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to see it again in this place today. This is a world away. It seems that there is a special connection between these different heavenly tablets that is unknown to the public. Xiaochen's heart moved, and he was immediately surprised. The follow-up of the mysterious profound skill has finally been settled. Maybe I can use this connection to return to the human world in the future. Reunite with my parents again. Xiaochen showed an excited and serious expression. Other people in the nearby area were also shocked by the mysterious phenomenon that suddenly appeared at this moment. And some did not know what was going on. The hazy figure standing alone in the middle of the 9 heavenly tablets became the focus of everyone's attention. From a distance, the scene in the center of the Sea of Bones was like a beautiful scroll, making that touching picture exist in everyone's inner memory for a long time. Day after day, it passed quietly. It was soon the Ghost Festival in this world. But the morning sun did not rise as usual. In this world, a cold wind blew inexplicably, making the hot island quickly become cold and chilly. Whoa! The cold wind whistled, as if ghosts were howling. Everyone who heard it felt uneasy and felt that something bad was about to happen. Not long after that, the raging wind between heaven and earth turned yellow, and the color was strange and disgusting. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of dull thunders exploded in the air. It really made people's ears buzz. Xiaochen and others looked up and saw many dark lightnings raging in the sky, and yellow clouds whistling and gathering at a high speed. Soon, heavy rain poured down. But the color of this rain was also yellow, and it looked like the corpse water after the corpse rotted and dissolved, which was extremely gloomy and weird. What is that? Suddenly, someone couldn't help but scream in fear. Xiaochen, Lu Rian and others looked back and felt a chill all over their bodies. They felt a little creepy in their hearts. In the deepest part of the Sea of Dead Bones, a towering and ancient mysterious city quietly appeared in the yellow rainstorm. Like the legendary Hell of the Dead City, the eerie city gate was wide open, and one could see into the city. Teams of ghost soldiers could be clearly seen, training in an orderly manner inside. Chapter 207, The Dead City Kills the King. The Ghost Festival in the Changsheng realm has arrived, causing dramatic changes in the celestial phenomena. It also makes the dead city of the undead that was suppressed and sealed by the heavenly steel appear. At the same time, in the core area of the Sea of Death Bones, Zhao Yunyao, who was waiting here to comprehend the contents of the heavenly steel mysterious skill, suddenly felt a terrible space distortion force coming. The white fairy mist outside her body could not help but ripple slightly. Boom! Huge vibrations came from all directions. After Zhao Yunyao woke up, she looked around and immediately found that her position had changed significantly. The Sea of Death Bones disappeared, and the surroundings were dark and gloomy. An ancient and vicissitudes of life city is transforming from illusion to reality. And with the yellow rain from the sky, the speed of this manifestation is also accelerating. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly, and I actually appeared here directly. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao frowned slightly, and soon relaxed again. Fortunately, I have memorized the complete heaven-given mysterious art, and I have also comprehended many great Tao rhymes related to the mysterious art. In the future, whether it is to modify the art or to comprehend the art, it will be much more convenient and easy. Then next, explore the sealed dead city to see if there is anything suitable to serve as the raw material for the third clone. After thinking in his heart, Zhao Yunyao clenched his fingers on both hands slightly. The blood-red mandarin duck knife appeared in his palm. The two knives crossed, and then suddenly chopped upwards diagonally, and the sharp and terrifying knife energy tore through the void and broke through a space crack. Zhao Yunyao took advantage of the situation and jumped up, entering the space crack. From the heavenly monument, he directly entered the core area of the dead city. In just a blink of an eye, all the scenes around him changed dramatically. The huge and ancient heavenly monument, which was hundreds of meters high, was standing quietly not far away from him, and around it was a circle of railings made of long boulders, like tombstones. The surrounding area formed a spacious and flat square. Zhao Yunyao looked back and saw that there was an ancient well suppressed under the heavenly monument. The diameter of the ancient well was less than 3 meters, and the whole body was pitch black. There was a faint black mist around it. Looking at it with both eyes, there was a weird feeling of luring the mind to sink and die. It seemed to be connected with the legendary netherworld. However, with the protection of the heavenly clothes of transformation, this black well could not really affect her. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, Zhao Yunyao heard a series of footsteps approaching. The sound sounded a little flustered and nervous. She tapped the ground with her toes, and her whole body shot out like a sharp arrow. In the blink of an eye, she left the area where the black well was located and came to the outside of the square railing. Then she looked forward. At a glance, she saw Xiao Chen, Lu Rigan, Yin Qingcheng and others rushing over from the corner. And behind these people, from time to time, there were bursts of shrill and painful screams of dying. At the same time, outside the dead city, there was a terrifying dragon pressure like a deep sea. On the day when the dead city appeared, the dragons who were once affected by the seal also temporarily recovered their great magical powers and mana. One by one, the dragon masters joined together and were frantically attacking the dead city, eager to completely destroy this thing and break the seal permanently. Otherwise, once today's time is over, they will be affected by the seal of the dead city again. It turned into the sealed appearance of the savage dragon beast again. Huh? Senior Zhao is here? Xiao Chen saw Zhao Yunyao's trace from afar, and was a little surprised. In such a strange place, it is naturally safer to have a familiar powerful master. He took the initiative to greet her, and Zhao Yunyao just nodded slightly. Then he focused his main attention on the corpses inside the dead city behind. Inside this dead city, the undead are the normal residents, and the living are just weird. Therefore, foreign living things will encounter many attacks from undead inside the city. These include but are not limited to evil ghosts, zombies, corpses, corpse demons, skeletons and other undead life. Boom! Suddenly, a huge pressure burst from the back. Zhao Yunyao turned her head slightly, and saw that the seemingly ordinary sky monument became sacred and brilliant at this moment. Extremely extraordinary. The pressure wave that surged into the sky blocked the blood rain from the sky. This made the area look unusually clean and normal. The terrifying pressure from the spiritual level emanated from the inside of the heavenly monument, causing everyone around to feel instinctive fear and kneel down involuntarily. They bowed their heads to the towering heavenly monument. Among all the people present, only Zhao Yunyao, Xiao Chen, Lu Mu, Devu Jianma, Lan Nua, and Zhao Linner could hold on, and did not kneel down. But compared to Zhao Yuniao, the others were also gritting their teeth and holding on. They could not be as indifferent as Zhao Yuniao. Shwa shwa shwa. Suddenly, 8 more heavenly monuments that seemed real or illusory appeared. Together with the heavenly monument here, they suppressed the restless black well. Zhao Yuniao looked at the black well and knew what was inside. But she didn't mean to rush in to explore. After watching for a while, she suddenly took the initiative to leave the square area. She walked around the corner, crossed the stone bridge, and passed the wide river of blood. She finally came to the streets and alleys inside the dead city. Teams of ghost soldiers, wearing extremely ancient armor, holding spears and swords and other weapons, patrolled inside the dead city. When they saw any living outsiders, they stopped on their own. Then, they stared coldly at every living person with those emotionless eyes of the undead. That look was like looking at a dying dead person. There were many pale corpses scattered on the ground. And I don't know how many years they have been dead. From time to time, you can see skulls rolling on the ground. Zhao Yuniao looked at the scene inside the dead city with an expressionless face. She first came to the gate of a mansion, kicked the door open with her foot, and walked in fearlessly. Bang! Instantly, the sound of the door closing came from behind. The courtyard of the mansion was dark and silent, and extremely cold. Several green eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness, and then rushed towards Zhao Yuniao at a high speed. Before they got close, a stench of rotting corpses came. Zhao Yuniao skillfully switched to internal breathing and swung her knife to chop. In the fight, she tested the abilities and talents of these corpses themselves, and used this to select whether they had suitable raw materials for clones. In the case of not being affected by the seal, she could fully exert her own strength. She directly crushed these dead monsters. Zhao Yuniao looked cold, and swung her knife again and again, making the knife light like a tide, and soon split the werewolf-like corpse into pieces. Not suitable. Change to the next one. She chopped off the other's head with a knife and turned away without any regrets. Then she kicked open the door next door and rushed in. Chapter 208 Jiangli. Since entering the dead city, Zhao Yuniao transformed into the dead city slashing king, and took the initiative to rush into the houses where ghosts were hidden, slashing and killing them one by one, using actual combat to compete and learn the details of them. Soon, the dead city was in turmoil. But in the end, she spent a whole night, going through many places in the dead city, slashing and killing countless ghosts, corpses and ghosts, but did not find a suitable target. Even if it helped, it was limited. It was not as good as the terrifying transformation of the soul brought by the first clone, the Queen of the Zerg, and the strongest physical potential brought by the second clone, the Chevy Corpse Witch. Even if the second clone has not yet been bred, but the physical talent of the Witch clan, even if looking at the world of the heavens and the universe, that is enough to be called the ultimate strongest physical race. The gap between ordinary species is too big, and the help to me is really limited. Zhao Yuniao stopped, stood on the top of an attic, and quietly overlooked the dead city. I pondered for a while, exploring my own shortcomings. The third clone that helps me the most must make me have no defects. The existence of the Zerg Queen clone has greatly enhanced my own soul and consciousness, and the existence of the Witch clone has greatly enhanced my own body strength. Although humans have different distinctions between spirit, chi and spirit, but in the same way, we can also completely abandon the existence of chi and let the spirit and body be completely integrated into one, just like the combination of yin and yang. As for the affinity of the law, comprehension and other aspects, in addition to the increase of the Dao Tianyi, I can also use the effect of the life altar to actively strengthen my own qualifications in this regard. There are no flaws or shortcomings in this regard. After careful consideration, Zhao Yuniao could not find her own shortcomings. At the beginning, she was an absolutely mediocre mortal. But under the cooperation of the 4 self-made plugins, she has transformed and grown into a true peerless genius. And this growth limit does not exist in theory, because the instrument itself can also grow with its own growth. A powerful instrument can feed back and nourish itself, allowing itself to grow faster. The existence of each other is a closed loop. It also makes the growth limit theory unlimited. Since I can't find a suitable target inside the dead city, forget it. Zhao Yuniao sat sideways on the roof, too lazy to continue to chop the undead spirits inside the dead city. Using this free time, she began to continue to modify Taiji Xianqing Dao. By using the trial and error judgment of the Breaking Realm Pearl, she tried to integrate Taiji Xianqing Dao, Xianling breathing method, and heavenly Xian Gong into one. Extract the advantages of each of them, and integrate the essence of different cultivation systems. Unconsciously, this cold and silent city of the dead souls once again became illusory and hazy, as if it would disappear completely at any time. Above, a huge blood-red sun rose up. The light full of ominous colors fell down, rendering this dead city weird and ominous. The appearance of the blood-red sun seemed to inject mysterious power into the dead souls inside the dead city. It made these undead souls even more crazy and violent, and extremely hostile to living things. Calculating the time. It's time to leave this place. Zhao Yu now put away her mandarin duck knife, stood up from the roof, and looked at the many undead spirits that gathered around again. This time, she silently took out the life altar. She shook it gently in her hand, and then aimed it in the direction of the gate of the dead city. She shook her hand and threw it hard. With the blessing of huge power, the life altar was launched like a red cannonball, easily smashing and destroying anything and undead spirits encountered along the way. Soon she came to the huge gate of the city that was tightly closed, accompanied by a huge dull sound of boom. The ancient and vicissitudes of life, the heavy gate was suddenly pierced and broken by the life altar, revealing a huge hole. Shua! Zhao Yunio's whole body burst into dazzling white light. The unparalleled field of light law suddenly bloomed. The field full of vitality was spreading at the speed of light, and in an instant it enveloped the entire dead city. Zhao Yunio was seen flying in the air and flew directly to the gate of the city. The harmless white light of life then showed a terrifying and amazing effect of restraining the undead. It made groups of weak undead disappear into thin air. Even those powerful undead, under the illumination of the white light of life, large patches of gray fog and black smoke came out of their bodies, like metal corroded by strong acid. They couldn't help but scream in pain. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Yuniao left the dead city through the big hole at the gate of the city. She left this sea of dead bones without looking back. About a quarter of an hour later, Zhao Yuniao came to a big snowy mountain outside and stopped. She opened up a snowy house and stayed inside, continuing to practice in seclusion, using the aura of the ancestral dragon of the seven-colored sacred tree to quietly practice the secret realm of dragon transformation. As for Xiaochen and the others, she didn't care much, whether alive or dead. She was not their babysitter anyway, and had no interest in moving with them. There was a teleportation altar inside the dead city, which could lead directly to the outside world. Anyway, Xiaochen would definitely be able to get out alive. In this way, day after day, time passed quickly in silence. After such a trip to the dead city, the hundreds of outsiders who were still alive were suddenly reduced to less than 10 people, which was a heavy loss and almost wiped out. But in order to compete for the companion Dragon King Cub, everyone fought openly and secretly again. In the end, Xiaochen was secretly plotted by the real knowledge and hidden realm cultivator and Zhao Linner. When he boarded the colorful divine ship, he was exiled to the interior of Dragon Island by means of space. Thus, he missed the opportunity to ride the colorful divine ship and was forced to stay. Unconsciously, year after year, time passed quietly in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen stayed alone by the river, making barbecue for himself skillfully. Not far away, 3 skeletons and snow-white little beasts were fighting and playing with each other. Senior Zhao has been in seclusion for such a long time. Why hasn't he appeared yet? After flipping the barbecue, Xiaochen turned his head and looked at the snow-capped mountain in his sight. He unconsciously had a faint expectation in his heart. Whether he could leave the sealed Dragon Island depended on this mysterious senior master. Shua. Suddenly, a cold and dead feeling suddenly came. Xiaochen stood up suddenly and looked back, and saw that the devil who had shed his skin many times appeared again near the snow-capped mountain. Why are you here again? She hasn't come out yet? I really can't wait. The devil's voice was hoarse, and it sounded very gloomy and weird. I'm not Zhao. Just as Xiaochen was about to speak, suddenly, the snow-capped mountain in the distance suddenly exploded, lifting large pieces of snow and fog upwards. A sense of coldness and freezing suddenly came from afar. Chapter 209 Leaving. Xiaochen and the devil looked at each other, his heart full of defense and vigilance. He was afraid that he would be killed by accident, and being in this sealed Dragon Island, if the devil wanted to transform and return to life, he must need the help of the seven-colored holy tree. Otherwise, he could not break free from the suppression and confinement of the land of the gods. Therefore, the devil has been pursuing and entangled and many years have passed. On this day, when the devil found Xiaochen again, in the towering snow-capped mountains not far away, a shocking dragon power suddenly came, as if the ancestor dragon was born. With amazing momentum, soon it caused an avalanche around, and large patches of white snow waves were swaying. From a distance, it was like a white tsunami rolling and roaring. On, the dragon's mighty power shocked the mind. The beautiful figure that soared into the sky was like a flying dragon in the sky, as graceful as a rainbow, wantonly in light. Soon, they came to the waterfront from the distant snowy mountains. Congratulations to Senior Zhao for his great accomplishments and success in coming out of retreat. Seeing this, Xiaochen hurriedly went up to greet him. But he was quietly relieved in his heart. At least there was a stronger acquaintance. So he didn't have to worry about the devil suddenly attacking him, because he was really no match for the devil now. Yeah. With a whoosh, the snow-white little beast jumped over the top of King Qingguang's head. It opened its 4 soft little paws, and happily pounced into Zhao Yunyu's arms, and was then steadily caught by Zhao Yunyao, and held in her tall and full arms. Little thing. I've used up the things, and now I'm giving them back to you. Zhao Yunyao stretched out her hand to tease the little fellow in her arms, and then took the 7-color sacred tree from the already matured dragon transformation secret realm, as if it were a 7-color hat. She put it on the little fellow's forehead. Seeing the companion treasure tree return again, the snow-white little beast rolled happily in Zhao Yunyu's arms, grabbed the 7-color sacred tree with one claw, held it in her arms, and sucked it with great joy. Hua la la la. In an instant, a series of 7-color rainbow lights flowed out from the sacred tree. Like a gorgeous rainbow, it was swallowed into the stomach of the snow-white little beast, and soon its belly was rounded, and its furry little face was full of happiness and comfort. It turned out to be a fully grown sacred tree. Seeing this, the devil was extremely surprised. He originally estimated that the sacred tree could grow 2 or 3 leaves at most, but he never expected that 7 leaves of different colors had already been born. Let the 7 kinds of ancestral dragon sources contained inside be fully awakened and activated. Good. 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 The devil couldn't help but smile, and his heart was extremely happy. Using this level of holy tree to help me return to the world, it will definitely succeed, and the effect will be much better than expected before. Soon, the devil showed a creepy grin on his face and bared his teeth at Zhao Yunyao. He spoke in a sinister voice. Lend me the holy tree. I promise to return it to you. I have a way to let you leave Dragon Island alive. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted Xiao Chen's special attention. Unexpectedly, after missing the 7-color divine ship, there is finally a new turn of events, giving him hope to leave here. If he was really trapped here, he would be exhausted to death. His short lifespan meant that he could not wait for the next change in the Forbidden Sea. Escaping from this place was the only way to survive. However, Xiao Chen did not say anything, but turned his head to look at Zhao Yunyao, who was holding the snow-white beast, wanting to see what she was going to do and decide. You can decide on this matter by yourselves. I will not participate, Zhao Yunyao said casually, rubbing the furry head of the snow-white beast. Then he picked her up and threw her to Xiao Chen in the air. As for the 7-colored sacred tree, it was still held in the arms of the snow-white beast, revealing a vigilant look. Hearing this, the devil turned his head to look at Xiao Chen again, still with a sinister sneer on his face. He smiled, and it was obvious that he was not a good thing. My friend, lend me the thing. I just need it to help me return to life. If the seal of the land of the gods did not exist, I would not even need this thing, and could complete the return to life by myself. As long as it helps me complete the return to life, this thing is of no use to me. You don't need to worry that I will embezzle this thing and not return it to you. If you agree, after I complete the transformation of returning to life, I will summon the king's ship to send you away from this dragon island. With your cultivation and lifespan, staying here will only lead to death in the future. It must be said that the devil has the method of summoning the king's ship, and he really has a hold on Xiao Chen. He has no bargaining chips at all. In the end, Xiao Chen had no choice but to agree to the devil's deal in order to leave here alive, because he had seen that Senior Zhao did not seem to have any intention of leaving Dragon Island. Then he held Kuku and comforted her with words, and took the 7-colored sacred tree out of her arms. He gave it directly to the devil to use. Don't worry. I will be able to successfully transform and return to life in 2 years at most. The devil told Xiao Chen a time limit, and then nodded to Zhao Yunyao. He decisively set up a gloomy black cloud and flew away at a high speed. Until the devil was far away from here. Xiaochen held Cuckoo, who was in a bad mood, turned his head to look at Zhao Yuniao, and asked, Senior Zhao, are you really not going to leave Dragon Island? No nostalgia. No attraction. Zhao Yuniao looked calm and unmoved. After thinking about it in her mind, she added, if there is a destiny, maybe we will see each other again in the future. If there is no destiny, today we will say goodbye and never see each other again. She raised her snow-white hand and waved it gently. Then she turned around and left the area alone. With each step, it swayed like a holy lotus dancing in the wind. With a calm and unhurried grace, in just a blink of an eye, it disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. Back to the beach on the coast of Dragon Island, Zhao Yuniao stood under a coconut tree, looking at the vast forbidden sea not far away, thinking silently about the next journey of cultivation. Now that the Huolong secret realm is complete, you can start the cultivation of the Xiantai secret realm at any time. Should I wait for the complete cultivation of the Xiantian Dao fruit? In theory, if the Xiantian Dao fruit is completely cultivated, and then the Xiantai secret realm is opened, it can indeed greatly enhance the essence of the Xiantai secret realm. But the complete cultivation of the Xiantian Dao fruit requires a very long time. After thinking carefully for a long time, Zhao Yuniao decided to improve the cultivation of the genetic system first. At least the third clone breeding quota should be cleared first. Otherwise, if he travels through the worlds and universes in the future and really encounters the right materials for the third clone, he will miss it because the breeding quota has not been activated. After all, some life materials can only exist under the rules of the local world. If he changes to another world, he will probably be gone. Chapter 210 Number 1 in the world. After making a decision, Zhao Yuniao waved her hand to summon the time and space hourglass, activated the coordinate mark of the devouring starry universe avenue recorded in it, and determined the time and space crossing node. Then she started the time and space hourglass and opened the cross-border time and space channel leading to the devouring universe. Silently, the laws of time and space twisted and changed, and soon a time and space channel was constructed in Zhao Yuniao's body. Almost at the same time, Xiaochen, the future emperor, keenly perceived the changes in time and space, and immediately looked back to his past, and saw the existence of the cross-border time and space channel. It was just in his own emperor-level mind. This dark channel that caused abnormal fluctuations in time and space seemed extremely terrifying, like a time and space black hole that swallowed everything, causing time and space to be completely distorted in it. Another unknown existence, with unknown origin and unknown destination. Is there really an unknown, powerful new realm above the emperor level? But since ancient times, why has no emperor ever known about it? Future Xiaochen's face was solemn, and he kept muttering in his heart. Out of curiosity, he took the initiative to explore a trace of his mind and consciousness, followed behind this mysterious female monk, and also entered the dark and deep space-time channel. In an instant, future Xiaochen felt that his trace of mind and consciousness had been completely wiped out, even if he hadn't given up that trace of mind on his own initiative. That mysterious and terrifying power might have directly tracked his emperor-level body. The death threat just now was too terrifying. He felt a desperate suffocation that he could not resist. The more powerful he was, the more he could feel and perceive the horror of this thing. It was simply a transcendent mystery that could not be understood, recognized, or observed. It was like the source of the Tao and the end of the end. It's wrong to think about it. It's wrong to say it. And it's impossible to even understand it. Feeling the injuries on his body, Xiaochen, the future emperor, suddenly had the urge to explore a higher unknown new realm again. He wanted to know whether the martial arts was really endless, or could he only stop at the emperor level, swallowing the starry sky, the Milky Way, and the earth. On the vast and natural African savanna, all kinds of powerful monsters survived, reproduced, mated, and inherited and grew, making this place seem very vibrant. But in a plain area 100 miles away from the coastline, a huge bay city is located here, and the core building is a private industry called Qingyun Martial Arts Hall, which is also the real umbrella of the bay city. The main body of the martial arts school headquarters was built on the remains of a space mothership. Therefore, its building quality is the best on Earth. I don't know how many rich and powerful people have fought hard to get a few permanent residence quotas in the Bay City. At a certain moment, on the vast grassland outside Qingyun Bay City, suddenly, A dark and deep vortex channel emerged. Then, a perfect and graceful beautiful figure flew out from it, and landed steadily in the air above the grassland. The laws of different worlds switched and attacked again. Zhao Yuniao felt a little uncomfortable. But soon, with the help of the heavenly clothes of transformation, she completed the initial adaptation very skillfully. After all, the cosmic avenue here had already entered deep into her body. It even left the essence mark of the genetic system in her body. The first time is new. The second time is familiar. And it is naturally much easier for the body to adapt itself than the first time. I am used to the strong gravity of the composite plane world. Now I enter the universe planet again. Suddenly I feel that the gravity here is so weak. And I feel as light as a swallow. It seems that with a little effort, I can jump directly from the spot to the outer space of the planet. Zhao Yuniao twisted her body, and simply moved her body and limbs. Then she opened the 5 fingers of her left hand, and took the miniaturized time and space hourglass. Using her mind to sense the new spirit of the instrument, she knew that there was a mysterious strongman trying to follow her small movements to travel through the other world. But unfortunately, she couldn't even cross the level of the spirit of the time and space hourglass instrument, and was directly wiped out. Even if you really follow me, without the powerful protection and adaptation of the heavenly cloth of transformation, do you really think that the cosmic consciousness of the other world is just for show? Not to mention that you will end up like the original ancestor. You will definitely be either dead or disabled. And it is better to die than to live. After all, the cosmic consciousness here will really go out and beat the monks personally, playing with the time and space hourglass for a few times. Zhao Yuniao put it away again, turning his head to look at the prosperous base city in the distance. Compared with the memory before he left, it has completely changed its appearance. Enough to be called a sea change. Shua. With a thought, the light field unfolded. In less than 1/8 of a second, Zhao Yuniao's law field encompassed the entire Earth. It was as fast as lightning. But Zhao Yuniao has already thoroughly understood the current situation on Earth. It can be said that he knows Earth better than the people on Earth themselves. TSK. Hundreds of planetary-level human warriors that were casually trained back then. Now there are less than 20 left. Zhao Yuniao's eyebrows moved slightly, and she was a little surprised. It seems that the potential of these low-level monsters is stronger than I expected. Otherwise, there would not be such a huge and obvious comparison deviation. In addition, in the field sensing just now, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall still exist. But the combined power and scale of the two are far less than the current Qingyan Martial Arts Hall. Especially at the top level, there is a world of difference. In the decades since I left, Zhao Mingli has managed this place fairly well. Zhao Yuniao looked at the huge base city in his sight, moved his feet, and immediately flew forward. In just a few moments, Zhao Yuniao has arrived at the headquarters gate of the Qingyan Martial Arts Hall. When passers-by saw Zhao Yuniao coming from the sky, they mistook her for Zhao Mingli, and immediately showed a respectful and serious attitude, bowed and greeted her. Hello, Master Zhao. Yes. Zhao Yuniao nodded slightly, and walked towards the nearby elevator steps. Standing on the steps, she looked at the various sci-fi style equipment around her, and knew that the Earthlings had obtained a lot of high-tech equipment from alien civilizations. Some things were explored and figured out, and put into use. Soon, the elevator ran to the top and stopped, and the heavy metal alloy door nearby, which was as black as ink, opened automatically, making a welcome to Zhao Yuniao. Her face did not change, and coming here was as familiar as going home. Along the way, with many men and women greeting respectfully, she turned many corridors and corners, and came to the spacious private reception room inside the mothership. She saw Zhao Mingli, wearing a goose-yellow palace dress, lying quietly on the soft couch. Her snow-white wrist supported her beautiful profile, and she looked at the returning Zhao Yuniao with a smile. Chapter 211 Evolution of All Spirits. The solid and heavy black alloy door was closed under the control of the intelligent system. Only Zhao Yuniao and Zhao Mingli were left in this private reception room. On the soft couch with a large size and soft texture, Zhao Mingli, wearing a goose-yellow palace dress, looked like a sleeping beauty at this moment, with her snow-white right hand supporting her delicate head, quietly watching Zhao Yuniao coming in. A pair of completely naked small snow-white jade feet, casually and lazily overlapped, revealed from under the smooth and soft silk skirt. Zhao Yuniao came to sit nearby, reached out and touched Zhao Mingli's delicate and beautiful face. and said with a smile, "It feels great. Slippery. Come and smile for your sister." Hearing this, Zhao Mingli's eyes moved and she smiled sweetly. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Zhao Yunyo's white wrist. Gently exerted force pulled her to her side, and then turned over and pressed her under her body. Just leaning over, the tall, full and upright breasts squeezed each other until they were deformed. Zhao Mingli opened her pink lips slightly, exhaled a breath of fragrance to Zhao Yunyao, and took the initiative to tease Zhao Yunyao, with a lecherous look on her face. "Little sister, come and let big sister kiss you. Don't think about resisting. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come back to save you today." Zhao Yunyao showed a shy expression, a nervous and scared face, and suddenly opened her slender legs and clamped Zhao Mingli's beautiful waist. In this way, she controlled her in turn, and the expression on her little face suddenly changed. "If you have the guts, break free. Whoever loses will be a young model tonight." "Ah, I'm dead," Zhao Mingli cried out softly. Her body fell down. Her snow-white arms opened, and she took the initiative to hug Zhao Yunyo's neck in her arms. They were both fragrant and soft, and they all felt double happiness. Unconsciously, "I am almost 100 years old now. It's a waste of time and energy to practice with 3 systems." Zhao Yunyao lay on the soft couch, feeling a sense of emotion in her heart. Although fellow practitioners waste time, the results are also very gratifying. Zhao Mingli's fingers gently slid across Zhao Yunyo's little face, and he laughed. In the long life of a practitioner, a few decades is nothing at all. But for ordinary mortals, this is a life from infancy to old age. Insects chirping in a lifetime is only autumn. How can we know the various scenery in winter? Zhao Yunyao was moved by this and said faintly, "Just like practitioners like us. If we don't step on the peak of the extreme way and don't have endless life, how can we witness and understand everything in the world?" There was a brief silence between them, and then they all laughed again. There was no verbal communication. Zhao Yunyo's own consciousness and Zhao Mingli's own telekinesis were connected to each other, and they began to share all their experiences and insights over the years, whether it was the understanding of the law or different techniques, including the experience of the world. All completed the memory sharing quickly. 7 emotions, 7 desires. It turns out that they can be combined and changed in this way, affecting and interfering with each other. Zhao Yunyao suddenly realized something and smiled. Use emotions and desires as the source of power, and master abilities similar to the inner demon. The sword technique of the 7 emotions and 7 desire sword you created is indeed somewhat unusual. If you master the core mystery of enlightenment, the sword technique is not limited to the sword technique. It is a spiritual and mental state transcendental practice method that is extremely emotional, extremely desire, and extremely Tao. The heaven-given mysterious art you got is not bad either. Zhao Mingli smiled and pointed out, the core of the secret realm method is to develop the life potential of the practitioner himself and turn it into his own use. But the concept of the heaven-given mysterious art is to absorb all kinds of things from the outside world, nourish and strengthen the life potential in turn, and then actively construct something similar to the secret realm in the body. West. This technique, placed in the secret realm system, is the method of creating the 6th secret realm. Even by borrowing the concept of the technique, it can be used to nourish and strengthen the 5 secret realms, making them divine and spiritual. If you can really understand it, you can expect to become an immortal emperor in the future. The specific situation will have to wait until the integration of Shebi Corpse, which before making a decision. In this regard, Zhao Yunyao has his own thoughts in his mind. Once the meridians, Dantian and other things are really completely dissolved at that time, then the training plan that was once scheduled will need to be modified and adjusted to a certain extent. Then they continued to communicate for a while. Zhao Mingli and Zhao Yunyao let go of each other and sat opposite each other. "Now the cosmic crystals I have accumulated are enough for you to directly upgrade to the Domain Master level. When do you plan to start?" Domain Master level is not urgent. This realm involves the condensation of life core. Zhao Yunyao stood up and turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window. "Come with me to Mars and complete the cosmic level breakthrough there. It can absorb more external cosmic energy, which can also save some cosmic crystals." "Okay. I don't care." Zhao Mingli also stood up and actively controlled the intelligent system to open the window. Then she and Zhao Yunyao left here one after the other. In just a short moment, the two of them left the Earth and came to the Martian continent. Looking around, there was a piece of red soil everywhere. and the gloomy environment seemed very cold. It was not possible for ordinary life to survive here. Zhao Yuniao waved her hand and cleared a piece of open space. Then she sat down by herself. Behind her, Zhao Mengli paced and stood beside Zhao Yuniao. Then she stretched out a snow-white soft hair and gently pressed it on the top of Zhao Yuniao's head. With a thought, she actively shattered a part of the cosmic crystal in the world inside her body, transformed it into pure cosmic energy. Under Zhao Mengli's active control, a large amount of cosmic energy was continuously infused into Zhao Yuniao's body by the method of initiation. In an instant, Zhao Yuniao's own devouring gene system began to rapidly soar. From the early stage of the star level, the progress of cultivation has been rising step by step. In the blink of an eye, it has surpassed the level of the 4th level of the star level, and it has continued to charge towards the 9th level of the star level. Boom! The terrifying and amazing life pressure naturally bloomed from Zhao Yuniao. It was like a round of life sun rising and emerging at a very fast speed. The breath of life creation overflowed, and soon the surrounding environment on Mars changed significantly. The Martian bacterial life dormant in the soil layer began to undergo incredible evolution and mutation, changing towards a more advanced and complex life form. Before long, there was a clear distinction between animals, plants and microorganisms. On the surface of the red soil, it can be clearly seen that some strange primitive plants with a dark color are sprouting and taking root little by little. The ubiquitous cosmic radiation has become the source of nutrients for these plants to survive. With the absorption and transformation of cosmic radiation, even the Martian plants themselves began to emit obvious radiation waves. Chapter 212 Quantum Immortality. It took less than a week, with Zhao Mengli's active initiation to help accelerate her practice. Zhao Yuniao's progress in the devouring gene system has reached the peak level of the 9th level of the star level. Just gently break through that realm barrier. Her cultivation can directly become the universe level, and the density of her body structure will soar to a terrifying level comparable to that of a white dwarf. The gravity of the weakest white dwarf is more than 300 million times that of the Earth. Gas stars in the conventional sense and planets of ordinary density are no less fragile than children's toys made of bubbles for universe-level warriors. Just release the strong gravity of your own high-density body. A cosmic galaxy like the solar system will be easily destroyed by a cosmic-level warrior, naturally crushing the microscopic nuclei of all matter in the galaxy, without even actively attacking. That kind of power is equivalent to dropping a human-shaped white dwarf into the galaxy. This is the horror of a cosmic-level warrior. Compared with the cosmic warriors, the saints in the heaven covering are just a little brother in terms of destructive power. Even if you stand there and let the saints hit you, you may not be able to leave marks on the skin of the cosmic warriors. After all, the body density comparable to that of a white dwarf is too terrifying and solid. This is a force structure that even microscopic atomic nuclei cannot withstand. However, compared with the saints in the heaven covering, the cosmic warriors also have shortcomings that are not as good as the saints. First, there is no pressure similar to the law of the saints, and it is impossible to quickly clean up the small fish in a large area. As for the second point, the flying speed of the cosmic warriors is not as fast as the saints in the heaven covering, and they move slowly in the universe. Under different cultivation systems, both sides have their own strengths and weaknesses. Recalling various news related to cosmic-level warriors in his mind, combined with Zhao Mengli's own personal experience, Zhao Yuniao has a far greater understanding and cognition of cosmic-level warriors than ordinary people. Under high gene multiples, all aspects of the warriors themselves will be greatly amplified. Therefore, under the same cultivation realm, the actual gap between warriors with low gene multiples and warriors with high gene multiples can be said to be a world of difference. Under the same realm, the gap is greater than that between humans and primitive single-cell organisms. Soon, Zhao Yuniao focused his attention on the inside of his body. Tens of thousands of soul origins are distributed in different structures inside the body, and there are translucent mysterious pipes connecting each other, forming an extremely mysterious three-dimensional network. And such a network structure is one of the ways to imitate the operation of the original universe rules. The core of the heaven-given mysterious art in the immortal realm lies in the acupoints, which are the foundation of cultivation. Zhao Yuniao looked inward and thought, then can these soul origins be regarded as a special acupoint? However, the acupoints involved in the heaven-given mysterious art are the 365 core acupoints in the human body, and the soul origin structure has tens of thousands of them. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yuniao temporarily put aside the question. He turned to consider the breakthrough of the universe-level warrior. The tens of thousands of soul origins in the body of a normal Zerg queen will become origin beads when she reaches the realm master level. Each origin bead is both independent and coexistent. The predecessor of the origin bead is the life core of the domain master level. The predecessor of the life core is the internal vortex galaxy at the cosmic level. This means that when the Zerg queen is at the cosmic level, tens of thousands of soul origins in her body can condense the internal cosmic galaxy. But will the existence of my main soul interfere with this process? Based on this consideration, Zhao Yuniao did not rush to break through rashly. She was considering whether to split the main soul into tens of thousands of parts, and then integrate them into each soul origin respectively, so that her own soul structure would be completely transformed into the Zerg queen. Gathering and dispersing. Changes are determined by the heart. The Yangshan theory in Taoist doctrine is somewhat consistent with this aspect. In addition, the body structure of the Wu clan also proves that it is possible to live well without the soul. Thinking carefully, Zhao Yuniao repeatedly considered the pros and cons of it, until a long time later, she considered the existence of the soul structure of the Zerg queen, which imitated the rules of the universe, which was equivalent to being born with a soul-like 9 tribulation secret book, mysterious and powerful. Based on this, she finally made up her mind. The transformation of the main soul into the Yang God is a realm shackle. Zhao Yuniao thought so very idealistically. She thought that what is a realm? Then for herself, anything can be regarded as a realm. The realm-breaking bead, which can only break the shackles of the realm, also has a place to use. Break the realm bead. Break it for me. As the thought went, the realm-breaking bead at the navel was activated again. In an instant, a mysterious torrent of fragments of the avenue gushed out from the inside of the realm-breaking bead, rising rapidly along the flesh and bones in the body, and soon sank into the sea of consciousness. The solidified soul in human form was baptized by the integration of these fragments of the great Tao. Soon, a mysterious sublimation and transformation occurred. Like a fairy ascending to heaven, Zhao Yuniao's main soul suddenly burst out with dazzling white light, as bright as the core of a star. A faint mysterious mist spread out from the soul. In the blink of an eye, the inside of the sea of consciousness became hazy. Crack, crack. Her sea of consciousness began to crack and break, one after another, dense and large cracks, like a bottomless abyss that swallowed everything, spread rapidly inside and outside the sea of consciousness. Rays of white light projected from the cracks, like a sky-splitting sword that tore through all obstacles. The sea of consciousness is like a flesh raft, and it ascends to heaven after feathering. When the Yang God touches it, the soul wanders in the void, gathering and dispersing, changing in 1,000 ways. In the faint, a mysterious sound of Tao floated out from the cracks in the sea of consciousness. It seemed to come from the sound of the great Tao before the creation of the world. Finally, accompanied by a huge roar that resounded through the mind and consciousness, Zhao Yuniao's own sea of consciousness finally shattered and collapsed. Countless fragments of the sea of consciousness burned out of thin air, like a rootless Tao fire. It slowly rotated around the transforming Yuanshan, and then continuously immersed in it, igniting the Yuanshan. Crack, crack. After a while, the Yuanshan cracked all over, and the Yuanshan fetus shell was shed, revealing the newly born Yangshan inside. In an instant, Zhao Yuniao felt something different about herself. Wherever her mind went, wherever her eyes could see, she felt that her Yangshan could teleport directly there, completely ignoring the barrier of the same world and time. There was no concept of distance. It was both in a state of existence and in a state of non-existence, which was very strange and mysterious. It was very much like the quantum god in the theory of scientific system. Perhaps quantum god and Yang god are different names for the same thing in different civilization systems. Zhao Yuniao was thoughtful about this. Chapter 213, Changing the System. After successfully completing the transformation of the main soul into the Yang god, Zhao Yuniao took the initiative to disperse his Yang god, evenly dividing it into tens of thousands of parts, so that they could be integrated into tens of thousands of soul origins in his body at the same time. Next, it is to change the overall origin of the Queen's soul, in order to prevent errors and unexpected situations. Zhao Yuniao used the other Shore device to break the realm beads to conduct deduction and simulation trial and error to confirm that there was no problem with his methods and ideas. The power of cultivation depends on the meridians and Dantian system. Genetic energy involves gene multiples, telekinesis, will and soul. Whether it is the condensation of the life core or the evolution of the origin beads. They are all closely related to the spiritual consciousness level. Then each soul origin can be regarded as the core of genetic energy. After the mind and consciousness were completely calm, Zhao Yuniao began to change the system for himself. The power of the Yang God inside the Yuanshan origin distributed in various parts of the body began to fully infect and change the essence of the sub-Yuanshan, making it completely merged with the Yangshan. During this process, all the Yuanshan origins in the body simultaneously used the Queen's version of breathing and exhalation. It was like tens of thousands of similar, but different life individuals practicing the genetic system at the same time. In an instant, the star galaxy that originally existed in the middle Dantian continuously flowed out genetic energy, using the Queen's origin three-dimensional network as a bridge. It was simultaneously introduced to the vicinity of tens of thousands of Yangshan. Boom! At the same time, the vast and majestic cosmic energy was quickly attracted and involved. A huge cosmic energy storm formed above Zhao Yuni's head, like an invisible wind column connecting the sky and the earth, pouring back into Zhao Yuni's body at a high speed. In just a moment, tens of thousands of Yangshan origins surpassed the accumulation of genetic energy in the apprentice stage, and soon entered the stage of condensing microplanets in the body. In an instant, tens of thousands of microplanets were condensed. The micro-charming magnetic field generated by it, under the influence of the amplification of the three-dimensional network of the origin, made Zhao Yuniao's own mental charm rapidly enhanced and amplified. Just sitting there quietly, it always passively exudes the special power of charming the mind. It seems to enslave and control all living beings with the power of charming the mind. Even because of the existence of the more advanced soul origin of Yanshan, Zhao Yuniao now looks more like the Zerg Queen than the real Zerg Queen. Boom boom boom. As time passed, mysterious charm fluctuations began to rise steadily. There was a faint trend of transformation that made the charm substantial. At this moment, all the Martian lives that saw Zhao Yuniao were unconsciously charmed by the Queen's power, and their consciousness and mind were enslaved and controlled. Each of them bowed to Zhao Yuniao in their most respectful and enthusiastic way. It was like a collective audience with the supreme and perfect goddess in their minds. At the same time, Zhao Yuniao also used the power of mind charm to clearly perceive the true thoughts of these slaves. Her self-consciousness was like the Queen's consciousness, and she could handle different things at the same time, and gave them different mental commands accurately. That kind of precise and terrifying group differentiation and control ability is more terrifying than the integrated circuit core processor of intelligent robots. So this is the cluster consciousness application of the Zerg Queen. Before practicing the main soul, it suppressed the development of tens of thousands of sub-souls in disguise. For the Queen's system, it is a way to suppress and restrain itself, which is somewhat restrictive. It cannot fully develop and utilize so many original powers. In this regard, Zhao Yuniao felt that she was lucky to do this today. Otherwise, I don't know when in the future it will reach this level of development and application, and release the horror of cluster consciousness. For ordinary practitioners, whether it is practice or battle, being able to do two things at the same time is already a genius. Many cultivators can't even focus on one thing. However, for the Zerg Queen, the tens of thousands of soul origins in her body, combined with the cluster consciousness, allow the Queen to do everything at once very easily, whether it is practice or battle. This means that the Queen can handle tens of thousands of completely different things independently in the same period of time, and they will not hinder each other, and under the interactive amplification of the origin network. This basic effect of one mind for all purposes is greatly amplified and expanded. It is almost reaching the level of one mind for billions of purposes. The Zerg Queen's Zerg C tactics can therefore accurately control and operate each individual Zerg warrior, thus demonstrating incredible group warfare skills. The Zerg Queen is a true natural soul master and war master. If it is combined with a companion Queen nest, it can arbitrarily write and regulate different life genes, and independently create new species with unlimited theoretical possibilities. After personally experiencing some of the talents of the Zerg Queen, Zhao Yuniao realized how terrifying the growth potential of this top race that dominates the original universe is. In terms of information processing ability, it is not inferior to the mechanical race. In terms of the number of warriors under its command, it is not inferior to the demon race. In terms of spiritual wisdom, it is not inferior to the human race. In terms of extreme environment adaptation, it is not inferior to the prison race. In terms of unity and beauty, it is also not inferior to the crystal race. if the number of Zerg queens is not too small. And it is very few. And it takes a lot of resources to train the Zerg army. The power structure of the original universe must be changed because of the Zerg. This is a super intelligent race with all members cheating. It is a blessing from fate that the human race in the universe can have the protagonist Luo Feng. Otherwise, how can the human race rise and occupy the core position in the future? When Zhao Yunao was thinking in his heart, the tens of thousands of divided Yang God origins in his body evolved and condensed into 9 microplanets. Then, they gathered into microstars and began a new round of rapid improvement. The inner vision of the mind is limited by the evolutionary nature of the devouring gene system. And there is no result of regression of the original energy cultivation and self-weakening. Now the operation mode of this gene original energy has changed. It has almost no effect on the improvement of its own physical strength. On the contrary, it has been significantly improved in the total upper limit of the gene original energy, as well as the level of spiritual consciousness and cluster consciousness. Perhaps I should not ignore and give up the construction of the companion queen's nest. Then how should it be built? At this moment, Zhao Yunao changed his cultivation method. And he still had enough mental consciousness to think about these things. The whole process felt very easy and effortless. In order to further speed up the condensation process of the microstars in the body, Zhao Mengli, who was standing behind her, once again shattered a part of the cosmic crystal and turned it into pure cosmic energy. She actively and continuously infused it into Zhao Yunao's body to help her practice. Chapter 214 God's grace is like the sea. God's might is like a prison. The Martian continent, which was originally red, has now become lushly vegetated and colorful. However, these plants themselves carry extremely strong radiation, including the different Martian small animals that rely on these plants for survival. They also carry different radiation. This is a Martian ecological structure that is completely different from the Earth's biosphere. And the source of the creation that promotes its evolution and birth is a stunning girl with a beautiful and cold appearance and a slim and hot figure. The gorgeous snow-white classical long dress worn on the body is surrounded by a faint white fairy mist. Such a beautiful girl looks more beautiful and mysterious. What a beautiful natural environment. Like magic and myth. Zhao Mingli casually glanced at these radioactive plants and radioactive animals on Mars. Her eyes full of curiosity. As a practitioner of a high level, her vision can naturally see the invisible light spectrum bands that ordinary humans cannot see, and clearly see that these plants and animals themselves have dazzling lights of different colors. This is a beautiful scenery that ordinary humans cannot see at all. The overlapping rendering of the radiant light is more magnificent and beautiful than the aurora, as if surrounded by the divine light of the fairy. And there is a mysterious and sacred appearance. It is like being in a dream-level magical mythological world. After observing for a while, Zhao Mengli focused his attention on Zhao Yunyao, who was not far in front of him. With a shared perception of the mind and consciousness, he carefully explored the changes in her body. This continued for several days. There are 9 microstars around the tens of thousands of Yangshan origins in Zhao Yunyao's body, which obviously restored the genetic energy to the 9th level of the star level. Let's get started. This time, we will directly reach the cosmic level of the Queen system. When Zhao Yunyao's mind and thoughts came over, instantly, Zhao Mingli once again shattered the vast amount of cosmic crystals in the inner world, turning them into a long river of cosmic energy, and actively injected them into Zhao Yunyao's body. Breakthrough Pearl. Let me see how efficient my breakthrough is. Controlled by thoughts, Zhao Yunyao mobilized the inner power of the Breakthrough Pearl. Soon, a great Dao trace torrent gushed out from it. One turned into 10,000, and merged into the tens of thousands of Yang God origins in the body at the same time. Crack, crack, rumble. Instantly, waves of mysterious and grand sounds resounded in the mind and consciousness. Around each Yang God origin, 9 orbiting microstars first expanded more than 10 times as a whole, just like stars evolving into red giants and blue giants. Make the stable structure no longer stable. Finally, they exploded one after another, turning into cosmic nebulae, cosmic dust, microplanets, and many other substances. At the same time, tens of thousands of Yangshan origins began to collapse inward at a very fast speed, causing their structural density and solidity to soar rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into tens of thousands of miniature Milky Way-level cosmic black holes. At this moment, Zhao Yunyao's own spiritual power, mental will, genetic energy and physical body naturally reached an extremely perfect and harmonious state. In the inner observation of the mind and consciousness, it is clear that tens of thousands of cosmic black holes release terrible gravity to the outside, pulling those cosmic nebulae, cosmic dust, microplanets, etc. for further evolution, quickly become a Milky Way-level cosmic galaxy with 8 spiral arms. The Milky Way has only 2 spiral arms. Zhao Yuniao looked inward carefully and felt a sense of unspeakable grandeur, looking down. It's like 4 Milky Ways stacked together. And there are tens of thousands of such large Milky Way galaxies in my body. At this moment, Zhao Yuniao felt that her body seemed to have turned into a primitive universe. Tens of thousands of galaxies exist in every part of her body, according to different rotation frequencies, rotation angles, and deflection directions. The magnificent starry sky made her intoxicated and obsessed. It was the first time for her to look down at so many galaxies with her own eyes. There are hundreds of millions of stars near each Milky Way galaxy. They are either stars, planets, satellites, and comets. As for white dwarfs and neutron stars, they are still evolving slowly. At least there are no planets of this level at present. This body strength is really strong. Zhao Yuniao opened his eyes, raised his right hand, and observed carefully, without using any extraordinary power, relying only on the most basic primitive vision. All of them allow her to easily see the various structures of microscopic cells themselves. And the density of that material structure is almost the same as that of a white dwarf. And they are all extremely dense polymer structures. Zhao Yuni's own weight soared to a level that is not weaker than that of an ordinary planet. The average density of the Earth is about 5 tons/cubic meter, and the average density of a white dwarf is about 10 million tons/cubic meter. The higher the density, the stronger the gravity, the more solid and stable the material structure, and the more extremely dangerous the natural environment. A cosmic-level warrior can move and fight freely on a white dwarf. It's really a terrifying physical strength. Stellar-level warriors can only barely survive in the cosmic environment. But cosmic-level warriors can freely move in most dangerous environments in the universe. This is why all cosmic countries are vying to attract cosmic-level warriors. There is a very terrible qualitative change between the stellar level and the cosmic level. Zhao Yuniao tried to release a little bit of his own high-density gravity. Crack, crack, boom. Instantly, the Martian continental plate in the area where he was located was violently torn and destroyed. Red magma gushed out, and the continental plate floated in the air, which was a completely doomsday scene of destruction. Large pieces of electron beams gushed out from these substances. From the atomic microstructure level, they were torn and destroyed by high-density gravity. Seeing that these things were pulled by their own gravity and gathered near themselves, Zhao Yuniao reconverged and controlled himself and dispersed the gravitational pull. Boom, boom, boom. Without the stronger gravitational pull, all matter suddenly fell towards Mars itself. The surface continent was smashed and smoke and magma shot out. The Martian ecosystem, which had just taken shape, was immediately devastated, directly experienced the mass extinction of the planet's creatures. God's grace is like the sea, and God's power is like a prison. Witnessing the birth and destruction of life on Mars with her own eyes made Zhao Yuniao understand this more deeply. She stood in the air and once again activated the Queen's breathing method she created, absorbing cosmic energy, cooperating with Zhao Mengli's initiation. She further improved her cosmic level cultivation. As more and more cosmic energy was absorbed and refined, the tens of thousands of galaxies in the body were slowly expanding and strengthening at the same time, silently showing the magnificence and grandeur of the universe. The majestic and rich genetic energy circulated in the three-dimensional network of the origin, affected by will and divine consciousness. These energies seem to come alive and have their own consciousness. This is the unique Dharma Yuanling of the devouring gene system. When it is completely integrated into the life core, it reaches the domain master level. Chapter 215: The Way Out. For more than half a month, many high-level personnel in Qingyan Bay City have not seen the owner Zhao Mingli. And some people can't help but feel uneasy. Today's Earth is too dangerous. According to the currently known detection and sensing, there are nearly 30 star-level monster kings in the ocean, and 5-star-level monster kings on land. As for the planetary monster kings, the number has already reached tens of thousands. They are almost everywhere in the wild. If it weren't for the existence of Zhao Mingli, the owner of Qingyan Martial Arts Hall, the human beings on Earth would have been completely extinct, because she is currently the only warrior who can easily kill a star-level monster king. As for how high the specific realm level is, It is a complete unknown mystery. The people on Earth only know that the owner of Qingyun Martial Arts Hall has surpassed the star level. I don't know where Master Zhao is now, so I can't report anything. At this moment, a beautiful adult woman wearing a warrior skirt and armor, with a pair of Mandarin duck swords on her waist, stood on the balcony of the corridor of the Qingyun Martial Arts Hall headquarters, her brows slightly wrinkled unconsciously. As one of the deputy masters of Qingyun Martial Arts Hall, Shang Guanqinghe usually has to deal with many things. But at this moment, when she encountered something that required the master to come forward, she couldn't find where the master had gone. And he had been missing for more than half a month. The monster group in the ocean is moving again. And there are many star-level beast kings interfering in it. If an unexpected situation really occurs, we alone can't resist it, no matter what the master went to do. I hope he can come back as soon as possible. She turned her head to look at the Qingyun base city outside the headquarters, with a hint of worry in her blue eyes. The warm sunshine shone on the mixed-race beautiful face, making her skin look very white and smooth. The breeze blew past, making her long golden hair flutter in the wind. Suddenly, there were footsteps in the corridor on the right. Shang Guanqinghe came back to her senses, turned her head, and saw the other two deputy museum owners walking over together. The man on the left was strong and sturdy, with muscles that seemed to be able to burst his clothes. His skin was very dark, like charcoal, and he was a pure black man. As for the other man walking beside him, he was a yellow-skinned man. Although he looked a little thin and had a dull and old-fashioned face, he was actually very fast and had superb skills. There was a sense of déjà vu that people cannot be judged by appearance. Hey, Odell, I found the owner's trail. The black muscular man Charles Gustav took the initiative to greet and said, the owner is not on Earth now. We can't contact him. Look here. This is what the satellite of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall accidentally photographed. Beside him, the yellow-skinned man Zhu Tianlu took out a tablet and reached out to click on the touch screen interface. Then he handed the smart tablet in his hand to Shang Guanqinghe. Seeing this, Shang Guanqinghe took the tablet handed over by Zhu Tianlu and looked at the satellite video on it. Her blue and moist eyes widened slightly unconsciously. She saw the continental plates of Mars being torn and destroyed, and the red and white magma splashed high. There were also violent hurricanes and dazzling lightning roaring around. And the source of all this was a woman in a white dress floating in the air. She was too familiar with the other person's appearance and figure. It was Zhao Mengli, the headmaster of Qingyun Martial Arts School. She even saw from the video that when the satellite was shooting the scene, the woman in the white dress in the picture turned her head and looked in the direction of the camera. Why did the headmaster leave the Earth quietly and go to Mars? It's just that this kind of power that can destroy and tear the continental plates of the planet at will is simply too terrible. No wonder even the star-level ocean beast king can't resist the headmaster's move. Seeing this scene, Shang Guanqinghe rubbed his forehead with a headache. The headmaster is not lost. He is still there. But they have no way to contact him. With the technological means on Earth, it is indeed possible to launch some things to Mars. But the long distance will make the arrival and reception time become extremely long. If you really wait until the launch, the daylily will be cold. As for smartphones, the headmaster of his own school is too lazy to use them on weekdays. Not to mention carrying this thing with him. Now it seems that we can only decide for ourselves. Shang Guanqinghe returned the smart tablet to Zhu Tianlu and said calmly, although according to satellite exploration, there has been no beast tide gathering interrupting. The energy peak monitoring cannot be relaxed for a moment. I suggest notifying all hunting teams in the Bay City in advance, and asking them not to run too far in the near future. Zhu Tianlu looked at Shang Guanqinghe and said, if there is a beast tide, the distance is short, and they can quickly return to the Bay City. Beside him, the black man also gave his opinion. Hey, guys, I think this news cannot be spread widely. Otherwise people will panic, and there may be unexpected internal unrest. Especially the news that the owner is not on Earth for the time being. The three deputy owners gathered together and began to discuss the preparatory plan to deal with this matter. But each had their own opinions and views. On Mars, Zhao Yunyao changed to a place without magma and continued to let Zhao Mengli cooperate with her in cultivation. After several days of continuous cultivation, her devouring gene system has now been upgraded to the third level of the universe. The tens of thousands of galaxies in the body have grown significantly. Let Zhao Yunyao herself grow and expand like a primitive universe. So far, All the universe crystals accumulated by Zhao Mengli in the past few decades have been completely consumed. I didn't expect that the change to the Queen's gene system would consume so much cosmic energy. Zhao Mengli looked at Zhao Yuniao with surprise. It was enough for the domain lord level. But now it's used up so quickly. The basic gap of tens of thousands of times is too terrifying when accumulated. High consumption also has its benefits. Zhao Yuniao stood up, turned her head, and looked in the direction of the earth, and smiled. At least all the differentiated Yang gods have grown significantly now. The advantages and potential of the Zerg Queen and souls are really too terrifying. Now, although I can rely on the Queen's instinct to forge a companion Queen's nest, but without the exclusive race inheritance of the Zerg Queen, such a Queen's nest must not be considered a fine product. If you want to seize the Queen's race inheritance from other queens, it's not enough now. At least you have to upgrade to the Realm Lord level. The best way to obtain inheritance is in two ways. The first method is to directly soul enslave a Zerg Queen and make her trust him completely, so that the Queen can hand over her bloodline inheritance. As for the second method, just like Luo Feng took over the body of the Golden Horn Beast, he took the initiative to take over the body of the Zerg Queen. In this way, he can also use this method to get the Queen's bloodline inheritance intact. Chapter 216 Achievements of Sandbox Civilization. These two completely different methods can completely obtain the exclusive race inheritance of the Zerg Queen, especially many soul secrets, and the synthetic gene formula of the Zerg army. These things are the foundation of the Queen's race. They are the essence of knowledge that has been studied and perfected for countless epochs. It is almost impossible for other intelligent races to obtain these. The main factor is that the Zerg race is very strict and cautious in protecting the weak queen. Before they grow to a certain level, they will not be allowed to leave the safe hinterland of the race. The key is that the number of queens is too rare. This makes each queen extremely precious to the entire race. As for the war between the races in the universe, there are countless Zerg puppet armies. The queen does not even need to show her face, and can remotely control them to conduct offensive operations, which is extremely convenient and accurate. Hu Yanbo was really lucky to capture a Zerg queen who was only at the Realm Master level. Under normal circumstances, even in the battles between cosmic races, the queen herself cannot be seen. It is an extremely difficult problem for ordinary cultivators to pass through the Zerg army. Zhao Yuniao recalled the record of Hu Yanbo's capture of Queen Irina. All his immortal god-level servants died in the Zerg army of Irina, who was at the Realm Master level, and Irina's Zerg puppet army was exhausted in this way. Only then did he take the opportunity to successfully capture Queen Irina, who was waiting by accident. Then, before other queens came to support and protect him, he decisively ran away and escaped from the battlefield of cosmic races. But afterwards, facing the weakened queen without the protection of the Zerg army, Hu Yanbo used his immortal realm to bully the weak, and cooperated with the powerful soul enslavement secret method to restrain Irina, who was only at the Realm Master level. But the final result was still a failure. He was completely unable to suppress the powerful soul counterattack of Queen Irina, and was forced to seal her helplessly, causing her to fall into a state of soul sleep. In the end, the Zerg Queen fell into Luo Feng's hands, with simple coercion and inducement. Who knows whether the Queen's words are true or false? The extremely powerful soul essence makes the Queen lie without a trace. With the current cultivation, it is impossible to detect whether she is lying. In this regard, this is also one of the reasons why Zhao Yuniao did not touch Irina. If she really wants to wake her up from soul sleep, let alone whether she can suppress the opponent's terrifying soul attack, she herself will not believe the words spoken by Irina. Unless she is enslaved and controlled, she can believe what Irina said. Irina is not a weakling who can be bullied at will, as she can kill so many immortal gods under Hianbo at once with her Realm Master level cultivation and defeat the existence of a higher realm. Forget it. I will slowly accumulate materials for refining the companion queen's nest. The matter of exclusive inheritance can only be discussed later. Zhao Yuniao quickly put it aside for the time being. Looking back, she saw Zhao Mingli staring at her slender waist with a thoughtful expression on her face. You can now make a preliminary observation of the four-dimensional time axis. Do you want to trace back to Irina's past? Maybe you can use this to get the exclusive race inheritance of the Zerg Queen. The will of this primitive universe is too exclusive, and it does not allow the emergence of extraordinary power other than genetic energy. Zhao Yuniao simply pointed out, if it weren't for the concealment and protection of the heavenly clothes of transformation, these extraordinary powers wouldn't even exist. They would be actively destroyed and eliminated by the will of the original universe. and my current progress in the secret book of the innate creation Holy Dragon is too low. I've just started. My innate Tao fruit is too weak and incomplete, and I may not be able to carry the will of the original universe back. In addition, things like soul secrets are internal changes. At present, the time axis can only see the surface situation, and cannot see the internal microcosm of the past time and space. Hearing Zhao Yunya's words, Zhao Mingli understood. She did not practice this kind of dimensional upgrade method, even if she had shared Zhao Yunya's memories before. Her cultivation situation in her body was not fixed, and the current situation was not equal to the past memory. Since that's the case, let's first work on the new results of my sandbox civilization evolution. Zhao Mingli took Zhao Yunya's arm and smiled affectionately. And using the time acceleration in my inner world can also speed up the growth of your second clone. Shebi Sherwu. Although this time acceleration will also accelerate the consumption of your lifespan. But I know you don't care about these lifespans now. The two looked at each other, and Zhao Mingli already knew Zhao Yunya's answer. Immediately waved her hand, and took her into her inner world. Then she took off, left Mars, and flew to the headquarters of Qingyun Martial Arts School on the African continent of Earth. If you really want to practice 7 emotions and 7 desires sword in the future, you can't do without special nutrients such as emotions and desires. Therefore, the end of the world killing environment on Earth must continue. Only by wandering between life and death can emotions and desires be stimulated to the greatest extent. Dear Earthleaks, I, Zhao Mingli, am back to protect you again. Looking at the blue planet full of space junk in the field of vision, Zhao Mingli had a strange look in his eyes. That was the pleasure of looking at the leeks waiting to be harvested. Once again entered Zhao Mingli's inner world. All the restrictions and constraints from the original universe will of the outside world disappeared in an instant, allowing Zhao Yunyao to mobilize divine power and cultivation magic power again. This sense of freedom made her feel like she was back in the world of Zhu Xian. After all, the laws of this world come from the relevant imprints of the world of Zhu Xian. Although there is an overall weakening, the general situation remains unchanged. Standing on the top of the mountain, Zhao Yunyao overlooked the situation in this inner world. At the foot of the mountain, on the plains, between the hills and other terrains, many human towns and villages have been born now, which are quaint and full of charm. As for the ancestors of these inner world humans, at the very beginning, Zhao Mingli used the energy of the universe and the authority of the world's avenue to actively create and give birth to something. Therefore, the microscopic structure of its life essence is almost exactly the same as that of humans in the Zhu Xian world. It seems that she did not wait for me to come back as soon as possible, and directly consumed the energy of the universe to do this. Zhao Yu now stood on a high place, floating in the air and seeing all kinds of things below. He clearly saw that many martial arts masters had been born. The initial stage of building the foundation for 100 days has been perfected and matured in this civilization sandbox evolution world. And almost all humans who have cultivated in this stage are regarded as martial arts masters. They also become the new blood reserve for cultivators. The higher level of refining essence into qi has also evolved to a new height. In Zhao Yunya's estimation, it is almost close to the level of the 9th level of Yiqing realm. With time accelerated, thousands of years have passed in this world. Finally, there are some results of civilization evolution. Chapter 217 The Lost Avatar. It was just a simple sweep of the divine consciousness. Zhao Yunyao knew the specific situation in Zhao Mingli's inner world. While waiting for the final stage of the second avatar, Shebi Sherwu, Zhao Yunyao calmed down and began to seriously study and comprehend the specific results of the evolution of the sandbox civilization. He carefully considered the initial stage of the 100-day foundation building preparatory entry stage. The fundamental purpose of the 100-day foundation building is to take on the foundation of a higher life realm. It does not look at the level of combat effectiveness, nor does it look at who is more violent and fierce, but aims to optimize and improve the origin of life in the future. It is the cornerstone of the qualitative change and sublimation of life. And the core truth of cultivation is actually the evolution of the essence of life. Based on this most clear and intuitive core system theory, Zhao Yunyao observed the results of the civilization that has evolved today with a new perspective, and had some new ideas about the 100-day foundation building. Since the fundamental purpose of the 100 days foundation building is to lay the foundation for future practice, it is the starting point of practice. Then can I use the 100 days foundation building to evolve artificial acupoints in my body? After all, The strange technique Heavenly Mysterious Art is highly complementary to the Secret Realm technique. There is a theory of source enhancement and expansion, and it can even construct and evolve new internal Secret Realm power. If it is successfully used, not only can the 6 Secret Realms development and cultivation methods be directly obtained, but it can also continuously feed back and enhance the previous 5 Secret Realms, making them further strengthened and improved. In addition, what makes Zhao Yuniao excited is that this mysterious power system, in addition to the acupoints, also involves the meridians and dantian system, and this source of power can be linked with the cultivation system. You can try to integrate the two into one. Now, the swallowing gene system has been clearly improved, and the future development direction has been determined. It is completely based on the queen and evolves the heavens and worlds in the body. In the future, it can even be developed into the 7th secret realm in the body. As for the secret realm method, the 5 major secret realms exist in an orderly manner. There is no problem. And the 6th secret realm has already been outlined. And this 6th secret realm can be integrated with the cultivation system to strengthen each other. Zhao Yuniao has her own understanding and cognition of various problems between different cultivation systems. She believes that different systems are compatible and do not need too many. Instead, the core focus needs to be placed on the complementary enhancement between different cultivation systems. Use the advantages of one system to strengthen the disadvantages of another system, and then make it possible to achieve the existence of no shortcomings and defects in any aspect. In addition, it can also be used to build a closed-loop internal circulation in the body, so that it will not be affected by the drastic changes in the external environment. This point is particularly important when facing the huge differences in the great ways of the heavens. Carefully sort out and understand the integration and complementarity of different systems in oneself. Zhao Yuniao casually opened a simple cave on the cliff halfway up the mountain, then entered it, closed the stone door, and began to explore and deduce the methods of opening and building acupoints, meridians and dantian according to the various mysteries in Heavenly Mysterious Art. If she could figure it out, she would be able to integrate the cultivation system with the creation of the 6th secret realm, integrate and refine the scattered sources of power, unconsciously. For Zhao Mingli's inner world, another 2.5 years passed quickly. Zhao Yuniao, who was quietly staying in the temporary cave to perfect the deduction of the new method, finally felt the special throbbing of the second clone being nurtured and matured in the inner part of the Death Myself Dao seed in her body. It took decades to nurture, and it finally succeeded. I wonder how powerful this kind of Shebi corpse wizard, who is born with the laws of environmental meteorology, can show after the fusion. Zhao Yuniao looked at the Death Myself Dao seed inside the Dao Palace secret realm with her spiritual consciousness. The Dao Palace Dao seed, which looked like an egg, suddenly cracked from the inside with dense cracks. The next moment, a mysterious Dao rhythm of the 4 seasons came from the cracks at a high speed. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for many years, and finally revived. A boom sounded in the Dao Palace secret realm. The outer shell of the lost Dao seed was completely shattered, and then turned into dense law runes, like clouds rolling and gathering, and then sank into the second clone Shebi Sherwu one after another. Let all the essences contained in it be replenished and nourished, as if it should be truly integrated. When the rune clouds dissipated, Zhao Yuniao saw the specific situation of his second clone. The second clone's body was like a tiger or leopard, and his ears were like dog ears. In the earlobes, each of them had a green snake entwined with it. Let the snake tail and the earlobes be connected to each other. As for the proportions and structure of his facial features, they are very human-like, and can be vaguely seen to be very similar to the Shebi corpse, which that he had obtained the raw materials for his clone from. It was just a short moment. The instinctive throbbing of the fusion of the Dao seed of the dead self in the dark became significantly stronger, and even the entire Dao Palace secret realm, which had never been cultivated, resonated and vibrated. The whole body bloomed with brilliant and dazzling 5-color light, as if there was a 5-color fairy palace hidden inside the chest. Through the looming mysterious mist, the origin of the Dao Palace gods contained in the 5 internal organs was also further enhanced and improved, and there was a faint trend of gradual transformation into Dao seed. It seemed to have turned into the most primitive place for the pregnancy of gods, and it was also like the source of the birth of the immortal fetus and the Holy Spirit. If the Dao Palace 3 self is fully developed, I wonder what kind of changes will it cause in the Dao Palace secret realm. The premonition intuition in the dark has become much stronger, feeling his most primitive and pure instinctive intuition. Zhao Yuniao became more and more certain of his own approach. Before she completely nurtured the 3 clones and stimulated the 3 cells of the Dao Palace, she would never take the initiative to open the Dao Palace secret realm for cultivation. Even if it took more time to grow, it was worth it, because she realized based on her original intuition that the Dao Palace secret realm itself would become a new important core in the future and must be treated with caution. As for the specific situation, it is still not very clear at present, but Zhao Yuniao believes in her instinctive intuition. After a moment of enlightenment, she took the initiative to release the fusion suppression of the second clone Shebi Sherwu. In just a moment, the second clone in her body underwent a new change. It was like the source of the life field, and it seemed to be the most primitive singularity. After losing the suppression, it suddenly began to expand. At an incredible speed, it spread to all parts of Zhao Yuni's body inside and outside. It pushed her to undergo a mysterious change. Puff puff puff. In the observation of the divine consciousness, all the cells in the body were broken and dissolved, like a wax figure of cells melting under heat. The various organelle structures contained within the cells are also disappearing rapidly. Chapter 218, for symbols of heaven's will. Outside, on earth, Zhao Mengli, who was silently collecting emotions and desires, noticed the abnormal movement in the inner world and immediately put down what she was doing. She entered her inner world without hesitation. As soon as she entered, she felt that the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter in the world were shaking violently, causing the celestial phenomena in the world to be disordered and the 4 seasons to be reversed. Then gradually evolved that many natural disaster forces were gathering and converging. Storms, thunder, ice and snow, scorching heat, heavy rain, earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis. The world's celestial phenomena and natural disasters became weird and unpredictable at this moment, and varied. There was a sense of drastic changes that were about to get completely out of control. It has already begun. It seems that this time is a bit extraordinary. I underestimated the inherent potential of the rotation of the 4 seasons before. For symbols of heaven's will dominate the 4 seasons. Zhao Mingli's eyes swept across her inner world, seeing that dozens or hundreds of terrible natural disasters were about to take shape. She decisively used the power of the world's avenue to dissolve and divert these natural disaster forces, and actively control the changes in the law of the 4 seasons, under the premise of cooperating with Zhao Yuniao herself. It would not harm the sandbox civilization in the inner world. The civilization that is still somewhat immature today cannot withstand so many natural disasters erupting at the same time. If it really encounters, it will inevitably usher in heavy damage and destruction. After handling this matter, Zhao Mengli split his attention and focused on Zhao Yuniao inside the cave. The thoughts and perceptions of both parties were linked and shared synchronously, allowing Zhao Mengli to clearly perceive the various detailed changes in Zhao Yuniao's body at this moment. She saw that all the cells in Zhao Yuniao's body were dissolving and differentiating, whether it was the various organelles inside the cells, or the chromosomes and nuclei containing complete genomic information. They were all breaking and disintegrating. From the most fundamental level, the concept of cell life was permanently eliminated. The transition from a multicellular life structure to a single-cell life structure is just more complicated. Zhao Mengli shared the perception and observed carefully, and suddenly realized in this way, things like meridians and dantian will indeed disappear together. The cultivation magic power in it will inevitably be greatly affected. Realizing this, Zhao Mengli took the initiative to absorb new cosmic energy from the outside world. Then he mobilized the authority of the world's avenue, and controlled these cosmic energies to flow to Zhao Yuniao. At the same time, Zhao Yuniao also took out the black soul bead in his body and suspended it above his head, acting as a modified carrying container. Boom! The endless cosmic energy, like a mighty river, poured into the soul bead at a high speed. This alien treasure, which was obtained at the beginning, has undergone the most thorough essential change at this moment. On the basis of the original energy absorption and soul energy conversion, a new function has been added. In just a short moment, it has been transformed into a special treasure that can store the power of cultivation. At the same time, the soul energy conversion function that it should have originally been has been retained. The next black soul bead fell on the top of Zhao Yuniao's head and connected to his Baihui acupoint. The cultivation power contained in the dantian of the meridians in the body surged rapidly under Zhao Yuniao's control. Quickly infuse the stored energy inside the soul bead, and actively clear the cultivation system in her body. Crack, crack, Almost at the same time when she finished this, all the Dantian, 12 meridians, 8 extraordinary meridians, and the Jotian small meridians in her body were broken and melted one after another. Her blood was really turning into real blood. Her bones were really turning into real bones. All the things that make up the structure of life are now completely witch-like. There is no longer any distinction between cells, molecules, atoms, and other structures. Blood is blood. Flesh is flesh. And bones are bones. It is very pure and direct, showing a new mystery of life. In the dim light, it can be seen that there are densely packed law symbols in the arrangement and combination, shining like the sun across the sky. And it seems that the universe is roaring. They are continuously transformed into the structures such as blood, flesh, tendons, bones, membranes, and marrow. The source of these law symbols all comes from Zhao Yunya's own life information genome. At this moment, they are activated and released, returning to the source, and becoming the most simple and basic life source symbols. The body composition of Zhao Yunyao was reorganized and changed bit by bit. At the same time, the lower abdomen, the 5 internal organs of the chest, the hands and feet, the limbs, and the spine were all emitting extremely dazzling green light. It was as green as jade and crystal clear. It was like the immortal light of the clouds rising up, full of extremely rich vitality. In the condensation and birth of the life field, the 5 secret realms of the Tao seeds in the body were also adapting to the existence of the witch clan's life structure and adjusting to each other. In addition, Zhao Mingli and Zhao Yunyao also saw clearly. The Empress Yang God origin system in his body was also adjusted and changed accordingly. Tens of thousands of Milky Way level galaxies became larger and more vast as a whole, rotating at different angles, different rotation rates, and different deflection directions. The semi-transparent three-dimensional network structure that extended in all directions gradually became more solid and solid around the tens of thousands of galaxies. Each gradually evolved a layer of seemingly real and illusory position film. It looked like the boundary of the world. After observing for a while, Zhao Yunyao focused on the process of reshaping his own body, witnessing with his own eyes. The most basic and simple symbols of the origin of life were separated in order and integrated into the true blood, true bones, etc., so that they had the power of relevant laws. Why does this change look a bit like the birth process of the first generation in the bone grammar? The blood is like the blood of the Supreme, and it contains mysterious power. The bones are like the original treasure bones. The angel has the power of the law. And the skin, flesh, tendons, and hair are also undergoing similar changes. The more Zhao Yunyao observed, the more he felt that there were some similarities between the two. The difference is that the first generation of supreme beings in the bone grammar are not as perfect as himself. All aspects are undergoing transformation, and the special power of the origin symbol exists, even inside a random strand of hair or on a random eyelash. It contains the source of extraordinary power similar to the first generation of the law treasure. What a terrible life transformation! The ultimate physical potential of the witch clan is so powerful. Zhao Mingli also noticed this change, and was extremely shocked and surprised. This transformation similar to the first generation of supreme transformation is just the beginning. When this stage gradually transforms and reorganizes, Zhao Yunyao's body has different flesh, blood, tendons, bones, skin, marrow, hair, 5 secret realms, tens of thousands of Milky Way level galaxies, and their three-dimensional networks, the realm of creation law, the realm of light, and the incomplete innate Tao fruit. All the components of his life are experiencing an extremely mysterious and profound resonance of origin. It's like a group of scattered soldiers and generals, gathering together to tighten a rope. Chapter 219 My Will is God's Will. In the vast inner world, at this moment, the weather has become somewhat turbulent and unpredictable, as if a natural disaster could break out at any time. But it seems to be diverted and smoothed by some force. The cultivators in the inner world are puzzled, but they don't know why. At this moment, inside a primitive mountain area, a strong and majestic life energy is soaring rapidly, far exceeding the level of a normal universe-level warrior. Not long after, it was raised to a level that even Zhao Mingli was surprised. It surpassed her. A realm master-level Holy Spirit true dragon with more than 1,000 times the gene multiple, the collective consciousness of the Zerg Queen, as well as the powerful vitality of the innate creation path, including the complex and changeable law perception, have now all become part of the life field. The mutual fusion and superposition far exceeds the result of single enhancement. Before, Zhao Yuniao had initially studied and explored the general structure of the Wu clan's life field, and naturally knew what affects consciousness, vitality, and the laws of the path played in it. But now the actual fusion result is even more powerful and terrifying than theoretical expectations. Whether it is Zhao Mengli or Zhao Yuniao, under the condition of sharing the mind and perception, they both observed the various complex changes in Zhao Yuniao's own body at the same time. Blood, flesh, tendons, bones, skin, membrane, marrow, hair, spirit, and other different life structures. At this moment, it is naturally passively harmonized and matched, just like the very complex planetary environmental meteorological evolution. Its source of birth is the final result of the mutual influence of different components. The short time seemed particularly long at this moment. Zhao Yuniao unconsciously immersed herself in the evolution of her own internal life field, until all her life essences formed a perfect and harmonious resonance point. In an instant, Zhao Yuniao's own meteorological life field was born. Buzz! The mysterious and unpredictable mysterious fluctuation suddenly spread out from Zhao Yuniao's body. It contained everything she had. 4 kinds of brilliant green, orange, yellow and blue divine lights appeared out of thin air and surrounded Zhao Yuniao's body. At first glance, there was a mysterious Taoist rhyme of spring, summer, autumn and winter. Her collective consciousness quietly integrated into the life field, as if it was in harmony with the law field, allowing her to feel a kind of nourishment, growth and comprehensive protection at all times. Zhao Yuniao felt as if she had returned to the state of maternal nurturing. All the changes in her perception of details inside and outside the life field were projected and manifested very clearly, and she could immediately perceive any slight disturbance. Such force field protection is too perfect. Without actively looking inward with spiritual consciousness, Zhao Yuniao can now sense and know all the detailed changes in her body at any time and anywhere. She can also actively control and process it. Blood, flesh, tendons, bone marrow, skin, hair, spirit, etc. Every strand, every inch, any life structure, all have the unique force field protection and reinforcement of the life field. It's like being in the absolute domain, and I really have the final say over my body. It ensures that everything about myself will not be disturbed or affected by any means from the outside world. Absolute life field. Absolute self-existence. Feeling this sense of absolute freedom that only belongs to herself, Zhao Yuniao is a little bit overwhelmed. Suddenly realized that she was lucky to get the raw material of the Shebi Corpse Witch's clone. Only when she really possessed the life field did she understand the horror of this thing. Absolute protection and shielding are not as simple as they say. That is truly invulnerable to all methods, unharmed by all gods, and untransformed by all ways, completely immune to any existence that is harmful to oneself. Make all types of magic and magical powers against oneself completely invalid, unless it exceeds the strength limit of the absolute life field itself. External magic and magical powers will cause a corresponding weakening of the magic effect inside the life field. If that guy is stronger, even the power of my life creation field cannot pass through the life field to interfere with the abnormal growth and development of the organs in the other party's body. Even if it is extremely reluctant to interfere, it will be directly suppressed and imprisoned by the life field. Fortunately, I have obtained the innate creation road at the time. Now I personally experience it, and I know that I succeeded by chance at the time. It also made Zhao Yuniao finally understand why the Wu clan could become the ultimate intelligent race in this respect with only pure physical bodies, and could even compete head-on with many innate ancestors without losing. If the strength limit of the life field is exceeded, all damage is completely passively exempted. This is also the core foundation of the Wu clan. After slightly restraining his thoughts, Zhao Yuniao carefully explored the current changes in his body. Inside the body, the innate avenue of creation, as well as his own life spring of creation, life field, etc., make the original strength of the absolute life field reach an incredible and terrifying height. It is even stronger than the incomplete innate Tao fruit now. It has a bit of innate life energy, which is incomparable to those acquired lives that can still be controlled by time constraints. If I completely cultivate the secret book of the Holy Dragon of innate creation and obtain the innate life Tao fruit, it is very likely that the current life field will be transformed and sublimated into the innate life field. If it really reaches this state, perhaps even the attack of the immortal emperor can be passively exempted by the life field. All methods are invulnerable. All gods are not hurt. And all ways are not transformed. Considering the essential height of the innate creation Tao, Zhao Yunniao feels that this result may be possible. Multitasking. Billions of thoughts. Now the existence of the Queen's cluster consciousness also makes the control and perception of the absolute life field become extremely powerful, which is better than the real pure witch clan. This is the power of the soul potential and consciousness potential of the Zerg Queen. In addition, the affinity with the laws of the four seasons has reached an incredible level. So powerful that Zhao Yunniao herself can't believe it. It turns out that my understanding of the four seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter is still a little too conservative. It's not just a simple change of seasons. Zhao Yunniao stood up and waited to open the stone door of the cave. She walked out calmly from the inside, stood halfway up the mountain, and looked at this world with complete laws. With a thought, the meteorological laws in the absolute life field spontaneously kept in line with the world's avenue. Just like the soul entrusts the heavenly way, it can control and use the power of the way at all times. Winter! Zhao Yunniao shouted lightly, as if the words came out and the law followed. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the whole world was rapidly dissipating, and soon entered the end of the law and the environment of absolute spirituality. Just like the bitter winter freezing everything and freezing everything. With one word, the world changed dramatically. Is this the true power and authority to control the celestial phenomena? Zhao Mingli carefully sensed the situation of the entire world and was extremely shocked, changing the environment of the universe at will. The four signs of heaven's will. So that's it. My will is heaven's will. And my heart represents heaven's heart. Chapter 220 Mastering the Tao. Directly use the absolute life field to control and apply the rule power of the Tao. This obviously exceeded Zhao Mengli's original expectations and cognition. And in this process, Zhao Yunniao herself consumed almost nothing, because she used the power of the Tao itself, not the power in her body. Give me a fulcrum. I can pry up the entire earth. Inexplicably, this sentence of the master of physics emerged in Zhao Mengli's mind. It is so similar to the current situation. The power of the Tao is that earth, and Zhao Yunniao's own absolute meteorological life field is that fulcrum. The inner cluster consciousness is the lever to pry its change. The mind changes again, and Zhao Yunniao changes the type of celestial control. Change its meteorology to spring. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth inside the whole world began to fully recover and grow. Just like spring returns to the earth, all things flourish, showing a vigorous new vitality. Even in a short moment, the abundance of its spiritual energy is even stronger and more magnificent than before when it was dead and silent. Even the world itself has a faint throbbing of secondary development and growth. Your absolute life field is more powerful and terrifying than the life field of the witch clan. Zhao Mengli felt the various changes in the world and said happily, the innate creation avenue and the collective consciousness play a crucial role in strengthening and amplifying it. Perhaps the third clone that best suits you should be that thing. When Zhao Mengli said this, Zhao Yunniao also knew what she wanted to express. And her heart moved. And she couldn't help thinking, if you really sacrifice that thing and refine it into the third clone for cultivation, I'm afraid that not only will the absolute life field be greatly strengthened and improved, but also the Xiantai secret realm will be able to obtain an immeasurable huge leap and sublimation. If you want to take action on that thing, your current gene multiple level is a bit too low. Zhao Mingli reminded seriously, don't forget, if the gene multiple is not enough, it will fail to breed the clone. The 9 starfield garbage dumps, the 6 cosmic battlefields, or the 10,081 original stars. These places are all good places to quickly increase the gene multiple. The original star has not yet been officially opened. The internal environment is too dangerous, which is equivalent to facing the original universe at all times. The will of the universe. In response, Zhao Yunniao rejected it and said, even if the original ancestor of the 10th level true god enters in person, he will be instantly wiped out by the natural environment there. Even if I have the heavenly clothes of transformation, I am not afraid of being wiped out by the terrifying and dangerous environment of the primitive star. But due to the current level of cultivation, I cannot really play the actual effect of the heavenly clothes of transformation. I may not be able to move freely in the terrifying gravity that can directly crush even the true gods. Instead of taking risks inside the unopened primitive star, whether it is the starfield garbage dump or the universe battlefield, I am now able to deal with it freely and gallop across the battlefield. In this case, for safety reasons, Let me try it first. Speaking of this, Zhao Mengli took the initiative to come to Zhao Yunyao. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao took the initiative to put away the heavenly clothes of transformation, not caring that he was not hanging at all at the moment. Then let Zhao Mengli attack him at will. Green, orange, yellow and blue divine light surrounded Zhao Yunyao's body like a divine ring of law. Even though Zhao Yunyao was naked at this moment, she looked very sacred and transcendent, like a fairy god descending to the earth. Shi Yanjun had attained the Tao. Seeing Zhao Mengli reaching out to grab her arm, Zhao Yunyao did not take any defensive measures, allowing the absolute meteorological life field to passively resist on its own. The dragon claws were across the sky, with great power. At the tip of the claws, there was a sharp edge that was fascinating, as if to crush the whole world. However, when the dragon claw attacked Zhao Yunyao's snow-white jade arm, it was immediately blocked by the faint four-color divine light, preventing Zhao Mengli from making any progress. No matter how hard Zhao Mengli tried, she could not really touch Zhao Yunyao herself. There was always a layer of force field between her dragon claws and her skin, so they could not even touch, let alone hurt. With my gene multiplier of more than 1,000 times, ordinary immortal gods can be crushed to death by my claws. Under the suppression of a higher realm, I can't even get close to you now. After testing it with his own hands, Zhao Mengli confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his shared perception. Zhao Yunyao's absolute life field is really too powerful and terrifying. With the collective consciousness of the Zerg Queen and the superposition of the innate avenue of creation, its actual effect far exceeds the real effect of a single life field. I will take the initiative to converge and suppress it this time. You try again. After Zhao Yunyao finished speaking, he took the initiative to control the absolute life field to converge into his body. Seeing this, Zhao Mengli was not polite, and his right hand turned into a holy dragon claw, slowly and forcefully grasping Zhao Yunyao's right arm. The skin and flesh that seemed white and tender naturally showed a stronger essence than the Holy Spirit's body. Whether Zhao Mengli tried her best or used different force techniques to amplify her own strength, there was still no obvious effect. It was as if she was just gently stroking Zhao Yunyao's arm and was reluctant to use force. Your current physical strength has long surpassed me as a Holy Spirit, and it cannot be measured by a simple realm. Perhaps a neutron star is not as strong as your body. Zhao Mengli took the initiative to release the dragon claws, and it can be seen that there is not even a trace of grasping on Zhao Yunyao's arm. Try it a little. She already knew in her heart that even if Zhao Yunyao did not rely on the protection of the Huadao Tianyi at this moment, she could rely solely on her own Wu clan physique to directly kill through the immortal level universe race battlefield. The universe level warriors, who were just cannon fodder, could not be applied to her at all. I have really put in too much effort to get to where I am now, with my useless mortal body. Zhao Yunyao was full of emotion. The longer I delay, the better my cultivation aptitude will be. The speed of cultivation will also be improved synchronously. Looking back, I only reached the basic entry-level Bittersea realm. I practiced hard from childhood until I was nearly 20 years old before I succeeded. The efficiency was so low that it was as slow as a paramecium swimming. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Yunyao put on the heavenly clothes of the Tao again, covering up his own beautiful scenery. Then he controlled his own absolute meteorological life field, so that it merged with his skin and hair on the surface, so that the divine light was restrained and not visible. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Mengli also used the authority of the world, recreate and restore new bodies and souls for all the cultivators and mortals who were just affected and wiped out, and directly paste and copy the relevant memories, which is equivalent to their own resurrection. The evolution of sandbox civilization needs to continue. There is still a long way to go to achieve higher-level immortal achievements. Even with the acceleration of world time, it still takes a very long time to evolve civilization. After doing these things, Zhao Mengli and Zhao Yunyao both left this monkey version of Zhuxian world, reappeared on the devouring universe Earth in the outside world. Chapter 221 Synthesis. After leaving Zhao Mengli's inner world, Zhao Yunyao chose to stay at the Qingyun Martial Arts School headquarters temporarily. First, he was patiently waiting for the time-space hourglass to restore the time-space origin power. And second, he continued to perfect the deduction of the method of actively opening up meridians, dantian and acupoints. Only by controlling this thing can the cultivation system have a chance to go on. If these things can be connected to the queen's origin structure, the effect will naturally be the best. After all, the mana of the cultivation system also involves the Yuanshan. Thinking of this, Zhao Yunyao had a new idea in his mind. He couldn't help but think for a while. If each Queen Jiangshan origin and its affiliated cosmic galaxies are regarded as new Yuanshan and Sea of Consciousness, then build a new meridian, Dantian and acupoint system around it? Can this be used to evolve a prototype structure of a diversified world? Secretly estimating and deducing, Zhao Yuniao roughly judged that this direction is theoretically achievable, and the future growth potential is not low. But after pondering for a while, in the end, she put this idea aside for the time being and listed it as a secondary alternative. If Zhao Mingli's independent clone is completely integrated into my own body in the future, perhaps I can still deal with it this way. Zhao Yuniao considered the new option of recovering the clone. Unknowingly, more than 2 months passed quickly. While practicing with distraction, Zhao Yuniao raised the cultivation level of the devouring gene system to the 4th level of the universe. At the same time, he also successfully deduced the method of opening up the acupoints, meridians, and Dantian independently. She stood up and stood near the window of the cabin inside the space mothership. She looked out the window and watched the Qinyan Bay city quietly. After this period of adaptation, she has mastered the new body structure of the Witch clan, especially the adaptation and application of the absolute meteorological life field. At least it is qualified enough and not unfamiliar. Absolute life field, meteorological control, and immortality. Zhao Yuniao looked at the prosperity outside and thought about things in her heart. The fusion of the second clone Chevy Corpse, which alone has brought me 3 powerful and practical innate talents. It's just that it's not easy to get the raw materials for the third clone. Not long after, the alloy door on the side behind her opened automatically. Zhao Mengli, wearing a sky blue casual short skirt and short sleeves, walked in from outside. The dress made her look like a cold and beautiful queen who was born and raised in the technological city of the earth. There was no other appearance of the Holy Spirit True Dragon. It seems that you have made up your mind. Zhao Mingli closed the alloy door casually and looked at Zhao Yuniao with watery eyes. Zhao Yuniao turned slightly and looked at Zhao Mingli sitting on the sofa, and said lightly, "Next, I need you to help me. Cosmic energy is indeed a good thing." "No problem. It's easy." Zhao Mingli grabbed Zhao Yuniao in the air and brought her to sit beside him, smiling and said, "I just hope that the cosmic crystals I have accumulated during this period can be used by you. These days, it's not easy to save a little money." The two looked at each other, and Zhao Mingli knew Zhao Yuniao's new plan clearly. He immediately took her into his inner world. Zhao Yuniao took off her clothes and lay down, and waved to take out the black soul bead and handed it to Zhao Mingli, indicating that she should continue to transform it. Zhao Mingli took the thing and took a pile of cosmic crystals from the air conditioner. He broke them all into pure cosmic energy, and then used the authority of the World Avenue to further upgrade and modify the black soul bead, on the basis of retaining all the current properties and functions. He took the initiative to add new things to it, and transformed it into a fully functional artificial chaotic Dantian, and used cosmic energy to give it the evolution foundation of the prototype of the complete inner world. Just to complete these transformations, Zhao Mingli consumed a lot of cosmic crystals. It is more than expected. Maybe the remaining cosmic crystals may not be enough. Looking at the prototype of the world surrounded by chaotic mist in front of him, Zhao Mingli muttered softly. Suddenly, I felt that my hard-earned stock was about to be wasted again. After using the cosmic energy to modify it, Zhao Mingli took the initiative to press this thing against Zhao Yuniao's flat belly. At the same time, Zhao Yuniao synchronized with Zhao Mingli's movements and took this thing into her body. Then, Zhao Yuniao used the refining method of refining the life treasure to completely refine this thing. He completely refined it into his body bit by bit. During this process, Zhao Yuniao always distracted himself to control the strong repulsion of the absolute life field, and gradually assimilated this thing, turning it into a part of the structure inside the life field. As the refining process continued, this thing was gradually integrated into the absolute life field, and turned into a chaotic light ball in Zhao Yuniao's lower abdomen, and was synchronously connected with her spirit and body. It produced an effect similar to Dantian, allowing the life essence of the spirit and body to intersect and transform with each other. It's so swollen. A little bloated? Zhao Yuniao's fair little hand gently stroked her lower abdomen. Her red lips slightly opened, and she breathed softly. Through the existence of the absolute life field, she can sense all the details of the lower abdomen at all times. Those chaotic mists flowed, extremely heavy, and naturally carried the powerful erosion and assimilation ability unique to chaos. since it has only been initially integrated into the absolute life field. This thing cannot be completely controlled by the life field, and it takes a certain amount of time to adapt, gradually deepen the assimilation and compatibility results. Seeing this, Xiaomingli sat bored on the side, waiting patiently, while distractingly controlling the world to absorb the external cosmic energy, and skillfully transforming it into cosmic crystals for storage. With her life essence of more than 1,000 times the number of genes, she could do such a thing. The total amount of cosmic energy absorbed each time was thousands of times that of ordinary realm master level warriors, and far exceeded Zhao Yunniao, a cosmic queen spiritualist, by tens of millions of times. It didn't take long. Zhao Yunniao completely completed the assimilation and absorption, and no longer felt the foreign body filling and fullness in her lower abdomen, and her body felt much more comfortable. It also made the absolute life field now have more strands of weak chaotic energy. It was so little that it was almost non-existent. I'm done. I can continue. Zhao Yunniao took the initiative to remind him. Hearing the voice, Xiaomingli stopped actively absorbing cosmic energy. Then he used the authority of the World Avenue to infuse the massive cosmic energy he had obtained into Zhao Yunniao's body. In this process, Zhao Yunniao always suppressed the alien energy repulsion of the absolute life field. Using the secret method he created himself, he began to actively build a new meridian system with cosmic energy as nutrients. Chapter 222, Battlefield Outside the Domain. The flesh and blood of the abdomen is full of vigorous vitality. A round bead-shaped chaotic light ball that seems real or illusory is quietly dependent in it. The extremely heavy chaotic mist always surrounds the light ball, like an extremely primitive star. The surrounding mist is like a vast nebula that condenses to form a star. Not long after, on the surface of this chaotic light ball, some pure energy pipes quickly grow and extend, and according to a certain established law, they spread to all parts of Zhao Yunniao's body. The scene looks like a seed taking root and sprouting. Gradually let its roots spread throughout the soil of life. With the cooperation of Zhao Yunniao and Xiaomingli, the 12 main meridians, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the Zhoutian small meridians are constructed at an incredibly fast speed, and the meridian system is soon constructed in the body, and all of them are connected to the chaotic light ball at the intersection of their sources. Boom boom. The next moment, the chaotic mist mixed with the cultivation power, and quickly gushed out from the chaotic light ball, flowing according to the new meridian Dantian structure. It naturally turned into the internal circulation state of the power of Taiji Xianqing Dao. The remaining cosmic energy is insufficient to complete the opening of the next 365 acupoints. Xiaomingli shook the cosmic crystal in his hand and said casually, "In my opinion, you might as well take advantage of this time to increase your own gene multiples. I will stay here on Earth and continue to accumulate and absorb cosmic energy." "That's fine. The consumption of opening 365 acupoints is indeed much greater than that of building meridians." Zhao Yunniao responded casually, waved her hand, and put on the Huadao Tianyi again. She stretched out her hand and pinched Xiaomingli's smooth and pretty face, with a smile on her face. "Work hard. The days ahead will be sweeter and sweeter." "Are you kidding me?" Xiaomingli waved and knocked Zhao Yunniao's little hand away, took her out of her inner world, and returned to the outside world on Earth. "Are you going to the Star Domain garbage dump, or the Universe Race Battlefield? Go to the Universe Race Battlefield, and kill whoever you see, and serve as my own sacrifice." Zhao Yunniao took out the time and space hourglass and said casually, "As for the Star Domain garbage dump, there are indeed a large number of corpses, and the quality is not low. But I don't know how long these corpses have been dead. Who knows how much life essence is left? Not fresh enough." After saying this, Zhao Yunniao waved to Xiaomingli. Then he took the initiative to activate the time and space hourglass, and quickly built a time and space channel in front of him. In just a moment, that beautiful and cold figure disappeared inside the mothership. Only Xiaomingli was left alone. The frontier of the human race in the universe. The battlefield of the 7th universe. On an island outside the domain called Wuxia Island, in the extremely dense fog, a deep and dark vortex quietly emerged, and the vortex grew from small to large, and soon turned into a space-time channel and appeared here. Then, Zhao Yunniao, wearing the Huadao Tianyi, walked out from the space-time channel. The light white fairy mist lingered around the body, isolating the huge environmental changes here, and also made Zhao Yunniao's own figure hazy and blurred. No matter what method is used, it is impossible to see her figure and appearance clearly. Next, here, Let's increase the gene multiple to 10,081 times. Even if it takes more time. Otherwise, the third clone will most likely fail to conceive. Xiao Yu now looked around, and her powerful and terrifying spiritual perception allowed her to detect the spaceships of various races flying through the fog from a very far distance. Waves of detector signal waves swept back and forth in the fog. Invisible and intangible. They were both prey and hunters. It depends on who discovers who first. Who has stronger combat power and more combat experience. However, Zhao Yunyao can directly perceive these signal waves with the existence of the absolute life field. Every time it swept across her skin, she felt like she was being gently touched. And her sensitivity was extremely high. And every detail was visible under the induction of the absolute life field. In that direction, there is a team of elite human realm masters. The leader is an immortal god. Zhao Yunyao turned his head to look at the clouds on the left, and suddenly took off, not hiding his flight tracks. The stirred mists were rippling with large patches of ripples. Inside a flying saucer-shaped spaceship made of level 4 alloy. 9 elite realm masters belonging to the human race were sitting in different positions, eating or wiping and maintaining their weapons. The appearance of the races was even more bizarre. Some were made of rocks all over their bodies. Some were over 6 meters tall, as if they were cast in metal. Some had horns similar to devil horns on both sides of their foreheads, and their bodies were human-like. These strange-looking guys are all from the human race in the universe, or their affiliated races. As for the leader, who has reached the immortal level, she is a beautiful woman full of charm. Her slender and graceful body is surrounded by a layer of light mist. Obviously, she comes from the Nightmare clan among the human race. She is born with a special charm and illusion. Captain, when do you plan to retire and leave the battlefield outside the domain? Suddenly, the young man with devil horns on both sides of his forehead put down the laser cannon in his hand, smiled and looked at the beautiful woman sitting next to him, and invited, "Do you want to go to my hometown to play? It's fun there." "What? Are you thinking about how to pursue me, the captain?" The woman of the Nightmare tribe looked back with a smile, deliberately flirted with him and threw a kiss, and said with a smile, "If you want me to recognize you, then see when you can easily resist my charming illusion. I don't like weak guys who can't stand my playing. Hee hee. I am now an elite realm master, and it is not difficult for me to break through to immortality." The young man with devil horns looked confident and calmly said, "If I didn't want to use the realm master level origin beads to understand the mysteries of the law, I would have broken through to the immortal realm long ago. Be careful not to delay too long. Otherwise it may not be successful." The captain of the Nightmare tribe reminded with a smile. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, a series of piercing and loud alarms came from the spacecraft control console. "An unidentified object is approaching here quickly. According to the estimated calculation of the other party's flight trajectory, the other party has most likely discovered our exact trace." Hearing the announcement from the intelligent brain, the faces of the 10 people present changed. They took out their combat tools at the same time. "What is the other party's flying speed? Can we dodge and counterattack?" the captain of the Nightmare clan asked hurriedly. But a dynamic map appeared on the intelligent brain interface. The other party's figure was completely invisible, and only the surrounding fog could be seen, with abnormal fluctuations, which was obviously caused by the flight. Chapter 223 Secret Method. Looking at the picture displayed on the interface of the UFO spacecraft detector, the faces of the 10 people present were very unpleasant, which meant that the detector's shielding technology possessed by the other party was more advanced than theirs. If it were not for the abnormal changes in the fog fluctuations, I am afraid that the other party would not be discovered at all. The flying speed of the unidentified object is close to sublight speed, and the specific situation cannot be detected in detail. The spacecraft's intelligent brain continued to broadcast the news that it could detect and sense, and the voice was still very calm, just now, through the information exchange of the virtual universe god base. There is no virtual universe signal access in the area where the unidentified object is located. Alien cultivator. The realm is unknown. The captain of the Nightmare clan had a solemn face, and the charming and enchanting style just now was gone. She shouted in a delicate voice, "Since the other party is actively coming to us, let's fight with the other party. Lufone, start the spacecraft attack mode, and attack freely." As soon as she finished speaking, the spacecraft's intelligent brain immediately started the combat module. Thick, dark laser gun barrels, as well as different laser weapon launch ports, were ejected from the upper and lower areas of the UFO one after another. aiming and locking the area with abnormal fog fluctuations. The next moment, bright beams of light were ejected from the UFO, disappeared in the vast and thick fog at the speed of light, early before the UFO launched its attack. From a distance, Zhao Yunyan relied on his powerful and terrifying spiritual sense to clearly perceive all the movements here. Its efficiency was so high that it far exceeded the high-tech detectors of the local civilization. Compared with the evolution of life, the potential of technological creations themselves is indeed low. Even the mechanical technology of the mechanical race is no exception. In just a blink of an eye, thick laser beams tore through the mist and shot towards Zhao Yunyan. She did not dodge or evade, but continued to fly forward. The surface of the heavenly clothes outside her body was covered with a faint white fairy mist, which easily resisted the attacks of the main guns of the spacecraft. She could not even touch the absolute life field that was integrated with her skin and hair. In a short moment, the flying saucer-shaped spacecraft appeared in the field of vision. The opponent was not stupid. Seeing that the main gun of the spacecraft could not hurt him at all, he decisively turned around and ran away. And while running, he attacked from behind. Even if he could not hurt him, he could use the huge force generated by the attack to block the opponent's pursuit speed so that he could run farther. Zhao Yunyan had a blank expression on her face, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy, angry, sad, or happy. Direct pursuit is too inefficient. I should pay attention to this problem next time. It's better to take in a few more dogs and use them as hunting hounds for me. After feeling that the distance between the two sides was about the same, suddenly, Zhao Yunyan used the telekinetic attribute obtained by her own spiritual consciousness transformation to directly destroy the power transmission structure inside the flying saucer-shaped spacecraft from a distance of thousands of miles, accompanied by a series of teeth-grinding, crackling, twisting, and breaking sounds. The spacecraft cast from the fourth-level alloys suddenly underwent an extremely terrible twist and deformation, as if it was crushed by some terrifying pressure, and even the external shape became uneven. Quick! Leave here and escape separately. Seeing this, the other party of the Nightmare Clan was shocked, and knew that they had encountered an extremely powerful spiritual controller. Soon, under the control of the intelligent brain, the hatch of the spacecraft was quickly opened. As a result, before everyone left the spacecraft, in an instant, an invisible and terrifying telekinetic force attacked, causing everyone present to suddenly stiffen, and their pupils unconsciously expanded and shrank violently. It felt like a thick iron rod was stirring violently in the brain. Taking advantage of this period of time, Zhao Yunyan had already come to the vicinity of the spacecraft. She stretched out her hands, grabbed the alloy door on the side of the flying saucer, and gently tore it to the sides. The spacecraft made of the fourth-level alloy was as fragile as a piece of paper at this moment. It was torn into two halves by Zhao Yunyan's bare hands. The strength of the Witch Clan's physique is really incredible. Looking at the spacecraft that was torn into two halves by herself, Zhao Yunyan's cold face was full of surprise. The hardness and toughness of the fourth-level alloy are much stronger, and stronger than ordinary space motherships. It is not a quality material of the same grade at all. But now, she felt as fragile as tender tofu just out of the pot. Before she exerted much strength, the spaceship was already broken. A little distraction and thinking relaxed the suppression of the spiritual consciousness. This allowed these elite realm masters and immortal gods to break free. Then, the overwhelming projection field of the inner world was released from these elite realm masters, and they cooperated skillfully to suppress the sudden and terrible enemy. But the other party just looked like a breeze, and seemed to be completely unaffected. How is it possible? The young man with demon horns was horrified when he saw this. We can kill even the real immortal gods together. How can it be that there is no effect on her? Die! The captain of the Nightmare Clan tried her best to activate her own racial talents, cooperated with the matching mental illusion secret method, and attacked the mysterious alien woman synchronously, trying to drag the other party into mental illusion. But in the next moment, the captain of the Nightmare Clan felt that a dazzling light suddenly rose in her mind and consciousness, instantly filling her mind and thoughts. No. Before she could make any counterattack, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her body. Coming back to her senses, the captain of the Nightmare Clan subconsciously looked down and saw that an octagonal 9-layer red object had appeared on her towering chest. Then, she felt that her eyes suddenly went black, and she could no longer perceive anything. It's true that simply using Yangshan and consciousness to attack the immortal gods is not enough. But unfortunately, I don't have the secret method of telekinesis amplitude now. Although there is the feedback and strengthening of the absolute life field, it is still not enough. After using the life altar to imprison and take away the immortal level Nightmare Clan spiritualist, Zhao Yunyan recalled the situation just now and knew what kind of knowledge she lacked. Looking back at the remaining 9 Realm Masters, she smiled faintly. There is still a big gap between the Realm Master level and the immortal level. Use these guys and the exchange system of this universe race battlefield to provide me with the nutrients I need. Zhao Yunyan waved her hand and smashed the spaceship's intelligent brain carrier with one palm. Then she spoke and ordered the 9 Realm Master level humans. Tell me all the secrets of spiritual amplitude, force generation techniques, genetic multiple amplitude, etc. that you know. As soon as these words came out, the 9 Realm Master level humans with empty and numb eyes, like puppets, continuously recited the various secrets they knew. Only occasionally, a hint of struggle could be seen in the eyes of these humans. It is obvious that controlling so many elite Realm Master warriors at the same time is quite stressful. Chapter 224 Conspiracy. It didn't take long. Zhao Yunyan got some of what he wanted from these elite world masters. Although the level of the secret method is not very high and the amplitude is limited, at least there is a suitable direction for understanding. After that, using the realm-breaking beads to break through the realm with secret methods can achieve an effect similar to deduction and enhancement. However, the most suitable spiritual secret method for me is still the secret method of the Zerg Queen. Unfortunately, there are very few queens in the Zerg, and they are very familiar with each other. In addition, they are extremely good at soul sensing and detection. So it is not an easy task to sneak into the Zerg. Rather than taking the risk of sneaking into the Zerg base camp, Zhao Yunyan felt that the difficulty of sneaking into the initial universe of the human base camp was much lower than this. At least in terms of soul essence sensing and detection, the human race is far inferior to the Zerg. This is an innate gap in nature, which cannot be easily equalized by cultivation and secret methods. In a short period of time, if you want to obtain the soul secrets of the Zerg Queen, you may have to consider starting with the human race. Since the two sides have been fighting for so many epochs, there is a certain probability that there are spiritualists in the human race who have successfully enslaved the Zerg Queen. The inheritance secrets of the Zerg Queen are indeed very difficult to leak, but it does not mean that they cannot be leaked at all. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Zhao Yunyan's mind quickly. She glanced at the life altar in her left hand and took the initiative to activate it. In an instant, she successfully refined the immortal Nightmare Clan captain into the purest original life essence. Without any hesitation, she added all these essences to the gene multiples. Boom! Instantly, the strength of Zhao Yunyan's life breath was significantly improved again. The increase in the internal gene multiples made her life source information more complex. And under the influence, the absolute breath life field was indirectly strengthened and improved. This joint effect was a bit beyond Zhao Yunyan's expectations. And the enhancement of the absolute life field can feed back to strengthen the physical body, nourish the spirit with the body, and also nourish and strengthen the inner Queen Yangshan and the collective consciousness. The linkage effect between these different systems is more exquisite and complex than I originally expected. Since under the influence of the Witch Clan's life field, it can indirectly strengthen other life structures by increasing the gene multiples. Then the source enhancement of special physiques will almost have a similar effect. If it continues to strengthen, maybe I can try to use the universe level to compete with the true God. After thinking in his heart, Zhao Yunyan detained these 9 elite realm masters inside the life altar. Then he turned around and left this place quickly. She did not continue to attack for the time being, but instead comprehended the soul slavery secret method spirit control nightmare that she had just obtained. With the soul slavery method, she had a higher degree of confidence in enslaving these elite realm masters, collect more loyal lackeys, and expand her hunting range. Only in this way can she better achieve the road of growing stronger by fighting to support fighting. The Milky Way, Earth, Jiangnan Base City. Zhao Minli wore a pink miniskirt and a white tight short-sleeved shirt, and a pair of silver-gray lace-up sandals, walking casually on the wide and flat cement road street. Passers-by, men and women, were completely unaware of her presence. She was like an invisible and intangible mysterious ghost. With my current soul strength, I want to enslave Irina, and the probability of failure may be very high. Zhao Mingli looked at the family of 4 on the road in the slums, and thought to herself, the strength of the Holy Spirit true dragon lies in the strength of the physical body, not the soul. Even if I give up the advantage of the Realm Master's law perception and break through to the immortal realm, it is not necessarily safe. Hu Yanba used to be a god in the immortal realm, and he was also a famous existence. In addition, he was also a spiritualist, born with a soul level beyond the martial arts realm. And he also practiced a precious secret method to strengthen the soul, which further magnified this advantage. In this case, combined with the top soul enslavement secret method to restrain, using a higher cultivation realm to oppress Irina, who was at a lower realm, still failed. No matter how he tried, he could not succeed. It can be seen how terrifyingly powerful the Zerg Queen's natural advantage in terms of soul is. The soul foundation gap of tens of thousands of times can be easily magnified to millions, or even tens of millions of times, after being amplified by the secret method of soul amplitude. Such a huge multiple difference is enough to easily eliminate many gaps in the realm of cultivation. Hu Yanba's repeated failures are not without reason. Luo Feng was able to successfully enslave the Zerg Queen Irina of the same realm with the Realm Master level cultivation, purely because he was the protagonist of fate. What he did was completely irrelevant. Just like the Star Tower, the weapon of the God King left by the God King of Jin in the previous life of Zhuishan Ke. In theory, this thing can even kill the Lord of Chaos, but it was refined and mastered by Luo Feng, who is only at the level of Realm Master. From this outrageous degree, it can be seen that Luo Feng's experience cannot be used as a reference material at all. Now Luo Feng has been born and has started school. It's not many years away from the start of the new human universe genius war. For me, this may be an opportunity to plan the soul secret method, even if only part of the theory may exist. Looking at the family of four not far away, Zhao Mingli knew who they were. It was Luo Honghua, Gong Shulan, Luo Feng and Luo Hua. Luo Hua now has not become a disabled person, but is still a little baby following his brother Luo Feng, innocent and naive. Staring and observing for a moment, Zhao Mingli moved her long and white legs again and walked leisurely on the street. The soul level of the main body has been elevated to the state of Yang God, and it can gather and disperse at will and change its inner essence. I just don't know if the current Yang God realm can be seen through by the Chaos City Lord's clone? The 7th Universe Battlefield. On the foggy island, Zhao Yu now sat quietly near a big rock, distracted by the practice of the nightmare of the spirit. Suddenly, the nearby fog fluctuated, and a huge narrow mouth full of fangs and sharp teeth attacked at high speed, biting Zhao Yuniao. Zhao Yuniao sat in the same place, without moving at all. He just raised one hand casually and grabbed it, and his slender 5 fingers flew like a butterfly flying through flowers, and he grasped the other's neck for very skillfully and accurately. Then he gently pressed down, and pressed the huge silver moon heavenly wolf to his side on the spot. No matter how this realm master level demon cultivator struggled, he could not break free of that delicate jade hand. It seemed soft and weak, but it was heavier and more terrifying than the towering sacred mountain. The suppressed silver moon wolf felt that the bones in his body were about to break. If you struggle again, I will crush you, little wolf dog, Zhao Yuniao said lightly. And then she opened her emerald green eyes, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Chapter 225 Infiltration. Completely ignoring this realm master level silver moon heavenly wolf that offered its head to him, feeling the first level effect of her cultivation of spiritual nightmare, Zhao Yuniao pursed her red lips and revealed a charming smile, unconsciously emitting a special wave of charm to the mind. In just a moment, the silver-gray heavenly wolf, with a body length of more than 10 feet, stopped struggling, staring at Zhao Yuniao with a pair of yellow-green eyes. There was a hint of intoxication in his eyes. Since you offered it to me, I won't be polite. Zhao Yuniao grabbed the fur on the back of the neck of the silver moon heavenly wolf with one hand and lifted the head in front of him. Then he used the soul enslavement secret method of spiritual nightmare directly on the silver moon heavenly wolf. At this moment, the invisible and intangible power of the Yang God turned into a thin mist, drifting out from Zhao Yuniao, and directly penetrated into the body of the silver moon wolf along the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue and other parts of his body. The white mist was like a living thing, gathering towards the origin bead in the body of the silver moon wolf. Then it penetrated and spread into the origin bead bit by bit. Perhaps it felt the terrible crisis coming. The body of the silver moon wolf began to struggle instinctively, but the head was held down by Zhao Yuniao, and only 4 sharp claws could be seen violently scratching the surrounding ground. Soon, several narrow pits were dug out, and the residual force made the surrounding ground vibrate. The primitive instincts of the demon cultivators are indeed much stronger than humans. Seeing this, Zhao Yun now raised her eyebrows slightly. The mind and consciousness had not yet broken free from the influence of my young god's charm. But the body can still struggle and resist on its own. This guy is much stronger than those humans just now. The beautiful eyes swept over the 9 elite realm master level humans not far away. They were still standing there like puppets. Not like the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf at all. But soon, the instinctive struggle and resistance of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf was significantly weakened. The Realm Master's origin beat in his body, under the soft and hard penetration of Zhao Yunyao's Yang God, combined with the restraint of the soul slavery secret method, quickly completed the penetration of the origin bead. Successfully enslaved this not-so-weak demon race Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf. Feng Xinglia of the demon race. Meet the master. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf took the initiative to lie down, growled, and then turned over to reveal his soft belly. For the next period of time, you will follow me and be my mountain guard. Zhao Yunyao reached out and touched the furry head of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf. Then he looked at the elite realm master level humans standing aside, and carried out soul slavery one by one, making them loyal to him wholeheartedly. After finishing this task, Zhao Yunyao clearly felt a kind of soul pressure. Enslaving and controlling the soul requires her to bear the corresponding burden herself. Not unlimited and arbitrary enslavement. After all, she is not a mechanical race, and only needs a master recognition program to complete the task. Looking at the 9 elite realm master level human slaves, Zhao Yunyao took the initiative to issue task orders. Go. Hunt more fresh prey corpses and bring them back for me, including collecting and robbing the remaining corpses of various races on the battlefield. As many as you can, no matter what means. If possible, bring back some elite members alive. I will make them the same as you. After hearing the master's order, the 9 world master level humans saluted Zhao Yunyao in response. Their attitude was respectful with humility, enthusiasm and intoxication. I will obey the master's order. Then, one of the humans took out a spare spaceship from the space ring, and then entered it one by one, and began to act as a hunting dog inside the Wuxia Island, looking at the spaceship that disappeared into the distance. Zhao Yunyao pondered for a moment. Then 2 completely different figures came out from her chest one after another, landed on the ground, and turned into 2 different races. One of them was the Queen of the Zerg, who was now more than 9 meters tall. As for the other figure, it was the Shebi corpse witch of the Witch clan. His body was like a tiger or leopard. His ears were like a dog, and he also had a green snake entwined in his earlobes. The snake's head was raised high, and the snake's tongue was swallowing and spitting out at a very fast speed, like a lightning shot. The cold and eerie vertical pupils were constantly scanning the surrounding environment, as if they were going to kill prey. Shua. Instantly, the 2 clones left Zhao Yunya's side. One was extremely good at soul attack, and the other was extremely good at physical attack. With mutual assistance and cooperation, they could completely assassinate many monks hunting on Wuxia Island. As for Zhao Yunya's original body, he reached out and touched the head of the Silver Moon Wolf beside him. Then he continued to give orders. Guard around. Don't let anything irrelevant disturb me when I'm doing something. Yes, Master. Silver Moon Wolf Feng Xinglia responded respectfully, then stood up from the ground, cast a spell to make himself disappear again, and quietly sank into the foggy environment. Watching the Silver Moon Wolf disappear into the mist, Zhao Yunyao thought about Zhao Mengli's ideas and suggestions. Anyway, I don't have the hope of successfully enslaving the Zerg Queen, nor do I have the confidence to successfully seize her body, so I might as well try this method. It's only more than 20 years. I can still wait. But before that, let's test the Chaos City Lord's clone inside the initial universe. If he can see through it, then this method can only be abandoned. Zhao Yunyao sat on a nearby big rock with her eyes slightly closed. She distractedly controlled a certain differentiated Yangshan in her body, separated another Yangshan, and then left her body, turning from a physical state to an invisible and intangible state. She used the power of wandering in the void and instantly disappeared from the foggy sand island on the battlefield of the 7th universe. It was like jumping through time and space, crossing a long and incredible distance in the starry sky, and appeared near a deep universe channel. There were many human warriors guarding in the open and in the dark, and the weakest guardians were all immortal gods. You are just an immortal, so you are not qualified to detect me. Let's see what happens next. Zhao Yunyao, who kept her Yangshan in a state of virtualization, observed and looked for a while. Then she took the initiative to dive into the interior of the universe channel. As soon as she entered, she keenly noticed that the flow of time here was completely disordered. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and changing anytime and anywhere. But these time flows were abnormal, and the virtual Yangshan was completely unnoticed. It was as if she was a mysterious ghost that did not exist in the current space-time dimension. In a short moment, Zhao Yunyao's Yangshan clone passed through the universe channel and entered the original universe, from the original universe to the original ancestor's own initial universe. She looked up and saw that the sky was full of chaotic fog. One after another, large or small cosmic cracks appeared in the sky from time to time. The laws of the origin of the universe that were difficult to comprehend and perceive in the past were completely materialized here, becoming something visible to the naked eye. It shuttled around these cosmic cracks and manifested itself. Repair and make up for these cracks. Chapter 226 Arrangement. Looking up at the sky, Zhao Yu now looked calm, just watching these crystal-clear law threads that materialized, appearing and disappearing, evolving and repeating all the time, accelerated her understanding of the laws of the universe. What a great place! No wonder the universe's human beings set up the real core headquarters inside this initial universe. Even the environment of the initial universe itself is like this. I wonder how strong the 52 chaos tablets are in assisting comprehension. After observing for a while, Zhao Yunyao's differentiated Yangshan withdrew his wait-and-see gaze. He turned and flew directly to the city lord's mansion of the initial universe. She was in a virtual state, and all the way here, no warrior could detect her trace, and had no idea that there was an uninvited guest in the human race's hinterland base camp. The effect of Yangshan is really powerful, real and fake, gathering and dispersing by the heart. It can be said to be ever-changing. No wonder it is so highly respected and desired by Taoist immortal theory. Not long after, Zhao Yunyao came to the gate of the city lord's mansion inside the Chaos City. It was a building about 300 meters high, with a majestic and solemn style, and the whole body was filled with a sense of ancient years. It was obviously there for a very long time. However, the most conspicuous thing was the huge plaque hanging above the gate. On it were written the three big characters City Lord's Mansion and the universal characters of the human race in the universe. Zhao Yu now looked up and stared carefully, and it could be seen that the three characters City Lord's Mansion carried an inexplicable law power that attracted and shocked the mind. It seemed that inside the characters, there was a universe space of its own. It's okay. There's no pressure. There won't be any problems at this level. Compared to the scene inside the time-space hourglass, the difference is immeasurable. After watching the group evolution that seemed like the prototype of the infinite multiverse, I feel almost no burden when looking at this thing now. Seeing that there was no problem at this level, there would be no result of trance. Zhao Yu now continued to maintain the state of virtualization of Yangshan and entered from the gate. In just a moment, she keenly sensed the various restrictions arranged inside, which were dense and extremely complex. However, in the completely virtual state, this differentiated Yangshan did not touch these things. It seems that it is just a simple expansion of the internal space arrangement, and there is no warning arrangement. After all, deep in the core hinterland of the human race, these arrangements are indeed not needed. She did not rush to see the 52 chaos monuments, and continued to go deeper into the city lord's mansion. The surrounding scenery was also changing accordingly. The chaos monument training room, the city gate tower and other different building areas appeared in Zhao Yunyao's Yangshan vision one after another, and soon disappeared like floating clouds, leaving Zhao Yunyao behind, until she entered the inner palace area where the Chaos City Lord's clone was located, and entered the quiet courtyard called Chaos Ruins. The scene of the Chaos City Lord's mansion around her suddenly changed. It was like coming to another world. On the ground, there were corpses of alien races everywhere, scattered randomly, and dyed in blood. Some were as big as stars, and some were as small as ants. But without exception, they all exuded a strong aura. Even the sky around them seemed very dark and gloomy. In the middle of the corpses, a middle-aged man with scales all over his body, and a long tail at the end of his body was quietly facing this place. On both sides of his forehead, there were two fiery red horns winding upwards, as sharp as bull horns. Just looking at this figure, Zhao Yunyao felt as if she saw many cosmic origin laws combined together, with a sense of mystery as deep as the universe itself. But compared with the scene inside the time and space hourglass, there is still a huge gap. Therefore, Zhao Yunyao's mind could not be completely intoxicated. She always kept her Yangshan in a state of virtualization, and boldly came to the front of the Chaos City Lord's clone, and clearly saw that there were many secret patterns on his face and skin. Like a tattoo, it formed an indescribable pattern of laws. At this moment, the eyes were tightly closed together. The breath on the body was completely restrained, and no one knew what he was thinking. No reaction. It seems that he can't detect the completely virtualized Yang Shen. Seeing this, Zhao Yunao thought for a while, however. I remember that when the Chaos City Lord's clone explores the origins of newcomers, he will perform some kind of pupil technique. But now I can't wake him up and let him see me. After thinking about it secretly, Zhao Yunao made a decision in his heart. He left the place quietly, leaving the inner palace of the City Lord's mansion. He came to the outer palace area of Chaos City, which is open to the public, and then quietly sneaked into the secret room where the Universe Chaos Monument is stored. One of the clones of Canelli, the guard who was standing outside the bronze gate, also did not notice the virtualized differentiated Yang Shen at all. Looking at the empty and deserted secret room, there was a dead silence. Zhao Yunao placed her eyes on the Chaos Monument of the Universe, and directly observed the fusion law of the origin of time and the origin of space. With her extraordinary comprehension, she gained some insights in just a moment. At the same time, inside the Wuxia Island in the 7th Universe battlefield, Zhao Yunao simultaneously noticed the comprehension of the differentiated Yang God, and slightly divided a part of her mind and consciousness to pay attention to it, and analyzed the mystery of time and space with the incomplete innate fruit. Then she thought about other things at the same time, easily multitasking. Since the virtual Yang God cannot be detected under normal conditions, then with the cover and concealment of the time and space hourglass, it will definitely be able to hide the Chaos City Lord clone. In this way, I will once again sacrifice a new independent clone to sneak into the virtual universe company openly. As for whether I can get what I want, it depends on my luck. After confirming the decision, Zhao Yunao recalled and thought about which target was suitable for sacrifice to become an independent clone. She excluded the ordinary guys. If they were ordinary on weekdays, but suddenly performed well, there must be many doubts. It would be better to go directly to the real genius. Even if they performed well, it was normal. I remember there were 2 women in the top 10 of this universe human genius battle. One is Qian Shui, and the other is Ai Chen. However, Qian Shui and her brother are together in the top 10. If you choose to go after Qian Shui, you need to be wary of the small habits and details of close acquaintances to prevent exposure. And when Ai Chen appeared, there was only one. After careful consideration, Zhao Yunao made a decision in her heart. She planned to go after Ai Chen. In addition to this reason, Ai Chen is also good at the law of light attribute and the law of time attribute, and she is also quite familiar with these two. It will be easier and more natural to pretend. With the target determined, Zhao Yunao waved her hand to take out the time-space hourglass, and at the same time differentiated out a Yang spirit again, then activated the time-space hourglass, allowing this thing to automatically calculate and locate the specific time-space coordinates of Ai Chen. Chapter 227 Possession. The human territory of the universe is close to the core area of the human heartland. There are 9 most powerful high-level universe countries here. At the same time, the existence time of these high-level universe countries can be regarded as the oldest among the human universe countries. Among them, the high-level universe country called Dreamlight Universe Country is the base camp of the Mengluai clan. Its bloodline potential is extraordinary, and it is naturally friendly to the light attribute universe law. After a long period of inheritance and reproduction, it has gradually grown stronger, so that more than one powerful existence beyond the immortal realm has been born in the clan. Let the Mengluai clan become the royal family of the universe country. At a certain moment, in the territory of the Mengguang universe country, on a life planet called Liuguang Star, a beautiful woman wearing white feather clothes, carrying wings on her back, and a green crystal on her forehead, is sitting in the castle study, carefully reading the insights of the clan's predecessors on the virtual interface. Looking down from the window, it can be seen that this place is a very large and luxurious independent manor. This castle, which is hundreds of meters high, is just one of the buildings. After reading the perception record for a while, Ai Chen turned off the virtual interface of the intelligent brain and turned his head to look out the window. He saw the continuous vegetation was extremely lush, all of which were rare and precious species in the outside world. They matched with those high-tech buildings, which seemed very harmonious and natural. It's really difficult to comprehend the law of time. I have been comprehending for so long. But I feel that I have only entered the door of the law of time. I want to comprehend it thoroughly, and gain the recognition of the law of the origin of time. I don't know when I can do it. Looking at the beautiful scenery outside, Ai-Chen felt relaxed. Suddenly, there was a distortion of time and space in the room, which turned into a vortex black hole, which was noticed by Ai-Chen's peripheral vision. She turned her head and looked at it, with a look of surprise and confusion. What is this? Before she could make any response, the next moment, the time and space in the entire room were suppressed and imprisoned by an unimaginable terrible rule, as if time and space were solidified, and everything was frozen in it. Ai-Chen, who was sitting near the window, looked like a lifelike toy doll statue. Swish. Suddenly, a white light flew out from the inside of the time and space channel. It floated silently inside the room. It turns out that this lightsaber Ai-Chen is actually a member of the royal family of the Advanced Universe country. No wonder this bloodline has extremely outstanding potential. Born with an affinity for the origin of the light system. Almost a special life. A Yongshan split belonging to Zhao Yunao looked at all this. And seeing the details, he immediately understood in his heart. Use the time and space hourglass to temporarily suppress the time and space here. Zhao Yunao's Yongshan immediately sank into Ai-Chen's sea of consciousness, carefully observing and sensing her soul origin, and then using the ever-changing essence of Yongshan to copy Ai-Chen's own soul origin. In just a short moment, this split soul became the same as Ai-Chen's soul. Then the split soul opened its mouth and swallowed Ai-Chen's own soul in one gulp, using the power of Yongshan to observe Ai-Chen's own personal memories, and gradually refined and absorbed her soul origin. Let his own Yongshan aura become exactly the same as Ai-Chen. It's just that the essence is more powerful and terrifying. From today, the new independent clone Ai-Chen is born. She looked down at the intelligent life wristband on her left arm, and used the essence of the Yongshan's differentiation and connection to mobilize the four-dimensional time source power from the main body. For the intelligent life Leah, go back to the past time just now. Modify the scene of the time-space channel's manifestation and arrival. Change the content information on the time axis, and erase the relevant memory storage of intelligent life out of thin air. But just such a small-scale rewriting of the past has consumed a lot of the main body. It is obvious that it is not deep enough on the path of transformation of innate life. In any case, at least the hidden danger is removed, which will make me safer. Ai-Chen raised his hand to take back the time-space hourglass, and hid it in the depths of the Yongshan in the sea of consciousness. In this way, more essential mysteries of his Yongshan are hidden, and not revealed to the outside. The battle between geniuses in the universe is about will, understanding, and the depth of perception and application of the laws. They don't care about the genetic multiples at all. In this regard, I have a great advantage, and will definitely be stronger than the previous Ai-Chen. This body of the Dreamwing clan is naturally friendly to the original law of light, but has no advantage over the original law of time and the original law of space. It needs to be modified slightly. But before that, according to the memory information, Ai-Chen skillfully disguised the details of his daily habits and casually ordered, Leah, connect to the virtual universe. Okay, Master. A sweet girl's voice came from the left wristband immediately. In just a moment, what Ai-Chen saw and heard suddenly changed drastically. It was like a new world. Her figure appeared out of thin air in a quiet and elegant courtyard full of flowers. On her left shoulder, there was a mini elf only 3 inches tall, looking extremely cute. Her white jade legs, like toothpicks, swayed around Ai-Chen's shoulders, looking so free and easy. From time to time, she hummed a few songs from her pink little mouth, and her voice was pleasant to the ears. The fact that I can successfully log into Ai-Chen's virtual universe personal account shows that there is no problem with the simulation of the changes in my soul's origin breath. And even the virtual universe cannot identify the true and false. Standing in the flowery courtyard, Ai-Chen looked at this virtual world that could even simulate the laws of the origin of the universe. I couldn't help but secretly marvel at the depth of the original ancestors' understanding of the laws. That was a height that she could not reach at present. She walked around this online location for a while, then turned back to the room, pretending to take out some precious materials from the bookshelf to read. There was something really wrong with pretending that she came to the virtual universe. Seeing this, the portable intelligent life Leah kept quiet and did not disturb her master's thoughts. If there is any information exchange on the network, Leah will handle it herself. Only those major things that cannot be decided will be recorded actively, so that she can remind her master in her spare time. In this way, after reading the information for a long time, until the simulated sun in the outside world shifted and was about to enter the night, AI-Chin disconnected from the virtual universe. All kinds of perceptions switched instantly, and the mind and consciousness returned to the outside world. Next, pretend to be in seclusion and cultivate. Trigger the blood transformation of the Mengluo Wing clan in the Epiphany, and use the time and space hourglass to optimize the blood in terms of the origin of time and space. After the transformation is completed, even if there are some changes in details in the future, there will be a suitable excuse to directly push it to the influence of blood transformation. In just a short moment, AI-Chin considered the next strategy to deal with acquaintances. Then he gave orders to Leah. I plan to practice in seclusion for a while. If anyone contacts me, please refuse them for me. Don't worry, Master. Leah knows what to do. Chapter 228 Time. Tell Leah to make some arrangements. AI-Chin walked to the secluded secret room he usually used. As a young genius of the Mengluo Wing clan, he had extraordinary comprehension and rich blood. He was very favored by the royal elders. So much so that the entire Liuguang star, together with the surrounding galaxies, was AI-Chin's own princess fiefdom and private property. Inside the starry sky, there were cosmic-level guards patrolling day and night. Even the master was a king-level immortal of the Mengluo Wing clan. I hope that there is really what I want inside the virtual universe company, and it is not a waste of effort. AI-Chin muttered to himself and came to the special secret room on the 3rd floor of the castle. After entering, he closed the door with his backhand, and the smart technology started automatically, opening the electronic lock, so that the secret room remained a quiet and spacious private space. Inside the secret room, it was almost empty, and there was no extra debris. AI-Chin found a place to sit down casually. Then he made a pose with 5 hearts facing the sky, closed his eyes, and did not choose to absorb the energy of the universe, but continued to comprehend the laws of time and light. Even if he wanted to achieve an artificial epiphany, he still needed to do some preparatory work. I remember that the 52 chaos monuments in the initial universe also had things related to the laws of the origin of light. It might be a good idea to let the spirits there observe and comprehend more. With different time differences, the time of the chaos monument can be further magnified. Thinking in his heart, AI-Chin passed on his thoughts through the Yang-Shin connection. Then he began to share the chaos monument laws seriously. At almost the same time, the split Yang god, who was in a virtual and hidden state, and stayed near the chaos monument of the universe, received the news from AI-Chin, and then split into 2 again. One of them continued to stay in this secret room to comprehend the chaos monument of the universe. As for the other one, he left this place quietly and began to sneak in and search one by one. Finally, in the number 36 training secret room, he found the chaos monument containing the law of the origin of light. However, inside this secret room, there is now a golden monkey-like human comprehending. In order to avoid being disturbed by the other party, he went into a corner and continued to maintain a virtual state, leisurely and contentedly taking advantage of the chaos monument here. Since the records of the chaos monument can be obtained, it seems that in addition to the gene multiples, the main body should also give priority to strengthening the comprehension. But this will slow down the improvement of the gene multiples. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, for the main body, it will only take a little more time. Whether it is hundreds of years or thousands of years, it is not a big deal at all. This complete original universe has a good environment. It is not a short-lived ghost covering the sky and destroying the universe. There is no need to fight like those iron-headed kids. In the case of no lack of life, Zhao Yunyan naturally came to consolidate the foundation and broaden the foundation, and did not care much about the speed of cultivation. If you don't fight for a day or a night, then the speed of cultivation will not have much impact, even many times. In order to comprehend the mysteries of the law, she will take the initiative to suspend her practice for a period of time, so as to look at the gaps from a higher level of law, the battlefield of the 7th universe. On Wuxia Island, relying on the different time flow speed differences between the original universe and the initial universe, Zhao Yunyan can gain more insights into the origin of the universe, and in disguise have more time to comprehend. Confirmed by 2 different systems of his own, he can gain more gains and insights. The mysteries of the origin of time in this universe are generally divided into 3 categories, namely time acceleration, time pause, and time reversal. If you understand it according to the four-dimensional time axis, it is equivalent to the time origin on the time axis, and the extension of the positive and negative poles. Innate life has a unique advantage in this regard. According to the understanding of the origin of time shared back by Yangshan's split spirit, Zhao Yunyao's own progress in the first level of cultivation in the innate creation Holy Dragon Secret Book has also obviously begun to speed up. And a leaf of innate Tao fruit has been born in his body, gradually growing slowly. The dark as ink law leaf has a faint black light flowing throughout it. In the intermittent, it can be vaguely seen that inside and outside this leaf, the origin symbols are shining and changing everywhere. Just like the microscopic particles that make up life, they evolve from the most basic level, thus slowly driving Zhao Yunyao himself, gradually accumulating the mysterious power of the origin's dimensional leap. Suddenly, the nearby clouds and mists were disturbed, rippling circles and circles of ripples. Not long after, the two clones returned together and took out a large number of fresh and broken corpses directly from the world ring. Then they left quickly and continued to assassinate and hunt the elites of various races in the foggy environment. Seeing this, Zhao Yunao opened his eyes, separated a part of his mind and consciousness, took out the life altar, collected all these fresh corpses, and quickly refined them into the essence of the origin of life, skillfully divided into two, and invested in understanding and gene multiples respectively. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a series of complex changes occurred in Zhao Yunyao's body. Tens of thousands of Milky Way-level galaxies became more and more magnificent and large-scale. Just like tens of thousands of primitive universes are evolving and expanding, nourishing and strengthening the inner Yangshan origin. And the enhancement of Yangshan also made her own understanding stronger. She has entered a level of seeing the mountain as not a mountain. What you know, see, hear and touch. All kinds of situations in nature are concrete manifestations of the laws of the origin of the universe, interacting and influencing each other. Let all common things become the source carrier of the perception of the law. Similarly, with the increase of gene multiples, Zhao Yunyao's own life origin information has become more complex and mysterious, which in turn drives the strengthening and improvement of the absolute life field. A faint and soft divine light emanates from the surface of her fair skin. She is like a charming goddess who has appeared in the world. Dozens of days passed quickly. It passed silently. In the dream light universe, on the flowing light star, inside Ai Chen's own retreat room. After estimating the time, Ai Chen decisively activated the time-space hourglass hidden deep in the Yang God, and pulled out a trace of the projection of the origin of time and space from it. It made it manifest and engraved inside the body of the Dreamwing clan. Chi. In just a moment, a mysterious red-purple light bloomed from Ai Chen's body, passively attracting the origin of time and space in this universe. The origin of time and space began to act on Ai Chen's body in a way that nurtured special life. The invisible and intangible origin law seemed like a real special substance at this moment. It turned into a series of mysterious traces that appeared on the white jade skin. I use my old body as a furnace of life to smelt the universe and create a new me. I am not only a mutant human of the Menglua Wing clan, but also a special life individual. Chapter 229 Fusion Law. Inside the secret room, at a certain moment, Leah, an intelligent life who was playing virtual games on the Virtual Universe Network, suddenly sensed that her master had extremely strong and obvious fluctuations in the laws of time and space. She decisively exited the virtual universe and carefully explored and sensed the changes in her master. The cute pink face was full of surprise. When did the master master the law of space? No. It seems a little wrong. The source of the fluctuation of this law power is actually soon. Leah judged further content. But the emotions in her heart were more shocked than the master's understanding of the introduction to the law of space. The round eyes were full of disbelief. The master's Menglua Wing bloodline is actually undergoing unknown changes. These fluctuations in the laws of time and space are all related to the changes in the master's bloodline. Even the gene multiples are beginning to become complicated. After realizing this, Leah couldn't care about playing virtual games herself. He began to be responsible for all matters on the entire Liuguang star. I don't know how the master did this. He could even change the bloodline and gene multiples of the Menglua Wing clan. No matter how Leah thought about it, she just couldn't figure out what was going on. But it didn't take long. An equally powerful light attribute law fluctuation also emanated from Ai Chen's body. Although it was weaker than the fluctuation of the time law and the space law, It was much stronger than that of normal Mengluo Wing clan members. Almost at the same time, a vast and terrifying pressure suddenly came. That was the original will of the universe, that ordinary life could not perceive at all. Even the intelligent life Leah herself could not perceive this change. But the entire secret room suddenly appeared with extremely dazzling three-color light. White light, silver space, and almost transparent time. But in just a short moment, the color of the three-color light changed, turning into white, red and purple. Different three-color lights coexisted and began to affect each other. Let the overall color faintly change to a single silver white. Pop! Pop! Suddenly, 3 drops of mysterious objects of different shapes appeared out of thin air from the original three-color light. Suddenly dripped down and sank into Ai Chen's body. It merged with the internal Yangshan and reflected on the external flesh. Silently, the emerald green crystal on Ai Chen's forehead underwent a mysterious change. Not only did the size of the crystal shrink significantly, but even its color turned silver white. In just a short moment, the crystal shrank to the size of a soybean. It was like a silver white ornament dotted between the eyebrows. This scene of change was clearly seen by Leah, who was shocked and widened her eyes, with a dull and surprised look on her face. This, Master. She actually got the recognition of 3 original laws at the same time. And she is still in a state of law fusion. Coming back to her senses, Leah decisively sent an email to her master's master, the King of Light. Notify the past of what happened here. Almost at the same time, when the original universe's original will descended. In another galaxy more than 10 light years away from Liuguang's star, the King of Light, who was giving a lecture to his other disciples, suddenly changed his expression and stood up. He turned his head and looked at Liuguang's star more than 10 light years away. How could the original universe's original will descend on Aichen's fiefdom? Is there something unknown? Suddenly, the intelligent life of the King of Light, Karoba, made a sound, reminding his master in disbelief. Master, Leah sent an email about Aichen. She said that her master Aichen was recognized by 3 original laws at the same time. And these 3 original laws were still in the form of fusion laws. While speaking and notifying, Karoba took the initiative to project the content of the email. Make it visible on the retinal interface of the King of Light. 3 original laws recognized? Or fusion laws? Hearing this, the King of Light suddenly widened his eyes, and his beautiful eyes quickly scanned the content of the email. Her pretty face was full of disbelief and surprise. Let's go to Aichen immediately. I want to go and see it myself. The King of Light suddenly spread his wings on his back and took off at a high speed. Halfway through, Karloba had already controlled the spaceship to start and open the hatch. The King of Light rushed through it, and the alloy hatch closed almost synchronously. Boom! In an instant, this high-level spaceship suddenly accelerated and flew up. In a very short time, it reached the speed of light. Then it continued to accelerate, instantly disappearing inside the original universe, and entering the dark universe that existed in the same proportion as the original universe, under the blessing of the ratio of 10,081 times. The long distance of more than 10 light years across galaxies was being quickly crossed. It didn't take long. The silver-white light on the surface of Ai Chen's body was so bright that it was difficult to look directly at. The invisible and intangible laws of the universe seemed to have become a special substance that was truly manifested at this moment, like countless crystal silk threads, going in and out of Ai Chen's body. Not long after, Ai Chen's beautiful figure became a little hazy, like a prey wrapped in a thin spider web. This change is so strange. Seeing this scene, Leah widened her big watery eyes, quickly searched in the smart chip, and soon matched some similar examples. It's a bit like the state of the purple pupa beast when it breaks through, cocooning and transforming inside. But it also looks like the phenomenon of bloodline evolution and mutation in the Aloma tribe. But gradually, as this strange scene gradually deepened, Leah soon discovered that her own intelligent detection and sensing had become less accurate. It seemed to be disturbed by some special force, and was a little unclear. I hope the master is well and getting stronger. Leah stayed around patiently and guarded. After a long while, Leah received a message from Kaloba, knowing that the King of Light would arrive soon, and he would come to check and guard in person. Hearing this news, Leah felt much more relieved. The master of her master Aichen is a king-level immortal god, also from the Mengluo Wing tribe, and is very good at the law of the origin of light. In fact, he is still the elder of her master's royal family. After a while, The sound of a spaceship landing was heard outside. Through the probe signal, Leah knew that the King of Light had arrived. She quickly controlled the castle gates to open one after another. The door of the secret room was also opened, and the King of Light was invited in. Shwa. Almost like teleportation, the King of Light had already appeared in the secret room. As for the original universe's original will, it had disappeared at some point, allowing her to come here easily. Chapter 230 King of Light. Although the original will of the original universe has long disappeared, but at this moment, inside the entire practice chamber, there is a silver-white light everywhere, making this place seem to have turned into a sea of light. And even the time and space here are abnormally distorted. The original law of light, the original law of time, and the original law of space have all appeared. It's incredible. How did this little girl do it? Witnessing the changes here with her own eyes, the King of Light opened his red lips in surprise, and his beautiful eyes widened. Soon, his eyes were fixed on the crystal threads on the surface of Ai Chen's body. Just a short gaze brought her many inexplicable law perception fragments, intermittent and extremely complex. And she even had a sense of déjà vu in the original universe. How is it possible to let the original universe will manifest the original law by itself? This is really incredible. The King of Light took the opportunity to open his eyes wide and stared at the crystal threads on Ai Chen's body, not wanting to be careless in any way. But in just over 10 breaths, these silver-white crystal law threads disappeared out of thin air. The only thing left was something that looked like a bird's egg. In the dim light, you can still see Ai Chen inside through the crystal clear and moist mysterious shell. But at this moment, Ai Chen's eyes were closed, and her face was peaceful and quiet. That expression looked like a baby falling into a sweet sleep. Even her body, limbs, and wings on her back were naturally curled up together, naturally maintain a posture of being in the mother's womb. How come this change looks like a blood mutation? Somewhat similar to the gestation process of some special life. What exactly is the cause of this result? After careful observation and testing, the King of Light could not see any abnormality. He had to focus his attention on Leah. Reply to the King of Light. I don't know. The master suddenly became like this, Leah said aggressively, and took the opportunity to play and project the video she had just recorded. The King of Light watched carefully, but she also didn't see anything. He had to put this matter aside for the time being. As a master, she couldn't disturb Ai Chen inside now to prevent her from having any bad accidents. Everything can only be said after Ai Chen comes out. In the next period of time, I will live here in Liuguang Star. The King of Light glanced at Leah and Kaluba with his beautiful eyes, and earnestly instructed, before Ai Chen comes out, all news about this place will be completely blocked and encrypted. Absolutely no information is allowed to be leaked to the outside world. Yes, Master, Kaluba responded first. Leah, who was on Ai Chen's wrist, also nodded her little head quickly, and the smart projection seemed very cute, well-behaved and sensible. Continued to observe for a while. Seeing that everything had become stable, the King of Light walked out of the training room, live in the castle openly. If Ai Chen goes online in the virtual universe, remember to notify me in time. Okay, Master. Within the range of the 3 fusion laws, Ai Chen's own Mengluo Wing bloodline began to mutate. The whole changed towards a more terrifying and powerful special life. But her own mind and consciousness seemed very clear, and she kept in real-time contact with the main body and other Yangshan's clones at all times. She continuously obtained various insights from the chaos monument of the initial universe, with the time and space hourglass for comparison and verification. My progress in the laws of the origin of time and the origin of space will definitely be very fast. As for the understanding of the law of the origin of light, it depends on the chaos monument and the main body. After some thinking in his heart, Ai Chen recalled the relevant memories related to devouring the starry sky. He clearly knew what the foundation and core of cultivation here were. The gene multiples were the core existence, and the understanding of various origin laws was the main framework. As for other things, they were all insignificant details. Although the devouring gene system is powerful, its cultivation efficiency is notoriously slow. The main reason is that the original universe is very complete and powerful, hiding all the original laws. So it is very difficult for practitioners to comprehend the laws. It is precisely because of this that the cultivation efficiency is very low. Ai Chen is very confident in this regard. With the current terrible understanding, it is not difficult to cultivate to the level of the strongest in the universe. It just takes time to slowly grind. But apart from this, The external weapon system in this world is a bit ordinary, although there are also extremely powerful treasures. Without exception, all weapons in this universe cannot transform and grow with the practitioners and become their own weapons. I don't know how long I will stay here, so it is necessary to make a growable weapon. For Ai-Chin, there are many ways to sacrifice and refine growable weapons in his memory. But we must consider the original will of the original universe and the existence of powerful cultivators such as the clone of the Lord of Chaos. Rashly using knowledge and skills that do not belong to this universe civilization will only bring great harm to oneself. It is necessary to make reasonable, localized, and careful changes. After careful consideration, Ai-Chin finally set his sights on his Holy Spirit True Dragon clone. The Holy Spirit originally has the effect of naturally nurturing companion treasures, even if the great road of the universe has been changed now. The secret in this regard is that it was automatically recorded by the original universe's original will during the nurturing process of the Holy Spirit True Dragon clone. In this way, it means that I have completed the localized change by using this method. He quickly determined the method in his mind, and Ai-Chin began to nurture himself as the Holy Spirit. I have personally experienced the various experiences of the Holy Spirit True Dragon clone. For this aspect, Ai-Chin has very real experience and knows how to make adjustments and changes to achieve the desired predetermined goals. Light sword Ai-Chin is particularly good at swordsmanship. Then set the type of companion weapon to a light and agile long sword structure. And it must also fit the current 3 fusion laws. Unconsciously, more than a decade passed quickly. The 7th universe battlefield. Wuxia Island. A valley area with complex terrain. Zhao Yunyao, wearing the heavenly clothes of the Tao of Transformation, sat casually on a hard tree trunk lying on the ground. In her left hand, she held an octagonal, 9-layer red altar. Especially on the top of the altar, there were countless shrunken and broken corpses. It was like a mountain of corpses piled on top. Another 10 years have passed, and I have put all my mind and energy into comprehending the Chaos Monument, which has slowed down my progress in cultivation. Chapter 231 Pre-construction of Secret Realm. Looking at the fresh corpses being refined in front of her, and even many living creatures among them, Zhao Yunyao's face had no extra expression. Whether it was the human race, the demon race, or the mechanical race, etc., including members of their affiliated races. In Zhao Yunyao's eyes, they were just nutrients for her growth, and she didn't care what race they were. Racial identity was just an insignificant thing in her heart. This was the content of other people's thoughts that were dispensable. After more than 10 years of distracted hunting, even if a lot of the original life essence was invested in the enhancement of comprehension, it still diverted the gene multiple to more than 3,000 times. The higher the gene multiple is, the greater the consumption. Without any internal observation and induction, Zhao Yunao could always know the various details of her own changes. The induction of the absolute life field is much stronger than the internal observation of the mind. In the past 10 years, Zhao Yunao has never taken the initiative to practice. She put most of her thoughts and energy into the continuous perception of the Chaos Monument in the initial universe. Another part of her mind was focused on the remote and precise control of different clones. In addition, there was also the capture and hunting of prey of different races on the cosmic battlefield. For herself, she temporarily put aside her cultivation and focused on accumulating the foundation of the law. But even so, under the effect of more than 3,000 times the gene multiplier, even if she did not actively practice, Zhao Yunya's current cultivation level in the devouring gene system has naturally grown to the 9th level of the universe. With the strength of my absolute life field now, it is enough to make the king-level immortal gods despair and helpless. It's almost time to leave this Wuxia Island hunting ground. The Yinji continent is dominated by immortal gods, so we can have a good hunt. Using these living beings as nutrients is indeed a good way to grow. Seeing the new round of prey being completely refined by the life altar, Zhao Yunyao slightly separated a part of her mind and consciousness, and took the initiative to promote her cultivation. In just a moment, the vast cosmic energy was attracted. It rotated and accelerated like the eye of a storm, sweeping and converging towards her. She did not hide her movements at all. At the same time, in the center of the tens of thousands of Milky Way-level galaxies inside Zhao Yunya's body, the Milky Way black hole suddenly expanded and grew larger, and at the same time generated a stronger swallowing traction. All the stars, nebulae, etc. in the surrounding galaxies continuously and rapidly swallowed into the Milky Way black hole. The tens of thousands of independent young gods coexisting with it were also affected by the rules of the law force field in this process, and completely condensed into a materialized crystal, and then simultaneously immersed in the central black hole. Crack. Suddenly, pieces of shattering sounds rang out inside Zhao Yunyu's body. In the process of breaking through to the domain master level, the tens of thousands of central black holes in the body collapsed and shrank inward, just like the original universe's great destruction and contraction, and soon formed a mysterious zero singularity point. Gradually, these zero singularity points gradually became more stable and solid. Then, they transformed into the singularity life core unique to the domain master level. Tens of thousands of singular life cores are distributed in different parts of Zhao Yunyu's body, and there are also mysterious crystal channels connecting them, which makes it more three-dimensional and complex. Inside each singular life core is the prototype of a primitive world. Only when you reach the realm master level can the structure of the world in your body be formed. But for me, such a realm master level structure can only be regarded as a preliminary formation. And there are still many things that can be modified. How to modify and adjust it to the most suitable form for yourself. Zhao Yunyan already had a plan in her mind for this. It's just that if you want to really complete it, the time required will become very long. But once it is completed, it is equivalent to having an extra super secret realm in your body. And it is a secret realm that has been successfully developed and cultivated. This is the seventh secret realm she plans to build and open up. Once the seventh secret realm evolves successfully, the two systems of secret realm law and gene law will be truly integrated and no longer independent cultivation systems. As for the sixth secret realm in the pre-construction, it will be integrated with the cultivation method. Although so far, she has only cultivated 3 secret realms in her body. Neither the Taoist Palace secret realm nor the Immortal Terra secret realm has been actively cultivated and activated. But Zhao Yunyan is not in a hurry at all, and still focuses on broadening the road ahead and building the foundation. Anyway, she does not lack enough lifespan to use now. In this way, the progress of early cultivation will inevitably be slowed down, just like an old cow plowing the land, far less fast than a single system practitioner breaking through the realm. It may even take an incredibly long time. But if she succeeds, her cultivation level will jump directly to the level of Immortal Emperor. And it may even be stronger. Perhaps I will stay at the level of Dragon Transformation Secret Realm for tens of thousands of years. It may even be longer. Considering the goal of nurturing the third clone in the plan, Zhao Yunyan feels that this estimated time may be a bit low, and it may even be longer. And there is indeed a way to reduce the time of nurturing the clone. That is to increase the multiplier of one's own life gene. The higher the multiplier of one's own gene, the shorter the time required to nurture a high-level clone. But these things all need time to slowly grind. Suddenly, Zhao Yunyan noticed that a group of small fish were attracted by the breath of her breakthrough just now. A smile of hunting appeared on that delicate and cold face. Before leaving Wuxia Island, harvest another batch of prey. This time, use the method of refining by living sacrifice. The consciousness is distracted to control the life altar, and all the essence of the origin of life obtained inside is invested in the understanding and gene multiplier. Once again, he took the initiative to strengthen and improve his various cultivation qualifications and potential. Then, Zhao Yunyan jumped lightly, opened his legs, and sat on the back of the demon Silver Moon Wolf. The serpent mount moved his limbs and took Zhao Yunyan to disappear quickly in the vast clouds. He took the initiative to approach the hunters of various races who gathered. At the same time, Menghuang Universe Country, Liuguang Star, the King of Light came to the training chamber again, looking at his disciple Ai Qin, who had not yet broken out of the shell, and took the initiative to ask, Ai Qin, how do you feel now? When can this blood mutation be completed? Master, I feel that it will take some time. Don't worry. A pleasant female voice came from the inside of the silver-white law shell, and said calmly, anyway, the universe human genius battle will be launched in the virtual universe at that time. My physical condition in the outside world will not affect my performance in the virtual universe too much. At most, I may feel sleepy and want to sleep at that time. Chapter 232 Luo Feng's Doubts. Hearing the voice that was obviously different from Ai Qin's voice before, the Queen of Light was not surprised. She had been guarding this life planet for more than 10 years, so she naturally noticed the gradual changes in Ai Qin inside. But fortunately, the virtual universe can still be logged in normally. If there is anything, the master and disciple can also communicate inside the virtual universe. It's just that during the blood transformation, Ai-Chin will often feel sleepy and want to sleep. But the new round of the Universe Human Genius competition is about to start. If Ai-Chin is sleepy under normal circumstances, it's nothing. But if he is sleepy during the game and loses the line, it will be fun. This disciple of his is the strongest star-level warrior in the Dreamlight universe. He is regarded as the new hope and future by the royal family of the Dreamlight universe. If there is any unexpected situation in the initial elimination match due to the influence of his own transformation, he will not win the first place in the Dreamlight universe. At that time, it will inevitably lead to a great negative situation. King Guangming thought about it carefully, and suddenly asked, Ai-Chin, if the master accelerates your time externally, you should also accelerate time internally. I wonder if this method can speed up your own blood mutation process. It shouldn't work. It's not that simple to interfere with time. Ai-Chin's gentle voice came from the inside again. Still steady and calm, Master. Don't worry for now. I know the priorities of the matter. And as the degree of blood mutation deepens, my conscious time will be extended. It's not difficult to get the first place in the Dreamlight universe. Hearing the words of this disciple who valued him the most, the King of Light had to temporarily suppress his thoughts. She didn't dare to accelerate time rashly outside. She was afraid that after doing so, some abnormal transformation would occur inside, which would have a negative impact on Ai-Chin inside, leading to something not so good. If you need my help, remember to let Leah contact me in time. Thank you for your kindness, Master. After saying a few simple words, the King of Light left the secret room again. Still stay inside the huge castle outside. Sensing the King of Light's departure, Ai-Chin, who was staying inside the Lao Dao shell, put part of his mind and attention on the adjustment and optimization of this body, accurately grasping every detailed direction. It was vaguely similar to the gestation and evolution of the innate beast gods inside this world. But at present, it can only be regarded as a similar state, not a real evolution into those beast gods. And the time required is much shorter. The embryo of the companion weapon has taken shape, and it is time to refine and absorb it into the body's blood, to make it undergo the next stage of localized use, under the control of the mind. The long, thin, gorgeous lightsaber gradually sank into Ai-Chin's body, and then turned into a ball of silver-white light. And under Ai-Chin's control, it spread out. It spread to all the wing feathers on his back, causing all the feathers to slowly transform into blade wings composed of sword blades. At present, the cultivation level of this body still needs to be suppressed at the 9th level of the star level. Otherwise, you will miss this year's Human Genius battle. Luo Feng was able to successfully join the competition with a higher realm of his main body and a lower realm of his human clone. And he has not been detected by the virtual universe. But this does not mean that all participants are the same. As long as there is a chance to get the sole inheritance of the Zerg Queen, this little preparation is nothing. Distract yourself to adjust the gestation in your body. Then, Ai-Chin put his main energy on sharing the perception of the origin law of light, the origin law of time, and the origin law of space. Try to improve your advantages in the virtual universe battle. The Milky Way, Earth, Australian continent. Inside Qingyan Base City, Luo Feng, who has become one of the Qingyan patrol envoys, got off the intelligent fighter he bought and looked at the huge martial arts headquarters not far away, his eyes full of calmness. After a few glances, Luo Feng walked towards the martial arts headquarters. Shua. Suddenly, the simulated projection of the demon Babata appeared, just sitting on Luo Feng's left shoulder. His short legs swayed, and with his head shaking back and forth, he looked like a naughty child. However, only Luo Feng could see such a scene. Luo Feng, I have to remind you seriously that the head of Qingyan Martial Arts School is very powerful. He is far above the 9th level of the universe. As for how powerful he is, I don't know. Anyway, when he reaches the Domain Master level, the Singularity Life Core in his body will fully converge his own realm. If he does not actively expose it, outsiders will not know. Listening to Babata's words, Luo Feng remained calm, but a hint of confusion flashed across his eyes unconsciously. Babata, you said that Master Zhao is so strong. But why doesn't he take the initiative to kill all the powerful monsters on the earth? For a Domain Master level warrior, killing a star level beast king only requires a glance. Why didn't she do that at all? I'm not her. How do I know? Babata said, and his short legs stopped shaking unconsciously. He tilted his head and recalled the past, when I met her inside the meteorite star. She was only a star level. Even the gene multiples at that time were only more than 100 times. But on Earth, there was an even more powerful and terrifying existence at that time. As for what happened later, I don't know much. I only know that Qinyan Martial Arts School began to flourish and grow rapidly. It became the strongest force in the world in a very short time. As he spoke, Babata became a little angry, and was not very satisfied with Luo Feng. He couldn't help but mutter there. You know, the person I wanted to inherit from Yunma Star the most was the founder of Qinyan Martial Arts School. With more than 100 times the gene multiple, he has comprehended and mastered a very terrifying law field at the planetary level, which is much better than you, Luo Feng. But the other party actually refused, and was unwilling to join Yunma Star at all. Later, I had no choice but to wait any longer. I had to choose you as the tallest among the short ones. Hearing Babata's muttering, Luo Feng's mouth twitched, but he didn't know how to answer. He also knew that his qualifications were indeed not very good. It's just that the width of his brain is high enough. But even if this is high enough, it is only compared with other Earthlings. In the forces before Yunma Star, he is not even at the average level. In other words, if Babata hadn't fallen on Earth and was trapped here and couldn't leave, he would not have been qualified to be the only core inheritor of Yunma Star. Chapter 233. Holding the sky with one hand, while communicating secretly with Babata. The smart elevator carried Luo Feng upwards, and soon brought him to the main entrance of Qinyan Martial Arts Hall. The male and female warriors coming and going would basically greet Luo Feng when they saw him. Even the attitude of most of them seemed very respectful and serious. The eyes looking at Luo Feng were full of admiration. Although Luo Feng is young now, he is already a planetary warrior. It can be said that except for the head of Qinyan Martial Arts Hall, he belongs to the first-tier top-tier warriors on Earth. Even Hong, the head of Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and Lei Shen, the head of Thunder Martial Arts Hall, are now just planetary warriors. Compared with the head of Qinyan Martial Arts Hall, there is a complete gap. Suddenly, just as Luo Feng walked into the main entrance of the Martial Arts Hall, suddenly, a white and delicate female arm poked out from the top window of the Martial Arts Hall. At a glance, it can be said that her skin is as white as cream, and her fingers are as white as green onions. The most beautiful and wonderful posture. Perfect. That place is where Master Zhao usually stays. Luo Feng looked up with curiosity. Then, under the gaze of all the male and female warriors, the white jade hand suddenly reached into the sky, and suddenly became extremely distant and majestic, as if it wanted to grasp the entire sky and stars in the palm of its hand. One hand held up the sky, as if to pick the stars and the moon. In the hazy trance, it can be seen that the slender 5 fingers gently closed, grabbed something in the depths of space, and then quickly returned to the earth from the starry sky. Very calmly and confidently entered the room on the top floor of the martial arts hall through the window. Master Zhao. It's so powerful and terrifying. Luo Feng looked at the scene and stood there in shock. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrible power it was. He suddenly felt that the star-level beast kings on Earth were so small and humble. In a trance, he seemed to really feel that the delicate and soft he had the supreme power of picking stars and taking the moon. That turned out to be the egg of the golden horned beast? Babata keenly observed what the thing that flashed by was, and almost jumped up in excitement. How could there be a golden horned beast egg here? My master has been wandering in the universe for thousands of epochs, and has never seen a star beast with his own eyes. Not to mention a golden horned beast cub that has not yet hatched. Golden horned beast? What is that? Luo Feng came back to his senses, and curiously whispered to Babata, asking puzzledly, why did you get so excited when you saw that egg? Luo Feng. You earth bumpkin. What do you know? Babata was a little surprised, stretched out his hand to grab Luo Feng's ear and yelled, that's the golden horned beast. One of the most powerful species in the star beasts. Born with 10 times the gene multiplier. Do you know what this means? Gene multiplier? What is this? Luo Feng was yelled at, and was confused. He really didn't know what these things were. And what are the star beasts you mentioned? Since you are so ignorant, Lord Babata will kindly guide you. A country bumpkin. Babata pretended to be arrogant, but patiently explained to Luo Feng, the bloodline of the star beast is inherited from the innate beast god. Even if there is only a trace of branched blood, it can create a powerful and amazing star beast race. As for the gene multiple, you could understand it as the potential level of the bloodline. The higher the gene multiple, the more powerful and terrifying the innate qualifications. And the affinity to various laws is extraordinary. The gene multiple of you Earthlings can barely be considered one, which is the lowest level of scum and waste in the universe. In the universe, many Earthlings are not even qualified to be slaves. After all, even slaves who are sold out have a cultivation level of at least planetary level. Planetary level. But it is only the weakest slave. Luo Feng's face suddenly turned pale and ugly when he heard the news. Realizing the weakness of the earth, being a slave to others may not be qualified to be a slave. This means that on the entire earth, only a few top figures such as him, Hong, Lei Shen, Jia Yi, etc. are only qualified to be a lowest level universe slave. Earthlings can barely be considered as life forms with one gene multiple. But the Golden Horn Beast has 10 gene multiples. Do you know what this means? Babata couldn't help but shout out, his expression excited and excited. The Golden Horn Beast is planetary level when it is born, and it is stellar level when it is a 1-year-old baby. When it reaches the teenage stage, it will naturally become cosmic level, and the youth stage is considered domain master level. As for the adult stage, it is a world master level. There is no need to actively practice. You can become a warrior of this level by eating, drinking and sleeping. Do you know what a cosmic level existence is? It is a powerful life that can fight and kill on a white dwarf at will. Babata gave Luo Feng a simple explanation. If it weren't for the widespread use of planetary transformation and strengthening technology, the strength of many life planets would be greatly enhanced. Just one cosmic level warrior could easily destroy the entire solar system. Of course, if on a planet that has been treated with planetary transformation and strengthening technology, cosmic level warriors can only jump and fight on the surface, and cannot cause much damage. Any elementary cosmic country at the lowest level can skillfully use and master this planetary transformation and strengthening technology to greatly strengthen the solid structure of the planet. If not for this, the combat power above the cosmic level warriors would cause too much damage. Cosmic level warriors can actually fight on white dwarfs. Luo Feng was shocked when he heard these words, and he stood there in a trance. He couldn't believe that a warrior could reach this level. What shocked him even more was that the cosmic level was not difficult for the Golden Horn Beast to achieve. Above the universe level, there are Domain Lord level and Realm Lord level. Only when you reach the Realm Lord level, you are considered to be a real adult. 10 times the gene multiple. Just born at the planetary level. Luo Feng unconsciously clenched his fists, feeling a huge gap in his heart. But the planetary level, for Earthlings, is a destination that they may not be able to reach even if they work hard all their lives. At this moment, Luo Feng deeply realized what the gap in qualifications is. I understand the backwardness and weakness of the earth more and more. Who? He suddenly let out a long breath and asked Babata in a low voice. Just now, Master Zhao made a move. Can you tell what realm of warrior Master Zhao is? Realm Lord level. And even the existence of the peak of the Realm Lord level. Babata said to Luo Feng seriously, even the gene multiple is more than 1,000 times. Which is very scary. I suggest you get the egg of the Golden Horn Beast from her. Chapter 234 Potential Crisis. When explaining these things to Luo Feng briefly, Babata also recalled his previous experience and guessed that the Master Zhao he met and the Master Zhao in the Qinyan main hall now probably had some special connection. Perhaps they were different avatars and main bodies of the same warrior. Otherwise things would not develop in this way. But at the same time, when Luo Feng heard Babata's words, he was more and more shocked. Even the Golden Horn Beast with only 10 times the gene multiples can have such a strong qualification. Then how powerful is Master Zhao, who has more than 1,000 times the gene multiples? And is she really a human from Earth? From Babata's words, he clearly heard that the bloodline qualifications of Earthlings are extremely poor. It can be said that they are not even qualified to be low-level slaves in the universe. Compared with Master Zhao's more than 1,000 times the gene multiples, it is really hard to believe that the two are humans born on the same planet, because the gap between the two sides is really too huge. In a trance, Luo Feng subconsciously walked towards the headquarters of Qinyan Martial Arts School, and unknowingly came to the end of a corridor. A black alloy door blocked his way forward. Huchichi. Suddenly, the alloy door opened by itself, revealing an elegant reception room. A beautiful woman in a green gauze dress was sitting sideways on a sofa, near the table in front of her. There was a huge beast egg with a black and gold body and mysterious patterns on the surface. The soft hair that originally fell on the back of the waist was now scattered casually on the front and back of the chest. It looks like a lazy and luxurious beauty. Since you are here, come in. Hearing the ethereal voice coming from the reception room, Luo Feng immediately came back to his senses. He regained his composure and walked into the reception room. The alloy door behind him closed automatically, isolating everything here from the outside. Qingyan Inspector Luo Feng. Meet Master Zhao. Sit down. No need to be restrained, Zhao Mingli said casually, while using her mind to explore the microscopic situation inside the golden horn beast egg. She communicated with Luo Feng. You seem to be in a bad mood this time. Is it because the human beings on Earth are inferior and weak in the universe? Luo Feng was silent for a short time and nodded seriously in response. Well, I didn't expect that the top figures on Earth can only be regarded as the weakest slaves in the universe. Many people are not even qualified to be slaves. If one day in the future, the Earth is discovered by the universe civilization, what kind of great terror will the Earthlings encounter? Just thinking about it, I feel an invisible suffocating pressure coming. Since you are worried, then choose to possess the body. Zhao Mingli looked at Luo Feng and smiled faintly. If you have the bloodline of an Earthling, you can't grow up. I have already felt that a space fleet is approaching the Earth, and it will arrive in a few years. What? Luo Feng stood up suddenly and asked in disbelief. A space fleet is approaching the Earth? Master Zhao, is this true? Before Zhao Mingli said anything, Babata couldn't help but jump out to deny it. His expression was very excited. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My master personally used the immortal secret method to seal and hide the thousands of light years around the solar system, making it impossible to perform dark space jump flight. The strongest of those space fleets that can sail in the starry sky is generally only at the cosmic level. How could it be possible to break through the immortal secret seal cast by my master? So many tens of thousands of years have passed. And no matter how perfect the secret seal is, there will always be damage and omissions. Nothing is impossible. Zhao Mingli looked calm, as if unmoved, and said casually, whether you believe it or not, what has happened will not be transferred according to your will. Within a few years, that space fleet will come to the interior of the solar system. As a planet with life, the Earth will inevitably not escape the remote detection of the space fleet detector, and being discovered is an inevitable result. Hearing Zhao Mingli's words, Babata was also a little uncertain. He was confident that his master Hu Yanbo was powerful and terrifying. But as Zhao Mingli said, tens of thousands of years have passed in this era, and it is not impossible that the secret seal has been damaged. But once the secret can't be completely hidden here, then it's only a matter of time before the Earth is discovered by the cosmic civilization. Master Zhao, I heard from Babata that you are now a world master level warrior. Luo Feng took a deep breath and asked seriously, I wonder if those space fleets can be stopped if they come to the Earth? For me, I can destroy them with a snap of my fingers. Zhao Mingli spoke calmly. She glanced and saw the surprised smile on Luo Feng's face, and suddenly spoke slowly. But I am not from your Earth. What kind of outcome your Earth civilization will encounter is actually not that important to me. It doesn't matter whether I live or die. Hearing these words, the surprised smile on Luo Feng's face gradually disappeared. Suddenly, he felt a huge psychological pressure coming. It was the instinctive panic of the unknown space fleet. But he was unwilling to sit and wait for death, and continued to plead with Zhao Mingli, hoping that she could lend a hand, whether Master Zhao is from Earth or not. The existence of Qingyan Martial Arts School has helped many people change their fate and survive the monster disaster. I hope Master Zhao will help us for the sake of so many lives. And Qingyan Martial Arts School is on Earth. If the space fleet really arrives, it will inevitably cause damage and impact to the Qingyan Martial Arts School founded by Master Zhao. Suddenly, Babata took the initiative to speak, interrupting what Luo Feng wanted to say. When he looked at the beast egg on the table, his eyes were full of passion and excitement. How much is this golden horned beast egg? With your more than 1,000 times genetic multiples, you don't need this kind of star beast with only 10 times the genetic multiples. It's not worth it even if you use it to cultivate a clone. You're right. The golden horned beast is really of no use to me. Zhao Mingli reached out and touched the shell of the beast egg, and the golden horned beast cub inside was trembling with fear. She turned her head to look at Babata's simulated projection and smiled. But if this beast egg is placed inside the universe auction house, How much wealth do you think it will be auctioned for? As an intelligent life, you have lived with immortals like Hu Yanbo for a long time. So you naturally know how rare and valuable a golden horned giant beast that has not yet hatched is. Even a life planet can be easily exchanged for tens of thousands of them. But I know you can't afford this thing now. Zhao Mingli turned her head to look at Luo Feng and said, if you can take over this beast egg, you can solve the crisis of the universe fleet by yourself. Chapter 235 Leaving. Babata was shocked to hear that Zhao Mingli was willing to sell the egg of the golden horned beast. Although he wanted to get it before, he had no idea, because he knew how precious this thing was. And the fact that the other party could say those words showed that he was not an earthling at all, and was not a narrow-minded native. So it was impossible to deceive him. You are really willing to trade. What are your conditions? Babata asked impatiently, excited and happy. If his master Hu Yanbo had the opportunity to seize the body of the golden horned beast cub, then his future achievements would definitely be far beyond the immortal realm. And he would not be killed so easily. Babata knew how big the gap was. It was because he knew it that he was surprised at the good luck of Luo Feng. The silly boy. Zhao Mingli didn't even look at Babata's virtual projection, but looked at Luo Feng, who was standing not far away, and suddenly said, do one thing for me in the future, and this golden horned beast egg will belong to you. What is it? Luo Feng asked, puzzled. He was only at the planetary level, while Pavilion Master Zhao was already at the Realm Master level. The gap between the two was so huge that Luo Feng himself could hardly imagine and understand it, which made him a little confused about what a weak person like him needed to do. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it. As Zhao Mingli spoke, his telekinesis gently swept across the golden horned beast egg, instantly erasing the golden horned beast soul inside. Then he swung the embroidery, and the half-man-high beast egg flew towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng subconsciously reached out to catch it. Young man, I have confidence in you. The task of protecting light and justice is left to you. Zhao Yu now had a smiling expression on her face, and her beautiful eyes blinked gently, indicating that Luo Feng could leave. Looking at the golden horned beast egg in Luo Feng's arms, Babata jumped excitedly on Luo Feng's shoulder. He stretched out his hand and pulled Luo Feng's ear and roared, Luo Feng, what are you still hesitating about? This is the beast egg of the golden horned beast, and its preciousness is beyond your imagination. Now you only need a promise to get it. Why don't you agree to it quickly? As long as you can take over the body of the golden horned beast, you can even have a glimmer of hope to surpass the immortal realm, which is a mysterious realm that my master has not reached. Don't you still want to protect the earth? If you are not strong enough, what can you use to protect the earth? Hearing Babata's loud roar, Luo Feng finally made up his mind. He took the initiative to thank Zhao Mingli, who was sitting on the sofa. Thank you for your kindness, Master Zhao. If there is anything I need to do in the future, Master Zhao, just tell me. Then Luo Feng controlled the storage ring with his mental power, and put away the egg of the golden horned beast. Seeing the alloy door on the side open, Luo Feng bowed slightly, then turned around and left. Following the twists and turns of the corridor, he soon arrived at the headquarters gate of Qingyun Martial Arts Hall. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance, Luo Feng couldn't help but recall the words he had heard before. A space fleet is approaching the Earth. But Pavilion Master Zhao was unwilling to help. Babata, do you think that possessing the body of the golden horned beast can really stop the space fleet? Luo Feng whispered, as if he was talking to himself. Of course, under normal circumstances, the strongest in the space fleet is the universe level, or even lower, Babata explained in a sharp voice. As for the domain master level and the realm master level, any one of them is a rich existence. They all have their own private spaceships, and don't look down on ordinary space fleets at all. As long as you possess the body of the golden horned beast, with 10 times the genetic qualifications, the speed of cultivation must be extremely fast. It won't take many years to break through to become a universe-level existence. Possess the body of the golden horned beast, and abandon my current human body. Luo Feng murmured to himself, with some struggle and discomfort on his face. But Su Xian and I have only been married for a short time. If I abandon my human body, do I have to use the body of the golden horned beast to have children with Su Xian in the future? With her. Your physical condition. Will you be able to bear it by then? Stupid. The genetic qualifications of Earthlings are so bad. What's there to care about? Babata was a little angry, and shouted angrily, and the golden horned beast is born with the ability to breed clones of other races, and it is extremely talented. When the time comes, you can choose 3 targets with strong qualifications to breed, and transform them into your own clones, which will definitely make your own future smooth and broad. Do you know how much better that situation is than your current human body on Earth? Wait, Babata, you said that the golden horned beast can also breed clones of other races? Luo Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked impatiently, if I take over the body of the golden horned beast, can I still breed my current body into clones? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the bloodline of the golden horned beast is strong? Babata responded proudly, and suddenly reacted and asked suspiciously, you don't really intend to put a precious clone quota on your body of a garbage earthling? Hearing Babata's words, Luo Feng pursed his lips. With a determined and serious face, he responded to Babata decisively, no matter what, I will not completely give up my current Earth human body. This is my root. If the root is gone, how can the leaves survive? With a decision in mind, Luo Feng strode out. He had to seize this safe time and try to have a baby with Su Xian, or at least make Su Xian pregnant. Otherwise, he really didn't want to sleep with Su Xian in the body of the golden horned beast. As for Babata's consolation and noise, Luo Feng temporarily ignored it at this moment. Not long after, Luo Feng came to his smart fighter and jumped into the cabin. The next moment, the smart fighter took off and accelerated quickly, flying directly to Jiangnan Bay City, Qingyan Martial Arts School headquarters. On the 3rd floor, Zhao Mingli turned her head to look at Luo Feng's leaving figure, and then focused her attention on her origin bead. 7 soul swords of different colors and shapes were surrounding the origin bead, like 7 planets orbiting a star, with a mysterious charm. After so many years, I finally succeeded in practicing and refining the 7 emotions and 7 desires sword. 7 emotions and 7 desires. Taoism turns the inner demons, and turns to conquer the soul and mind. It is worth the decades I spent on this earth to complete this step. It's time to leave the earth. Zhao Mingli took a sip of the boiled water in the white porcelain cup beside her, and put it on the table. The slender figure lying on her side stretched naturally, revealing her curvy and hot figure, and then stood up and flew out directly from the window. Suddenly, she took a step and appeared in the Earth's atmosphere. Chapter 236 Harvest. Amidst the blue sky and blue sea, an intelligent fighter plane flew through the air at high speed. Luo Feng, who was sitting in the cockpit, suddenly realized something and turned his head to look out the window. His eyes stared through the aviation glass at the beautiful figure standing in the air. That's Pavilion Master Zhao. What does she want to do? Before Luo Feng could figure it out, the next moment, he saw a vast brown torrent of force emanating from the other party's palm, spreading at an incredible speed. Under Luo Feng's perception, it was not noticeable. In less than a second, the majestic and terrifying genetic force contained the entire Earth. Then the force condensed and turned into one flexible tentacle after another, reaching down from the atmosphere, capturing all the planetary and star-level beast kings and beast emperors of all races on the Earth alive, including some potential seedlings that have not reached the planetary level. None of them were spared. Thousands of tentacles entangled and retracted, taking away the beast kings and beast emperors one by one. No matter how they struggled and resisted, they were helpless against the force tentacles that entangled and locked themselves. They were full of fear and anxiety, and were dragged to the vicinity of the beautiful figure standing in the air. In the Earth's atmosphere, the clouds were misty, and lightning and thunder were roaring. But it did not affect Zhao Mingli at all. She gently raised her snow-white left hand, and her slender fingers slashed through the air, breaking through the space and opening a cross-border channel in the inner world here. In an instant, a deep and huge vortex channel was suspended and rotated in the air. It was like an incredible CI vortex. The force tentacles were retracted one by one, carrying the beast kings and beast emperors of different races, and the weak monster seedlings with potential, and throwing them into her inner world one after another. With the current inner world that is larger than the diameter of the solar system, millions of monsters of various races are scattered in it, without even a splash. At the same time, Zhao Mingli consumed the stored cosmic crystals again and began to modify the inner world, dividing it into two normally connected areas. However, the laws of the two different areas are completely different. One continues to maintain the avenue of the Juxian world, the civilization practice system, and focuses on refining qi and cultivating the truth. As for the other, it is the same as the original universe avenue today, and the practice system category continues to focus on the devouring gene system. The two different avenue realms coexist around each other, like a yin and yang diagram. The interval area in the middle is the buffer adaptation zone of the two avenues. I wonder what kind of civilization results will evolve in the future if the situation continues to develop like this. Zhao Mingli looked down at the whole world distractedly, thinking in her heart, even if time is accelerated, it will not produce results in a short time. But next, the progress of the main body's practice will enter a long stage of perception and analysis. It is not necessary to obtain the results of the civilization system immediately. Zhao Mingli was distracted thinking about things, but her hands did not stop. After harvesting some seedlings with excellent soul potential, she began to use the special connection between the clone and the main body to remotely call her main body Zhao Yunyao. Not long after, a dark and deep vortex channel opened and manifested in front of her. Zhao Mingli did not hesitate at all, jumped into it, transformed into the form of the Holy Spirit True Dragon, and flew along the space-time channel at a high speed to the Yinji Master Continent on the battlefield of the 7th universe, the vast and boundless cosmic zone. A floating continent with a diameter of 1.8 light-years is quietly floating in the starry sky. Around it, many islands, continental fragments, and many sun, moon, and stars are scattered around the main continent, densely packed and numerous. This place is the famous Yinji continent in the battlefield of the 7th universe. It is also the main area where immortal gods of various races fight each other. At this moment, a desert oasis area, Zhao Yunao had a blank expression on her face. She grabbed all the slaves below the immortal realm and stuffed them into the altar of life, refining them alive as sacrifices. She didn't care about their absolute loyalty to her and their hard work. In just a moment, she obtained some essence of the origin of life and divided it equally among her physical origin, gene multiples, comprehension, charm, and appearance, comprehensively improve and strengthen her various basic qualifications. Shua. Suddenly, Zhao Mingli flew out of the space-time channel and hovered around Zhao Yunyao. The space-time channel closed and turned into a miniature hourglass. Immediately afterwards, a Yongshan clone appeared, picked up the miniaturized space-time hourglass with both hands, and jumped back to Ai Chen's side. Do you want me to be the bait and fish here? Zhao Mingli looked at the surrounding environment and smiled curiously. If I emit special life fluctuations, it will definitely attract a lot of fish to take the bait. No. You start preparing to break through the immortal realm. Zhao Yunao took the initiative to take back the Zur Queen clone and the Chevy corpse, which cloned to further enhance herself, and ordered, remember to exert the limit state of the big and small Ri talents before the breakthrough. Let this Holy Spirit dragon body become as big as it can be. I'll try. To be honest, I don't know how big the limit of this talent is. Zhao Mingli looked at the vast desert and cautiously suggested, tell me, if I become bigger than the Yanjiza continent, will it attract the Universe Venerable or the Universe Overlord? There are beings of this level secretly sitting inside the battlefield headquarters. Can you really withstand warriors of this level now? I haven't fought them, so I don't know. Zhao Yunyao looked calm, but with the protection of the Huadao heavenly clothes. Even if they really show up, they can't kill me. When you change, it's better to be faster, so as not to really attract some big guys. Got it. You get ready. Zhao Mingli took the initiative to remind him. Then he soared into the sky and began to use his talent of size as he wished to the limit. In just a moment, the Holy Spirit dragon body, which was less than 3 feet long just now, suddenly swelled and grew larger. Every moment, every second, the speed of change is getting faster and faster, and Zhao Mingli's body size is getting bigger and bigger. The white clouds are lingering outside the majestic and sturdy real dragon body, making it looming and mysterious. In particular, the breath blessed by the original universe has become much stronger, instantly attracted the attention of all practitioners of the human race, the insect race, the mechanical race, the demon race, and their many affiliated races. Special life is obvious, and Zhao Mingli's body size also quickly broke through the length of 1 light year, and the momentum is not reduced, still growing rapidly, from 1 light year in length to 2 light years in length. The change is almost completed in an instant, becoming larger than the Yanjiza continent. The winding real dragon body is as thick as a pillar of heaven, and it is incredibly large. But Zhao Mingli is still growing. Chapter 237 The Reverend arrives. When Zhao Mingli showed the true form of the Holy Spirit dragon and expanded rapidly, whether it was the human race, the insect race, the mechanical race, or the demon race, including the many affiliated races of the four peak races. All saw the majestic and sturdy body that spanned the starry sky. Compared with it, the sun, the moon, and the stars were just small bullets. It was just a short moment. The huge body of the Holy Spirit Dragon had already exceeded the size of 10 light years, which was more than 5 times larger than the solar system where the Earth was located. But the degree of expansion did not stop, and it continued to expand rapidly. Is this a Realm Master level original force fluctuation? Inside the human race's divine base, the Nine Suns Venerable, who was in charge of concealing the situation, looked up at the sky with an expression of disbelief. Special life. Can it grow so big? Great. Great. I didn't expect that I would encounter a special life of the Realm Master level when I was about to go back. If we capture it directly, whether it is used to seize the body or to sacrifice the clone, it will be a good thing. A Realm Master level special life with a body length of more than 10 light years. If it breaks through to become immortal, how strong and huge immortal divine power must it have? Special life in the Nine Nether Sea does not have such a terrifying and amazing size. But what is that strange fluctuation? The Nine Suns Venerable keenly captured a breath fluctuation similar to the original universes while in the body of the Holy Spirit True Dragon. But he couldn't figure out what it was. Then he quickly put it behind his mind, suddenly soared into the air, and stretched out his 4 arms. Without hesitation, he grabbed it through the air. But before he succeeded, the existence of the Universe Venerable level from the Demon Clan, the Mechanical Clan, and the Insect Clan also took action, also targeting this special life with excellent qualifications. Halfway through, the 4 Venerables began to compete with each other for the fight. You pull my legs, I pull your tail. They just don't want to let the other party get it first. In their eyes, the special life of the Realm Master level is just a small ant that can be caught at will. As long as they are targeted, they can be caught at any time, and there is no possibility of escape. On the contrary, these beings of the same realm are not easy to deal with. Jiuyang, I didn't expect you to run out. It seems that the injury you suffered last time was not too serious. Around the Yinji continent, the werewolf-looking demon elder stared at the human Jiuyang elder with 4 oily green eyes, gritting. If you have the ability, don't run this time, and see how I chop you. You can't kill me. Jiuyang elders looked calm and confident, and each of their 4 arms formed a different seal, carefully dealing with the changes in the melee. As for the Zerg and mechanical elders, they came directly with their own puppet bodies. They fought much more unrestrainedly than the demon elders and human elders. Because of their racial characteristics, they are not afraid of this kind of consumption at all. However, during the whole process, the 4 elders consciously did not let the aftermath spread out. They were afraid of destroying the elite descendants of their own tribe. And they were also afraid of shocking that special life to death from a distance. A living special life is much more valuable than a dead special life. After all, the probability of special life forms becoming the masters of the universe is much greater than that of ordinary races. If it is used to seize the body, it means that the probability of becoming the master of the universe is increased. It is precisely because of this that if you want to find special life below the immortal level on weekdays, it can only rely on luck. Just when the 4 Venerables were pulling each other and dragging their legs, Zhao Mengli's Holy Spirit True Dragon body size had grown to a terrifying degree of 13 light years long. At this point, she finally felt the limit of her current talent. Next, it's time to break through and become an immortal god. Just when Zhao Mengli made this thought, the 4 Universe Venerables suddenly turned their heads and looked at her, and at the same time distractedly suppressed and imprisoned her, not allowing her to break the Realm Master's origin beat at all, and not giving her the opportunity to become an immortal god. Because once you break through to become an immortal god, your body can't be seized by others. Boom boom boom. The 4 terrifying pressures hit Zhao Mengli, making her feel like a little bug in amber. There was no power to struggle and resist at all. It's really not enough to rely on myself. Next, it depends on the original body. The mind and consciousness are connected and sensed. And Zhao Mengli felt Zhao Yunya's actions. The terrifying suppression brought by the 4 Universe Masters is like a harmless breeze in front of Hua Dao Tianyi. In just a moment, Zhao Yunao has appeared on the back of the Holy Spirit True Dragon, turning his head to look at the different Universe Masters of the 4 clans. There is not much emotion on that cold face. What? What do you want to do with my clone? Zhao Yunao looked at the 4 Universe Masters, especially the 9 Sun Master who was the most greedy. with a hint of coldness in his eyes. If you don't want to die, get out. Who are you? What race are you from? Venerable Jiu Yang narrowed his eyes and took a quick look. He found that he could not see through the other person's true cultivation, but he could ignore the pressure of the four universe venerables. So his cultivation was obviously not low. But in the end, Venerable Jiu Yang still focused on the gorgeous long skirt on the other person. He saw that it was a precious treasure, and the level was not low. It was enough to completely block his observation and exploration. But what surprised him was that this treasure of seeing the dress was neither a heavy treasure nor a supreme treasure. It was even more impossible to be transformed from something like the 9 great divine weapons. It was even different from the strongest treasure in his memory. I didn't expect to encounter a special life form of the Realm Master level today, and also see a mysterious treasure. It seems that I am lucky. The eyes of Jiu Yang Venerable moved slightly, and he thought to himself, I have to find a way to test the true details of the other party. If he is not as strong as me, then maybe these treasures will have to be returned to the virtuous. At this moment, even the 3 universe venerables of other races beside him temporarily stopped their actions. He focused a lot of attention on this mysterious woman who suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Zhao Yunya's body began to show unusually obvious fluctuations of the origin of time and space, and almost simultaneously merged into the origin of time and space. A mysterious power spread from her. It made it impossible for this area to jump in time and space. It blocked the most commonly used teleportation method of the universe venerable. Almost at the same time, a faint white fairy mist floated on the surface of the Huadao Tianyi, easily dispelling the pressure of the surrounding universe venerables. With the mind and consciousness connected, Zhao Mingli seized the opportunity and shattered the origin bead without hesitation. Instantly, the majestic power of the original universe descended. It enveloped Zhao Mingli's terrifying Holy Spirit true dragon body that was 13 light years long, combined with the life essence inside the shattered origin bead in his body, and spread rapidly to all parts of his body. It transformed him into the immortal body of an immortal god. Chapter 238 Unparalleled Physique. When the fluctuations of the origin law of time and the origin law of space appeared at the same time, the 4 universe masters became extremely solemn and fearful, knowing that they had encountered a master. But when the power of the 2 origin laws of time and space merged into one, when the mysterious fluctuations of the law of time and space were revealed, the faces of the 4 universe masters had already turned slightly green. Even a universe overlord, who was stronger than the universe master, might not be able to comprehend and master the law of time and space. This is bad news. The space here is blocked and teleportation is impossible. Jin Yangzun carefully sensed it, his face extremely solemn, even though it is only an incarnation of divine power now. It won't kill me if it dies, but it is enough to implicate the main body and cause it to suffer considerable divine body damage. However, why does her time and space blockade feel a little too small? It seems a little inconsistent with the means of the universe Zun? While thinking in his heart, the Jiu Yang Zun saw that special life suddenly shrank its immortal divine body, becoming 3 feet long and entangled on the left arm of the woman in white. Then it suddenly took the initiative to rush towards them. Since you don't want to leave, then stay here forever. Zhao Yunya's eyes were calm, and the huge and condensed Yangshan's divine thoughts began to churn violently in his body. Suddenly, it merged with the 7 lustful heart demon knives cultivated by Zhao Mingli. Swish, swish, swish. The 7 demon knives left the body and surrounded Zhao Yunya's body. Seeing that the 2 sides were getting closer and closer, Zhao Yunyao clenched his right hand, and the 7 passion demon swords suddenly merged into one, allowing joy, anger, worry, sadness, fear, shock, greed, anger, ignorance, love, hunger, and desire to mix and blend, transformed into a special weapon that only exists at the level of mind and desire. 7 Sins Divine Prison. Zhao Yunyao raised his hand slightly and suddenly chopped at the 4 universe masters. The mysterious spiritual sword light containing emotions and desires, under the multiple superposition of telekinesis amplitude, force generation skills, and genetic multiples, suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying and condensed power. That is the killing power beyond the immortal realm. Wherever the sword light passed, time and space were distorted and changed, and it was like the young god wandering in the void, regarding the distant distance as tiny. It appeared directly in front of the 4 universe masters, like teleportation, without waiting for them to make any response. That mysterious spiritual sword light suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and then appeared directly in their own souls and minds, completely ignoring everything outside. No. How is this possible? Jiuyang Master noticed the changes in his body and was shocked. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of epochs, but this was the first time he had seen this strange sword technique that directly attacked the soul, mind, and will. He tried his best to mobilize the power of the venerable and the power of the law in his body, trying to expel and disperse it. But he found that it had no effect on this thing at all. The sword light was shining, reflecting the soul, stimulating all the emotions and desires in the self, making the other three venerables, including the 9 sons venerable, feel that their hearts were full of desires and emotions, despair, pain, happiness, sadness, greed, numbness, laziness. For a moment, all kinds of emotions and desires, like a volcanic eruption, appeared in the depths of the soul, making the self-consciousness become hazy. The will to fight suddenly dissipated, and he was a little at a loss. I just felt that my mind was full of all kinds of emotions and desires. Puff. Instantly, the 9 sons venerable couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of divine blood. Every part of his body was in pain, as if he was cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. That was the soul demon knife beheading the soul mark on himself. It soon made him unable to maintain the form of the divine power incarnation and turned into a ball of energy. The eyes were black, as if the consciousness of the incarnation was about to collapse. In the confrontation of laws, the higher-level laws of time and space directly formed an absolute suppression effect on the 8 lower-level laws. In this regard, the 4 universe venerables lost miserably. Boom! Zhao Yuniao raised his left hand and swung his palm. The terrifying and powerful palm power twisted large areas of the void, making the time here chaotic. The demon clan venerable reacted quickly, relying on the powerful and terrifying instinctive reaction, waving the mace in his hand to fight against the seemingly white and delicate palm. Only a crack sound was heard. On the surface of the precious mace, the dark red spikes twisted and shattered one after another, and finally could not withstand the terrifying and violent power, and the main body of the mace broke and shattered. The terrifying part of the witch clan's flesh showed its incredible strength at this moment, no matter how the 4 universe masters fought back. But as long as the attack they made could not break the absolute life field on Zhao Yunya's body, all types of damage were passively exempted. It did not cause any damage at all. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao took the initiative to put away the desire-hard demon knife, and immediately approached and fought with these universe masters in close combat. Use your strong physique to fight head-on. She stretched her body and limbs freely, and her fingers, palms, fists and feet were wielded at will. When she fought with the 4 universe masters, she was injured and crippled, whether it was the terrifying wolf demon claws that were sharp enough to tear the black hole of the universe, or the strong active metal body of the mechanical race. When colliding with Zhao Yunya's body, either her arm was broken by a punch, and the bone fragments pierced out of her shoulder, or her body was broken by the slender whip kick, and she was beaten incomplete. The strength of the witch clan's body was unexpectedly strong and terrifying. Even Zhao Yunyao herself was a little shocked, seeing that they were defeated. The 4 masters did not want their incarnations or puppets to be completely destroyed here, so they took advantage of the aftermath of the battle to disperse and flee in all directions. After escaping from the confinement range of Zhao Yunya's time and space laws, without hesitation, he teleported and disappeared from Zhao Yunyao's perception range in an instant. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao also stopped trying to chase, and sighed with regret in her heart, thinking secretly, the realm of the devouring gene system is still a bit too low. If it weren't for teleportation, these 4 guys wouldn't have thought of escaping today. But she knew it in her heart. Even if these puppet bodies and divine incarnations were really destroyed, it would be impossible to kill the opponent's real body from a distance. The higher the realm of cultivation, the harder it is to die. Even if you die, you can be resurrected by a stronger person who reverses time and space. Hurry up. I can't hold on. The pressure from the kingdom of God is getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Zhao Mengli reminded Zhao Yunyao, forcing her to land on a nearby dead planet. Then, Zhao Yunyao took the initiative to release the protective suppression of the absolute life field. Zhao Mengli suddenly rushed into Zhao Yunyao's body, with a very clear goal, and went straight to the inside of the Wheelsea secret realm in her body. This secret realm itself is a seed of the embryonic form of a world. It naturally possesses the properties of an independent space fragment. Chapter 239 Eternal Life. After entering the level of immortal gods, Zhao Mingli immediately felt the tremendous pressure of the world in his body transforming into the kingdom of God. And this pressure will become greater and greater as time goes by. If it is not released, it will eventually burst and crush itself alive. However, compared with other immortal gods, he built his own immortal kingdom of God in the gap between the original universe, and used the void fragments as the foundation of the kingdom of God. Zhao Mingli chose to put his immortal kingdom of God directly into Zhao Yunyu's body. The Wheelsea secret realm itself is an extremely primitive seed of the world. If it is integrated with the immortal kingdom of God, it may accelerate the further evolution of the Wheelsea secret realm. But I don't know what it will become. Thinking about things in his heart, Zhao Mingli has completely entered the Wheelsea secret realm. In an instant, a rich and vigorous vitality rushed towards him, which was incredibly rich. Looking down, he could see the vast and majestic blue sea of suffering, and the shocking waves were heavy and mighty. In the central core area, there is a deep and huge sea life spring. It always erupts the life force containing immortal substances. After a quick look, Zhao Mingli no longer hesitated. She chose the entire Luanhai secret realm as the fusion target with her mind and consciousness, and at the same time launched her immortal kingdom. Boom! In an instant, the blue bitter sea was full of surging waves, and dazzling lightning spread like branches, illuminating the entire Luanhai secret realm. There was a large area of misty fog flowing inside, as if it had suddenly arrived before the creation of the world. Soon, all the effects were not clear. The immortal kingdom of God appeared, and merged with the Wheelsea secret realm at a very fast speed. And soon the entire Wheelsea secret realm underwent a significant and earth-shaking change. The blue bitter sea swept and surged, and the tsunami surged, with the central life spring as the core. The surrounding area began to condense into a vast continent. From a bird's eye view, the existence of two different laws of the Great Way made the two continents coexist like yin and yang fish, with clear distinctions. Mountains, rivers, lakes, hills and valleys, plains and deserts, snow-capped mountains and swamps, etc., evolved on the two continents. The area of the entire world has been greatly expanded, and in the areas around the two continents, large and small islands are scattered and densely distributed. The properties of the bitter sea itself have quietly acquired the essential characteristics of water. It has turned into an endless sea that is always expanding around it. Crack, crack, boom. It wasn't long before a duller and louder sound came from the life spring. Soon, it was seen that an extremely complex terrain had naturally evolved there. Different earth veins, different water veins, and spiritual veins containing spiritual energy, etc., intertwined and coexisted here, and naturally evolved into an innate killing array with the terrain. This core key area has become a life-restricted area. The divine power spring, which is rich in immortal creation materials, intertwined and influenced the earth veins, water veins and spiritual veins, and finally evolved into the source of extraordinary energy for the entire kingdom of God, and let the immortal creation materials radiate and spread along the earth veins, water veins and spiritual veins. Soon it spread to different continents, islands, and the interior of the endless sea. Above the sky, the sun, moon and stars condensed and were born one after another, just like the galaxies in the universe, each forming a different gravitational galaxy structure, and emitting different starlight to the outside. There is also an extraordinary sun that is purely condensed by the laws of the great Tao and the origin of the world, freely stretching between heaven and earth, according to the established rules. It appears and disappears in the gap of the void. It only takes a short moment. The outer structure of the Wheelsea secret realm itself has quickly evolved into something similar to the world boundary wall, and it has merged with the absolute life field by itself, evolving the four images of heaven and earth internally. And then it has created various complex and changeable meteorological environments of heaven and earth by itself. The external influence makes the absolute life field stronger and stronger, and naturally possesses the authority of the world's great Tao, making the four images of heavens will passively sublimate into the control of earth, water, wind and fire. It's so swollen. A little bit bloated. Zhao Yunyao panted softly, feeling Zhao Mingli's small movements inside her body, and gradually adapted to the huge size of the immortal kingdom itself. It was a place big enough to accommodate tens of thousands of solar systems. Even among the immortal gods, the immortal kingdom with such a huge size is a very rare existence. Even many universe masters' own kingdoms cannot compare in the precise and sensitive perception of the absolute life field. Zhao Yuniao realized that her wheel of life had completely transformed into the source wheel of life, always maintaining a crystal clear and pure state without scars and impurities. This means that the origin of her life is no different from that of an immortal, giving her an infinite lifespan. However, because the 5 secret realms of Tao seeds are still fragmented, and some have not been cultivated and developed, and have not yet synthesized into a complete form of the only Tao seed, there is a clear difference in combat power with the immortals. Self-produce and sell immortal substances, transforming them into infinite life. I didn't expect it to have a special impact on this aspect. Zhao Yuniao looked down at her hands, which became whiter and more moist, as if they were carefully carved from immortal gold and jade. Because of the influence of the immortal kingdom of God, she herself also possessed the powerful immortality of the immortal gods. However, because of the fusion of the immortal body of the Wu clan, she did not have the defects and weaknesses of the immortal gods. There is no loss of a certain proportion of divine power, which will fall into a state of sleep or death. Shua. In an instant, Zhao Mingli drilled out from the inside of the Wheel C secret realm again. It turned into a 3-foot-sized body and wrapped around Zhao Yuniao's arm. Next, my practice will focus on the comprehension of the origin law. Zhao Mingli turned his head to look at Zhao Yuniao, and said with a grin, the integration of the origin law of time and the origin law of space depends on you. Once I have mastered it to a certain extent, I can directly break through to the universe master. If you want to do it, you must be the strongest space-time master. Now your comprehension is not low, and the soul on the chaos monument will speed up your comprehension, and then share it with you. Zhao Yuniao played with Zhao Mingli's body with her fingers, and told her, you can improve as much as you can hear, and I will take over. I will not easily break through the realm for the time being. I need to sort out the practice of the 7th secret realm of the system of the heavens and myriad worlds in my body, which will definitely take a long time. There is also the construction of the 6th secret realm of the Tianbei Acupates, which also requires a lot of time and resources. Leave the realm improvement to me, and I will be responsible for enhancing your actual combat effectiveness. Zhao Mingli confidently assured. As for the foundation, it will be left to you to handle, and there is no need to rush for success. Even if tens of millions of years have passed, there is no need to rush for a breakthrough. The most important thing is to polish and perfect the foundation of the secret realm. Chapter 240 Rebirth. After completing the integration and construction of the immortal kingdom of the immortal god and the secret realm of the Wheel C, although Zhao Yuniao knew that she had become stronger again, she was not in a hurry to retaliate against the 9 sons Venerable and others. The incarnation of divine power and the Venerable's body are completely 2 different concepts. The actual gap between the 2 sides is sometimes comparable to a big realm difference. Being able to easily compete with the incarnation of the divine power of the universe Venerable does not mean that it can definitely compete with the universe Venerable's body. The ability to teleport over a long distance alone is enough to make her busy now. Continue to improve yourself for the time being. There will be opportunities to deal with some grievances in the future. It is better to improve to the perfect gene multiple as soon as possible. It is better to start the breeding and evolution of the 3rd clone as soon as possible, so that in the process of comprehending the law, a lot of waiting time for breeding can be reduced. After thinking about it, Zhao Yuniao left this place. He found a place at random and began to practice in seclusion. As for hunting, he left it to Zhao Mingli, his 2 clones, and the immortal slaves. Unconsciously, another few years passed quickly. Inside the Dream Light universe, the flowing light star, the King of Light, who was sitting on the side to comprehend the mysteries of the law, suddenly changed his expression and came to the secluded secret room inside the castle without hesitation. It can be seen that Ai Chen's body was now sending bursts of crackling sounds. You have finally completed your evolution. And it took so many years. Seeing this, the King of Light was relieved. The performance of the Dream Light universe and the universe human genius battle depends on Ai Chen's performance. This will affect the resource acquisition results of the entire Mengguang universe. Now that she has completed the evolution of her Menglua Wing bloodline and no longer sleeps intermittently, in the eyes of the King of Light, the most important factor has finally been eliminated. Try to eliminate unexpected factors as much as possible to better allow Ai Chen to show his true ability. I just don't know what you will evolve the Menglua Wing bloodline into now. The King of Light stared at Ai Chen's new life, with a hint of excitement and expectation in his eyes. Light, time and space. The 3 original laws are all recognized by the original universe will, and it is in the form of fusion law. and it is really expected to become the first in this universe genius battle. If the king knew this, he would be very happy and joyful. In just a short moment, the outer shell and clothes of Ai Chen's body were instantly torn apart by a stronger force. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a clear crack appeared on her snow-white back, like an ugly caterpillar turning into a butterfly. The body shell cracked, and the crack became larger and larger, almost tearing the entire back in half. Then, 6 dazzling silver-white sword blade wings suddenly stretched out from the crack on the back, stretching the crack wider. The newborn Ai Chen squirmed and struggled inside, and soon broke free of his legs and arms. The whole scene looked like a snake shedding its skin, from the limbs to the torso, then to the chest and neck, and finally, the whole beautiful head broke free from the inside, completely shedding the old and weak body shell. Compared with before, the crystal at the center of Ai Chen's eyebrows has become much smaller. It looks like a little beauty's makeup. Indistinctly, it can be seen that inside the tiny silver-white crystal, there is a mysterious law mark that is constantly changing, silently showing the origin of light, time and space. In addition, even the long hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes have turned silver-white. The whole body has a strong metallic texture, crystal clear and full of flexibility. It seems that the sword energy has condensed into a thread. Shua. Ai Chen opened his eyes, and the sharp sword intent flashed through it. It seemed to be the mind and consciousness of all living beings. The King of Light just looked at him subconsciously, and felt his soul mark instinctively throbbing. It was like being held against by a sharp sword blade, making her unconsciously carry a sense of fear and chill. After reacting, the King of Light was so happy and excited that he almost laughed into a crooked-mouthed war god. He never expected that this disciple would become more and more outstanding. Ai Chen, how do you feel now? King Guangming couldn't help but show a look of concern. Do you want to go to the virtual universe with Master and learn from each other at the same level? Very good. The state is far better than before. Ai Chen smiled with satisfaction, and understood the result of her current situation. She naturally stretched out her arms, and the intelligent robot flew over by itself. She was quickly dressed in a brand new snow-white feather coat. As for the broken feather coat left on the ground, as well as the discarded flesh and blood shells of the transformation, they were also disposed of by the intelligent robot. Since Master wants to learn from his disciple, let's meet in the virtual universe. Ai Chen smiled faintly and ordered, Leah, connect to the virtual universe account for me. Okay, Master. Leah responded obediently, stretching out her little hand and gently tapping the air. The space scene was like ripples on the water. In an instant, Ai Chen saw that everything around her had changed. At this moment, she was already in the manor inside the virtual universe. As for Leah herself, she swung her white and tender short legs and sat happily on Ai Chen's left shoulder. A pair of small hands scratched in the air for a while, and then a cute and soft voice cheered. Master, the King of Light sent you an invitation to the arena. Take it. Ai Chen smiled softly, and his performance was lifelike. People couldn't tell the difference between Ai Chen before and after. Leah answered the invitation, and Ai Chen instantly disappeared inside the manor and appeared on the surface of a desolate and dead planet. And more than 10 miles away on the opposite side, the King of Light was already standing there. My dear disciple, use all your strength to show me what you are capable of now. The King of Light looked at Ai Chen, whose appearance had changed drastically, and said expectantly, it would be best if you could show me the way your bloodline has changed this time, and use me as the object of battle. As you wish. Please be careful. Master. Ai Chen smiled faintly, and with a thought, the 6 silver-white blade wings on his back suddenly opened together. Then, densely packed Hilda sword blades appeared from the 6 blade wings. It was like thousands of flying swords suspended in the air. The next moment, this piece of time and space suddenly solidified, making the King of Light, who was at the same level, like a bug in amber, motionless, and completely frozen in place. Swish, swish, swish. Flying swords shot out from the sky, like thousands of rays of light crisscrossing. It was a terrifying attack speed at the speed of light. In just a blink of an eye, the King of Light, who was trapped in the stillness of time and space, was chopped into pieces by the huge number of feather blade flying swords, as if he was cut into pieces by thousands of knives, and annihilated inch by inch, before his body was completely broken and scattered. The King of Light was already beaten out of the arena. He was defeated miserably, and had no power to fight back.